Internationally renowned pianist Yvonne has concluded her European tour and officially announced a shift in focus to China. At 2 p.m., a plane flying from London to Shanghai landed smoothly at the T1 terminal of the international airport. A young woman, standing tall and graceful, walked out of the exit. A milky white lace patchwork skirt, pinching her waist evenly, with flared cuffs hanging lightly, and fluffy black tea-colored long curly hair cascading behind her. On the porcelain-like delicate neck, gently wrapped around a camellia collar and neck strap of the same color scheme. Her temperament is noble and elegant, like a fairy walking out of a painting without being stained with dust. Yin Enyu walked outside the airport, and a gentle breeze that was neither cold nor dry brushed her hair and skirt. Her best friend Wan Tang had been waiting for her for a long time. When she saw her figure, she immediately opened the car door and got off the car, ran quickly forward, and warmly hugged her. "Welcome our great pianist back to China," Yin Enyu said with a smile on her lips. "Have you been waiting for a long time?" Her voice was soft and silky, like the weather in May, gentle yet not cold. "It's not a long time to wait for you." Wantong blurted out unfashionable love words. She reached out to pick up the limited edition bag in Yin Enyu's hand with an exaggerated tone. Give it to me. Give it to me. How can you carry a bag with your precious hands?" With these words, Yin Enyu's thoughts were drawn into a distant memory. In the past, someone once said the same thing to her, reluctant to let her do some heavy work. Every time she goes out, her bag is always in the other person's hand. A hint of bitterness filled Yin Enyu's heart, but her expression remained calm and her voice did not fluctuate, making it imperceptible to anyone. It's not that exaggerated. Her bag only contained some essential items for long-distance flights, and the weight was not heavy. The other things were already packed by her assistant a few days ago and shipped back to China by air. Wan Tang didn't think much of it and slung her bag over her shoulder. "Don't worry, they'll be happy to help you carry it. I told you before that I was going to apply for the job as your assistant, but you still didn't want to," Yin Enyu said with a slight smile on her lips. "I can't afford to pay the salary for the dignified Miss Wan Jia to be my assistant." Wan Tang waved her hand indifferently and said, "I don't need a salary, as long as you split the bed in half at night and let me sleep with you." She leaned her head close and sniffed Yin Enyu, a faint milk fragrance mixed with the fragrance of white flowers, exuding a hint of sweetness. Wan Tang narrowed her eyes and spoke in a frivolous tone. "It's so fragrant the gentle and delicate beauty couldn't resist approaching." Yin Enyu brushed the hair beside his ear. "If you like it, we'll give you a bottle of the same perfume another day." "Okay," Wan Tang responded rudely. The two of them walked towards the parking area ahead, and Wan Tang came to the airport to pick her up in a pink Ferrari. Wan Tang pressed the car key, sat in the driver's seat, and pulled up the seat belt beside him to fasten it. When preparing to start the car, Yin Enyu was still standing outside and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Yin Enyu looked around and saw unfamiliar passengers rushing around. She shook her head, opened the car door, and got in. "It's okay." She felt as if two eyes were fixed on her in the dark. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Her itinerary for returning to China was not disclosed to the public, and only Wan Tang knew about it, except for her family. The car is driving towards the prosperous urban area. The sky is clear and blue. The wutong trees on the roadside have quietly changed into new green leaves after the change of seasons. Wan Tang glanced at her and said, "You won't go abroad anymore, will you?" Her best friend went abroad after graduating from high school and stayed there for a full 6 years. They only came back occasionally in the middle, staying briefly for a few days each time, and they couldn't catch up on the old times well. A few months ago, she completed her master's degree without any slack, and then immersed herself in the busy tour with great enthusiasm. This time, we finally managed to bring her back. Yin Enyu turned his head and said, "If we hadn't performed, we probably wouldn't have gone abroad. Then we can stay together more often in the future." Wan Tang's voice couldn't hide her excitement. The indicator light ahead jumped to red, and she stepped on the brake, carefully examining the person in the passenger seat. Exquisite facial features, cold white skin, slightly curved eyetails, bright and clear eyes, as if holding a pool of spring water, pure and lustful. Looking at her, the words white moonlight suddenly popped into Wan Tang's mind. Isn't she someone's white moonlight? With a temperament as beautiful as orchids and talent as fragrant as immortals, who wouldn't love such a beautiful woman? "You should take a good rest for a while from now on." Wan Tang pinched Yin Enyu's face. "Look at this little face. It's not even flesh." This praise for the youngest pianist on the current list is not easily earned. Behind this lies countless days and nights of persistence and dedication. She has seen her tirelessly polishing every note for the perfect performance. From childhood to the age of 24, for a full 20 years, this persistence and perseverance have been consistently maintained. Yin Enyu lazily lifted her eyelids and blinked her long, curled eyelashes lightly at her. "Isn't that great?" She then replied, "There's a solo concert at the Grand Theater next Friday. After finishing that performance, they'll take a break for a while. She should also relax appropriately." Upon hearing this, Wantang immediately said, "I will definitely go and cheer you on." "Okay." Yin Enyu smiled softly. "He'll reserve the best viewing spot for you." On the congested road, vehicles flowed incessantly. Yin Enyu turned her head to look out of the car window in boredom, and the scenery of the street quickly passed in front of her. Suddenly, a bright black Pagani entered her field of vision and stopped next to her. The car body is like a mirror, reflecting a dazzling luster in the sunlight. Yin Enyu's heart suddenly stopped for a moment, and she unconsciously sat up straight, staring blankly at the car. This car seems to be his. The other party's car window was tightly closed, and the dark glass made it difficult for her to see the people inside. Wantang, who was talking to Yin Enyu next to her, saw that she didn't react and turned to look at her. "And then, what are you looking at?" Yin Enyu snapped out of her chaotic thoughts and withdrew her gaze. "It's nothing. What did you just say to me?" Wantang repeated what she had just said. "I said, should I take you to eat something first?" Yin Enyu pursed her lips and said, "Let's go home first. I'm not too hungry now." "Okay." The crowded road finally began to loosen, and Wantang lightly stepped on the accelerator and slowly accelerated. The surrounding vehicles overtook her and galloped ahead of her. Wantang didn't look sideways and blurted out, "Oh, the car ahead belongs to He Yuzhou, right?" His tone was affirmative. His Pagani Global Limited Edition is the only one in the entire Shanghai city. Setting aside its scarcity, even that license plate number carries special significance. At the end of the sentence, Wantang suddenly realized that he had misspoken, and I'm sorry, It's okay." Yin Enyu looked ahead and said calmly, "His name is not a taboo word with me." Although hearing news about him still stirred ripples in her heart, she never regretted meeting him. "I never thought about intentionally erasing those moments of happiness and love that truly existed in the past." For her, it was a beautiful memory and an inseparable part of her journey in life. She can also confirm at this moment that the car she just saw is his. What she remembers more than the brand of the sports car is the license plate number. In the eyes of others, who AZ0416 may seem ordinary and unremarkable, but those who know her well will know that the number behind it is her birthday. Previously, his license plate number was arrogant and eye-catching. Who AZ0000 was only changed to this license plate after he was with her, and he bought it at high price. At that time, she even laughed at him, saying that he had become the scapegoat, and that this license plate number was far less valuable than 0000. But he was indifferent, looking at her with a doting smile in his eyes, saying, as long as he thinks it's meaningful, it's fine. His love is like this, full of passion and sincerity. Let her have a romantic and passionate love. Let her, who lacks a sense of security, be able to fully trust and rely on him with an open heart. And also let her, who is alone in a foreign land, no longer feel lonely. Seeing her usual expression, Wantang continued without hesitation. Is He Yuzhou also here to pick up people at the airport? Who can manipulate him? The young man was notorious for his arrogance and recklessness, acting recklessly with an indifferent attitude towards everything. The only one who can stir up his emotions, hold him, and make him obey is her co-pilot. Before Yin Enyu could speak, Wantang continued to speculate. He doesn't have a girlfriend, does he? After saying that, she immediately shook her head and denied, it's probably impossible. If he had a girlfriend, I wouldn't have heard nothing. Although Yin Enyu has not seen He Yuzhou much since breaking up with him, she is still a member of the same circle and can still hear some news from other channels. Yin Enyu's fingers tightly curled up on her thigh, appearing pale and bloodless, with nail prints deeply engraved in her palm. Yeah, they've been separated for 2 years now. It's perfectly normal for him to have a girlfriend. The car that had only been in hers had also welcomed a new passenger in the passenger seat. No one has an obligation to stand still and wait for her, especially since it was her who initiated the breakup back then. Pagani speeding ahead, the driver's window half lowered, revealing a handsome and superior face of a man. The mountain roots are tall and straight. The eyebrows are three-dimensional. The jawline is sharp, and the deep and arrogant eyes are staring ahead. The shirt on his body opened two buttons recklessly, revealing his distinct collarbone. One hand controls the steering wheel, while the other hand's elbow casually rests on the window sill, with a relaxed expression. Young master, why did you take the initiative to take on the role of a driver today and kind of pick me up? The person sitting next to you asked loudly. Sitting was a woman in her 50s, well-maintained, with smooth skin and no wrinkles, exuding a noble aura. Looks much younger than their actual age. He Yuzhou casually reminded, didn't you call me the night before yesterday and ask me to come pick you up today? When did you become so docile and obedient? And Manling looked at him seriously and said, could it be that I went on a trip? You've gone through your rebellious period and now you know how to listen to your mother? He Yuzhou turned his head casually and said, I shouldn't have come. My efforts won't please you. A few words from you. You're still unwilling. And Manling didn't care about his attitude, and then said, can't you drive a more spacious car to pick me up? I really can't get used to your small, run-down car. She's used to taking business cars when going out, and the space in his supercar is a bit narrow for her. Isn't this more stylish than the car you usually ride in? He Yuzhou said. Besides, I only know how to drive this car. And Manling slapped him. Although I can't drive, I'm not a fool who doesn't understand anything. Your mother. Also, why did you take a detour instead of taking a shortcut? He Yuzhou glanced sideways and glanced at the pink car behind him in the rearview mirror, his thick ink eyes dim and unclear. The scenery on this road is quite good, Manling said, turning her head to look outside the car. She didn't think there was any unique beauty in the scenery on this road, as there were rushing vehicles next to her. Moreover, her son is not someone who enjoys leisurely and elegant scenery. He couldn't have been corrupted, could he? Why does it sound strange all the way? Have you been stimulated by something recently that caused you to become mentally unstable? He Yuzhou was too lazy to waste his breath explaining. Maybe. And Manling was concerned. He'll invite a master to come over and help you drive away evil spirits another day. He Yuzhou lightly tapped the steering wheel with his finger and said, Madam, and feudal superstition can be reported. You can do it. And Manling gritted her teeth and gave him a thumbs up. Do you think he'll still care about you in the future? With your ability to be so angry that it's not worth your life. No wonder you're talking to NN. Before finishing her sentence, and Manling's voice suddenly interrupted. I'm sorry, I touched your heart. After the breakup, she, as a mother, still knows a little about the agony and pain he went through. Until now, she can also assert that he has not yet freed himself from his previous relationship and still only has the other person in his heart. Manling couldn't help but be curious and asked the question she had been wanting to ask. Why did you break up in the first place? What a great girl, NN, who is more than enough to match you. If you miss her, you won't be able to find a better girl than her in the future. In their circle, there are many talented and beautiful people, but if she thinks that the most outstanding person in her heart is still Yin Enyu. At first sight, she liked that child very much and was very compatible with her. Back then, she flaunted herself in their circle of wealthy ladies. The fact that her son, who is not stingy, can find such an excellent and talented girlfriend is like the smoke rising from the ancestral tomb of the old He family. He Yuzhou's expression moved, and his eyes were complex. My thoughts drifted back to the beautiful image I saw at the airport 10 minutes ago. She seems thinner than before and doesn't have an assistant by her side. Manling waited for a moment and saw him remain silent. What am I asking you? Do you hear me? He Yuzhou chuckled and tightened his fingers on the steering wheel. Is it the one I want to part with? Your son is the one who was broken up with. As soon as these words were spoken, Manling was slightly stunned, and then a gloating smile flickered in his eyes. He has everything going smoothly, so he should also taste the taste of stumbling. A big man, it's nothing to suffer some emotional losses. This news needs to be shared with her husband immediately after arriving home. Someone who cannot be treated by them can be subdued. Don't feel too uncomfortable. Manling suppressed the smile on her lips and patted He Yuzhou's shoulder. Put yourself in the hospital. On your phone. He Yuzhou interrupted expressionlessly. Mrs. N, please speak less and not distract the driver's attention. Cherish life. Safety comes first. Manling couldn't help but understand his thoughts. If you want me to give you some face, just say it and find some useless excuses. She pulled the topic back. It was indeed me who didn't think carefully just now. If you come forward now, it may indeed add trouble to Enon. Maybe she already has a boyfriend now. Enan is beautiful and talented, and there must be no shortage of excellent opposite-sex people pursuing her. Your ex-boyfriend is just an optional passerby in her life. I don't know which sentence stimulated He Yuzhou. He stepped on the brake, and the car, driven by inertia, violently stopped. The person on the seat involuntarily tilted forward. This sudden shock startled the Monling, who exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "Your mother. I'm already in age and can't stand your sudden braking." He Yuzhou's back of his hand was bulging with veins, and his cursed words were on his lips, but he could only hold back and swallow them down. If the person sitting next to him is not his biological mother, he will definitely drive them out of the car. Ishan Mansion, a famous top-level mansion. The villa of the Yin family is located here, blending classical and modern architecture. Surrounded by mountains and waters, the environment is peaceful and pleasant, with a unique geographical location. In front of the house, ancient trees stand tall with lush branches and leaves. The dense shrubs are neatly trimmed, and every leaf is lush with greenery. Colorful flowers adorn it, vivid and beautiful. The servant at home immediately stepped forward to greet Yin Enyu and handed her slippers. In the entrance hall, there is a sky-high-priced landscape painting hanging, with a profound artistic conception and vivid charm. Every ornament in the home is a valuable treasure, and every corner exudes a strong artistic atmosphere. In the eyes of outsiders, rare antiques can be found everywhere in the Yin family. Ancestors are well-known figures in the art world, and famous museums around the world have works by the ancestors of the Yin family. As soon as Yin Enyu changed into her shoes, she heard the sound of a car engine coming from behind her. The rear door opened, and a middle-aged couple with extraordinary temperament came out of the car. The man was dressed in a well-tailored suit, and despite reaching middle age, his figure remained tall and straight without any signs of gaining weight. The woman is dressed in a plain new Chinese-style suit, with smooth and soft fabric, and wears an imperial green jade bracelet on her wrist. Upon seeing them, Yin Enyu was somewhat surprised and said, "Dad, Mom." Yin Enyu quickly stepped forward and took Yin Enyu's hand, finally back. She carefully examined Yin Enyu and said, "Are you tired?" The couple often felt indebted to their only daughter. Yin Enyu shook her head and smiled, "Not tired." "How would you not be tired?" Yin Huizhong stepped forward and said, "You're even busier than me, the father." Outsiders only knew that his daughter was an honored and renowned pianist, but they never caught a glimpse of how much she had put in. But he has never had such high demands before. He just hopes that she can be safe and happy, and always be herself as she pleases. No matter what happens, as a father, he can always help her get by. "Let's go in and chat." Yin Yu threw the bag in his hand to Yin Huizhong next to him and led Yin Enyu inside. "I asked the chef to stew you a cup of dendrobium gum chicken soup. Would you like it now?" Yin Enyu said, "Okay." Chapter 3. Attending her concert the following day, the sky was adorned with wispy clouds and the sun shone brightly. After escorting and manling home the previous evening, He Yuzhou did not return to his own apartment, opting instead to stay at the old residence. At this moment, clad in casual loungewear, he sat at the dining table while the household staff busied themselves preparing his meal. One hand held a smartphone, perusing the stock market trends displayed on the screen. A transparent phone case encased the device, within which a photograph was nestled. Although his slender fingers obscured part of the image, it was still discernible that the figure captured was a young woman. And Manling descended the stairs to find this young master leisurely enjoying breakfast. She glanced at the wall clock. It was 9:30. "He Yuzhou, why haven't you gone to the office yet? It's either late or early." He Yuzhou raised a nearby espresso cup to his lips, taking a sip. "This company is mine. Can't I decide what time to start work?" And Manling found herself at a loss for words. His current company was one he had founded himself, not merely inherited from his family. During his years abroad, he had deftly navigated the capital market with his extraordinary business acumen and exceptional stock-picking skills. The initial capital he managed flourished like a snowball, creating quite a stir in the American business realm, earning him significant acclaim. Every move he made was precise and deliberate. 2 years ago, he relocated the company back to the domestic market, and now its valuation rivaled that of family enterprises with a subtle inclination toward surpassing them. Though he appeared nonchalant and irreverent, if he set his mind to something, he would undoubtedly see it through. He was the type who would not relent until he achieved his goals. In certain respects, he held exceedingly high standards, almost to the point of being exacting. Beneath his seemingly carefree exterior lay a formidable strength and a prestigious background that afforded him the liberty to act as he pleased, unperturbed by the world. Fortunately, he possessed both attributes, and Manling pulled out a chair and casually mentioned, "Enan has a concert next Friday at the Grand Theater. I managed to get 2 tickets. Will you come?" Tickets for Enan's concert were notoriously difficult to procure, having sold out online. He Yuzhou's breakfast activities momentarily faltered. He set his phone aside and replied simply no. Seeing his obstinate demeanor, and Manling could not resist giving him a gentle kick. "You truly are something else. It was you who skipped class just to attend Enan's performance." This incident harkened back to when she had flown to America to witness Yin Enyu's concert and had fortuitously encountered him there. However, such rebellious behavior was trivial in the grand scheme of his defiance. Whether he was sated or simply lacked appetite, He Yuzhou laid down his chopsticks, languidly reclining in his chair. Times have changed. A competent ex should remain inconspicuous rather than resurface unexpectedly. And Manling retorted, "You think even boyfriends are inadequate? Yet now you wish to be a commendable ex regardless of his intentions." She still handed him a ticket, placing it before him. "You had better keep your word. I don't want to run into you at the Grand Theater." She is determined to attend, and even though Yin Enyu has parted ways with her son, her fondness for her remains unwavering. He Yuzhou cast a discreet glance, swiftly averting his gaze, his arms crossed. "Rest assured, I shall not set foot in that place. Having failed to be a suitable boyfriend, I cannot even aspire to be a commendable ex-boyfriend. Suit yourself." And Manling rose and departed. Once she left, He Yuzhou prepared to change his attire for work. After taking a step, he suddenly halted, turned back, picked up the ticket from the table, smoothed it out, and tucked it neatly into his pocket. On Friday evening, the neon lights shimmered incessantly, casting a glimmer upon the river surface. The once tranquil night sky was abruptly graced with fine raindrops, adding a veil of mist to the bustling nocturnal scene. The Grand Theater glowed splendidly, with a throng of people at the entrance, while the roadside billboards proclaimed Yin Enyu piano solo concert. Inside the elegant and solemn concert hall, the audience steadily filtered in, and as the performance time approached, the seats gradually filled. Under the guidance of the organizers, and Manling found her seat. She glanced at the empty chair beside her. This fellow, can he truly resist coming? Has he developed such resolve? Never mind. His absence spares me from annoyance. Let him remain single for eternity. And Manling turned her gaze forward, patiently awaiting the commencement of the performance. At precisely 7 o'clock, the venue's lights dimmed gradually, and the spotlight focused on the center stage, illuminating the sleek black grand piano, which gleamed as if meticulously polished. And Manling's attention was fully captivated by the stage ahead when a slight rustle beside her broke the silence, and a tall figure quietly took a seat. Tiny raindrops still clung to his suit jacket, and Manling cast a sidelong glance, a smile curling her lips as she whispered teasingly, "Oh, who might this be? It turns out to be my son, who loves to be proven wrong. Wasn't he it said that he would never set foot here?" He Yuzhou remained unruffled, having not merely stepped in, but walked several paces. And Manling saw through his disguise. What a hat and mask! The black baseball cap and mask concealed him completely. One might mistake him for an international superstar. Yet, his demeanor and appearance were hardly inferior to those in the entertainment industry, perhaps even more distinguished. And Manling continued to speculate. "Afraid Enyu might see you? You are being rather self-indulgent. Her gaze would hardly fall upon you." Their seats were in the 10th row. He Yuzhou removed his mask, revealing his handsome face. "Madam, your connections are rather lacking. You could only secure seats in the 10th row." Previously, he had only noticed the name on the ticket and had not paid attention to the seating arrangement. "What do you know? This is the optimal viewing position." And Manling replied, "Sitting in the front row would require me to crane my neck. By the end of the concert, my neck would be sore." He Yuzhou did not respond, his casual demeanor replaced by focus as his gaze fixed upon the stage. On stage, the star of the evening gracefully stepped into the spotlight, captivating the audience's attention. She strode gracefully in high heels, adorned in a dazzling custom-made mermaid gown that accentuated her lithe figure. Her collarbone, pale and exquisite, and her waist, as slender as a willow branch, contributed to her ethereal presence. Luxuriant locks were elegantly coiled atop her head, embellished with a resplendent diamond tiara that exuded an air of noble purity. With every gesture, she emanated an irresistible allure. Her golden beauty rendered everything around her dim by comparison. The spotlight enveloped her, drawing the attention of all present who had gathered solely for her. Yin Enyu stood poised at the center of the stage, bowing gracefully to the audience below. She then turned, smoothing the fabric of her gown before taking a seat at the piano. Her lovely visage radiated calm composure, devoid of any hint of nervousness or anxiety, as if she wielded complete control over the moment. While others might perceive this as a grand performance, for her, it felt as commonplace as a family gathering. With her delicate hands, soft as petals, resting upon the keys, she allowed her slender fingers to descend gently. Instantly, the expansive concert hall resonated with a melodious and intricate harmony, penetrating the stillness of the air and reaching the ears of her captivated audience. Her elegantly sculpted shoulders relaxed naturally as her fingers danced lightly across the black and white keys, akin to a nimble dancer. Each note was crisp and clear, with the melody unfolding in exquisite layers. He Yuzhou's gaze was fixated on the luminous figure before him, his deep-set eyes brimming with unspoken affection. It was unclear whether he was enchanted by the piano piece or by the pianist herself. Beside him, and Manling cast a glance his way, softly exclaiming, "An N is truly remarkable, embodying both beauty and talent." He Yuzhou's eyes remained steadfast, his silence speaking volumes, affirming her observation. And Manling shook her head at his lack of expressiveness, adding, "Yet, An N seems to have lost weight. Look how slender her waist has become." He Yuzhou murmured a low agreement, acknowledging her diminished figure, knowing well her finicky eating habits and the likelihood of her neglecting regular meals. Chapter 4. He took the initiative to approach her. It was a solo concert lasting nearly an hour and a half. After Yin Enyu concluded her final piece of the evening, she stepped away from the piano bench, took 2 steps forward, and bowed in gratitude. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. A representative from the organizing committee ascended the stage to present her with a bouquet of flowers. Yin Enyu received it with a smile, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes as she recognized the types of flowers. The white magnolias paired with white tulips were pure and unblemished, exuding a subtle fragrance. Both flowers were among her favorites. After Yin Enyu exited the stage, the audience began to rise and depart. Anne Manling picked up her crocodile leather handbag and inquired of the person on her left, "Shall we leave together?" He Yuzhou, lounging comfortably against the back of his chair, replied, "I have other matters to attend to. I've already arranged for a driver to wait for you outside." Upon hearing this, Anne Manling shrugged off his presence and left on her own. He Yuzhou stood up and took a couple of steps forward, only to encounter 2 familiar faces. Before he could utter a word, they jumped in. "He dog, what are you doing here?" He Yuzhou retorted, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" The 2 individuals before him were his boisterous friends. Cheng Zian and Lu Jun. Cheng Zian unabashedly declared, "We're here to attend a piano concert, of course. This is Enyu's first performance since returning to the country. We must show our support." He Yuzhou scanned them with a bemused expression. "I didn't realize you had so much free time. Did your company go bankrupt?" "Bah," Cheng Zian scoffed. "Not a single kind word comes from your mouth." Lu Jun chimed in, "Don't blame us for not informing you. We were mainly concerned that it might stir up old feelings and make you sad. If we had known you would rush here to see your ex-girlfriend perform, we would have definitely invited you." He Yuzhou scoffed, sarcasm dripping from his tone. "How considerate of you." Cheng Zian replied with a grin, "Of course, no need to thank us too profusely." He Yuzhou chose not to respond, leaning against a nearby chair, and asked, "Does she know you're here?" The identity of she was unmistakable. Lu Jun replied, "No. We were just planning to head backstage to greet Enyu." "Does she wish to see you?" He Yuzhou inquired. "Why wouldn't she want to see us?" "We are not her ex-boyfriends," Cheng Zian added with a jab. "Whether she wants to see us is uncertain, but she definitely does not want to see you." As these words hung in the air, the atmosphere around them grew tense, and He Yuzhou's expression turned cold. "Get lost," he spat, dismissing them and striding away without wasting further time. However, the 2 behind him were undeterred. "Where are you going?" He Yuzhou replied curtly, "Mind your own business." Cheng Zian and Lu Jun exchanged glances, sensing a spectacle was about to unfold, and they trailed closely behind him. Backstage, Yin Enyu handed her bouquet to her assistant as she made her way down the corridor toward the lounge. The high heels she wore glided silently over the plush carpet, while the train of her fishtail dress swayed gently with her movements. Her assistant, Yu, looked down at the flowers in her hands and remarked, "Boss, the organizers here have truly put in the effort. They sent flowers that you adore rather than the usual roses." Yin Enyu let out a soft hum. With each of her performances, the organizers presented her with bouquets, each containing her favorite white magnolia. They must have done their research in advance. As she approached the dressing room, she noticed someone standing at the entrance. Upon seeing her, the individual hurried over. "Enyu, congratulations on the success of your solo concert, and welcome back to the country." The man smiled, holding out a vibrant bouquet of roses, his gaze revealing a hint of affection. Yin Enyu hesitated to accept the flowers. Surprised as she asked, "Lu Jing, what brings you here?" The person before her was her college classmate. Lu Jing scrutinized her, of course. "I came to see the performance of the great pianist." Knowing about her concert upon her return, he promptly purchased tickets online. He was also aware that she had broken up with He Yuzhou 2 years prior. Unfortunately, at that time, he had already returned to his homeland while she had gone to the UK for her master's degree. However, now that she was back, he was determined not to miss the opportunity to pursue her. Their conversation unfolded in the corridor, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Enyu remained as popular as ever. Cheng Zian, reveling in the spectacle, wondered aloud if the man before her was a suitor. It was undoubtedly the case. Lu Jun added fuel to the fire, noting the substantial bouquet in his hands. As he spoke, he observed the expression on the face of the man beside him, He Yuzhou, whose brow furrowed, emanating a chilling aura. "Let us not intrude. We can leave this for another time." Cheng Zian began, but before she could finish, He Yuzhou strode forward with purpose. Startled by his sudden movement, Cheng Zian called after him, "Wait, what are you doing?" He Yuzhou replied nonchalantly, "Just going to greet my ex-girlfriend. Why are you stirring up trouble now?" Lu Jun attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Cheng Zian shook her head, muttering, "One audacious fool. He truly has no fear of chaos." With that, the two of them hurried to catch up. Such a rare occasion was not to be missed. "What a commotion! It seems my timing is less than ideal." He Yuzhou's indifferent voice echoed in the spacious corridor. The two behind him couldn't help but scorn inwardly, aware that he shouldn't be there, yet he still pushed forward, pretending to be a gentleman. The familiar voice and aura approached Yin Enyu, the fragrance enveloping her and drawing her back into a once familiar scene. The scent of ambergris mixed with the crisp aroma of cedar, a cologne she had chosen for him, believing it suited him perfectly. Its unique sensuality carried an irresistible wild allure. To her surprise, he was still wearing that fragrance. He Yuzhou naturally positioned himself behind her, one hand casually in his pocket, his tall figure resembling a wall, casting her in his shadow. Yin Enyu could even feel the warmth radiating from his body, his heated breath brushing against the top of her head. She stood at a height of 1.68 meters, complemented by a pair of 6-centimeter heels that accentuated her slender figure. Yet, in the presence of the towering He Yuzhou, who stood at 1.90 meters, she appeared somewhat petite. Yin Enyu felt her body tense up, her mind momentarily blank. Instinctively, she turned to him, their gazes colliding mid-air, and she was caught off guard by the depth of his enigmatic eyes. It seemed as if he had been watching her all along. Yin Enyu's hands, resting at her sides, gently grasped the hem of her dress as she quickly averted her gaze. His presence was overwhelming, and she pondered how he could possibly be here. Was he also attending the performance? Lu Jing, upon the sudden appearance of He Yuzhou, was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't they already parted ways? He Yuzhou did not spare a glance at the man opposite him, merely casting a casual glance at the bouquet in Lu Jing's hands, commenting indifferently, "Red roses, not bad." His tone, though seemingly nonchalant, could not disguise the powerful aura surrounding him. In He Yuzhou's presence, Lu Jing felt dwarfed. He remained as unabashedly arrogant as ever. Suddenly, a surge of rivalry welled up within Lu Jing, prompting him to raise his voice deliberately. "Enyu, this is for you." His words dripped with provocation directed at He Yuzhou. What did it matter if He Yuzhou was affluent and powerful? Yin Enyu had long ceased to harbor any feelings for him. He Yuzhou smirked, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth as he preempted Yin Enyu's response. Before gifting flowers to someone, shouldn't you first ascertain their preferences? She doesn't like roses. As he spoke, he glanced sideways at Yin Enyu, his tone laced with disdain. Do you intend to accept flowers from someone so insincere? The bouquets you've received in the past surely surpass this one. Yin Enyu was momentarily at a loss for words. She had no intention of accepting the flowers. He had simply stolen her retort. The smile faded from Lu Jing's face, his expression stiffening as his outstretched hand hovered uncertainly. Yin Enyu interrupted him. It's fine. The flowers are lovely, but they shouldn't be for me. You ought to give them to someone more deserving. Lu Jing's understanding of her preferences was inconsequential. He was merely an ordinary classmate to her. Perhaps sensing that the atmosphere was not yet awkward enough, He Yuzhou interjected, "Why not give them to me? I rather like them." Leaning against the wall, Cheng Zian and Lu Jun exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom how he could utter such a brazen statement with such audacity. Lu Jing seemed to disregard He Yuzhou's comment, focusing solely on Yin Enyu. "Enyu, I'll take my leave now. Let me take you out for a meal another day." With that, he turned on his heel, clutching the bouquet as he walked away. He Yuzhou let out a cool laugh, dismissing the notion as utterly preposterous. With him present, any such meal was out of the question. Once Lu Jing had departed, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Cheng Zian and Lu Jun made a hasty exit without a word, while Yin Enyu's assistant discreetly entered the lounge. In a lengthy corridor, only the two of them remained, the stillness so profound that they could hear each other's breathing. Instinctively, Yin Enyu took 2 steps back, pressing against the cold, unyielding wall. Her gesture did not escape He Yuzhou's keen eyes, and he let out a self-deprecating smile. Is she now feeling uncomfortable merely by being slightly closer to him? Her neck, pale as frost and snow, was illuminated by the soft glow of the corridor lights, radiating an ethereal whiteness. Her slender back appeared fragile. She had always been sensitive to the cold. He Yuzhou sighed without irritation, removing his suit jacket and draping it over her shoulders. Even after 2 years, this action felt remarkably natural and practiced. The fabric still held his warmth, enveloping Yin Enyu in a comforting embrace, and a familiar scent wafted towards her, evoking a long-lost sense of security. Chapter 5. Couple S. Watch Yin Enyu's fingertips trembled slightly as they brushed against the fabric of his suit jacket. She parted her lips, unsure of how to articulate her first words upon their reunion. Ultimately, it was He Yuzhou who shattered the moment's stillness, his gaze fixed intently upon her. He feigned nonchalance as he inquired, "Haven't you been eating on time?" Even though she had cast him aside, the sight of her not taking care of herself still tugged at his heartstrings. He found it impossible to regard her with indifference or utter harsh words. Even his tone lacked the coldness and firmness he intended. The sudden display of concern sent a jolt through Yin Enyu's heart, akin to cotton soaked in water, both sour and swollen. Her eyelashes fluttered as she regained her voice. The man before her seemed unchanged. His features were sharply defined, with the corners of his eyes slightly raised and a hint of irreverence dancing between his brows. Yet, his visage appeared more profound and mature than before. Unlike the neatly tailored suits of others, his shirt hung loosely within his trousers, exuding a casual ease. The collar lay unbound, free from the constraints of a tie. Before returning to her homeland, she had envisioned their reunion, contemplating that he might regard her with cold indifference, pretending not to recognize her. Both were proud and held strong self-esteem. She vividly recalled the scene when she had broken up with him, his confusion and anger intermingled with self-reproach, believing he must have faltered in some way as a boyfriend to warrant her departure. In the end, witnessing her unwavering resolve, he clenched his teeth and declared, "Yin Enyu, if we meet again, we shall be like strangers passing by." It was the first time he had uttered her full name. Only when He Yuzhou's voice resonated in her ears again did Yin Enyu snap back to reality. His tone was slightly hushed, and his eyes conveyed a knowingness that rendered deception futile. Yin Enyu found herself unable to refute his observation. After all, how could one escape the scrutiny of the person who knew them best? He stood before her, continuing to inquire whether she was happy. Was she more content since their separation than she had been during their time together? Yin Enyu lowered her gaze, suppressing the turmoil within. Responding, "I'm doing okay, what about you?" He Yuzhou's deep-set eyes bore into hers. Not particularly well. Yin Enyu momentarily froze, questioning whether his life had taken a turn for the worse. Yet she refrained from voicing her curiosity. Her attention was drawn to the ring adorning his left middle finger, a band of cold, hard platinum that gleamed with a stark brilliance under the light, stinging her eyes. It seemed that Wan Tang's assumption had been accurate. He indeed had a girlfriend. He had never been one to don accessories, with the exception of a watch, which he had previously purchased as a couple-S item. Reflecting on this, Yin Enyu's gaze gradually ascended to his sturdy wrist, and she was taken aback to find that familiar black and silver watch still adorning him. He Yuzhou noticed her gaze and explained lightly, "A breakup is a breakup, but things bought with real money cannot simply be discarded." Such words, emanating from the extravagant He Yuzhou, felt rather incongruous. He glanced down at her empty wrist and insinuated, "Unlike you, who seems to regard money as mere dirt, discarding both people and possessions." Yin Enyu opened her mouth to retort, but restrained herself. The couple's watch she had not actually discarded. She simply thought it clashed with her gown for the evening's performance, and had placed it in her bag before taking the stage. At other times, she always wore it on her wrist. However, at this moment, she was relieved she had taken it off, sparing herself from potential misunderstandings. "Are you here to watch the performance?" Yin Enyu awkwardly shifted the topic. He Yuzhou replied with a curt adding defensively, "But don't misunderstand. I'm not here to see your show." Yin Enyu blurted out, "But tonight, here, there's only my performance." In truth, she did not believe he had come specifically to watch her. A fleeting crack of emotion crossed He Yuzhou's face, but vanished in an instant, returning to his usual composed demeanor. "I arrived this afternoon," he stated calmly. Yin Enyu responded with a non-committal "oh," uncertain if she believed him. "If there's nothing else, I shall head inside," she said. He Yuzhou called after her, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Once they shared everything, even most trivial aspects of their lives. Now, however, even a few words felt contrived. Yin Enyu twisted her fingers, pressing her soft lips together. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke, "I hope you can find happiness." Regardless of whether he had a girlfriend, she wished for his happiness. He Yuzhou's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Is that all? He realized he should not expect to hear the words he longed for from her. Yin Enyu met his gaze and nodded. This was indeed what she wanted to convey. Yet he seemed unsatisfied. He Yuzhou scoffed, giving her a blunt response. "I cannot be happy." After a pause, his eyes locked onto hers, the dark depths reflecting her image. "But you should be joyful. Don't overexert yourself. Take care of your health and eat on time." On the day they broke up 2 years ago, anger had clouded his judgment, causing him to forget to remind her. He sensed that she did not appear particularly happy, a result he had not wished to see when agreeing to their separation. She had never taken care of herself, her gentle heart naturally requiring someone to cherish and protect her. Unfortunately, that person was no longer him. Yin Enyu felt a lump in her throat and a sting in her nose. She struggled to contain her emotions, her voice trembling slightly. "All right, the final words, you too." She could not voice, fearing He Yuzhou would perceive her distress. "You should go in," he said. Yin Enyu dared not linger before him any longer and quickly turned, reaching for the doorknob of the nearby lounge. As the door creaked open, the man behind her spoke suddenly. "Darling." He almost let slip an affectionate term, but He Yuzhou caught himself just in time, gazing at her delicate back, and instead remarked, "The performance was splendid. Not just tonight." She remained the dazzling concert pianist, and he, seated in the audience, felt an unwavering pride swell within him. At that moment, Yin Enyu was engulfed by a wave of bittersweet emotions. Oblivious to his earlier words, "I didn't come to see your performance." Upon entering the lounge and shutting the door, it was as if every ounce of strength had been drained from her. Weakly leaning against the door, tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. Outside, He Yuzhou did not depart immediately. He stood quietly in front of the door, seemingly able to sense her presence through the thick barrier. He leaned against the door, his head bowed to conceal the dimness in his eyes, pressing gently against her back. It felt as if this proximity could bridge the chasm between them, allowing him to feel her breath and heartbeat. He Yuzhou retrieved his phone from his pocket, opened the contact that had remained pinned at the top, and typed in the chat box, "Don't cry." They had not been in touch since their breakup, and he wondered if she had removed him from her contacts. After a brief hesitation, he pressed send, his gaze fixed on the screen. The message was dispatched successfully, with no ominous red exclamation mark appearing to alarm him. He Yuzhou let out a subtle sigh of relief, grateful that he had not acted too hastily. Chapter 6. Wearing his clothes in the lounge, Tang approached anxiously. And then, what's wrong? The person before her had reddish eyes, and a misty veil clouded her gaze, exuding a heart-wrenching sense of fragility. "Has He Yuzhou been unkind to you?" Tang inquired with genuine concern. She had arrived in the lounge earlier than Yin Enyu after attending the solo performance, and had learned from Yin Enyu's assistant that she had encountered He Yuzhou outside the door. She had chosen not to leave, believing that He Yuzhou would not harm her. In the past, during their relationship, He Yuzhou had showered her with affection, a fact well known to their friends. Yin Enyu shook her head, wiping away the moisture at the corner of her eye. No, how could he? If he truly treated her like a stranger or spoke coldly to her, perhaps she would not feel this way, this sense of guilt. Tang remained unconvinced. Then what is the matter? Her disposition was gentle, yet she possessed an inherent strength, rarely revealing such vulnerability. Yin Enyu managed a faint smile, attributing her emotional turmoil to the unexpected encounter with her ex-boyfriend. Tang was at a loss for words. Matters of the heart are best understood by those involved. She stepped forward to embrace Yin Enyu, whispering, "It's all right if you wish to cry, let it out." Tang understood that Yin Enyu had never truly let go of He Yuzhou, yet she could not advocate for a reconciliation, recognizing that the decision to part ways must have been for a reason. A true friend respects all choices and stands unwaveringly by her side. Having composed herself, Yin Enyu jested, "If I cry too much, my tears will lose their value." She then picked up the dress hanging on the rack. "I'll go change. Let us go out for dinner later." "All right," Tang replied, patting her shoulder. Upon entering the changing room, Yin Enyu noticed that she was still draped in He Yuzhou's coat. Standing before the mirror, she gazed at her reflection. This was not her first time wearing his clothing. He had often encouraged her to don his shirts and t-shirts as sleepwear. Her delicate form was enveloped in his oversized attire, a testament to their intimacy. He had once confessed that he adored the lingering scent of her unique fragrance on his garments. After a moment as contemplation, she removed the coat, neatly draping it aside. She then slipped into a satin long dress, the soft lavender hue accentuating her fair complexion and curvaceous silhouette. After retouching her makeup, she emerged from the changing room. Tang bounced towards her, eager to lift her spirits. "You look stunning," she exclaimed, marveling at the newly accentuated curves. "Your figure seems even more alluring." Although Yin Enyu appeared slimmer, her body retained its desirable fullness in all the right places. Noticing Tang's admiring tone, Yin Enyu felt her mood brighten. Casting aside the chaotic thoughts that had clouded her mind. "Don't look," she instinctively responded, grabbing the coat from her arm to shield herself. Tang's gaze immediately fixated on the coat in her hands, her curiosity piqued. "Is that coat He Yuzhou's?" In truth, Tang already harbored an answer within her. Not just any outer garment could be draped over Yin Enyu. She was a person who possessed a remarkable sense of propriety and distance. Yin Enyu nodded, uttering a brief acknowledgement as she lowered her hands. Bending down, she picked up the bag resting upon the coffee table, ready to depart. Noticing her reluctance to delve further into the topic, Tang refrained from pressing her, stating, "Come, I have reserved a private room at your favorite restaurant." "All right," Yin Enyu replied, turning to her assistant. You should come along too. After dinner, I'll have the driver take you back." Naturally, Yu was eager to accompany the boss for a meal, responding enthusiastically, "Sure thing, boss. Him you things." However, Yin Enyu did not relinquish her bag or coat, saying, "No need, I'll carry them myself." The trio arrived at the entrance of the Grand Theater, waiting for the driver to bring the car from the parking lot. The night was thick, with a gentle drizzle accompanied by a chill in the air. Yin Enyu shivered slightly. She had forgotten to bring her shawl from the car earlier in the afternoon. She retrieved her phone from her bag, glancing at the time. Upon noticing a notification on the screen, she swiped and opened it. A name, long uncontacted for 2 years, bore a conspicuous red mark. Yin Enyu's breath hitched, her finger pausing momentarily. Don't cry. The 3 simple words shattered her recently composed demeanor. Had her emotions, which she thought she concealed so well, been detected by him? Yin Enyu lifted her gaze, surveying the surroundings, which were filled only with the stillness of the night. He must have already departed, she pondered. Her attention returned to the screen, lost in contemplation, uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, the driver gently brought the car to a halt before her, prompting Yin Enyu to switch off her phone and enter the vehicle, temporarily setting aside the message. Not far away, in a dimly lit corner, a sleek black Pagani sat, nearly blending into the night, rendering it nearly undetectable. The man inside the car had been observing Yin Enyu, capturing every one of her movements. It was only after she boarded the car and it vanished from his sight that He Yuzhou withdrew his gaze. He started the engine, preparing to drive away, when suddenly another vehicle approached, halting beside him and sounding its horn twice. The window rolled down, revealing Cheng Zian, who asked, "The others have left. Why are you still lingering?" He Yuzhou shot him a sidelong glance, questioning, "What are you still doing here?" From the back seat, Lu Jun chimed in, "If we hadn't tea-stayed, how would we know that the illustrious He Yuzhou remains so sentimentally devoted, even 2 years after being cast aside, quietly monitoring his ex's every move from the shadows?" Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would have found it hard to believe that such a poignant display of affection could emanate from He Yuzhou. This scene was a far cry from what they had envisioned for a reunion. "At least I still have an ex-girlfriend." He Yuzhou lazily leaned back in his seat, mockingly retorting, "What about you? Is having an ex-girlfriend something to boast about?" Cheng Zian remarked, "I truly cannot decide whether to commend your profound affection or to scold your lack of ambition." He Yuzhou, unfazed by the jibe, casually suggested, "Shall I treat you all to dinner? Are you coming?" The 2 individuals in the adjacent vehicle reacted as if they had heard the most extraordinary news. "What day is it today that you would so boldly invite us to dine?" Lu Jun quipped, "If I didn't know better, I think Enyu had agreed to reconcile with you." To which Cheng Zian responded, "That is certainly out of the question. If Enyu were to reconcile with him, would he be sitting alone in the car, lost in melancholy?" Before they could finish their banter, He Yuzhou had already raised the car window and accelerated away. By the time they processed the situation, all that remained was a trail of exhaust. Cheng Zian stared ahead, exasperated. "This is utterly rude. Does he not regard us at all? Let's talk. Let's hurry and follow him," Lu Jun urged, eager to discover which restaurant he had chosen. How could they possibly miss out on a complimentary dinner? Chapter 7. Her faithful listener. The restaurant, Wan Tang Reserved, Tan Shiju, is situated over 20 minutes away from the Grand Theater. It is a private dining establishment, adorned with a garden style, featuring rugged mountains and flowing streams, surrounded by lush greenery. The first floor boasts semi-enclosed booths, separated by traditional Chinese screens, with vivid and intricate murals gracing the walls. A uniquely designed palace chandelier casts a soft and warm glow, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and elegance. Yin Enyu has a preference for light flavors, and this restaurant specializes in delicate and refreshing tastes. It seems that nothing has changed here, has it? Wan Tang divulged some information she had heard, mentioning that it seems there was a change of ownership about a year ago. To verify the authenticity of this claim, she inquired with the attendant leading the way. "Is that true?" The attendant, shaking her head apologetically, replied, "I'm sorry, I only started last month and am not very familiar with this." She doesn't even know who the owner is, having never met them. Wan Tang responded, "That's fine." Yin Enyu was indifferent to the change in ownership. She simply hoped the flavors of the dishes remained unchanged. There are not many restaurants that align with her taste outside. Once they settled into the private room, Yin Enyu took the menu and began a browse. It had been 2 years since her last visit. Following her breakup with He Yuzhou, she had not returned to the country since. The menu featured a few new dishes, but most remained the same. While she was engrossed in the menu, she failed to notice 3 individuals passing by the entrance of their booth. The man on the far left turned his head slightly to glance inside. His gaze traversed the crowd, resting solely on her. Outside, Cheng Zian's voice echoed in the corridor. "I told you, how kind of you. It turns out you came to dine at your own restaurant." He Yuzhou pushed open the door of the adjacent booth, stating, "If you don't want to eat, you may leave. Since you're here, you must at least have a few bites before departing," Chung Zian insisted, pulling out a chair and commenting. "Although you are not particularly impressive, the flavors of your restaurant are indeed commendable." Lu Jun voiced his curiosity. "Why did you decide to purchase this restaurant?" A year ago, when he relocated his company back from the United States, the first thing he did was acquire this establishment. Although the restaurant is profitable, that amount is merely a drop in the ocean, insignificant in their eyes. He Yuzhou glanced at his phone, speaking with an air of arrogance. "I have more money than I know what to do with." Chung Zian shamelessly replied, "Then you could share some with me." "Dream on, go home and sleep," He Yuzhou said calmly. He then summoned the manager, standing nearby, and whispered a few instructions. The manager nodded in agreement. "Yes, Mr. He. I will take care of it right away." In the adjacent booth, separated by only a wall, the servers began bringing in the dishes. Yin Enyu picked up her spoon and first tasted the matsutake soup before her. The broth was rich and carried a hint of natural sweetness. It was the flavor she was familiar with, prompting her to indulge in a few more sips. Observing this, Wan Tang concluded, "It seems they Haven Tea changed the chef." "Delicious," exclaimed the nearby fish enthusiast. "These dishes may appear bland, but their flavors are truly remarkable." Her tastes are vastly different from those of her boss. She is someone who relishes the spiciness in her meals. "Yin Enyu," she said, "I shall bring you here often in the future." Yu looked up and flashed a smile at her, expressing her gratitude. "Little Yu, why not take a break for a while? Let me take on this assistant role for a few days," Wan Tang jested. Yu quickly shook her head. "That simply won't do. I have sworn to follow my boss faithfully. If her boss were to dismiss her, where else could she find such a generous position?" It is indeed rare to encounter a superior with a stable temperament who does not berate subordinates. During their meal, a knock resounded at the door of the private room, and a middle-aged man in a fitted suit entered, carrying a tray. "I apologize for interrupting your dining experience," he said with a smile, slightly bowing. "I'm a manager of this restaurant, Lu." He approached Yin Enyu's left side, bending slightly to place a white porcelain bowl on the table. "Miss Yin, this is a gift for you." Yin Enyu was taken aback. "For me? Why?" "The directive comes from our owner." "Who is your owner?" Wan Tang inquired on her behalf. The manager recalled what had been said in the adjacent room a short while ago, and conveyed, "He is a devoted listener of Miss Yin. He wishes you a pleasant dinner." Yin Enyu responded with graceful courtesy, "Thank you." Yet, she remained perplexed, as she had never heard of their owner being one of her listeners during her previous visits. However, judging by the manager's response, it seemed that revealing the owner's name was not permissible. With his task accomplished, the manager excused himself, saying, "I shall take my leave now. Do not hesitate to call me if you need anything." "All right," Yin Enyu replied. Once the manager departed, Wan Tang leaned in curiously, quickly, "Open the lid and see what your boss has sent you." Yin Enyu appeared somewhat disinterested, her voice soft. "If you like it, you may take it for yourself." "That won't do. It is meant for you," Wan Tang insisted, though she offered to help open it. As the lid was lifted, Yin Enyu's pupils focused in astonishment. Inside was a bowl of enticing lemon ayu, the jelly cut into small cubes, glistening with a faint yellow hue, adorned with thin slices of lemon, exuding a delicate fruity aroma. Not only Yin Enyu, but Wan Tang beside her also gasped in admiration. "Lemon ayu, your favorite dessert. How did the owner of this restaurant know?" Dietary preferences are a private matter, known only to those who are intimately close to her. Yin Enyu shrugged in confusion. "I have no idea." Her queries were no fewer than those of her friend. Suddenly recalling something, Wan Tang's expression turned worried, and her tone became tense. "Could it be that the owner of this establishment is your secret admirer? I didn't see this dessert on the menu." Though her best friend may not be a star in the entertainment industry, she is undoubtedly a renowned pianist with a formidable reputation. "Surely not," she mused. However, her words stirred a wave of unease within Yin Enyu, rendering her hesitant to indulge in the dessert before her. The thought that a complete stranger, someone she had never encountered, could possess such an intimate understanding of her preferences was, upon reflection, rather chilling. Yin Enyu pushed the dessert aside and continued with her meal. Chapter 8. Good night. As He Yuzhou exited the private room, Yin Enyu and her companions had already departed. The door stood ajar, with a waiter preparing to clear the table. He Yuzhou stepped inside, pausing momentarily. The waiter, unfamiliar with He Yuzhou, immediately discerned from the manager following him that this individual was no ordinary patron. The manager approached respectfully, inquiring, "Mr. He, is there something you require?" He could perceive that Mr. He's connection with Miss Yin was undeniably extraordinary. Notably, the bowl of lemon jelly on the table was crafted by a pastry chef hired from Taiwan a year ago, specifically for dessert preparations, after Mr. He took over the restaurant. The lemon jelly was the chef's signature dish, yet it was prohibited from appearing on the menu, let alone being served to guests. This evening marked the chef's inaugural creation of this dessert. It was rumored that Mr. He had phoned the chef prior to his arrival, instructing him to prepare the ingredients. He Yuzhou approached the seat where Yin Enyu had dined, gazing at the untouched bowl of lemon jelly. This was her favorite dessert. Why had she not tasted it? Or had her preferences changed since their separation? It mattered not. He Yuzhou turned to leave, inquiring about the departure time of the guests in the private room. The manager glanced at the clock, replying, 10 minutes ago. He Yuzhou nodded. Should she return here for a meal, inform me immediately. Ensure she is brought to my private room. Understood, Mr. He, the manager replied. Outside, Cheng Zian and Lu Jun exchanged knowing glances. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Cheng Zian queried, who were the guests in that private room? Why the heightened concern? You even felt the need to check the remaining food and arrange for her to dine in your room. This kind of treatment is unheard of for us. Only when they accompanied him could they enjoy such privileges. He Yuzhou had no intention of responding to the barrage of questions. Lu Jun, with keen insight, remarked, is it not obvious? If someone warrants such special treatment, aside from Enyu, who else could it be? Upon hearing this, Cheng Zian suddenly grasped the situation. I see now. No wonder you chose this place for our meal. You knew Enyu would be here. Quite the strategist, aren't you? He Yuzhou remained non-committal and unexpectedly suggested, perhaps you two should prepare to invite her to dinner. Cheng Zian readily agreed. Absolutely, we must arrange this meal for tomorrow. Had it not been for the interruption in the corridor, they would have hosted her dinner tonight. Another time, He Yuzhou calmly instructed, I will notify you of the specifics. Cheng Zian and Lu Jun exchanged puzzled looks. What does this have to do with you? Cheng Zian retorted, not inclined to indulge in He Yuzhou's irritating habits. What are you meddling in? We are not inviting you. Furthermore, we shall invite Enyu to dinner, and it would be best if you do not attend, lest she feels uncomfortable upon seeing you. She has matters to attend to tomorrow. He Yuzhou did not engage in any disputes with them, instead fabricating an excuse to placate them before stepping into the vehicle. Cheng Zian remained rooted in place, pondering how he knew. Lu Jun shook his head, for no one was privy to his intentions. The rain had ceased, and the tranquil night was punctuated only by the faint sound of raindrops from the branches outside, while the sky above was clear and profound. Yin Enyu emerged from the bathroom, a few damp strands of hair clinging to her cheek, exuding a languid allure. The avocado-green silk slip dress hugged her graceful figure, revealing her fair and luminous skin. On the bedside table, an aromatic candle flickered gently, its cover slowly rotating, as the scent of berries wafted through the air, intertwining the sweetness of Bulgarian roses with the fruity essence of blackcurrant, delightful yet not cloying. Leaning against the headboard, Yin Enyu lifted the hem of her nightgown, exposing the smooth, elongated lines of her legs as she meticulously applied body lotion. Suddenly, a brief notification tone shattered the serenity of the moment. Yin Enyu glanced aside, and after finishing with the lotion, picked up her phone to check the message. The notification at the top of the screen read, When will you return my suit? Yin Enyu paused, her gaze lingering for a moment before lifting to the suit draped over the sofa. She had thought he would no longer desire that garment. He was not in need of such attire, nor was he the type to concern himself with trivialities. Yin Enyu replied, I will have the driver deliver it to you tomorrow. Yin Enyu, please send me your address. He had a girlfriend now, and given the nature of their relationship, it was inappropriate for them to meet again. Once she returned the clothing, she intended to erase his contact information as well. She did not wish to cause unnecessary discomfort for the other woman. On the other end, He Yuzhou stood on the balcony clad in a bathrobe, bracing himself against the railing, his figure enveloped by the dense night, appearing tall and poised. His dark eyes, upon reading the message, momentarily flickered with shadowy intrigue. Did he care for that suit? He directly conveyed to her, "You will deliver it personally." Yin Enyu's fingers lightly tapped the edge of her phone, and after a few seconds, she contrived an excuse to respond. "I have matters to attend to tomorrow. I am unavailable." He Yuzhou pressed on. "Then the day after tomorrow." "Yin Enyu, I am also occupied the day after tomorrow." At this point, He Yuzhou could no longer feign ignorance. She was deliberately avoiding him. It was not a matter of being busy, but rather, she had no time for him. A laugh escaped He Yuzhou, tinged with self-mockery. "Then let us wait until you find time to return it." Understanding his insistence, Yin Enyu realized that the suit must be returned in person. "Then it shall be tomorrow morning." She wished to resolve this matter swiftly. He Yuzhou agreed. Almost immediately, he sent over a location, which was the address of his company. Yin Enyu set her phone down, preparing to rise and take the suit from the sofa to have it cleaned and dried by the household staff. Opposite her, He Yuzhou seemed to fathom the thoughts swirling within her mind. Even before Yin Enyu had left the bed, her phone illuminated with a notification. He Yuzhou remarked, "No need to wash the clothes." Confused by his reasoning, yet choosing to honor his decision, she replied, "All right." It appeared that the conversation ought to conclude there. Yin Enyu switched off her phone, preparing to drift into slumber when, unexpectedly, another message materialized on the screen. "He Yuzhou, good night." He raised his phone to capture the night sky, sending it to her. The scattered stars twinkled like scattered gems. The sky, cleansed by the rain, appeared more luminous than ever. Gazing at the image, Yin Enyu momentarily lost her train of thought. They were not enrolled in the same university, and thus could not meet daily. On the days they were apart, she would receive shared photographs of the sky upon waking and before sleep. Initially, she was bewildered by their significance until she inquired further, learning that it conveyed his private romance. "By day, I admire the gentle clouds. By night, I behold the stars. Awake, I think of you. Asleep, I dream of you." Subsequently, each time she received a photo from him, she would respond, "I miss you too." Returning to the present, Yin Enyu exited the chat interface, refraining from replying. She turned to grasp the glass of melatonin resting on her bedside table and drank it down. It was unclear when she had developed a sleep disorder, reliant on melatonin to sustain her slumber. Chapter 9 Delivering clothes the following day, the sky cleared, dispelling the dampness of the previous night. When Yin Enyu awakened around 8 o'clock, she felt a slight soreness in her throat, likely a consequence of the rain and chill from the night before. The discomfort was not severe, so she paid it little mind. Cuddling the quilt, she shifted slightly on the soft bed before finally throwing off the covers and leisurely proceeding to freshen up. Descending the stairs, she found that the household staff had prepared a splendid breakfast for her. The presentation was exquisite, with a variety of dishes. Yin Enyu first lifted a bowl of golden bird's nest porridge to her lips, savoring a spoonful. "Aunt Yu, could you please iron the dress on the sofa in my room?" "Certainly, miss," Aunt Yu replied, slightly bowing her head in acknowledgement. Yin Enyu maintained a composed and elegant dining posture, sitting upright at the table, her movements deliberate and unhurried as she chewed thoughtfully. This grace was ingrained in her, a natural poise that radiated nobility and refinement. In the tranquil dining room, the sudden ring of her mobile phone disrupted the stillness. Yin Enyu glanced at the screen and gently set her utensils down. "He Yuzhou, when are you coming over?" Yin Enyu lowered her gaze to the message, puzzled. Was he in need of a coat for work today? Such impatience. She replied with an estimated time, around 10:30. His response was instantaneous. "All right." In the office on the 68th floor, He Yuzhou relaxed in his chair, the soft sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows casting a gentle glow upon him, outlining his casual demeanor. He pressed the intercom button on his desk, summoning his assistant. Moments later, a knock echoed at the office door, and Assistant Zhou Zhun entered. "Mr. He, you called for me?" He Yuzhou replied, "Please reschedule the 10:30 meeting for 15 minutes later." The assistant nodded, taking note. "Understood. I will inform everyone." Before leaving, he couldn't resist asking, "Mr. He, do you have other plans at 10:30? I'd like to prepare accordingly." He Yuzhou's tone was laden with implication. A significant person is coming. Without a second thought, Zhou Zhun pressed for details. "Who is it?" He Yuzhou lifted his eyelids, his elongated gaze narrowing playfully yet inscrutably upon him. Under that scrutiny, Zhou Zhan felt his heart leap into his throat and quickly retreated. "I 1T pry, Mr. He. You carry on. I'll take my leave." With that, he hurriedly exited, though curiosity lingered about the important guest who could disrupt Mr. He's schedule so significantly. This morning, he noted that Mr. He had arrived at the office even earlier than himself, and now it all made sense. What an influential figure this must be. Yin Enyu continued to relish her breakfast before taking her time to ascend the stairs, change clothes, and apply makeup. It was not merely for the sake of meeting He Yuzhou. She inherently valued her appearance, always ensuring she presented herself in a refined and tasteful manner. No matter the occasion, she relishes the daily ritual of adorning herself, finding joy and satisfaction in the process. She takes pleasure in her polished appearance. Upon reaching He Yuzhou's company, she arrives nearly at the time predicted by Yin Enyu. The chauffeur-driven vehicle halts before an imposing skyscraper situated in the bustling CBD commercial district. The office building stands majestically, shimmering under the sunlight, emanating an air of inviolable authority. Leaning against the plush leather seat in the back, Yin Enyu tilts her head to gaze out of the window. As she anticipated, his company is indeed grand and magnificent. He embodies a philosophy of excellence, striving to be the best, wielding absolute influence, and establishing himself at the pinnacle of the industry, free from all mundane constraints and shackles. It is only others who ponder his intentions. Yin Enyu lowers the window halfway, tilting her head slightly. Outside, on the towering glass facade, a few prominent white letters spell out Lumen. She is aware that he has founded his own company, but this marks the first occasion she learns its name. After their separation, she has consciously avoided news about him, as if only by refraining from prying into his life could she truly let go. Inside the office building, the exclusive elevator for the president arrives on the first floor. The lobby is spacious and bright, and He Yuzhou steps out, accompanied by his assistant. The reception staff, upon seeing He Yuzhou's arrival, quickly rises, hands clasped in front of them, addressing him respectfully as President He. Though their demeanor is courteous, curiosity stirs within them as they wonder why he has suddenly appeared here. Could there be an issue at work? Yet, they're merely a small front desk team, hardly significant enough to warrant the president's personal attention. The front desk staff maintains a calm facade, but internally they are anxious. It is only when Zhou Zhan speaks up that their uncertainties are alleviated. "Please continue your work. I am merely here with President He to greet someone." A collective sigh of relief washes over them, yet their curiosity is piqued regarding who this esteemed individual could be, deserving of such an honor. This unprecedented treatment stands in stark contrast to the usual protocol, where important visitors are met solely by Assistant Zhou. Even during the last visit from the esteemed chairman He, the president did not personally attend. The front desk exchanges inquisitive glances with Zhou Zhan, who, like them, is equally perplexed. Outside the vehicle, Yin Enyu picks up a neatly folded coat from the paper bag beside her. The car door glides open automatically, and she gracefully steps out. As she raises her gaze, she finds herself directly meeting He Yuzhou's eyes. Observing him approaching, Yin Enyu pauses momentarily. Could it be that he has come down to welcome her? Upon seeing her exit the car, He Yuzhou instinctively quickens his pace, his gaze lingering on her. She wears a lustrous apricot satin gown, complemented by a matching silk shawl, both ethereal and diaphanous, subtly revealing her graceful figure. In that moment, He Yuzhou is momentarily entranced. The ambience is distinct from the gentle lighting of the corridor the previous night, and unlike the blurred outline he had glimpsed from afar, the ample and radiant sunlight allowed him to observe her with a heightened clarity. It was akin to their initial encounter when he first beheld her performing upon the stage, one glance igniting a flutter of emotions, the fleeting beauty forever etched in his heart. No matter how much time had elapsed, every sighting of her rekindled that same fervor. He couldn't help but chastise himself for his lack of resolve. While others had moved on, he remained ensnared in memories of her. As both became lost in their contemplations, they unknowingly drew closer, maintaining an appropriate distance while simultaneously halting their steps. Chapter 10. Personally going down to meet her, He Yuzhou did not rush to speak this time. Instead, he gazed at her openly and intently. Yin Enyu, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his penetrating stare, averted her gaze, as if he could see straight into her soul. "Your clothes," she said, extending the bag in her hand towards him. Upon hearing her voice, He Yuzhou furrowed his brow. "Are you coming down with a cold?" Without a moment's hesitation, as he accepted the bag with his left hand, his right instinctively moved to her forehead, testing her temperature. Fortunately, there was no fever. The restrained emotions he had displayed before her now betrayed a subtle concern. The warmth of his palm against her forehead made Yin Enyu bite her lips slightly. Taking a small step back, "I'm not sick. Are you sure?" He Yuzhou, too preoccupied to notice her deliberate attempt to create distance, withdrew his hand. His tone uncharacteristically off. Her usually melodious voice now bore a hint of hoarseness. Yin Enyu lowered her lashes. He could still keenly perceive her changes at the first instance. In truth, her voice was not markedly different from usual, a fact even the housekeeper, Aunt Yu, had failed to notice. "I'm really fine," she insisted, preparing to leave. "I've delivered your clothes, so I'll take my leave and not disturb your work." He Yuzhou smiled silently. "Did I say you were disturbing my work?" Having her deliver the coat was not merely about the garment itself. "Now that you're at my office door, why not come in for a while?" Yin Enyu's lips moved as if to refuse, but the man before her spoke again. "Could you do me a favor?" His tone was softened, laced with an unconscious fondness. In her presence, the air of superiority that had once surrounded him dissipated completely. Yin Enyu's heart quivered slightly. He knew very well that this demeanor was what she found most difficult to resist. "What I even do inside? Is it appropriate?" He Yuzhou countered, puzzled. "Why wouldn't it be appropriate? Is there something unsightly in my office?" Yin Enyu lowered her gaze, resting on the ring adorning his left hand, her unvoiced concerns surfacing silently. He Yuzhou noticed her gaze and raised his left hand, his thumb brushing over the cold band encircling his middle finger. "Just because I wear a ring, does that imply I have a girlfriend?" Yin Enyu remained silent, which He Yuzhou interpreted as tacit agreement. He let out a derisive laugh. "Do you think I would entangle myself with other women while having a girlfriend?" In his view, such behavior lacked respect and boundaries, inciting his disdain. Loyalty and dedication were his fundamental principles and bottom line. The assumption that she believed him to have a girlfriend did not bring him joy. Instead, it stirred a sense of melancholy within him. Did she truly see him as someone devoid of restraint? Or did she think he could so easily relinquish the bond they once shared? Indeed, he had forgotten that Yin Enyu had long since moved on. Had he not made the effort to appear before her, she might have never crossed paths with him again. Sometimes, he felt she was rather heartless, having occupied his entire being only to suddenly withdraw. To claim that he harbored no anger would be disingenuous, for the emotions they once shared were undeniably real. Yet, when confronted with her presence, he found himself utterly unable to lose his temper. He was not typically a patient man. Rather, it was her that elicited such forbearance. Even after 2 years apart, this sentiment remained unchanged. "No," came the soft and gentle voice of Yin Enyu, devoid of even a hint of hesitation. She had considered the possibility of him having a girlfriend, yet she never doubted his clarity of mind. He was truly a remarkable individual. Otherwise, she would not have initially agreed to be with him. Even if time could be reversed, she would still choose him without a moment's hesitation. The mere utterance of those 2 light words dispelled the turmoil within He Yuzhou's heart. She possessed such enchanting power. "Go ahead," He Yuzhou instructed, turning to the driver behind her. "Please leave for now. I will take her home later." "No need." Yin Enyu attempted to decline, but He Yuzhou had effectively cut off her escape. "Chung Zian and Lu Jun would like to invite you to dinner." Upon hearing this, even if she wished to refuse, she found herself unable to do so. During their time together, Chung Zian and Lu Jun had also been quite considerate towards her, and they could be considered her friends. He Yuzhou successfully brought Yin Enyu into his company, leaving his assistant utterly astonished. The recent scene felt surreal. The esteemed He Yuzhou had personally come to greet none other than the renowned pianist, Yin Enyu. Moreover, since when had their formidable He Yuzhou become so gentle and patient, requiring the other party to give him face? The affection and indulgence that naturally emanated from him were impossible to conceal. He discerned the intricate dynamics of their relationship. Previously, he had heard from Cheng and Liu that He Yuzhou harbored an unshakable fondness for a first love who had ultimately rejected him. Initially, he struggled to understand what kind of woman could bear to forsake such a handsome and affluent figure. However, if the individual were indeed Yin Enyu, he could comprehend. Yin Enyu, a name that radiated a celestial aura. Her family background was comparable to He Yuzhou's, and she was regarded as a goddess of the piano by many. Her fame was so extensive that even someone like him, who knew little of the art of piano and never attended concerts, recognized her name and accomplishments. Zhou observed the pair walking side by side ahead, their strides in perfect harmony. There were no intimate gestures. They maintained a socially appropriate distance, yet the atmosphere between them was palpably thick. A strikingly handsome man and an exquisitely beautiful woman, one tall with long legs, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist, exuding raw magnetism. The other, soft and delicate, with fair skin and a slender waist, embodying effortless beauty. Their contrasting energies, one robust, the other gentle, blended harmoniously, creating a captivating visual. The archetype of a golden boy and a jade girl materialized in their presence. As they passed through the lobby on the first floor, they naturally drew the attention of the receptionists. They wished to gaze upon them, but dared not stare too directly, resorting instead to stealing furtive glances. Only when He Yuzhou escorted Yin Enyu into the elevator did they dare to unleash their curiosity. Gossiping fervently, was that stunning girl, just now, the one whom President He personally came to fetch? She is simply exquisite. Isn't that an obvious statement? Have you seen anyone else by President He's side? Nevertheless, she is truly breathtaking, with a physique and beauty that are simply unparalleled. Her elegant demeanor unmistakably speaks of a refined socialite. The air of affluence surrounding her emanates from within, something that cannot be concealed or feigned. Indeed, her attire evidently suggests it is of high quality. But why does she seem so familiar? It feels as though I've encountered her somewhere before. If she were a celebrity from the entertainment industry, with such looks, her name would be unforgettable. So think quickly, who is she? I am eager to unravel her connection to President He. As for the nature of their relationship, it remains enigmatic, yet it is undoubtedly extraordinary. Since I began working here, I have never witnessed President He being this intimate with any other female. Even when clients approach him for work matters, prior appointments are mandatory. Unbeknownst to He Yuzhou, his gesture of descending to greet Yin Enyu stirred quite a commotion among the company staff. However, even if he were aware, he would not temper his actions and would still descend to meet Yin Enyu. Chapter 11. A long-awaited intimacy in the penthouse, within the confines of the president's office. Yin Enyu sat upright on the sofa, surveying her surroundings. The all-glass design rendered the spacious office exceptionally bright and airy, allowing for an unobstructed view of the landscape outside. Aside from essential items, there were no superfluous decorations, enhancing the visual sense of openness. Although it appeared rather minimalist, each object within was undoubtedly of considerable value. He Yuzhou casually placed the bag in his hand on the table, circumventing the single sofa closest to him, and settled beside Yin Enyu, his shoulder inadvertently brushing against her garment. The warmth radiating from him silently invaded the surrounding air. Yin Enyu instantly sensed the atmosphere growing thin, her breathing becoming somewhat constricted. She subtly shifted to the left, aware that there was another seat nearby. He Yuzhou, astute to her implied desire for distance, reclined comfortably on the sofa and languidly remarked, "It's my office. Surely I can sit wherever I please." "Then I shall move aside," she retorted. At that moment, as Yin Enyu rose, a hand grasped her right arm with sudden force, pulling her into a warm and familiar embrace, his presence enveloping her. Her cheek pressed against his heated chest, and her nostrils filled with his unique scent, mingled with the fragrance of bergamot. The aroma was distinct from what she had inhaled the previous day, yet it remained one she cherished. He Yuzhou's other hand instinctively encircled her waist, the delicate and elegant scent of white floral musk igniting a desire within him to lean closer and inhale the scent from her neck. The intimacy of this contact was a long-lost sensation. Through the thin fabric, his palms spread out, measuring her waist. He knew she was deceiving him. She had not been eating well, appearing slimmer than before. Yin Enyu twisted her body, attempting to distance herself from him. But the man's grip on her waist tightened. "Release me," she demanded. Upon hearing her words, He Yuzhou slowly loosened his hold, though with a lingering reluctance. "Isn't it amusing that someone used to enjoy resting upon me, needing my embrace even in sleep?" "He Yuzhou," Yin Enyu exclaimed, sitting upright and casting a reproachful glance his way. He Yuzhou relished this lively version of her, playful and tempestuous, rather than the distant and formal demeanor she had previously adopted, which felt like an insurmountable gulf between them. His brow arched slightly. "So, you still remember the name of your former boyfriend?" It had been far too long since he had heard his name on her lips. Yin Enyu raised a hand to tidy her hair. "I have not lost my memory." Unbeknownst to her, under He Yuzhou's deliberate teasing, the defenses she had constructed before him began to waver. "I almost wish you had," he mused. That way, he could convince himself that her decision to end their relationship stemmed from forgetfulness. Yin Enyu gazed at him in confusion. Why? Surely it could not be that he wished her ill simply because they had parted ways. There is no reason. He Yuzhou shifted the topic. "Would you like something to drink?" Yin Enyu's gaze fell upon the bottle of mineral water on the coffee table. Mineral water would suffice. He Yuzhou did not fetch it for her, stating that since his throat was uncomfortable, she should refrain from drinking something cold. With that, he rose from his sofa and strode towards the door. Observing this, Yin Enyu blurted out, "Where are you going?" Only after speaking did she realize her tone conveyed an attachment, as though she were reluctant to see him depart. He Yuzhou halted, turned, and with a teasing smile asked, "Don't you want me to leave?" "No," Yin Enyu clarified. "If you have work, I shall take my leave." She wished not to impede his work, nor sit idly by herself. The smile on He Yuzhou's lips faded. He regretted asking such a frivolous question. "I'll go out and bring you a cup of water, and I shall return shortly." This task could easily have been delegated to an assistant outside, yet he had grown accustomed to personally attending to any matter concerning her, no matter how trivial. And Enyu pressed her lips together. Oh. He Yuzhou did not keep her waiting long, and soon returned with a cup in hand. "Drink." He offered the cup to her. The water within shimmered a clear amber hue, prompting Yin Enyu to inquire, "What kind of water is this?" "Pear syrup," He Yuzhou replied, as she reached out to take it, saying, "Thank you." At the moment her fingertips were about to graze the cup, He Yuzhou suddenly shifted his hand away. "Perhaps it's best if you don't drink." Just when she thought their relationship had become less formal, she found herself reverting to politeness once more. He did not require her gratitude, nor did he wish for her to treat him with the same courtesy reserved for strangers. Yin Enyu was taken aback. What is he playing at? He Yuzhou, while insisting she should not drink, nevertheless held the cup before her again. However, this time Yin Enyu withdrew her hands, refusing to accept it. Seeing her proud demeanor, a smile of indulgence flickered in his eyes. "Are you truly not going to drink?" His voice was low and enticing. Yin Enyu countered, "Did you not just tell me not to drink?" He was the master of this space. His word was law. He Yuzhou chuckled in exasperation. Poking her forehead lightly, "You are intentionally trying to vex me." She knew precisely how to manage him. When he asked her to stay, she never heeded his words. Yin Enyu denied it. "I am not." He Yuzhou, disinterested in further argument, leaned down, took her hand, and placed the cup into her palm. It was warm, ready for her to drink. "I was merely teasing you." With his assurance, Yin Enyu decided to acquiesce, lifting the cup to her lips and taking a sip. To her surprise, it lacked the cloying sweetness she had anticipated. Instead, it possessed a subtle sweetness tinged with a hint of tartness. The warm, smooth liquid seemed to alleviate the dryness and discomfort in her throat. As she prepared to lean forward to set the cup down, He Yuzhou was quicker than she, taking the cup from her hands and placing it on the table with fluidity, as if he had performed this action countless times before. A flicker of emotion stirred within Yin Enyu. Whenever he was by her side, anything she held in her hands inevitably found its way to him. She need not utter a word. He had already formed a habit. This scene made her feel as though they had never parted. He remembered all her little habits. "Would you like to eat something else?" he asked her. Yin Enyu shook her head, declining. She picked up her phone beside her to check the time. It was nearing 11. Had Lu Ju mentioned what time they would arrive? He opened his mouth. They suddenly have work and 1 tea have time for lunch today. Yin Enyu was momentarily taken aback. So sudden? Moreover, since he had picked her up downstairs, she had not seen him reach for his phone. When did they discuss this? The question left He Yuzhou momentarily speechless. His mind raced to concoct an excuse. I heard them talking when I went out to fetch you some water. Yin Enyu was skeptical. Did they not say they were inviting me to lunch? She suspected he had intentionally deceived her into coming. He Yuzhou maintained a calm demeanor, asserting, they did mention it. If you don't believe me, you may call them. They did extend an invitation, but the timing wasn't confirmed. Of course, Yin Enyu would not call to verify. If I don't have time, I shall return home then. Within a few minutes, she had mentioned leaving twice. He Yuzhou's expression softened slightly. Am I not allowed to have a meal? They may not have time, but can't you dine with me? It was indeed laughable. Now he sought to meet her and share a meal while concocting various reasons. She was all too familiar with this demeanor of his. He was prone to becoming irritable, yet was also easily appeased. Tilting her head, her voice gentle, she remarked, but you never mentioned wanting to eat with me. He had no girlfriend, and she had no intention of deliberately avoiding him. Although they had a history as former lovers, she felt they had not yet reached a point of irreconcilable differences. Everything would unfold naturally. Upon returning to the country, she anticipated their encounters. As expected, He Yuzhou's displeasure was instantly soothed by her words. My apologies, he said, extending his right hand towards her, palm up, in a gesture of invitation. Might I invite the grand pianist to lunch? Yin Enyu replied, am I allowed to refuse? Not all, He Yuzhou stated with an authoritative tone. Chapter 12. Wishing to hold her close, departing from the office, the two made their way to the elevator and descended to the garage. Upon reaching the rare Pagani, He Yuzhou paused before the passenger door, opening it for her while resting a hand on the upper frame. This gesture did not strike Yin Enyu as unusual. It had become customary for him to assist her in entering his vehicle. She leaned in gracefully, preparing to express her gratitude. But He Yuzhou anticipated her words and forestalled her with a firm, do not speak. Yin Enyu blinked, puzzled by what had provoked him this time. He closed the door and circled around to the driver's seat. Yin Enyu had already fastened her seatbelt and was observing the interior, which appeared unchanged. Even the seat's position remained exactly as she found most comfortable and familiar. Had he never adjusted it? Or had he foreseen her presence in his car today and made the necessary arrangements in advance? The car's central console housed the same fragrance diffuser from her memories, its matte black metallic casing emanating a crisp sea salt aroma intermingled with the woodiness of sage. She parted her lips, wishing to inquire, but the words remained unspoken. As He Yuzhou drove, he would occasionally steal glances at her, a detail she could not conceal from his perceptive gaze. What was she contemplating? Yin Enyu turned to regard him, his profile sharp and striking, particularly the strong bridge of his nose, exuding the allure of a mature man. She softly asked, am I permitted to speak now? A smile danced at the corners of He Yuzhou's mouth, a light laughter escaping him. Yin Enyu, what is this? Am I truly the one dictating your words? How obedient of you, making me wish to draw you into my embrace. Yin Enyu replied, I merely wish to ask why your mood is so capricious. He Yuzhou shot her a sidelong glance. Because you have wounded me. Yin Enyu found herself momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. He Yuzhou, unwilling to let the conversation lapse into silence, returned to the initial inquiry. What was it you wished to ask me earlier? Yin Enyu, no longer hesitating, stated directly, on the day I returned to the country. Were you at the airport? Her instincts were likely correct. The gaze she had felt outside the airport could very well have belonged to him. Furthermore, she had fortuitously encountered his vehicle on the road, leading away from the airport. He Yuzhou raised an eyebrow slightly, acknowledging that she had indeed spotted him. Knowing her question was this, he refrained from further probing. Yet he did not confess, asserting with conviction, how could I know what day you returned? I have no inclination to pry into others' private matters. Yin Enyu regarded him with skepticism. He Yuzhou sensed her doubt, but opted not to elaborate, shifting the topic instead. What would you like to eat? Leaning back in her seat, Yin Enyu focused ahead. Anything will do. He Yuzhou, one hand resting on the steering wheel, retorted, you are the most particular of them all. Anything 1 tea suffice. Yin Enyu pouted. Then I shall forego eating. After all, she wasn't particularly hungry. Once she stepped into his car, she felt compelled to eat regardless of her appetite. He Yuzhou slightly accelerated, allowing her to choose the destination. After a quarter of an hour's drive, the vehicle came to a halt. Yin Enyu turned her gaze towards the window, recognizing the restaurant where she had dined the previous evening, Tanshiju. However, she did not dwell on it. It was hardly surprising that he had brought her here. They had returned to the country during their holiday, and it was only natural they would visit this place. While she was lost in thought, He Yuzhou had already exited the car and opened the door for her, before they could even step inside the restaurant. The manager had already approached them, respectfully greeting Mr. He. He then turned to Yin Enyu, saying, "Miss Yin." He Yuzhou handed over the car keys with a meaningful glance. The manager promptly understood and ceased further conversation, heading off to park the vehicle. As they ascended the stairs, Yin Enyu casually inquired, "Do you know the manager?" Given the manager's previous flattery, one might mistakenly believe he was the owner of the establishment. However, considering He Yuzhou's stature, it was entirely reasonable for the manager to greet him personally. He Yuzhou responded vaguely, indicating a casual acquaintance. He led Yin Enyu to their private room, which bore no significant difference to the others, save for its spaciousness and superior view. He Yuzhou pulled out her chair and took the menu from a nearby server, asking her what she would like to eat. Yin Enyu naturally relinquished the choice to him, saying, "You decide." Dining with him, she never felt the need to consult the menu, for he knew her preferences better than she did. This instinctual reliance brought him a sense of joy, and he swiftly and expertly selected the dishes. The menu was so familiar to him that he didn't need to scrutinize it. He then retrieved his phone from his pocket and typed a few words on the screen before sending them. Just as he instinctively prepared to flip the phone face down on the table, he recalled the presence of the person beside him and returned it to his pocket. A fleeting glance revealed that she, too, was looking at her phone, her screen displaying a chat conversation. "Is something the matter?" he asked. "Nothing," Yin Enyu replied, casually placing her phone on the table. "Lu Jing wants to invite me to dinner." Upon hearing this, He Yuzhou scoffed. Recalling how Lu Jing had harbored intentions during their university days and hadn't yet given up. "How did you respond?" "I haven't replied yet," Yin Enyu said, preparing to type a rejection when he interjected. He Yuzhou made the decision for her, suggesting she accept the invitation and have him join them there. "I'll pay. Let us not appear stingy." Yin Enyu was momentarily taken aback. "Are you serious?" She wondered what he was scheming. "Absolutely," He Yuzhou affirmed, crossing his legs. "After this meal, I assure you he won't trouble you again." Yin Enyu found herself persuaded by his final statement. During their relationship, Lu Jing would not be as incessant in seeking her out as he was now. Moreover, she understood his intentions clearly. When she had just announced her return to the country, he had messaged her, expressing a desire to meet, a request she had already declined once. "All right," Yin Enyu said, picking up her phone to send a message to Lu Jing. The other party replied instantly. Yin Enyu cast a glance and conveyed the message to the person beside her, stating that he was nearby and would arrive in approximately 10 minutes. He Yuzhou lounged against the back of his chair, responding affirmatively. Yin Enyu suggested that they ask the waiter to delay the serving of the dishes for a few minutes. He Yuzhou countered, insisting that it was unnecessary. Once the food was served, she should begin her meal without waiting, as there was no reason for her to endure hunger on his account. He would never keep her waiting, and it was even less likely that Lu Jing would do so. He Yuzhou was aware of her thoughts. She placed great importance on etiquette, her upbringing forbidding any act of discourtesy. "It wouldn't be impolite. I can wait," she replied, acknowledging his intentions and understanding that he was considering her feelings. Given his somewhat angular personality, he had never been one to wait for others. Chapter 13. Previously unrestrained affection in a fleeting moment, the dishes were served, including a dessert that was familiar to Yin Enyu, lemon jelly. "Did you order this as well?" She glanced at him sideways. He nodded. "Yes, is there a problem? Don't you like it?" He recalled the untouched dessert from the previous night. "Not at all," Yin Enyu replied. "I dined here last night and didn't see this dessert on the menu." Without changing his expression, He Yuzhou casually replied, "It might have been added today." Yin Enyu nodded. "That is possible." Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she asked, "Do you know the owner of this restaurant?" He Yuzhou responded, "I do. Is there something you need?" Yin Enyu detailed the events from the previous night, including Wan Tang's speculation that the owner could be her secret admirer. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhou felt a mix of anger and amusement. So, the lemon jelly he had sent her last night went untouched because she mistook him for a mere admirer? Perhaps he should commend her on her vigilance. In the future, when you come here to dine, if the owner offers you something, you can rest easy and enjoy it. He Yuzhou remarked with a hint of gravity. The owner is a good person and wouldn't he harm you. A flicker of surprise crossed Yin Enyu's eyes. He held the owner in high regard. It seemed she had never heard him praise anyone before. Try a bite, He Yuzhou said, his long fingers tapping lightly on the table. See if it suits your palate. Yin Enyu grasped the porcelain spoon, scooping a small, translucent piece of jelly and slowly bringing it to her lips. Her eyes widened in astonishment. The flavor was identical to what she had savored in Taiwan. Observing her expression, He Yuzhou could easily discern her enjoyment. It tastes just like the one from that shop in Taiwan. You should try it. Yin Enyu instinctively extended the spoon towards him. However, her right hand hovered in midair as she abruptly realized the impropriety of her action. They were no longer in a romantic relationship. He Yuzhou, captivated by the sight of her fair hand, smiled as he watched her. It seemed she hadn't changed. She still shared delicious food with him. Just as Yin Enyu was about to retract her hand, he swiftly seized her delicate wrist, a playful glint in his eyes as he teased. Didn't you say you would share a bite with me? With her right hand firmly restrained, Yin Enyu struggled to free herself, saying, Then you should get another spoon. I've already used this one. He Yuzhou raised an eyebrow, his demeanor mischievous. I sent it clear that I often use things you've used before. Don't say such things. Yin Enyu twisted her wrist in a strong grip, but to no avail. He Yuzhou smirked, unabashedly stating, Am I not speaking the truth? We've shared quite a bit in the past. He Yuzhou. Yin Enyu glared at him, irked by his flippant attitude. Beneath the table, her foot lifted, and the sharp heel of her stiletto sharply pressed into his polished shoe, leaving an indented mark. I'm leaving, you'll have to eat alone. He Yuzhou squinted slightly, a hint of amusement in his demeanor as he threatened me. He lifted his toes, the edge of his expensive leather shoes brushing against her ankle, evoking a subtle, tingling sensation. When he stepped on me, he showed no mercy. Only she dared to treat him so recklessly. Yin Enyu quickly withdrew her feet, challenging. Then step back. Am I bold enough? He Yuzhou's fingertip grazed her wrist. Yin Enyu let out a soft hum. What are you afraid of? You've already pulled my wrist painfully. It seemed his strength had increased. Let go immediately. He Yuzhou was well aware of the force he exerted. He grasped her hand, guiding her forward, his palm enveloping her delicate hand, fingers converging as they jointly held the spoon, slowly scooping up a spoonful of the jelly from a bowl, and lowering his head to savor it. The flavor was indeed the same, he remarked seriously, before leisurely releasing her hand. The warmth of his touch lingered on her skin, her fingertips curling slightly. You can eat it yourself. I no longer want it. He Yuzhou chuckled softly, picking up the chopsticks before him and placing vegetables into her bowl. Your throat isn't well. You really should eat less. Have more vegetables. Yin Enyu hesitated to move her chopsticks, countering. Then why are you still serving me? He Yuzhou replied. Just to satisfy your cravings. It's not a problem. Yin Enyu retorted. That's even more cruel. You awaken my appetite, but deny me the chance to indulge. Nevertheless, though it was a flavor she was familiar with, perhaps due to being accustomed to his cooking abroad, she felt his preparation was indeed superior. It's not like you won't have the chance to eat in the future. He Yuzhou's mind was shrewd. Once your throat is better, I will bring you back to enjoy it. Yin Enyu declined. I can manage on my own. Very well. He Yuzhou cast a sidelong glance at her, pausing his actions of serving her. I am rather busy as well. I may not have the time. Such a heartless person, intentionally distancing himself from him. A few minutes later, a knock echoed at the door, and a waiter entered, followed by a sharply dressed man. Enyu. The moment Lu Jing spotted He Yuzhou in the private room, his voice faltered and the smile faded from his face. He Yuzhou lazily lifted his eyelids, reclining casually in his chair, showing no intention of standing. What a coincidence we meet again. Despite being seated, he exuded an air of superiority, in stark contrast to his earlier teasing and indulgent demeanor before Yin Enyu. Lu Jing stepped inside, his tone unfriendly. What are you doing here? Why shouldn't I be here? He Yuzhou remained nonchalant, his gaze imbued with arrogance. Is this restaurant yours? Lu Jing replied, I invited Enyu for a meal. It seems I didn't call for you. He was unwelcome. You invited her to dine? He Yuzhou did not spare him any dignity, bluntly stating, Is this the sincerity with which Mr. Lu invites someone to a meal? An impromptu invitation during meal hours? My apologies, but I arrived before you. He raised his hand to signal the waiter beside him to present the menu to Lu Jing, his tone unremarkable. I am quite generous. I shall cover your meal as well. Lu Jing found himself at a loss for words in response to his assertion. After a brief pause, he managed to utter, No need, I can afford a meal. He then pulled out a chair beside Yin Enyu and took a seat. He Yuzhou remained silent, extending a hand to grasp the edge of Yin Enyu's chair, pulling it slightly, thereby diminishing the distance between them, causing their chairs to draw closer together. This action rendered Lu Jing, seated beside them, an incongruous presence. Startled by this sudden maneuver, Yin Enyu cast a reproachful glance at him. What are you doing? Nothing. Continue your meal, He Yuzhou replied, his hand casually caressing the back of her head, exhibiting no intention of restraint or concealment. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Jing clenched his fingers tightly. They had parted ways. Why then could they still engage in such intimate gestures? Moreover, Yin Enyu displayed no signs of resistance or disdain. This left him feeling as though, despite their separation, he remained an awkward observer, unable to intrude upon their dynamic. Suddenly, He Yuzhou broke the silence, stating, Enyu is hungry, so I'll let her eat first. Without affording Lu Jing the chance to respond, he added, I can wait for you alone, Mr. Lu. You won't be unreasonable, will you? Lu Jing felt a knot tighten in his chest. He had preempted any retort he might have offered. If he were to press the matter, it would only portray him as unsympathetic and narrow-minded. Through gritted teeth, he replied, Of course not. Chapter 14. Unwarranted Pain. Protecting the week before long, the dishes ordered by Lu Jing were served by the waiter. He picked up a cheese-baked shrimp and offered it to Yin Enyu. Enyu, do give us a try. I had it the last time I came, and it was quite delightful. He Yuzhou silently scoffed, clearly unyielding. What audacity to serve her food. She was allergic to seafood. Swiftly, He Yuzhou seized the bowl in front of Yin Enyu and exchanged it with his own. Lu Jing's expression abruptly stiffened. I apologize. I wasn't aware. Then you may have this, he replied, reserving Yin Enyu a piece of braised pork. However, before he could place it in her bowl, He Yuzhou's hand already obstructed the bowl's path. She does not consume fatty meat. Not even a hint of fat will suffice. He Yuzhou's voice dripped with quiet mockery. Mr. Lu, you truly have a knack for ordering, ensuring every dish is something Enyu despises. Lu Jing tightened his grip on the chopsticks, his voice laced with evident anger. Mr. He, are you doing this on purpose? It was hard not to suspect that he was deliberately opposing him. What a coincidence it all seemed. His sharp tone caused Yin Enyu to furrow her brow. She could not bear to hear him question He Yuzhou in such a manner. His act of serving her food was already quite presumptuous, given their limited acquaintance. She spoke up in defense of He Yuzhou. What he says is true. I am indeed allergic to seafood and do not eat fatty meat. You needn't serve me. I can manage on my own. With that, she nudged her bowl closer to He Yuzhou. He nodded in agreement, stating, Yes, she also has a cleanliness obsession. He set aside Yin Enyu's bowl and took a new one for himself. It was not disdain for her, but rather aversion to the food others had touched. Lu Jing felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, instantly losing his appetite. Fine, then you may serve yourself. Throughout the lunch, Lu Jing remained silent. In contrast, the two nearby engaged in soft-spoken exchanges, predominantly initiated by He Yuzhou. Try this, he suggested, selecting a piece of ginger-oiled duck for her. Yin Enyu was already prepared to set down her chopsticks. I can't eat anymore. He continued to serve her soup and rice, as though she had been ravenously hungry for ages. Once you finish this piece, I won't let you eat anymore. He Yuzhou's tone carried a coaxing quality. At that moment, Lu Jing interjected, Enyu, aren't you averse to germs? Though directed at Yin Enyu, it was evident that the remark was intended for He Yuzhou. He Yuzhou smirked, proudly declaring, Not with me. Mr. He, you truly are. Lu Jing's sarcastic comment was abruptly halted as he observed Yin Enyu pick up a piece of duck from her bowl and take a bite. Her actions validated He Yuzhou's words. Seeing this, He Yuzhou smiled slightly, appreciating that her loyalty was unwavering when it mattered most. Ignoring Lu Jing's expression, Yin Enyu finished the piece of duck, set down her chopsticks, and retrieved a napkin from the table, delicately wiping the corners of her mouth. I shall visit the restroom. She left space for the two men. He Yuzhou assured her that he would not allow Lu Jing to seek her out again. Once the private room door closed, Lu Jing ceased to feign his previously genteel demeanor. He pushed his chair back slightly, his tone darkening. Mr. He, if my memory serves me correctly, you and Enyu have already parted ways. You seem rather concerned about the affairs of others, he retorted, his usual indifference evident. Whether we are together or not is of no consequence to you. I am pursuing Enyu. I have feelings for her, Lu Jing stated candidly. He Yuzhou raised an eyebrow in mockery. And does she reciprocate your affections? She will come to like me. It is merely a matter of time, Lu Jing declared, exuding an inexplicable confidence. With a cold scoff, He Yuzhou replied, you truly overestimate yourself. In his own pursuit of Yin Enyu, he had never dared to make such a boast. On what grounds do you believe she would be interested in you? He asked, his tone dismissive. Lu Jing fell silent, shifting the focus of the conversation. This is a matter between us. You two have broken up, and I trust that, mister. He would not stoop to obstructing his ex-girlfriend from exploring new romantic endeavors, as that would be quite ungentlemanly. Who she chooses to date is entirely her prerogative. He Yuzhou leaned back languidly in his chair, arms crossed. But the prerequisite is that her new partner must surpass me in every regard. And you, he continued, with disdain in his gaze, what do you possess to be compared to me? Power? Status? Looks? I firmly believe that Enyu is not swayed by such superficial matters. What matters most is treating her well, Lu Jing asserted, convinced of his understanding of Yin Enyu. He Yuzhou rested his elbow on the armrest, rubbing his brow with one hand. It was evident that Lu Jing was both ignorant and self-absorbed. Why could she not have both? In his eyes, she deserved the finest things this world had to offer. Moreover, being good to a girlfriend is a fundamental expectation, not something to boast about. Without allowing Lu Jing a moment to respond, He Yuzhou continued, what you refer to as affection is merely a lack of understanding of her preferences and whims, an impulsive invitation. With that, do you believe you can even utter the word like in my presence? To ask someone out, one must provide prior notice. Is that not common knowledge? Or do you think she is someone you can casually summon at will, without the basic respect she deserves? If you lack sincerity, do not pursue her. She is not someone of your caliber. She does not accept mediocrity. With a defiant expression, He Yuzhou uttered these most audacious words. After finishing, he picked up the phone left behind by Yin Enyu, rose, and departed. As he reached the door, he paused briefly to add, if you wish to invite her again, feel free to contact me directly. She will ultimately inform me, just as she did this afternoon. He did not mind adding to Lu Jing's frustration. The wooden door of the private room closed once more, leaving Lu Jing alone within, his countenance stormy. Frustration etched across his features. He ground his teeth in anger, realizing that her acceptance of his invitation was merely a pretense. Waiter, bring the bill, he shouted toward the outside. As the manager walked in, he greeted, good day, sir. Mr. He has already settled the bill. Lu Jing inquired, Mr. He? The manager nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Mr. He is the proprietor here. He asked me to convey his gratitude for your compliments regarding our cuisine. Lu Jing clenched his fists, his expression darkening considerably. I shall not return here again, he declared, flinging the chair aside as he exited. In the restroom, Yin Enyu dried her hands and stood before the mirror, adjusting the strands of hair cascading down her back. Upon her exit, she unexpectedly encountered He Yuzhou, who had been waiting outside. What brings you here? She asked. I came to wait for you, He Yuzhou replied, handing her phone back. I've resolved the issue for you. If the other party has any sense of dignity, they should no longer pursue you, considering he is merely an ex-boyfriend. Why are you still intervening with troublesome admirers? How do you plan to thank me? He Yuzhou inquired, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, his tone teasing. Yin Enyu retorted, didn't you say you dislike it when I express gratitude? He Yuzhou's eyes sparkled with amusement. Ah, so you're aware of that. Yet, when it comes to matters like this, you seem eager to express your thanks. He asserted, you must understand, not everyone can persuade me to intervene. Yin Enyu acknowledged this, yet countered, but you were the one who brought it up. She blinked, deliberately challenging him. How heartless of you, He Yuzhou remarked, his gaze revealing a hint of exasperation. However, it seemed that the meal they shared had not been in vain, as their interactions gradually returned to their previous dynamic. What manner of thanks do you desire from me? Yin Enyu inquired. He Yuzhou had yet to formulate a response. His earlier statement, merely a casual remark that could be addressed later. Fine, Yin Enyu conceded, but I shall not acquiesce to any unreasonable demands. She was well aware of his tendencies, suspecting he might harbor some ulterior motives. Such as? He Yuzhou leaned closer, his breath warm against her skin. What excessive request do you believe I might make? Yin Enyu felt a jolt of tension, instinctively stepping aside. Please, do not encroach upon my space. And yet, who was it that leaned closer to me during dinner? He Yuzhou teased. Such instinctive actions were not easily concealed. Yin Enyu froze momentarily, surprised that he had noticed her subtle movements. I merely wished to avoid being too close to Lu Jing, she clarified. He Yuzhou regarded her knowingly. Thus, my conclusion stands correct. You desire to be nearer to me. Yin Enyu was left speechless, recognizing his keen comprehension. Chapter 15. Returning her home, upon arriving at the entrance of the restaurant, the manager had already brought the car, handing the keys to He Yuzhou. Mr. He, please take care. After watching the vehicle depart, he finally turned and entered the restaurant. Inside the car, Yin Enyu toyed with the seatbelt before casually remarking, the manager seems quite enthusiastic and respectful towards you. He Yuzhou dismissed it lightly. Who isn't respectful towards me? Yin Enyu found herself unable to refute him. He was indeed correct, as others sought to curry favor with him. Suddenly, He Yuzhou added, except for you. Yin Enyu was momentarily speechless. That last remark was entirely unnecessary. I could be respectful towards you as well. She straightened her posture. Mr. He, please take me home now. I can transfer the fare to you. He Yuzhou was amused by her sudden display of theatrics. Are you sure you're not treating me like a chauffeur? Yin Enyu remained non-committal. Then how would you like me to regard you? As silence enveloped them for a few moments, He Yuzhou's deep gaze reflected a hint of self-mockery. What good does it do for me to say anything? You wouldn't heed my words anyway. He realized he held little significance in her heart. Yin Enyu could distinctly perceive the shift in his emotions, the atmosphere growing palpably tense. Her lips moved, ready to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. She was uncertain how to respond, fearing that any glimmer of hope she might provide could abruptly vanish. He Yuzhou drove with unwavering focus, noticing her prolonged silence, and let out a sardonic chuckle. She truly was unwilling to utter even a perfunctory word. The journey continued in a heavy silence, with neither party willing to break the stillness. This oppressive ambience made Yin Enyu feel somewhat uneasy. She gently spoke up, her voice soft. May I play a song? He Yuzhou, now terse with his words, replied casually, go ahead. Yin Enyu reached out to touch the console, and soon the car was filled with the melody of music, momentarily dispelling the earlier tension. However, as the lyrics began to flow, Yin Enyu immediately regretted her decision to play music. How many times have I gazed into your eyes? How many times have I longed for your response? Lacking the courage, yet still wishing to inquire, how could you bear to give up? The melancholic tune resonated deeply within the vehicle, striking a poignant chord. Yin Enyu's heart skipped a beat, her delicate fingers instinctively curling. A fleeting glance at the man behind the wheel revealed his expression remained unchanged. Observing this, she hastily switched to another song. My dear, do you still remember the moment when I first kissed you? We disregarded the sweltering holiday, seeking only our carefree joy. Yin Enyu gradually lost her composure, her mind swirling. This time, she decisively turned off the music without hesitation, unwilling to endure another song. 2 consecutive tracks laden with sorrow. Was it merely coincidence? Each lyric seemed to pierce through her. Yin Enyu bit her lip and slowly remarked, your taste in music has shifted quite significantly. In the past, his playlist would never have included such songs. He Yuzhou shot her a sideways glance. Having been rejected, am I not entitled to enjoy a few sad songs? Yin Enyu lowered her gaze. Of course you are. She paused for a moment, her clear eyes gazing at him. He Yuzhou, you should try to be happier. He expressed his desire for her joy, urging her not to overexert herself and to eat regularly. Yet her hopes mirrored his. He needed to be even better than when he was with her. Nonetheless, the reality was that he was indeed improving. He Yuzhou's fingers lightly danced on the steering wheel. "Are you trying to comfort me?" "I suppose so," she replied, "but it is more of a heartfelt wish." He Yuzhou responded with an enigmatic chuckle. Without inquiring for her address, He Yuzhou drove Yin Enyu to Ishan Mansion. The vehicle glided seamlessly into the villa area, coming to a gentle stop at her doorstep. This was not the first time his car had graced this place. During previous holidays home, he would always drive her back after their outings. Yin Enyu unfastened her seatbelt and pressed the enter button, causing the gull-wing doors to slowly open. "I'll be getting out now. Drive safely," she said. He had a penchant for speeding, relishing the thrill of pushing his vehicle to the limit. Yet, it was only when she was beside him that he would temper his enthusiasm, maintaining a speed that was both steady and compliant with regulations. He had once taken her for a joyride in Los Angeles, but the sheer velocity had overwhelmed her senses, leaving her feeling nauseous and on the verge of vomiting. "Understood," He Yuzhou replied, his tone flat as he prepared to depart. With that, he pressed the accelerator, made a swift turn, and sped away. Yin Enyu stood rooted to the spot, unable to move before his car vanished from her sight, leaving only the resonant roar of the engine behind. A shadow crossed her gaze. He would no longer wait to see her enter her home before driving off as he once did. After lingering outside for a while, Yin Enyu finally made her way inside. "Miss, you're back," Enyu exclaimed upon seeing her, rushing forward to inquire, "Have you had lunch?" "Yes, I have," Yin Enyu replied, changing into comfortable slippers. "I will head upstairs to change. Please bring me some fruit." "Of course," Enyu responded. Once upstairs in her bedroom, Yin Enyu selected a peach-pink lace-trimmed loungewear from her wardrobe. Though she had only been out for a little over 3 hours, she felt inexplicably weary. She preferred the tranquility of the piano room, where she could play music, read, and tend to her flowers, activities that brought her peace and solace. As she finished changing, the sudden ring of her phone on the island startled her. Without glancing at the screen, she answered, "Hello?" After a brief silence on the other end, a deep male voice slowly emerged. "Did you delete my phone number?" His tone carried an incredulous note. The familiar voice pierced her ears, prompting her to instinctively pull the phone from her ear and check the screen. No, I didn't see the caller ID. Even if she had deleted it, she still remembered his number. Moreover, if she were to erase his contact, she would have undoubtedly removed his WeChat as well. Yet, the screen displayed no change. The contact remained labeled as a mere 2 letters that forever held the top position in her address book. Her words swept away the displeasure in He Yuzhou's heart. He replied succinctly, "I'm out here." "Where are you?" Yin Enyu asked, bewildered. He Yuzhou responded tersely, "At your doorstep." Yin Enyu was momentarily taken aback. Had he not already left? Why had he suddenly returned? "I'll be right down," she said, hastily slipping on her slippers and making her way outside. Just as she reached the staircase, Aunt Yu appeared, carrying a fruit platter intended for her. Noticing that she seemed ready to leave, she inquired with curiosity, "Miss, where are you off to?" Yin Enyu replied, "I'm stepping out for a moment. Please place the fruit in my room." Chapter 16. What brings you here? Outside, He Yuzhou languidly leaned against his sports car, arms crossed and long legs casually crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance. His tall figure drew more attention than the luxury vehicle behind him, as sunlight cascaded from above, creating a dazzling interplay of light and shadow. The scene before her evoked a sense of familiarity in Yin Enyu. Memories flowed back, reminiscent of a particular afternoon when he unexpectedly appeared at the entrance of her campus, holding a bouquet of flowers to greet her after class. In those moments, she would rush toward him without hesitation, joyfully throwing herself into his embrace, tilting her head back with a radiant smile, asking, "What brings you here?" He, with eyes full of affection reflecting her image, would gently stroke her head and lean down to plant a kiss atop her crown, saying, "I came to pick up my girlfriend since I have no classes this afternoon." He would inquire with genuine concern about her day, and she would share everything with him without reservation. As her thoughts drifted, Yin Enyu found herself standing before He Yuzhou. Her contemplation abruptly halted. Looking up at him, she asked, "Did I leave something on your car?" She and T brought a bag today. so it was unlikely she had misplaced anything. He Yuzhou squinted at her, reaching into the car and retrieving a bag from the passenger seat, presenting it to her. Here, this is for you. Peering through the transparent bag, she discerned the contents. Medicine? Your throat doesn't feel well. You need to take your medicine promptly, He Yuzhou said, his lips parting slightly. Don't let it worsen. His tone, though firm, conveyed a thread of concern. Having exited the community, he was en route back to the office when her occasional cough echoed in his mind, prompting him to alter his course toward a nearby pharmacy. Holding the bag in her hand, Yin Enyu felt a pang in her chest. She sensed that He Yuzhou was sulking on their way home. Even now, the remnants of his displeasure lingered, yet he still took the time to procure medicine for her. That was simply his nature, even in moments of disagreement or quarrels. He would never direct harsh words at her, nor would he raise his voice. All his patience was reserved for her, and despite wearing a stern expression to indicate his anger, he remained attentive and caring. He Yuzhou, unaware of her thoughts, waved a hand before her. These are granules. Have your housekeeper help you dissolve them. She struggled with swallowing tablets or capsules. Yin Enyu responded, all right. He Yuzhou continued to advise. Make sure to drink it while it's warm. However, when the medicine was prepared and presented to her, she often forgot to drink it, a frequent occurrence. When he was by her side, he could at least keep an eye on her. I will, she assured him. After their breakup, when she caught a cold, there was no one left to remind her to take her medicine. He Yuzhou regarded her words with skepticism, but chose not to press further, saying, then hurry inside. I'll be on my way. Okay. Yin Enyu tightened her grip on the bag. This time, He Yuzhou stood by the car, watching her enter before driving away. In the living room, Aunt Yu noticed Yin Enyu carrying a bag of medicine and immediately approached her, asking, Miss, are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. Please attend to your own matters, Yin Enyu replied as she walked to the water bar. She took out the medicine from the bag, her movements momentarily pausing. In addition to the medicine, there was also a box of preserved plums. This was her little habit. After taking her medicine, she would often suck on a preserved plum to alleviate the bitterness. More notably, without needing to consult the instruction manual, the box had already clearly stated the dosage and usage. This practice was second nature to Yin Enyu. Aside from He Yuzhou, no one else would be so meticulous and considerate. Her heart skipped a beat, accompanied by a surge of guilt. She had hurt him, yet he remained so kind to her. Dazed, Yin Enyu prepared herself a cup of medicine. Just as she sat down on the sofa, her phone chimed again. A simple and straightforward message appeared. He Yuzhou, take your medicine. Upon reading his text, she glanced around, wondering if he had secretly installed surveillance nearby. She lifted her cup and slowly consumed the medicine, then opened the camera to take a picture of the empty cup, sending it to He Yuzhou with the message, done. Just as Yin Enyu was about to set her phone down, thinking he wouldn't respond again, the screen lit up once more. He Yuzhou, seeing this, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Did he remember that she disliked being the one to conclude their conversations? A glance through their past messages revealed that every chat ended with a message from He Yuzhou. To test this hypothesis, she replied to him, Oh, He Yuzhou, have you taken too much medicine? Yin Enyu rolled her eyes in silence, sending him a string of ellipses. He Yuzhou mimicked her, replying, Oh. No longer concerning herself with his thoughts, Yin Enyu picked up a preserved plum from the table, savoring one. Its sweet and sour flavor was just to her liking. Chapter 17. The vow of possession. As night enveloped the sky, the moon hung high, and the lights of the city began to shimmer. Within the confines of MJ Bar, the atmosphere was intoxicatingly vibrant, a kaleidoscope of colors blending in a dance of light and shadow, epitomizing the decadent revelry that permeated the air. The mingling scents of alcohol, perfume, and nicotine wafted through the space, as couples of all kinds swayed to the pulsating rhythm of the music in the center of the dance floor. In a private booth, Chengxian observed the man seated on the sofa before him, pondering what had prompted him to suggest a night out at the bar. It brought to mind the early days of his separation from Yin Enyu, during which he too had frequently called upon friends for a drink. The night would not conclude until the early hours, well past 1 or 2. He Yuzhou reclined languidly into the depths of the sofa, the top 2 buttons of his shirt undone, casting shadows over his inscrutable expression under the dim lighting. His long fingers cradled a glass of brandy, ice gently clinking against the rich, dark liquid, its sound drowned out by the fervent music. He Yuzhou lifted his eyelids slightly, declaring his disinterest in drinking, and prepared to leave. His presence at such gatherings was a constant. "Am I want to shy away from a good deal?" Cheng Zian mused, opening another bottle of whiskey, determined to drink until he was utterly inebriated. "You'll get drunk, and no one will care," Lu Jun interjected, flicking the ash off his cigarette as a precaution. Cheng Zian's tolerance for alcohol was notoriously poor, and he lacked loyalty. Cheng Zian redirected the conversation back to He Yuzhou, inquiring about the date he had set for a dinner with Enyu. "What are you so anxious about? One might think she was your ex-girlfriend," he remarked, noting that He Yuzhou had casually draped his long legs over the adjacent seat. "If she were truly my ex, I would avoid her at all costs." "Unlike you," Cheng Zian's words trailed off, interrupted by a commotion at the entrance. The door swung open, revealing a woman clad in revealing attire. Her approach heralded by a potent, cloying fragrance. Upon recognizing the men on the sofa, she immediately focused her attention on He Yuzhou. With a flirtatious toss of her hair and a sway of her hips, she approached him, her voice dripping with sugary allure. "Hey there, handsome. I'm from the next booth, and we're playing a game of truth or dare. Could I have your contact information?" As she spoke, she feigned nonchalance, subtly adjusting her neckline in an attempt to brush against He Yuzhou's arm. Yet, before she could bridge the gap, he swiftly relocated to another sofa, as if fleeing from a contagion. Cheng Zian and Lu Jun exchanged amused glances, occasionally clinking their glasses in a display of camaraderie, finding joy in the spectacle before them. The presence of a woman vying for his attention only added to He Yuzhou's allure. After a moment's pause, the woman, undeterred, called out again, "Hey, handsome." Internally calculating her next move, she resolved that if she could obtain his WeChat information, she would surely pursue him relentlessly. This man was strikingly handsome, and the air of wealth about him was undeniable, as evidenced by the Pagani car keys resting on the table. If he were to become her boyfriend, her friend would undoubtedly envy her. Just as she prepared to inch closer, He Yuzhou remained unmoved, his gaze never lifting, his tone cold and dismissive. "Leave." Throughout the encounter, his eyes never once met hers, an unyielding barrier to her advances. Apart from facing Yin Enyu, he never truly grasped the concept of cherishing beauty. He set down his wine glass and picked up his phone, the ring on his middle finger shimmering brilliantly in the dim light, impossible to overlook. The photo, faintly visible behind the phone case, coupled with the ring, caught the attention of the girl attempting to flirt with him. With these two items present, He Yuzhou needed no further words to convey that he was already taken, causing the girl to retreat in realization. The girl beside him, who had initially feigned a pitiful demeanor, was now replaced by disbelief. He actually had a girlfriend. Such a quality man. Why couldn't he be hers? Observing He Yuzhou's indifferent expression and overwhelming aura, she hesitated to approach further, sensing that any attempt to draw closer might provoke his ire. Yet, she was not willing to concede easily. Thus, she turned her attention to Cheng Zian and Lu Jun, two handsome gentlemen, and asked, "May I add you on WeChat?" The audacity was real, but her intentions were self-serving, seeking personal gain. The two onlookers exchanged glances. Was there something between them? Cheng Zian chuckled in disbelief. "Miss, do you truly expect us to be your plan B right in front of us? And to ask for both our WeChats? Your appetite is quite large." Lu Jun's piercing gaze swept over her, his presence imposing. All three of them were figures of prominence. Should they become incensed, no one would remain unscathed. Finally, the girl exhibited some awareness, awkwardly clutching her phone as she made her exit. Chapter 18. Willing to submit to her within the confines of the private room. The atmosphere reverted to its previous state. "Just look at you. How many romantic pursuits have you warded off with that ring?" Cheng Zian lit a cigarette, teasing He Yuzhou. "While others are busy cultivating a single persona, you, on the other hand, have embraced a relationship identity." This was a situation he had never encountered before. For the past 2 years, the ring had not left He Yuzhou's finger. The ring, along with the photographs, led everyone to instinctively assume he was in a committed relationship. Even those who harbored affections for him and wished to pursue a connection would hesitate to take a step forward upon seeing it. He Yuzhou remained silent, his gaze fixed on the back of his phone. In the picture, A girl adorned in a white gown embellished with intricate sequins stood gracefully, her figure slender and poised, reminiscent of a royal princess. Her long, dark chestnut hair cascaded in large waves, framing her back, while she tilted her head slightly, showcasing her noble profile and elegantly elongated neck. Bathed in backlight, she appeared radiant and enchanting. Though her features were somewhat obscured, it was evident that she was a beauty. This photograph was taken during their first solo concert together after they began their relationship, captured by He Yuzhou in the stairwell. It was not until a kick at the hem of his pants that He Yuzhou lifted his gaze elsewhere. "I'm speaking to you. Can you hear me?" Chang Ziyan swiftly retracted the foot that had nudged him. For added caution, he had deliberately chosen a seat farther from He Yuzhou. This time, He Yuzhou refrained from retaliating, pocketing his phone while he listened. Lu Jun shook his head in disbelief. "Look at your pathetic state. Who would have thought our proud and unruly young master He, with that charming rogue exterior, would play the part of a hopeless romantic? Before he entered a relationship, he truly had no idea he was such a sentimental fool." He Yuzhou cast a disinterested glance at them. "If you're going to be mouthy, you might as well slap yourselves. Isn't it the truth? Must we remain silent about it?" After a brief pause, Lu Jun adopted a more earnest tone, advising, "It's time for you to move on. Stop tormenting yourself. Mental anguish is the most severe and painful form of suffering." Chang Ziyan grew serious as well. "You and Enyu might genuinely be fated, but not meant to be. Matters of the heart cannot be forced, can they? How about you take a drink and consider embarking on a new romance?" At times, he suspected that his ill-fated predictions had come to fruition. After He Yuzhou began his relationship with Yin Enyu, he seemed eager to flaunt his happiness in front of them, living a life of ease that left his friends feeling envious and frustrated. Thus, he had concocted schemes in front of Yin Enyu, urging her to give He Yuzhou a taste of torment. Ideally, it would allow him to experience the sting of rejection, ensuring it would remain etched in his memory. Little did he anticipate that his flippant remark would manifest into reality, leaving him to question whether Yin Enyu had truly taken his words to heart. With this thought, Chang Ziyan suddenly clasped his hands together, sitting on the sofa and sincerely bowing to He Yuzhou, silently expressing remorse. "I'm sorry, my brother." He Yuzhou observed the inexplicable gestures of the other, his gaze shifting with curiosity. "Have you been drinking fake liquor?" "It's nothing. You needn't concern yourself with me." Chang Ziyan raised his hand dismissively, urging, "First, answer my previous question. Do you require my assistance in moving on from your past relationship? Get lost." The words of He Yuzhou nearly slipped from his lips, yet he paused, intrigued, and inquired, "How would you assist?" It was surprising to discover that he possessed such capabilities. If he himself was unable to let go, how could this outsider lend him aid? Meanwhile, Lu Jun turned his gaze with curiosity towards Chang Ziyan. Chang Ziyan straightened his posture, raising his voice a notch. "I'll take you to a mental health clinic, where a hypnotist can put you under." The room fell into a profound silence. He Yuzhou retorted, "You ought to visit a neurologist to treat your mind." It was foolish to hold any expectations. It only made him appear dim-witted. He continued, enunciating each word: exes, current partners, and wives. Only she, Yin Enyu, occupies that role. Others are inconsequential. Upon hearing this, Chang Ziyan, without filtering his thoughts, blurted out, "It seems you are destined for a solitary existence." Enyu is certainly not the type to return to a former flame. No sooner had he spoken than an ashtray sailed through the air, striking him squarely in the chest. The dull pain radiated through him, causing Chang Ziyan to stagger back. "He Yuzhou, are you unwell?" He displayed no restraint, his verbal attacks intensifying. "It's no wonder Enyu chose to break up with you. Your temper is so volatile that even dogs would disdain you." Just before He Yuzhou could retaliate, Lu Jun hurriedly intervened. "You should refrain from provoking him further." Chang Ziyan ceased his remarks, stretching his legs forward, choosing silence to prevent any further distress for a certain someone who might struggle to sleep that night. Yet, not 2 seconds had passed before he resumed. "I've been meaning to ask you, what reason did Enyu give for ending things?" He Yuzhou's grip on his glass tightened suddenly, a maelstrom of complex emotions concealed within the dim light. He raised the glass of liquor to his lips and gulped it down in one go. The fiery sensation erupted in his stomach, yet he remained unresponsive, as if numb to any pain. After a moment of silence, he spoke with a tone of resigned self-deprecation. Incompatible. This reason left the two beside him momentarily stunned, their expressions betraying surprise. How could they be incompatible, despite the annoying display of affection he had shown in their presence? It was undeniable that they were one of the most well-matched couples they had ever witnessed. Their gestures and movements were in perfect harmony, as though etched into their very bones. Standing together, they exuded an invisible magnetic field. One was arrogant yet humbled in the presence of the other, while the other was graceful yet playful and clingy. They relied on one another. Incompatible? Cheng Zi Yin sought confirmation. Are you certain that Enyu expressed it that way? Do you think I would concoct an excuse to deceive you? He Yuzhou refilled his glass, drinking it down as one might consume plain water. Cheng Zi Yin scrutinized him closely, sensing he was not fabricating a lie. This was likely the true reason for their separation. This is entirely different from what he had anticipated. It is astonishingly simple, devoid of any entanglements of love or hatred. When something is unsuitable, it simply means love has dissipated. Cheng Zian spoke candidly, analyzing the situation, suggesting that Enyu might have intended to soften the blow. His words struck like a sharp sword, piercing deeply into He Yuzhou's heart. He had long understood this truth, yet he was reluctant to admit it. How could she suddenly cease to love him without any forewarning, leaving him utterly unprepared? When he inquired about her reasons, her response was merely that it was unsuitable. This led him to question whether the happiness and joy she had exhibited during their 2 years together were merely illusions of his own making. Lu Jun placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and asked, "Do you prefer the noble and elegant type like Enyu?" He was bewildered, pondering the depth of emotion required to forget someone after 2 years. He Yuzhou's eyes dimmed, his voice hoarse. It was not about type. What he cherished was her essence. As long as it was her, he would willingly submit. Before encountering her, he had never imagined he could love someone with such fierce determination. It was as if possessing her equated to possessing the entire world. The bustling chaos outside became irrelevant to him. "You're in too deep. It's hopeless," Cheng Zian lamented. "Seeing you like this makes me hesitant to pursue love in the future. Your romantic endeavors have no bearing on me," He Yuzhou retorted, though his spirits were low. His resilience remained intact. "No one likes you." Cheng Zian, indignant, scoffed, "Do not underestimate me. Suitors have lined up in droves for my affection. It is merely that I find none of them appealing." Suddenly, Cheng Zian shifted the topic, perhaps influenced by melodramatic television shows, and asked, "Did you ever consider forcibly keeping Enyu by your side back then?" He Yuzhou regarded him with an expression of incredulity, providing an impeccable response. That would be illegal. Even at the height of his love, he had never contemplated using coercion or threats to retain her. Doing so would be akin to cruelly severing her wings. She deserved to remain forever vibrant and radiant, as dazzling as light itself. Cheng Zian marveled, "I never realized you possessed such profound awareness." Lu Yun, having grasped the essence of the situation, recognized that it largely depended on the individuals involved. Until 2 in the morning, the trio remained at the bar. Having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, yet He Yuzhou was the one who drank the most, seemingly reckless, downing glass after glass. Upon entering the car, sent to retrieve him, He Yuzhou, appearing somewhat fatigued, leaned back in the rear seat, gently massaging his temples, seeking solace in stillness. While he had shown little reaction while drinking, now seated in the vehicle, a dull ache began to manifest in his head, weighing heavily upon him. A burning sensation rose in his stomach. The driver, glancing at him through the rearview mirror, inquired, "Mr. He, would you like me to fetch you some hangover remedy?" He Yuzhou replied, "No need." The vehicle glided smoothly along the desolate streets, enveloped in an eerie silence. The man in the back seat kept his eyes tightly shut, resembling one lost in slumber. Suddenly, an ear-piercing honk shattered the tranquility, prompting He Yuzhou to furrow his brow and awaken. "How much longer?" he rasped, reaching for a bottle of mineral water beside him, twisting the cap to take a couple of sips. This alleviated some of his physical discomfort. "Approximately 10 more minutes," the driver replied, fully engrossed in his task. He Yuzhou turned his gaze towards the window, where under the dim glow of the streetlights, clusters of magnolia trees rushed past him. Lost in thought, he abruptly retrieved his phone from his pocket, opened the call interface, and dialed the top contact. The ringing echoed within the confines of the car, each tone striking with a rhythmic persistence, yet the call went unanswered until it automatically disconnected. He Yuzhou, clutching the phone, lowered his gaze, the screen dimmed, extinguishing the faint glimmer in his eyes, which was swiftly replaced by disappointment and solitude. He felt engulfed by a heavy aura. A self-deprecating smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Why had he not yet learned his lesson? Why did he still harbor hope? Did he truly expect her to appear before him, offering the same care she once did? Chapter 19. If I say I want to see you the following day. Yin Enyu awoke to find missed calls on her phone, her eyes slightly lifting at the corners. A call received at 2:30 in the morning. Was there something urgent? Without taking the time to wash up, she immediately returned the call. The ringing persisted for an eternity, and just as she began to believe no one would answer, the sound abruptly ceased. Yin Enyu waited in silence, but the other end remained quiet, and glancing at her screen, she saw it indicated a call in progress. Tentatively, she parted her lips and softly called out, He Yuzhou. Finally, a low, muffled escaped from him, thick with slumber, as if he had just awakened. Did I wake you? Yin Enyu's voice was as gentle as the morning breeze. She glanced at the clock. It was 8:30. He Yuzhou responded with a question of his own. What is it? His tone betrayed no emotion. You called me? Yin Enyu inquired. You didn't answer, he replied. Whether he had called was now of little consequence. I didn't hear it. I was already asleep at that time, she explained. I put my phone on silent before bed. Otherwise, even the slightest noise will wake me. And once awakened, I find it hard to fall back asleep. Upon hearing this, the heaviness in He Yuzhou's chest eased slightly. He trusted her words implicitly. If you had seen my call last night, would you have answered? He asked. Without hesitation, Yin Enyu replied, I would have. At this moment, He Yuzhou felt his drowsiness dissipate. He sat up, bare-chested, lazily leaning against the headboard, his broad shoulders and chest exposed. Though his temples throbbed, he paid it no mind. The words he almost uttered, if I say I want to see you, caught in his throat, he instead amended, if I asked you to come find me, would you? Yin Enyu hesitated. Yet in those fleeting seconds, it felt as though a dull knife had once more pierced He Yuzhou's still healing heart, tearing it open anew. Nothing else, then. I'm hanging up, he said, abruptly severing the connection, his first time doing so. He Yuzhou. As Yin Enyu called after him, her phone returned to its initial screen. She remained uncertain about the purpose of his call, but even through the screen, she sensed his desolate emotions. Her finger hovered over the screen, hesitating for a moment before she ultimately chose not to press it. Meanwhile, He Yuzhou, in his luxurious residence, stared at his phone screen as if awaiting something. Time ticked by, yet the phone remained silent, prompting a bitter chuckle from him. Was it the alcohol from last night that clouded his thoughts, or was it something else? He Yuzhou cast aside his phone, flung open the balcony door, and leapt into the swimming pool. The icy water instantly enveloped his skin as he propelled his arms through the water with swift, powerful strokes, sending ripples cascading behind him. It was as if he sought to release all his pent-up emotions into the depths of the pool. In Ishan Mansion, as Yin Enyu descended the stairs, she discovered that her parents had already departed for work. She settled in the dining room, taking a bite of asparagus. Yet, after swallowing the morsel, she remained motionless, as if ensnared by some unseen force. Her gaze wandered, and the fork in her hand unconsciously tapped against the edge of the plate. Enyu approached, inquiring softly, Miss, is today's breakfast not to your liking? Startled from her reverie, Yin Enyu parted her lips slightly. No. She set down her utensils and vacated the table. Enyu interjected, Miss, are you not eating anymore? It seems the breakfast has hardly been touched. I'm done. Please tidy up, Yin Enyu replied, making her way towards the staircase. As she passed through the living room, her eyes caught sight of a box of preserved plums on the coffee table. She paused, approached, and popped one in her mouth. Yin Enyu ventured outside, heading to a CAF named Cattle and Horse Supplement Station. On this bustling street, this establishment boasted the largest footprint, its decor as distinctive as its name. The entrance was fashioned in the shape of a colossal bull's head, with its horns arching high in a whimsical and extravagant manner. The bull's mouth gaped wide, allowing patrons to enter only through its cavernous maw. Flanking the entrance were two sculpted white horses, standing majestically. This CAF was opened by Wantang as a means to pass the time. Yet its unique name and decor inadvertently sparked curiosity and fascination among many. It attracted countless young individuals eager to take photos, unwittingly transforming into a trendy hotspot. Now, it flourished under her stewardship. Yin Enyu entered, carrying her bag. The CAF had opened a year prior, and this was her inaugural visit. The interior exuded a warm, yet stylish ambience, dominated by soft hues complemented by wooden elements, while soothing blue-toned music floated through the air. As Yin Enyu surveyed her surroundings, a server approached her, asking, "Madam, may I offer you something to drink?" Within their establishment, patrons were not compelled to make purchases. They could comfortably sit, read, or attend to work. Occasionally, they even provided complimentary snacks. In the words of their owner, she opened the CAF not for profit. "Is your owner present?" Yin Enyu inquired, her voice melodious like a gentle stream. Regardless of whom she addressed, she carried no air of arrogance. The server, momentarily entranced by Yin Enyu's presence, silently marveled at her beauty and the soothing quality of her voice. "Yes, is there something you wish to discuss with our owner?" "I am her friend," Yin Enyu responded, just as Wantang emerged from the office. Upon seeing her, she jogged over, exclaiming in surprise, "And then, what brings you here? You didn't even send me a message." A soft smile adorned Yin Enyu's face. "I came to see you and to enjoy a cup of coffee." "No problem at all," Wantang replied cheerfully, instructing the nearby server, "Serve my dear friend one of everything from the menu." "Certainly, I'll attend to it right away," the server affirmed. Yin Enyu wished to halt the proceedings, but it was too late. It was rather exaggerated, and she found herself unable to consume it all. Wantang waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. Just take a bite of everything and provide me with your feedback." Yin Enyu replied, "Sure." The two chose a relatively secluded corner to sit down, and the waiter promptly presented an exquisite dessert. Wantang raised her eyes at her. "So what brings you here? Must there be a reason for my visit?" Yin Enyu smiled. "Did I not mention earlier that I simply came for some coffee? If you were to visit without a reason, you would certainly inform me in advance via text." Wantang reasoned logically. "Your sudden appearance now must indicate that there is indeed something on your mind. After all, how long have we known each other? I am well aware of your habits." Upon hearing this, Yin Enyu ceased to conceal her thoughts and recounted the telephone conversation she had with He Yuzhou earlier that morning. Wantang, having guessed nearly correctly, understood that it was related to He Yuzhou. Otherwise, she could hardly fathom who else could sway Yin Enyu's emotions. Wantang inquired, "So, do you regret not responding to him?" Yin Enyu began, but Wantang interrupted. "Do not rush to deny it. Allow me to finish first. Deep down, you yearn to answer yes, but considering the current state of your relationship, you find it inappropriate and are filled with apprehension." It must be noted that Wantang truly understood Yin Enyu, hitting the nail on the head with every point she made. Yin Enyu added, "Moreover, I sense that he appeared quite hurt when he ended the call. I have seldom witnessed him in such a state, and it is the sight I wish to avoid the most. He should always be spirited, confident, and unencumbered by any troubles, just as he was before encountering me. Their breakup years ago had already caused him pain once. And do not overthink it. Simply follow your heart." Wantang comforted her, giving her a reassuring pat. "After all, neither of you are in a relationship, so it is all permissible. Humans are inherently contradictory. Just remember that happiness is paramount." Yin Enyu lowered her gaze, her fingers delicately grasping the fork on her plate. After a moment of contemplation, it seemed she had resolved something within herself. "All right, Chapter 20. If you don't believe, touch it." After lingering in the CAF for nearly an hour, Yin Enyu finally departed. The driver opened the car door for her, inquiring this. "Shall I take you home now?" Yin Enyu paused momentarily before responding. "Take me to Lumen." The driver nodded affirmatively. 15 minutes later, Yin Enyu, clad in high heels, glided into the lobby of Lumen Corporation with a composed and steady gait. The two receptionists present today were the same as last time. Upon seeing Yin Enyu, they immediately recognized her. One of the employees had previously found her familiar. Upon returning home and browsing online, she stumbled upon the news of Yin Enyu's return to her homeland for development, which finally jogged her memory. Now, upon seeing her, she beamed and approached. "Miss Yin." "Good morning." "Good morning," Yin Enyu replied with a gentle nod. "You recognize me?" Although she had visited once before, she had not introduced herself. "Of course. You are the renowned pianist," the receptionist exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "You are even more beautiful than in the photos I saw on my phone." She had thoroughly familiarized herself with Yin Enyu's accomplishments. At merely 24 years of age, she had garnered numerous awards, achieving what many could only dream of. The receptionist could not help but marvel at her perfection, understanding why President He would be particularly taken with her. Even she, a woman, found herself enchanted. "Thank you." Having received many compliments, Yin Enyu gently inquired, "May I see President He? Do you have an appointment?" The receptionist wished to grant her immediate access, recognizing her significance to President He, yet she felt compelled to adhere to company policy. Yin Enyu shook her head, "No." In response, the receptionist suggested, "Perhaps you could call President He?" They were uncertain whether he was in the office today. Sometimes he would bypass the lobby altogether, taking the elevator directly from the garage to his office. All right, having come this far, a phone call would not be a burden. Yin Enyu retrieved her mobile phone from her handbag and dialed He Yuzhou's number. The ringing echoed, yet no one answered. A flicker of disappointment crossed her downcast eyes. Perhaps she had been overly sentimental. She should not have come, only to face rejection. Noticing her distress, the receptionist enthusiastically proposed, "Why not take a seat for a moment while I call the president's office?" She wanted to comply with regulations while ensuring Yin Enyu received the hospitality she deserved. Yin Enyu tucked away her phone, maintaining an unruffled demeanor that concealed her emotions, her voice steady as before. "Thank you, but that won't be necessary." Without lingering, she turned to exit, lowering her head to send a message to Wantang. Suddenly, without noticing, she collided with someone, nearly dropping her phone. Instinctively, she murmured an apology. "I'm sorry." When she lifted her gaze and recognized the man she had just attempted to call, her voice faltered. The man before her was none other than the very individual who had not answered her call. Dressed in a meticulously tailored suit, his tall and imposing figure cast a subtle shadow over her. Accompanied by his assistant, Zhouzhan observed the preceding scene with keen clarity. Miss Yin indeed failed to notice anyone ahead. However, Mr. He was a different story. He had intentionally collided with Miss Yin. Upon seeing He Yuzhou, Yin Enyu reacted as if encountering a stranger, maneuvering past him to exit. Yet, the man anticipated her movement, swiftly positioning himself in her path, effectively blocking her way. He Yuzhou gazed down at her, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Yin Enyu casually offered a reason, claiming she was merely passing through. Passing through? He Yuzhou arched an eyebrow, directly challenging her. Does passing through necessitate entering the hall? Just as Yin Enyu prepared to speak, he preemptively cut her off. "Are you about to say you came in to ask for directions?" "No." She met his gaze, her tone steady. "Please don't block my way. I need to leave." He Yuzhou remained motionless, adopting a stubborn demeanor, unwilling to let her go without clarification. He seemed determined to prolong the encounter. Yin Enyu fell silent, retrieving her phone screen to show him. He Yuzhou glanced at it, momentarily taken aback. He reached into his pocket, only to find it empty. He had forgotten his phone. Yin Enyu observed him, lips pressed together in silence. "Do you not believe me? Feel for yourself." He Yuzhou took decisive action, his warm hand enveloping hers, guiding it towards his body. Her palm glided over the fine, comfortable fabric of his suit, traveling from his chest to the pocket of his trousers. She could distinctly feel the strength of his muscles. She was well aware of his physique. This was an action she had performed countless times before. The man seemed to deliberately stretch the moment, moving at a languid pace. Yin Enyu managed to free her wrist from his grasp. "That's enough. I believe you." She sensed the eyes of his assistant and the hall staff upon them, and she had no desire to become the subject of their gossip. "Believing is sufficient," He Yuzhou remarked, his gaze laced with mockery. "So, your presence here is to seek me out?" From the moment he laid eyes on her, he had suspected this possibility, yet he hesitated, fearing it was merely his own presumptuousness. Yin Enyu gave a slight affirmative. What do you want to see me about? He pressed. Didn't you say over the phone for me to come find you? Upon hearing her words, He Yuzhou's deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, a sense of surprise washing over him. He understood all too well that, given their current relationship, her initiative to seek him out required immense psychological preparation and a firm resolve. She was a person of remarkable emotional restraint. If she made a move and it was not reciprocated, there would be no second chance. At this moment, He Yuzhou felt an immense sense of relief that he had encountered her just as she was about to leave, preventing her from departing in disappointment. Otherwise, she would have departed, leaving him in perpetual ignorance. Even if he were to inquire, she would never disclose the reason for her visit. Her initiative in seeking out He Yuzhou was akin to a delicate feather, gently sweeping away the heaviness and gloom that had weighed upon his heart since the previous night. Yin Enyu, you truly possess a remarkable talent for soothing others. His tone was laden with helplessness, chastising himself for his own inadequacy. Yin Enyu gazed at him with her clear, bright eyes, her long lashes fluttering. Yet, she believed he was even more adept at charming others. He Yuzhou, taken aback by her unaware allure, momentarily lost his composure, yearning to embrace her and kiss her. However, in the end, reason triumphed over impulse. Let us proceed to my office, he declared, instructing the receptionist that from now on, whenever Miss Yin arrives, she should be escorted directly to his office. The receptionist swiftly suppressed her inquisitive expression and promptly agreed. Understood, President He. They had come to realize that President He undoubtedly harbored feelings for Miss Yin. Just moments ago, his gaze, filled with fervent affection, had been fixated solely upon her, never straying elsewhere. Will you come again in the future? He Yuzhou leaned slightly closer, whispering in her ear. I don't know, Yin Enyu replied. He Yuzhou, it would be wiser to refrain from asking her questions henceforth, lest he shatter the rare moment of good cheer he had managed to cultivate. Chapter 21. Unable to kiss you again within the confines of the elevator. The space was quite spacious, yet the two naturally stood closely together, their garments brushing against each other, creating a subtle friction. He Yuzhou casually glanced down and noticed the bag she was holding. Extending his right hand, he took it from her. Don't even mention it, he preempted. With someone attending to you, you should simply relish the moment. Is your throat better? He inquired unexpectedly. From her voice, it seemed there was no longer any abnormality. Yes, Jinin Yunadith. The preserved plums are delightful. Unsurprisingly, He Yuzhou replied, I certainly know that. He had purchased several varieties of preserved plums, and the box he had given her was chosen after tasting them himself, believing she would enjoy it, and thus tucked it into the bag. Give me one. He gestured towards her. It's in my bag. You can help yourself, she responded. Somehow, she had placed the box of preserved plums into her bag when leaving. He Yuzhou expertly unzipped the bag in his hand, retrieved the box of preserved plums from the top, and tossed one into his mouth. Just as he was about to return the box, his gaze was suddenly captivated by an item within the bag, causing his hand to pause. His index finger then hooked out a rose gold watch, its dial encircled by a dazzling array of diamonds, a couple's edition matching the one on his wrist. However, her version appeared even more luxurious, with a strap and dial that were about twice as petite, exquisitely beautiful. He Yuzhou smirked playfully and turned to her. You haven't lost the watch. It's still here? Yin Enyu stared at the watch, momentarily taken aback. This bag was the one she had carried to her solo concert upon returning to the country. Just before going on stage, she had hastily removed the watch and placed it in the bag, completely forgetting to take it out afterward. She responded to him with his words from that evening in the Grand Hall. Didn't you say it cost a pretty penny? Losing it would be such a pity. This couple's watch was a limited edition. If she were to lose it, she would never find an identical one again. He Yuzhou chuckled, realizing that the gift he had given her was still cherished, a feeling that inexplicably delighted him. Then wear it. Leaving it in the bag would be such a waste. He turned slightly and reached out his hand. Since she had taken it off, he wouldn't mind helping her wear it once more. Yin Enyu hesitated for a moment, but eventually extended her hand towards him. He had also been the one to help her put it on all those years ago. He Yuzhou lifted her wrist, measuring it between his fingers. Her wrist was still as slender as before, with a considerable gap remaining between his fingers. He dared not apply too much pressure. After fastening the watch, He Yuzhou attentively adjusted the position of the dial for her. Upon entering the office, He Yuzhou casually placed her bag on the sofa. Have you had breakfast? Yin Enyu replied, Yehey. Although she hadn't eaten much at home, she had indulged in a piece of cake at wonton caf. I haven't eaten, He Yuzhou remarked. This morning, he had completely lacked the inclination to have breakfast. Had she not come to find him, he might not have even remembered to eat. Yin Enyu paused, realizing that it was nearly time for lunch. He would admonish her thoroughly, yet when it came to his own affairs, he treated them with indifference. So what shall you eat now? He removed his suit jacket and settled beside her with a relaxed demeanor. You should order for me. Yin Enyu opened her phone. What do you wish to eat? He had invited her to dine and brought her medicine, so ordering her a breakfast seemed a fitting reciprocation. He leaned against the sofa, his breath mingling with hers as he inquired, Are you not aware of my tastes? Or have you, after 2 years apart, forgotten everything about me, the grand pianist? Yin Enyu raised her lashes, finding his words rather teasing. Then I shall order for you. Consider it your lunch. Soon, she had prepared the meal, merely waiting for it to arrive. He remained by her side, unhurried to attend to his work. Yin Enyu probed again. What prompted your late-night call? Surely, there must have been a reason. Reluctant to elaborate, he dismissed the matter, claiming it was nothing. Regret washed over him for having dialed her number after drinking. Yin Enyu was not deceived. She recognized his evasiveness. Choosing silence, she turned her gaze toward the gleaming floor-to-ceiling windows, refusing further conversation. He chuckled softly, a hint of indulgence in his tone. She was no longer the graceful pianist others perceived. Instead, she resembled a proud little princess, one who required gentle adoration. Curiously, he was entirely captivated by her demeanor. Are you sulking? He entwined his fingers in her hair, inhaling the sweet floral fragrance emanating from her tresses, which slipped through his grasp like silk. She swatted his hand away, asserting no. Her dismissal did not ruffle him. Well then, my dear, he remarked playfully, this habit of ignoring me until you get the answers you desire. Where did you learn it? Once he relented, Yin Enyu turned her head slowly, fixing her gaze upon him, waiting for his next words. After a moment's contemplation, he casually stated, My call was truly impulsive. I had a few drinks with Chung Zian last night. My head was pounding, and I thought to call you, to play the part of the pitiful. Yin Enyu's eyes widened, incredulous. You were drinking? How much did you consume to feel that way? She continued, Didn't you used to drink very little? When had he developed such a penchant for alcohol? A mischievous smile danced on his lips as he replied candidly, Now, I can't even kiss you. She had a severe allergy to alcohol, which prompted him to abstain when they were together. Yin Enyu was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected confession. I am discussing serious matters, she protested, lightly nudging him with her shoe. In response, he shifted his foot, playfully hooking her toe with his. The fabric of the suit brushed against her exposed smooth calves with an overtly suggestive caress, evoking an unmistakable intimacy. Initially, Yin Enyu had intended to express her concern for him, but witnessing his playful demeanor led her to conclude that he must be free of worries. She withdrew her right foot, creating some distance from the man beside her, and retorted with irritation, Then you should drink more. It's no wonder your head hurts. She had made it clear beforehand that if he called her while intoxicated, she would not come to his aid. He Yuzhou, patting his trousers, maintained his frivolous demeanor and replied, You're rather heartless. Aren't you afraid someone might take advantage of me? Yin Enyu raised an eyebrow, pondering the absurdity of his words. Who could possibly take advantage of him? If such a person existed, her curiosity would compel her to meet them in person. She shrugged nonchalantly. If someone takes advantage, so be it. At least it's not me. He Yuzhou deliberately misinterpreted her words, a smirk playing on his lips. You're taking advantage of me, aren't you? Yin Enyu, exasperated, replied, Do you have a comprehension problem? I meant that the one being taken advantage of is not me, not that the one taking advantage isn't you. He Yuzhou feigned ignorance. Isn't that what you meant? At this point, Yin Enyu had lost the desire to continue the conversation. Chapter 22. What is there that I cannot see? In less than half an hour, an assistant outside the office entered with a thermal bag, placing on the coffee table before promptly exiting, leaving the two inside to their own devices. He Yuzhou appeared quite famished. swiftly unzipping the bag and arranging the takeout containers. Pan-seared fish fillet, medium rare steak, marinated amberjack, porcini mushroom soup, black truffle abalone salad. I am not unaware that you indulged rather heavily last night, opting for rather substantial dishes. The delectable aroma of the food wafted through the air, prompting Yin Enyu to speak slowly. If you do not wish to eat, I can order you a light bowl of congee. Tasteless congee. Who would care to drink it? Regarding the spread before him, He Yuzhou was thoroughly pleased, noting, you remembered I prefer my steak medium rare. Jin and Yum used silently. After spending over 700 days together, some things are not easily forgotten. Shall we eat together? He Yuzhou offered her the knife and fork in his hand. Yin Enyu shook her head. I am not hungry. I just had something to eat before coming to find you. Very well. He Yuzhou consumed his meal with a commendable pace, neither rushed nor lacking in grace. Instead, it was quite a pleasing sight. Yin Enyu watched him for a moment before diverting her gaze, fearing he might tease her if he caught her staring. May I take a look around your office? She inquired, finding the wait rather dull. Without lifting his gaze, He Yuzhou casually acquiesced. With his permission, Yin Enyu rose and wandered over to the nearby bookshelf, which was neatly organized, predominantly comprising titles related to investment and finance, mostly in English. She casually pulled a book from the shelf and flipped through it, noticing his annotations within. Occasionally, He Yuzhou would glance at her. This scene stirred a wave of warmth within him. He made no attempt to hinder her exploration, even suggesting, would you like to see my lounge? Yin Enyu, with the softest tone, responded with words that struck a chord in He Yuzhou's heart. I'm not interested. He Yuzhou chuckled. You're quite something. Ignoring his remark, Yin Enyu gracefully made her way toward his desk. Before she could approach, the man, who had been focused on his meal, suddenly grew flustered and urgently interjected. Wait a moment. Yin Enyu froze, turning her head in confusion. What is it? In those fleeting seconds, He Yuzhou hastily reached his desk, snatching an item from beside his computer and swiftly concealing it in a drawer. His quick movements and deliberate body positioning obscured her view, preventing her from discerning what he had hidden. Is there something I am not permitted to see? She queried, bemused. He had allowed her into his lounge. Surely, there was nothing on his desk that warranted secrecy. He Yuzhou maintained a composed tone, company confidential. Yin Enyu, skeptical, retorted, am I to sell your company as secrets? His earlier reaction had been akin to treating her as a thief. He Yuzhou offered a vague response, reflexive reaction. Though she found his words unconvincing, she had no intention of probing further. After all, everyone harbors a few secrets. After dining, Zhozhen knocked on the office door and entered. You have a meeting in 10 minutes, he announced. Understood. He Yuzhou replied leisurely, rolling down his sleeves. Yin Enyu noticed he was busy with work and decided not to disturb him further, preparing to leave. You carry on, she said, having no real purpose for her visit other than to address a question left unanswered over the phone. However, He Yuzhou was reluctant to let her go easily. Stay a while. This meeting will be brief. She wondered when she might next have the opportunity to visit him again. What do you want me to stay for? Yin Enyu asked. Last time, she could at least claim to have been invited for a meal. Simply keep me company, He Yuzhou stated plainly. A smile danced at the corners of Yin Enyu's lips. He Yuzhou, how old are you? You sound like a child needing a parent's presence. Moreover, she had matters to attend to that afternoon. What are you busy with? He Yuzhou queried. Aren't you on break lately? Yin Enyu's eyes widened in surprise. How do you know? It seemed she had never mentioned it to him. Realizing he had let something slip, He Yuzhou's eyes flickered with a momentary panic. I heard it, he replied evasively. Yin Enyu narrowed her eyes, pressing for more information. Who told you? He Yuzhou responded vaguely. It's not important. You wouldn't know them anyway. Unyielding, she retorted. If you don't tell me, how can you be sure I don't know? He Yuzhou remained composed. Which people do you know? Surely I am aware. They were both well acquainted with each other's social circles. Seeing his firm resolve not to divulge any information, Yin Enyu decided to relent. You never speak a word of truth. He Yuzhou locked eyes with her, an enigmatic emotion swirling in his gaze. And do you speak only truths? Yin Enyu found herself at a loss, unsure of what he referred to. Fortunately, He Yuzhou did not expect an answer from her. He picked up the suit jacket from the sofa and donned it. I have a meeting now. You may leave only after I return. Had he known she would visit today, he would have certainly adjusted the meeting time, ensuring she wasn't left alone in the office. Concerned she might disregard his words, He Yuzhou tapped her head lightly with his finger. Did you hear that? Yin Enyu feigned annoyance, withholding a definitive response. We'll see. What is there to see? You must wait, he insisted. Casually, He Yuzhou noticed her white handbag beside him, bent down, and picked it up. I will confiscate this for now, he declared. Yin Enyu laughed at his antics. He Yuzhou, how childish. She mused that it would be amusing to let the employees outside witness the stern He Yuzhou's playful side. Furthermore, if she truly intended to leave, she could do so without her bag. He Yuzhou remained silent, merely locking her handbag in a drawer, pocketing the key. If you need anything, call the secretary outside. With that, he prepared to head to his meeting. After taking a few steps, he abruptly turned back, moving to the coffee table to grab a bottle of mineral water. After twisting off the bottle cap, he gently tightened it again and placed it before Yin Enyu. Don't let yourself become parched. Yin Enyu gazed at the water bottle. He remained the same as before, always thoughtfully arranging everything for her. With him by her side, it felt as though she needn't lift a finger. I can open it myself, Yin Enyu whispered. You could, but there's no need, He Yuzhou replied dismissively. Your hands are far too precious. Chapter 23. No wonder her flexibility is remarkable. He Yuzhou had scarcely left the office for 10 minutes when the stout wooden door was rapped upon once again. Inside, Yin Enyu, absorbed in her mobile device, looked up at the sound and invited the visitor in. The secretary entered, hands clasping a phone, his demeanor courteous and respectful. Miss Yin, this is President He's phone. The driver just delivered it. Yin Enyu extended her hand, accepting the device. Thank you. The secretary nodded, knowing well that the entire company was aware of the esteemed position Yin Enyu held in President He's heart. Entrusting the phone to her was undoubtedly unproblematic. Would you like something to drink? He inquired. With a gentle smile, she declined. No, thank you. All right. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. Once the secretary departed, Yin Enyu idly placed the black phone face down on the coffee table. At that very moment, her gaze froze, fixated on a photograph lodged behind the phone case. To confirm her suspicion, she lifted the phone and scrutinized it closely. The person in the photograph was unmistakably her, and she vividly recalled the time and place when it was taken. A tremor coursed through her being, her palm slightly dampened. This act felt like a silent declaration of her territory, simultaneously erecting a barrier that might deter some suitors. Had he never entertained the notion of embarking on a new romantic endeavor since their separation? Yin Enyu was aware of his unreserved affection, yet she had not anticipated that his feelings would endure post-breakup. This realization deepened her sense of guilt towards him. Approximately half an hour later, He Yuzhou concluded his meeting and returned to the office. The figure on the sofa remained unchanged since his departure. Even the position was identical. Hearing the commotion, Yin Enyu lifted her eyes and, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "The secretary brought your phone." The device was already positioned face up on the coffee table. He Yuzhou responded with a simple mm. In the next moment, an image from behind the phone case flashed in his mind, causing a subtle tightening in his chest and a flicker of anxiety across his features. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of casualness, teasingly inquiring, "Did you take a look at my phone? What would I do that for?" Yin Enyu selectively interpreted his words, feigning ignorance. Do I strike you as someone who would engage in such impolite and intrusive behavior? During their relationship, she had never pried into his phone. Occasionally, when she needed to check something on his device, she would do so openly in his presence. He Yuzhou studied her with deep, contemplative eyes for several seconds. Noticing her composure, which did not seem contrived, he deduced that she must not have discovered anything amiss. He swiftly seized the phone from the table and pocketed it. "Do you truly have plans this afternoon?" he asked. Yin Enyu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have a Pilates session scheduled with Tang Tang." A playful smirk danced upon He Yuzhou's features, his voice laced with intrigue. "No wonder your flexibility is so remarkable. In the past, had time permitted, she would have also practiced a little each morning." He Yuzhou gazed at her. The temperature unusually high today, so she donned a delicate dress adorned with dual diamonds, the square neckline revealing her alluring collarbones. The gentle curves, subtly visible, were flawless and exquisite, each contour perfectly accentuated. He Yuzhou swallowed hard, a wave of dryness washing over him. Yin Enyu felt his scorching gaze fixated upon her, her shimmering eyes playfully reprimanding him. He Yuzhou, although she wore a perfectly ordinary dress, his gaze felt heated, rendering every inch of her skin aflame under his scrutiny. He Yuzhou smirked, shifting his attention to her exquisite visage. Is even a glance forbidden? With a teasing defiance, she shot him a mock glare and stood up, strolling towards the door. He Yuzhou observed her graceful silhouette, shaking his head with an amused chuckle. Slow down. I'll accompany you. Yin Enyu hesitated slightly. Why do you want to escort me? He Yuzhou took the car keys, dismissing her inquiry. I want to. Don't question it. Yin Enyu replied, but I have a driver. He Yuzhou, exasperated, tapped her forehead lightly. I'll be your driver. Don't feel burdened. To retaliate for his earlier teasing, she deliberately provoked him a bit. He Yuzhou chuckled softly, wishing he could resolutely declare, I want to take you. But deep down, he knew that should he utter those words, given their current awkward rapport, she would not insist on staying. I must owe you from a past life, he mused, feeling utterly at her mercy. Yin Enyu pressed her lips together, refraining from uttering words he would not appreciate. Her tone gentle. I merely wish to spare you from unnecessary toil. He Yuzhou countered, I take pleasure in it. Upon arriving at the company entrance, Yin Enyu spotted her business vehicle. I'll go grab something from the car. What do you need? I'll fetch it for you. He Yuzhou offered. No need, she replied leisurely, approaching to receive a cup of water from the driver. This is the hangover tea I asked Aunt Yu to prepare for you. She handed the cup to him. It should alleviate your headache from last night. A visible astonishment flickered across He Yuzhou's face, his heart softening unexpectedly. When did you do this? He inquired, accepting the warm white cup. When you were in a meeting, she replied, although she claimed not to concern herself with him. Upon hearing he felt unwell, she found herself unable to truly disregard him. Is this your cup? He Yuzhou raised his right hand, shaking it slightly. At his question, Yin Enyu realized she had forgotten to instruct Aunt Yu to prepare a new cup for the tea. Yes, she affirmed, if you find it unsatisfactory. Just as the words left her lips, she watched as he opened the lid, tilting the cup to his lips, taking a hearty gulp. The flavor was surprisingly delightful, even better than the hangover tea he had previously sampled. He unabashedly declared, if I drink too much in the future, have Aunt Yu brew some more for me. Yin Enyu's eyes flickered, her tone light, as she inquired, are you implying that you will frequently indulge in excess? Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Since no one is watching over me now, I shall drink as I please, He Yuzhou declared with a sense of righteousness, his words laden with implications. Yin Enyu grasped his meaning immediately. He was subtly alluding to her. Very well, then, indulge yourself a little more. She turned and entered the vehicle, fully aware that her indulgence might land her in the hospital. Yet she felt no need to inform him of that. A broader smile spread across He Yuzhou's face, as he recognized the unspoken understanding and wisely chose to withdraw, advising her to moderate her consumption for fear of inciting someone's anger. In the end, it would be he who would need to soothe her. Yin Enyu feigned ignorance of his insinuations and urged him to get in the car, questioning whether he would still accompany her, as she was at risk of being late. Who would dare criticize you for being late? He Yuzhou leisurely closed the door for her. I simply do not wish for Tang Tang to wait long, Yin Enyu remarked. He fastened his seatbelt and started the engine, demonstrating a considerate nature towards his friends. Yin Enyu shot him a glance, pondering if he was subtly hinting at her lack of attentiveness towards him. Chapter 24. My ex-girlfriend in the Pilates studio, Yin Enyu had her long hair elegantly tied up and wore a fitted workout outfit that showcased her graceful figure to perfection. The spacious room housed only her, Wan Tang, and two personal trainers engaged in one-on-one sessions. I just saw Yuzhou's car downstairs. Did he bring you here? Wan Tang sat upright on her yoga mat, stretching her shoulders. Yin Enyu responded with a soft hum, bending her body gracefully to the side. Does he not have to work today? Wan Tang in quit gasu. When you were abroad, I hardly saw him more than a few times a year. You've been back for such a short time, and I've already bumped into him 3 times, once on the airport road, once in the theater corridor, and just now downstairs. Yin Enyu switched sides to stretch. He seems quite busy. He had just finished a meeting when he dropped me off. Wan Tang, intrigued, turned to face her. Her curiosity piqued. So, you two are getting along well? Yin Enyu nodded. It seems to be going quite well. It's rare to see such a harmonious relationship between exes. Wan Tang remarked, almost wistfully. It feels like you're in the ambiguous phase, yet you understand each other better than during that time. She reflected on the relationships she had witnessed before, often marked by indifference or outright hostility. Nothing like the connection they shared. You broke up with him, and upon meeting again, He Yuzhou isn't even angry? Wan Tang Fets? The name He Yuzhou conjured images of a man who was not to be trifled with. Impulsive, vengeful, and heedless of consequences, living solely by his own rules. Yet, who would have thought he would act so uncharacteristically around Yin Enyu? Yin Enyu's lips parted slightly. He must be upset. If he weren't, it would only mean one thing. He no longer cares. Based on her current understanding, Wan Tang analyzed, yet when you meet, there's no tension. He hasn't uttered a single harsh word to you. Yin Enyu paused her movements, her legs folding gently. He wouldn't hurt me with words. It is said that those who know you well know how to hurt you most deeply. But He Yuzhou wouldn't resort to such base tactics. He holds no interest in using his understanding of me as a weapon. He is aware that words can wound deeper than anything else, acting as the cruelest of weapons, embedding like shards of glass in my heart, leaving scars that time cannot erase. From a neutral perspective, Wan Tang commented, He Yuzhou seems quite admirable. Initially, she had worried that his reckless demeanor might lead him to mistreat Yin Enyu. Moreover, with his strikingly attractive yet notorious visage, she assumed he would be a player in matters of the heart. However, the truth revealed an unwavering loyalty and devotion to his partner. They were each other's first love. Yin Enyu affirmed with certainty, yes, he is truly wonderful. No matter how much time has passed or how many times the question has been posed, the answer remains unwavering. Yet, she is not as remarkable as one might think. The two women practiced Pilates for nearly an hour, changed their attire, and then proceeded to the top floor for an extensive skincare regimen. By the time they emerged, darkness had enveloped the outside world. Someone's here to pick you up, Wan Tang remarked, nudging her companion's arm in playful jest. Upon hearing this, Yin Enyu looked up in confusion, only to be taken aback by surprise. He stood in the dim twilight, his features obscured in the muted light, yet Yin Enyu recognized him instantly. What brings you here? She exclaimed, her steps involuntarily quickening, a hint of delight lacing her voice. He Yuzhou leaned against the car door, arms crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance. I happen to be passing by after work. Just passing by? Yin Enyu challenged. Then who are you waiting for? He Yuzhou dropped the pretense. I'm waiting for my ex-girlfriend. Come on, get in the car. I'll take you home. He stepped aside and opened the door for her. Behind them, Wan Tang chuckled. While others were picking up their girlfriends or suitors, it seemed that the esteemed He Yuzhou was here to collect his former partner, doing so with an oddly assertive demeanor. Not wishing to intrude further, she made her timely exit. And in, I'll take my leave now. The driver has arrived. Before departing, she added, Mr. He, please ensure that N arrives home safely. He Yuzhou nodded, of course. The Pagani navigated the streets as the evening breeze slipped through the window crevices, gently caressing Yin Enyu's hair. How did you know I hadn't left yet? She inquired. He Yuzhou teased her. I have my methods. Indeed, there was nothing he could not uncover if he so desired. Have you eaten? I have. The skincare facility had provided dinner for them. Suddenly, Yin Enyu recalled something. My bag. You haven't returned it to me. She had completely forgotten about it upon leaving his company in the afternoon. He Yuzhou remained composed. You can come by my office to retrieve it whenever you have the time. Yin Enyu scrutinized him, sensing a subtle trap being laid for her. I haven't had time lately. Let the driver pick it up. Then you'll have to wait until I have the chance to personally deliver it to you. You busy bee? He Yuzhou replied lazily. Fine, she conceded, indifferent, for she did not particularly need the bag. Upon arriving at her doorstep, He Yuzhou said, Please convey my regards to your parents. Certainly, Yin Enyu replied, turning slightly. How are Uncle He and Anan? Better than me, He Yuzhou remarked, lowering the car window and resting his head on his hand. Mizzen attended your solo concert upon your return to the country. Yin Enyu gasped in surprise. Why didn't you tell me? Had she known, She would have made a point to meet with Aunt and treat her to a meal. Aunt was open-minded and very kind to her. Perhaps I feared it might put you in an awkward position. He Yuzhou's tone was imbued with a playful nonchalance. You would rather avoid your ex-boyfriend, let alone his mother. I don't, Yin Enyu vehemently denied. She felt that he deliberately maintained his distance because he had a girlfriend. However, upon learning that he was single, she ceased to uphold that estrangement. He Yuzhou raised an eyebrow with a hint of amusement. So, do you wish to see me? Yin Enyu's tender lips hesitated. Not really. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhou anticipated her words and, wishing to spare himself from distress, swiftly interrupted, urging her, "Get out of the car." Oh, Yin Enyu pursed her lips, inwardly lamenting. He keeps asking but never allows her to speak. Chapter 25. Reconciled? The following day, Yin Enyu descended from the upper floor to find her assistant, Yu, already at her residence. "When did you arrive? Why didn't you come upstairs to call for me?" Yin Enyu inquired, as she slipped on her slippers and made her way to the water bar to fetch a cup of warm water. Yu, with a cheerful smile, responded that she had arrived not long ago, hoping to allow her some extra rest. Unlike her employer, who could easily drift into slumber upon touching the pillow, she would not disturb her sleep unless there was an urgent matter. Taking a seat beside her, Yin Enyu held the water cup and asked with certainty, "Is there work to discuss?" Although she had expressed a desire for a break, it merely meant the absence of solo performances. She still had various engagements lined up. Yu nodded quickly, picking up the tablet on the table. Numerous internationally acclaimed brands have extended invitations for you to become their brand ambassador. I am aware that you do not accept any form of endorsement collaborations, so I have declined them all on your behalf. Countless brands abroad had sought her favor, yet all were met with refusal. Her commercial value could even surpass that of certain A-list celebrities. Yin Enyu took a delicate sip of the warm water, expressing no objections to her assistant's actions. Yu flipped through the pages of the tablet, continuing, "Several influential media outlets wish to invite you for an exclusive interview, and there are talent shows that want you to serve as a judge." The invitations were plentiful, opportunities that countless individuals would vie for, yet upon hearing them, Yin Enyu dismissed them all. She lacked neither exposure nor financial need. Yu closed the tablet with a bright smile, declaring, "Then there is no work at the moment. Boss, you may continue to rest." "There is work," Yin Enyu replied, retrieving a peach from the fruit platter for her assistant. "The foundation will organize a charity gala at the end of this month." This was a confirmation she had just secured the previous night with the chairman of the foundation. The Yvonne Art Foundation, named after her English name, had been established for 5 years to support children with amblyopia and promote music education. Half of the proceeds from each of her performances were donated to this cause. Yu eagerly inquired, "Is there anything you need me to do?" Yin Enyu pondered briefly before responding, "Not at the moment. If anything arises, the person in charge will contact you." Understood. After discussing the pertinent matters, Yu finally indulged in the fruit that Yin Enyu had offered her. With no engagements scheduled for the morning, Yin Enyu enjoyed a leisurely breakfast before heading to the piano room upstairs for practice. The piano room was resplendent, every inch imbued with an elegant artistic aura. Sunlight streamed through the French lattice windows, cascading onto the white piano, standing serenely in the center, reflecting a gentle and warm glow. Priceless murals adorned the pristine white walls, while a sculpted vase on the table held several sprigs of starry hyacinth, exuding a subtle and refined fragrance. Sitting upright before the piano, Yin Enyu donned a cream-colored off-the-shoulder knitted top paired with a matching mermaid skirt, her hair shimmering, exuding a gentle charm. Moments latte. The melodious notes of her piano reverberated softly throughout the room. Outside the door, Yu gazed at the people inside. Despite spending every day in close proximity to her employer, she remained captivated by his beauty and charm. Unable to resist, she took out her phone and captured 2 candid photographs of Yin Enyu, who was engrossed in playing the piano. She promptly shared them on her social media, adding a playful caption, "Truly the most beautiful pianist." In her tranquil sanctuary, Yin Enyu spent the entire morning in the piano room. Whenever fatigue set in, she would rise to stretch her limbs, searching for a book on the shelf and lazily reclining in a chaise lounge to peruse its pages. In stark contrast to her serene atmosphere, He Yuzhou was engulfed in a relentless series of meetings, with no respite until midday when he could finally rest. Exhausted, he sank into the sofa and glanced at his phone. Noticing the red notification dot on his social media, he felt an inexplicable urge to click on it. The first post that caught his eye was a photograph of Yin Enyu. Enlarging the image, his dark eyes swelled with emotion. In that moment, the weariness of the morning evaporated entirely. He saved the picture and deliberately liked it, leaving a trace of his presence. In the restaurant, Yu exclaimed, "Boss, mister." He liked my post. Yin Enyu, taken aback, replied, "Huh? When did he become so active?" "No, it should be said that he liked your post." Yu placed her phone beside Yin Enyu, saying, "I took 2 pictures of you and posted them." Yin Enyu cast a glance over her shoulder. The pictures appeared perfectly normal. Her assistant knew well which images were suitable for sharing and which were not. Yu had obtained her contact information directly from He Yuzhou. Sometimes, during her practice sessions or performances, she couldn't check her phone, so He Yuzhou would reach out to her assistant to relay messages. The photos turned out quite lovely. Yin Enyu remarked as she returned the phone, "It's because you look good, boss," Yu sincerely complimented. Yin Enyu smiled lightly. "Stop flattering me. Let us eat." Meanwhile, in the office, He Yuzhou clutched his phone, waiting for several minutes without receiving the anticipated message. His impatient nature compelled him to take action. As Yin Enyu was dining, a notification popped up on her screen, and she suddenly felt a premonition that it would be from He Yuzhou. She set down her utensils to check. "He Yuzhou, did you throw away the piano I sent you?" Accompanied by the 2 photos Yu had posted. A flicker of surprise crossed Yin Enyu's lowered eyelids. His focus was on this. Yin Enyu replied, "No." She had preserved every gift he had given her in pristine condition. The person across from her expressed skepticism. "Prove it with a photo." Yin Enyu responded, "I'll take one for you after lunch." After a brief pause, He Yuzhou sent a seemingly unrelated message. "I haven't eaten yet." Yin Enyu? "Well then, go eat now, or have your assistant order for you." He Yuzhou replied, "The assistant doesn't know my preferences." At that moment, Yin Enyu understood. It wasn't that the assistant was unaware of his tastes. He was explicitly hinting for her to bring him lunch. As anticipated, a message from him popped up. "Your bag happens to be with me. Why not come by and pick it up, and perhaps bring me lunch?" Yin Enyu felt a sense of helplessness. Who was it that promised to deliver it personally just yesterday? Moreover, she genuinely had commitments this afternoon, with the time already set. Yin Enyu replied, "But I need to visit the foundation shortly to discuss some matters. I won't have enough time." After sending the message, it felt as if it had vanished into the abyss, leaving no trace. Waiting for a moment, she received no response from the other end. Just as she was about to turn off her phone, it vibrated unexpectedly. He Yuzhou messaged, "Busy?" He Yuzhou added, "Let your ex-boyfriend starve." The sarcasm was palpable even through the screen. A smile blossomed on Yin Enyu's face. The remnants of arrogance had vanished. She leisurely typed, "May I place an order for you through my phone?" He Yuzhou replied, "Barely acceptable." Yin Enyu's smile sparkled. He was willing, albeit reluctantly. Exiting their chat, she filtered through their usual dining spots and selected one. Beside her, Yu, who was nearly full, noticed her boss still engrossed in her phone and couldn't help but remind her, "Boss, you should eat. The food will get cold." "Right," Yin Enyu thought, sliding her finger across the screen to order lunch for He Yuzhou. Upon hearing the name He Yuzhou, Yu paused, and recalling the radiant smile on her boss's face while she was on her phone, she seemed to piece together some clues. Her gaze fixed intently on Yin Enyu. After completing the payment, Yin Enyu set her phone down and waved her hand in front of Yu's eyes. "What's wrong?" Yu leaned in slightly, cautiously asking, "Boss, are you and President He back together?" To be honest, since the split with President He, she had not seen her boss genuinely happy in a long time. Although she maintained a smile while conversing, it felt as though she was suppressing a multitude of feelings inside. During that time, her days were filled with classes, practicing the piano, and concerts, leaving no room for respite. She had worried about her boss overexerting herself and had urged her to take a break multiple times, but to no avail. Yin Enyu's eyes momentarily flickered, a blend of surprise and confusion washing over her. "No. Why would you ask that?" Yu hesitated for a few seconds before slowly expressing her intuition. I just feel that since you returned and saw President He, you seem a bit happier than before. Yin Enyu pressed her lips together, lost in thought, remaining noncommittal. Chapter 26. Nothing escapes his perception in the office of the president of Lumen. Zhou Zhun entered. What would you like for lunch? He Yuzhou reclined leisurely on the sofa, feigning sleep. You need not prepare anything. Confused, Zhou Zhun inquired, Oh? Has someone taken over your duties? He Yuzhou slowly opened his eyes. Someone has already ordered for me. Zhou Zhun could not shake the feeling that his words carried a hint of boastfulness. He blurted out, Is it Miss Yin? Otherwise, he could think of no one else. He Yuzhou crossed his legs, regarding him with an enigmatic smile. Are you curious about my affairs? Zhou Zhun hastily shook his head in denial. Not at all. After a moment of silence, He Yuzhou noted his lingering presence. Is there something else? Zhou Zhun's lips moved as if he had something to say, yet he hesitated. Growing impatient, He Yuzhou remarked, If you have nothing to express, then you may leave. With a deep breath, Zhou Zhun summoned his courage. Could you possibly assist me in acquiring Miss Yin's autograph? Though he could not comprehend the nuances of piano, he still yearned for a signed photograph of the renowned pianist. He had contemplated asking during her previous visits to the company, but had never found the courage until now. Encouraged by He Yuzhou's seemingly good mood, He Yuzhou raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his assistant's audacity in requesting his ex-girlfriend's signature. Do you desire my autograph as well? He replied in a tone devoid of warmth. Zhou Zhun's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, that's unnecessary. He would never dare to ask for such a thing, especially given the ominous undertone of He Yuzhou's words. His signature might very well be inscribed on a dismissal notice. I'll take my leave then, and I no longer require Miss Yin's autograph, Zhou Zhun said hurriedly as he exited. He knew well which was more critical, his job or a mere signature. Just as he approached the door, He Yuzhou suddenly called out, Stop. Startled, Zhou Zhun turned around, trembling slightly. What is it, Surely, it couldn't be that serious over a signature, especially since he had not even acquired it. He Yuzhou, preoccupied with his own thoughts, raised his chin slightly. Bring me a glass of water. Zhou Zhun exhaled a long breath of relief and promptly replied, Certainly. Approaching the desk, he picked up a teacup. Use that white water cup, He Yuzhou instructed. Zhou Zhun felt a twinge of confusion, but dared not question further. Understood. He replaced the cup with the white one and examined it closely, wondering if it bore any special significance. However, after scrutinizing it from every angle, he found nothing remarkable. Perhaps it was best to leave his employer's intentions a mystery. When lunch arrived, it was Chinese cuisine that Yin Enyu had ordered for He Yuzhou. He snapped a photo and sent it to her. At that moment, Yin Enyu was en route to the foundation. Is it delicious? He Yuzhou, having yet to pick up his chopsticks, replied, Mediocre, not as delightful as what your family's chef prepares. Yin Enyu paused her fingertips on the screen, recalling that if memory served her right, she had only dined at his home twice, and that was 2 years ago. Could he still remember the taste? Yin Enyu remarked, Is that so? But my family has changed chefs since then. He Yuzhou retorted, Did you think you could deceive me just because I haven't been to your home? Yin Enyu stared at him in astonishment, wondering how he knew. He Yuzhou answered her unspoken question. Finding a chef who matches your palate is akin to climbing a mountain. He added, Would your parents easily replace someone? Yin Enyu found herself at a loss for words. There was nothing she could deceive him about. Having meticulously planned for the charity gala at the end of the month, Yin Enyu stepped out of the building, enveloped in the warm embrace of the orange-hued sunset. Next to her, Yu bounced along with vibrant energy, asking, Boss, where are we headed now? You should head home first. Tangdang has invited me for a shopping trip. Yin Enyu instructed as she summoned the foundation's driver to take her. All right, I'll take my leave then. Yu waved goodbye, saying goodbye, boss. Yin Enyu met Wan Tang at the LM Mall, a premier luxury shopping destination characterized by its amber glass, fade, and flowing, curvilinear architecture, which exuded both grandeur and artistic elegance. As she stepped inside, a refreshing scent of glacial minerals enveloped her. It was her first visit to this place. She recalled that during her return to the country 2 years prior, this mall seemed not to exist. Wantang, Gudio, Inguit. I've heard this is one of Master He's ventures. Is that true? Yin Enyu paused, shaking her head. I'm not sure. She had never delved into the details of He Yuzhou's enterprises. However, it was evident that he had a considerable number. If she were to ask, he would likely be unable to recount them all in one sitting. The name of this mall did indeed resemble the abbreviation of his company, suggesting it was likely one of his assets. Chapter 27. Only fond of He Yuzhou, after a leisurely stroll through the mall, Yin Enyu found little to desire, primarily accompanying Wantang. Her shopping excursions were infrequent. The latest limited edition garments, bags, and jewelry would arrive at her doorstep before their official release. Entering a high-end fragrance boutique, Wantang suddenly excused herself, stating, Enyu, you go ahead. I need to use the restroom. All right, Yin Enyu replied, ambling through the store, her gaze drifting over the crystal-clear perfume bottles displayed like exquisite works of art. A sales associate approached her with a warm smile, slightly bowing as she enthusiastically offered assistance. Madam, may I inquire which fragrance notes you prefer? I would be delighted to make a recommendation. The sales staff, seasoned in their craft, could easily discern that Yin Enyu, with her luxurious attire from earrings to heels, was undoubtedly a wealthy heiress. Noticing the exclusive limited edition bag she carried, one of only 3 globally, its value was beyond estimation. Yin Enyu casually lifted a bottle of perfume, saying, Thank you, but I would like to browse on my own. Of course, the sales associate replied, stepping aside. Should you need anything, please do not hesitate to call me. Yin Enyu strolled to the aromatherapy section, selecting 2 unfamiliar sleep fragrances, hoping they would prove beneficial. Just as she was about to proceed to the checkout, a voice called out from behind her, Enyu. Turning to follow the sound, she raised an eyebrow in surprise. What a coincidence to encounter someone here. Lu Jing approached, engaging her in small talk, as usual. Are you alone? I have a friend with me, Yin Enyu replied, handing her aromatherapy selections to the nearby sales associate for packaging. What brings you here? I passed by on my way home from work. My mother's birthday is in a couple of days, so I thought I would pick out a gift. Lu Jing then pivoted the conversation, asking, Enyu, could you assist me in choosing something? Yin Enyu found his train of thought perplexing and firmly declined. I truly cannot help with that. You know your mother best. Lu Jing maintained his composure, seemingly unfazed by her refusal, and shifted the topic. I noticed you were purchasing aromatherapy. You ladies must be quite knowledgeable about this. Could you recommend a men's fragrance? The few I've bought previously have not been pleasant. Accepting the bag handed to her by the sales associate and completing her purchase, Yin Enyu then turned to the associate, saying, Hello, this gentleman is interested in a fragrance. Could you assist him? Choosing a fragrance is an exceedingly personal endeavor, and selecting one for a man carries a certain ambiguity. The only male for whom she would contemplate such a selection would be He Yuzhou. Certainly, the sales associate replied enthusiastically, Sir, may I ask? Before she could finish, Lu Jing, noticing Yin Enyu's intention to leave, hastily followed her outside the store. He positioned himself in front of her, asking, Enyu, are you deliberately keeping your distance from me? If he had not sensed her aloofness by now, he must have been extraordinarily oblivious. Did He Yuzhou say something to you? After he left the restaurant last time, he pondered deeply and realized that her attitude towards him had shifted, particularly after encountering He Yuzhou at the Grand Theater. Previously, when they were classmates, they could exchange a few more words. Yin Enyu questioned, why suddenly bring up He Yuzhou? What does he have to do with this? She retorted, what do you think he would say to me? Lu Jing, unable to restrain himself, blurted out, did he speak ill of me in your presence? Although he was inquiring of Yin Enyu, his tone exuded certainty, as he had already formed that conviction in his heart. Yin Enyu, rarely at a loss for words, wondered why he would speak ill of her. The last time at the restaurant, when you went to the restroom, I had an unpleasant encounter with him. But he initiated it. Lu Jing, truncating the details, maliciously insinuated, Enyu, someone like him, should have been dismissed by you long ago. Yin Enyu, unable to tolerate his words any longer, cast a displeased glance at him. What kind of person do you think he is? I don't even wish to hear your answer. She continued, He Yuzhou has never stooped to gossiping behind someone's back. If he has opinions or grievances, he expresses them directly. He is indifferent to others' perceptions and judgments. At this moment, your demeanor resembles that of someone who disparages others from the shadows. Moreover, He Yuzhou is not someone who would regard you highly, let alone mention you in front of me. Witnessing her unabashed defense of He Yuzhou, Lu Jing's expression momentarily froze. Enyu, why are you still defending He Yuzhou? You've already broken up. He, with misplaced conviction, insisted, you need not spare his feelings. He has wronged you. Yin Enyu replied, who told you you wronged me? It seemed he was more aware of the situation than she was. Isn't it obvious? Lu Jing stubbornly maintained, otherwise, how could you have broken up? He Yuzhou has never wronged me. If anyone owes an apology, it is I who owe him, she asserted, her voice steady yet imbued with a trace of chill. How you perceive He Yuzhou is beyond my control. But I hope you refrain from speaking ill of him in my presence, for it angers me. I understand him better than anyone else. Others' evaluations do not alter my impression of him. Yin Enyu laid bare her thoughts. Lu Jing, there is no possibility for us. Do not waste your time on me. I will only ever like He Yuzhou and be with him. Lu Jing clenched his fists, unwilling to concede. But you have been broken up for 2 years. Yin Enyu replied, thus, I have never contemplated dating again. He Yuzhou will always surpass others in my heart. Just as they engaged in this conversation, the subject of their discussion appeared at the escalator of the mall, clad in a bespoke suit, with one hand casually tucked in his pocket. He possessed an extraordinary physique and an imposing presence. Beside him, Zhojin reported on the mall's operational status, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Mr. He, is that Miss Yin? Upon hearing this, He Yuzhou followed his gaze and looked downstairs. Amidst the bustling crowd, he immediately spotted her. In this sea of humanity, her pure white attire stood out remarkably. Continue your inspection. There's no need to accompany me. He Yuzhou instructed his assistant before striding down the stairs with purpose. With a clear line of sight, he then noticed that another person stood before her, a person with ulterior motives towards her. He Yuzhou smirked. This individual truly was a persistent shadow. However, as he approached, he found that Miss Yin had already dismissed him. Why does he leave just as I arrive? He Yuzhou positioned himself before her, demanding, is there anything I cannot hear? Yin Enyu looked up, their eyes meeting in surprise. What are you doing here? She asked. Shouldn't that question be posed by me? He Yuzhou retorted with a smirk. You claimed you were heading to the foundation. What happened? He tilted his chin slightly, glancing at the retreating figure. Yin Enyu replied, we merely ran into each other. I came with Tang Tang. Just as she finished speaking, Wan Tang emerged from the restroom, but, upon seeing He Yuzhou, promptly turned to enter a nearby aromatherapy shop. You two chat. I'll go buy something, she said. Yin Enyu remarked. She moves quite quickly. He Yuzhou reached out, pinching her cheeks gently to redirect her gaze towards him. What did he say to you? Yin Enyu brushed his hand away, asserting, it's not important. I clarified things with him. Intrigued, He Yuzhou raised an eyebrow. What did you say? Yin Enyu selectively divulged. I told him there was no possibility between us. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhou smiled with satisfaction. Well said. This declaration, coming from you, carries more weight than the words spoken by me that day, delivering a stronger blow to him. Are there many suitors pursuing you? He Yuzhou asked, only to feel foolish for posing such a question. How could someone as remarkable as her lack admirers? Yin Enyu curved her lips into a smile, gazing quietly at him. What's that to you? He Yuzhou averted his eyes, responding nonchalantly, nothing much. I can handle any who come, especially since not just anyone could catch your eye. What did you buy? He glanced down at the bag in her hand and reached out to carry it for her. Yin Enyu did not resist, allowing him to take it. Aromatherapy for sleep, she replied. He Yuzhou furrowed his brows, a note of concern in his tone. Are you having trouble sleeping at night? Just a bit. Yin Enyu attempted to downplay it. Why didn't you have this issue before? He enveloped her in his arms, stroking her back gently. You used to fall asleep quickly. Your sleep quality was always quite good. Yin Enyu bit her lips softly. I don't know. He Yuzhou's gaze darkened, his voice taking on a slightly stern tone tinged with reproach. Yin Enyu, what have you done to your body? Her current state raises concerns about her well-being. Irregular meals are one thing, but just days ago, she was suffering from throat discomfort, and now she's plagued by sleep disturbances. What other ailments might she be concealing? Yin Enyu was taken aback by the sudden shift in his tone. Her lips slightly pouted as she murmured, I don't want this either. She yearns for restful sleep without the reliance on medication, yet her efforts prove futile. At this moment, she feels an inexplicable sense of grievance. Yin Enyu pinched the palm of her hand with her fingertips and turned to leave, disregarding the recently purchased aromatherapy diffuser. Chapter 28. Hand in hand, He Yuzhou immediately caught up, grasping her wrist and drawing her closer. "Where are you going?" Yin Enyu wriggled free from his grip, creating a distance between them as she continued walking. "I don't wish to converse with you right now." He Yuzhou shook his head in resignation, letting out a sigh. "After 2 years apart, how has your temper worsened?" "It was you who lost your temper first," Yin Enyu retorted, casting a sideways glance at him. Her lips pursed in accusation. "Can't you speak properly? Why raise your voice suddenly?" He Yuzhou chuckled softly, realizing that before him stood a delicate creature, a fact he had nurtured. He took her hand once more, halting their progress. "I was the one in a hurry." His fingertips caressed the delicate skin of her hand, his tone soothing and deliberate as he leaned in slightly to meet her gaze. "Are you feeling wronged?" Yin Enyu, unwilling to feign indifference, candidly expressed her feelings. "A little. It's because I care that I feel this way. I'll be more mindful next time," he promised, gently squeezing her fingers. "You're not angry now, are you?" Yin Enyu replied. "I'm not angry. I feel wronged, but not to the point of anger." She understood that his concerns stemmed from his deep care for her. She sought to reassure him, stating that her difficulty sleeping was not a significant issue, and he need not worry. "How can it not be a significant issue? Sleep is more important than anything," He Yuzhou exclaimed, exasperated by her nonchalant attitude. He raised his hand and lightly pinched her cheek. "Have you seen a doctor?" His expression turned serious. If she answered negatively, he would take her to the hospital immediately. "I have, but it was of no use. The doctor you found isn't effective," Yin Enyu replied. He Yuzhou, determined, pulled out his phone from his pocket. "I'll arrange it." "Really, there's no need," she interjected, pressing her hand against his. "It's not as severe as you think. With medication, I can still sleep well." Suddenly, she leaned in closer, her bright eyes sparkling with warmth, her long lashes fluttering. "See? I don't even have dark circles." The floral scent intertwined with aquatic notes enveloped He Yuzhou as he inhaled deeply, captivated by her flawless visage so near him. He swallowed hard, lowering his gaze. If he leaned down just a bit, their noses would touch. Thinking this, he acted upon it, gently brushing his nose against hers, their breaths mingling in the air between them. "You better not be deceiving me." The coolness of their breaths, slightly damp, intertwined, creating an unusually vivid intimacy amidst the surrounding chaos of the bustling marketplace, where the noise seemed to fade into silence, leaving only the two of them. "What are you doing?" Yin Enyu exclaimed, startled by his unexpected action, playfully slapping his sturdy chest. "You should pay attention to your image in public." She could sense the curious glances from passers-by. In an attempt to avoid being recognized, Yin Enyu tugged at He Yuzhou's suit, moving to hide behind him. His tall and slender figure could completely shield her delicate frame, instilling a profound sense of security. He Yuzhou cast his gaze downward, focusing on the person standing before his chest, a hint of playful amusement curling at the corners of his lips. "What are you doing?" he inquired, bemused by her sudden closeness. Such behavior had only occurred during their romantic phase. "I fear being seen," she replied. "If someone captures this moment and posts it online, I would be unable to explain." She could almost envision the sensational headlines that media outlets might concoct. Pianist Yin Enyu's romance exposed, seen in close proximity with a man at the mall. Upon hearing her reasoning, He Yuzhou's earlier good mood dissipated in an instant. "So what if they see us? Am I someone to be hidden away?" he thought, feeling a stark contrast to their previous relationship, where she would never have been so secretive. They used to stroll hand in hand, travel together, and share kisses openly. "No," Yin Enyu gently clarified, "given our current relationship, I fear it may lead to unnecessary misunderstandings." "Ah, I forgot we are now exes." He Yuzhou's expression darkened, a breath of frustration lodged in his chest, unable to be released. "I overstepped. I should not have approached you just now." He had believed that their time together had brought them closer, yet her instinctive withdrawal felt like a bucket of cold water, jolting him back to reality. A clear boundary still existed in her heart, keeping their emotions apart. All their previous moments had merely been his self-deception. Rest assured, I shall not bring you trouble, He Yuzhou said as he handed her a bag containing fragrance, stepping back to maintain distance. I won't interrupt your shopping any longer. With that, he turned and walked away decisively. Yin Enyu watched his retreating figure, her lips trembling slightly, conveying her unspoken intentions. He Yuzhou, she called out, but he did not turn back, continuing to distance himself. Leaning against the cold, hard glass railing behind her, she found it to be her sole support, allowing her to stand firm. She lowered her head, her gaze hollow, fixated on the ground. Moments later, a pair of polished shoes suddenly entered her line of sight, a broad figure blocking a portion of the light, his breath cascading over her head. Yin Enyu instinctively looked up, her pupils widening in astonishment. He had returned. He Yuzhou gazed at her with an unfathomable depth, sighing helplessly, still not leaving. He had already made his way to the elevator, ready to depart, but the thought of leaving her alone tugged at his conscience, compelling him to turn back. What he saw was her solitary figure amidst the bustling crowd, making her appear strikingly lonely, stirring a desire within him to embrace her tightly. They locked eyes for several seconds before she finally managed to speak. I do not feel you have overstepped, nor do I believe you cannot be seen with others. You cannot misconstrue my intentions. This, more than my earlier concern for her well-being and the lack of control over my tone, has left her feeling aggrieved and despondent. To my surprise, He Yuzhou did not anticipate her proactive attempt to soothe him. Noticing that he seemed unresponsive, Yin Enyu slowly extended her left hand, intertwining her fingers with his, gently urging him to believe in her. She had already clarified her position. If he remained unwilling to trust her, there was little she could do. The soft touch of her hand instantly assuaged He Yuzhou's discontent, and he clasped her hand tightly, affectionately ruffling her hair, signaling his belief in her words. Shall we continue shopping? He inquired. Why? Yin Enyu replied. I can accompany you, he offered. Never mind. She swiftly declined without a second thought. I wouldn't want to trouble you, President He. While he had calmed down, a lingering resentment still gnawed at her. Weren't you just leaving with such decisiveness? Yin Enyu fixed her gaze upon him. I called for you, yet you didn't pause for a moment. You called for me? He Yuzhou responded, puzzled. I didn't hear you. It was implausible that he could remain indifferent to her call. He was incapable of being so heartless towards her. Yin Enyu scrutinized him, and he did not appear to be lying. Perhaps he genuinely did not hear her. The cacophony of them all could easily drown out her relatively soft voice. Wan Tang emerged from the fragrance shop and immediately spotted them not far off. As she approached, her gaze fell upon their intertwined hands, prompting her to halt abruptly. What had transpired? How had they come to hold hands? Wan Tang pivoted and exited through another door, sending a message to Yin Enyu. An in. I'm leaving now. Won't disturb your romantic interlude with He Yuzhou. Smirking, message me when you get home. She felt compelled to call and inquire further. As Yin Enyu read her message, He Yuzhou glanced at the screen as well, the contents unmistakably clear. Shall we continue shopping or head home? He asked. Let us go home, Yin Enyu decided while preparing to reply to Wan Tang's message, only then realizing that her other hand was still clasped in his. Let go of my hand, she insisted, shaking her arm. He Yuzhou raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, his voice laced with playful sarcasm. Didn't you initiate the hand-holding? Yin Enyu huffed lightly, prying his fingers apart, asserting that there would be no next time. Her earlier action had merely been instinctual, without much thought. In the past, when he was upset, she would resort to such soothing gestures. He Yuzhou crossed his arms and lazily leaned against the railing, remarking that whether there would be a next time was not solely up to her. He then took her bag and belongings, waiting for her to finish her message before speaking. Come, I'll take you home. Aren't you working? Yin Enyu matched his pace, having heard from Tang Tang that this mall belonged to him. His presence here seemed to confirm that assumption. My establishment, why should you learn of it from others? He Yuzhou retorted. You never mentioned it to me, she replied. Just wait. He Yuzhou pressed the elevator button, and I instructed my assistant to prepare a document to send to you. Yin Enyu replied. That is quite unnecessary. Chapter 29. Let him have dinner. The car came to a halt at Ishan Mansion, and He Yuzhou stepped out of the back seat alongside Yin Enyu. Is there something you need? Yin Enyu inquired, turning her head in confusion. He Yuzhou playfully flicked her forehead. I've taken you home several times. Are you not going to invite me in for a moment? Yin Enyu blinked slowly, unaware of his desire to enter her abode. All right, then have dinner before you leave, she offered. He Yuzhou, who was never one to understand the nuances of politeness, found her invitation rather agreeable. By the way, I would like to check on the piano I gifted you to see if it is still there. During the day, she had promised to send him a photograph, but darkness had fallen, and he had yet to receive it. She had no reason to deceive him. It was likely that she had simply forgotten amidst her busyness. Do as you wish, she replied indifferently. I've kept it in perfect condition and even take care of it regularly. As they approached the entrance, He Yuzhou suddenly remembered to ask, Are your parents home? They are not. They have a dinner engagement this evening, she replied. Her parents were often preoccupied, making evenings the only time they could meet. He Yuzhou felt at ease, as familiar as if he were returning to his own home. He opened the shoe cabinet and retrieved a pair of slippers, remembering to place another pair in front of Yin Enyu. This created an illusion for her that she was returning to his home. Miss, Enyu emerged from within the house. Upon seeing He Yuzhou beside her, she paused momentarily before quickly regaining her composure and greeting him, young master He. Having worked for the Yin family for a considerable time, she was aware of their past romantic relationship. The two had shared meals at the Yin residence several times. She had also learned of their breakup through happenstance, feeling it was quite a pity, as they seemed well matched in every aspect. Enyu, is dinner ready? Yin Enyu called out towards the kitchen. It should be almost done. I will check with the chef, Enyu responded. All right, Yin Enyu instructed, please prepare an extra set of chopsticks. After saying this, she turned to the man beside her. Come on, let me show you the piano. As they ascended the stairs, she quietly teased him. See, I didn't lose it, yet you still doubt me. What have you been saying about me? He Yuzhou asked, not catching her words clearly, as he effortlessly leaped 2 steps at a time to keep pace with her. Yin Enyu promptly denied it. I didn't say anything bad about you. Upon reaching the second floor, Yin Enyu pushed open the door to her bedroom. He Yuzhou followed her in boldly. This was not his first visit to her sanctuary. The layout remained unchanged, and the air was imbued with a delicate fragrance that spoke of her essence. His gaze immediately landed on the exquisite handcrafted crystal piano positioned by the window. Its transparent exterior was pure, glimmering and translucent, exuding an air of nobility and luxury far surpassing the ordinary black or white pianos. Golden lines adorned the front panel, intricately inscribed with her name, Yvonne. He Yuzhou sank onto the piano bench. This was the very piano he had won for her at the auction. The name had been meticulously embedded by an elderly craftsman from Venice. Leaning against the piano, Yin Enyu playfully asked, Are you planning to take it back now? He Yuzhou was amused by her outrageous question, chuckling. Have you lost your mind from hunger? He had never contemplated reclaiming what he had given away. Come, let us go downstairs for a meal. He Yuzhou pulled her along, preventing her from further indulging in her ramblings. The night was shrouded in a deep, inky darkness, enveloping the neon-lit metropolis of Shanghai. Halfway through his meal, He Yuzhou was summoned away by an urgent call from his assistant. He picked up the suit draped over the back of his chair. I must head to the office now. I cannot finish this meal with you. His tone was apologetic, aware that she preferred not to dine alone, especially since her appetite was modest, and she would eat even less when by herself. It's fine. And Enyu also rose, escorting him to the door, instructing the driver to proceed slowly. All right. He Yuzhou delicately tucked a strand of hair behind her ear before departing. After he left, Yin Enyu returned to the dining room, but upon seeing the lavish spread before her, her appetite had vanished. Enyu, please clear this away. I want to be eating anymore. She picked up her glass of fruit and vegetable juice and made her way to the living room, curling up on the soft sofa. No sooner had she sat down than her phone rang. It was Tang Tang. Yin Enyu activated the speakerphone and placed the device beside her. Is He Yuzhou still with you? Tang Tang's voice was lowered. He just left. Yin Enyu crossed her legs, inquiring, What's the matter? Dang dang chuka. Now that he is gone, I can freely gossip about you too. She eagerly asked what happened at the mall. Have you reconciled? Jin and Judy played. No. Tang Tang sounded skeptical, but you were holding hands. At this, Yin Enyu hesitated for a moment, recalling that very scene. She had pushed He Yuzhou away. It was he who had refused to let go. Tang Tang bluntly stated, "Don't try to deceive me. It's evident you haven't severed ties with him." Yin Enyu parted her lips, but offered no further explanation, for it was complicated. Tang Tang did not press further, having called merely to verify whether they had indeed reconciled. "When I invite you out next time, tell young master he not to steal me away again. This is the second time he has intercepted me. If it happens again, I want to leave any space for them." Yin Enyu smiled with her eyes. "You were the one who abandoned me first." Tang Tang playfully poked at her through the screen. "So, you're still defending your ex-boyfriend?" "I am not," Yin Enyu assured her. "I promise to convey your words to him." Chapter 30. Lulling her to sleep, the night was deep and dark, with the moonlight shrouded in a misty haze. After resolving a particularly challenging task, He Yuzhou departed from the office, the clock striking 1 in the morning. Upon arriving home, he took a refreshing shower, donning a loose bathrobe, and leaned wearily against the headboard of his bed. He picked up his phone from the bedside table, glancing at the time, uncertain if she had already drifted into slumber. Whenever fatigue enveloped him, the first image that surfaced in his mind was that of Yin Enyu. It seemed that her mere presence could alleviate all his exhaustion. She needed to do nothing more than allow him a brief embrace or a gentle kiss. This had always been the case. Even when they could not meet in person, their voices resonated through the phone, bridging the distance between them. However, now, regardless of how late he worked, returning home meant confronting an expanse of darkness. No longer would someone be waiting for him, rushing to him with a radiant smile and enveloping him in a warm embrace. He Yuzhou rubbed his aching brow and then opened his only pinned contact, sending a message. "Are you asleep?" In the Yin residence, Yin Enyu lay on her plush bed, clad in a cream-colored silk nightgown that elegantly draped over her graceful form, her skin as pale as snow. The bedroom was softly illuminated by a gentle wall lamp, creating a cozy atmosphere while a projector played classic television shows in the background. Typically, she would take melatonin at 11, preparing for sleep. Yet tonight, she lingered in the light, delaying the moment of rest. Upon receiving He Yuzhou's message, the peculiar behavior of the evening was suddenly clarified. A subtle intuition had whispered to her that he might reach out after finishing work. She did not wish to repeat the last time when his late-night call went unanswered, nor did she want to disappoint him with unfulfilled expectations. Thus, she had been waiting. Yin Enyu replied, "Not yet." In the next moment, the sound of a voice call rang out. He Yuzhou was calling. Without hesitation, she answered, simultaneously grabbing the remote to pause the show. As the call connected, a harmonious silence enveloped them for a few seconds, as if the very air carried the rhythm of their heartbeats. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" He Yuzhou's deep voice, tinged with a hint of languor, reached her ears. "Can't sleep?" "Not really," Yin Enyu replied, pulling the covers closer around her. "I suspected you would message me." On the other end, He Yuzhou felt his heart race. "So, you've been waiting for me?" Yin Enyu softly affirmed, realizing there was no need for concealment now that she had been anticipating his message. He would surely feel joy upon learning this. At that moment, He Yuzhou could not simply be described as happy. He was elated beyond measure. Just seconds ago, he feared no one would be waiting for him. Now, the very person he longed for revealed that she had been waiting all along. "What if I hadn't messaged you?" he inquired. Yin Enyu chose not to answer directly, responding, "But you did, didn't you?" His hypothetical scenario was rendered moot. She was confident he would not leave her in vain anticipation. "Why were you thinking of waiting for me?" He Yuzhou shifted his phone to the other hand. Yin Enyu delicately pinched the quilt between her fingers. "The last time he called, did it not leave you feeling quite unhappy?" He Yuzhou's dark eyes swirled with emotions, and after a moment of silence, he rasped, "Yin Enyu, do you still hold a place for me in your heart?" Yet, the words lingered on the tip of his tongue as he lacked the courage to voice them. He feared the answer might be one he dreaded to hear, worried that the enchanting and delightful atmosphere of the evening would be shattered by his inquiry. He was never one to shy away from confrontation, nor was he afraid of facing any consequences. However, when it came to her, every question he contemplated required meticulous consideration and weighing of its implications. Seeing him call her name, yet falter in his response, Yin Enyu could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked, "What is wrong?" "Nothing," He Yuzhou replied dismissively, "It's getting late. You should sleep." Oh, just as she prepared to end the call, his voice echoed once more from the phone. "Don't hang up. Let me soothe you." Yin Enyu instinctively retracted her fingers, momentarily taken aback, and asked, "How will you soothe me?" He chuckled softly, his chest vibrating with the sound. "Have I not soothed you enough in the past?" His tone was carefree, yet regret lingered in his words. "Unfortunately, I cannot hold you to sleep now." Disregarding his playful banter, she pressed on. "Are you going to soothe me or not? If you hang up, I won't," she threatened. "I will soothe you," he replied, his voice rising with affection. "Now, turn off the lights, tuck yourself in, and place your phone beside you." Yin Enyu complied with his instructions. Moments later, a deep, soothing voice emerged from her phone, singing her favorite song, "My heart, as crippled by the vein, that I keep on closing, you cut me open and I keep bleeding, I keep bleeding, love." The familiar melody enveloped her ears, and she opened her eyes, realizing it had been far too long since he had sung this for her. His voice was exceptionally tender and rich, imbued with a unique timbre. The languid and effortless quality of his singing was utterly enchanting, both soothing and tantalizing. As his voice washed over her, a wave of drowsiness gradually overcame Yin Enyu, her eyelids fluttering shut, when the gentle sounds from the other end of the line faded. He Yuzhou paused, bringing the phone closer to listen to her soft, rhythmic breaths, and murmured good night. He did not end the call, instead placing the phone beside her pillow. Chapter 31. Unaccustomed without him, Yin Enyu experienced a dreamless night, resting deeply. Upon awakening, sunlight filtered through the sheer white curtains, bathing the room in a gentle glow. Leaning against the headboard, memories from the previous night flooded her mind. Remarkably, she had fallen asleep without resorting to melatonin and had slumbered longer than usual. Was it the sound of his voice that instilled such a profound sense of comfort, allowing her to sleep so soundly? Reaching for her phone beside her, she pressed the power button, but the screen remained unresponsive. It had powered down due to a depleted battery. Turning to her side, she opened the drawer and retrieved the charging cable. Once her phone powered back on, she immediately accessed her chat with He Yuzhou. The last message read, "Call duration 3:21:48. He Yuzhou had not ended the call, which did not surprise her. During their time apart abroad, it had become customary for them to call each other at night to sleep, without exception. Just as she was about to set her phone down, a new message popped up on the screen. "Are you awake?" Yin Enyu replied, "Just woke up." His timing was impeccable. "He Yuzhou, did you sleep well last night?" Yin Enyu, "Very well." At the dining table, having breakfast, He Yuzhou smiled slightly upon reading her response. Her restful slumber was reassuring. Evidently, his efforts to soothe her to sleep had proven effective. He set down his cutlery. "Do you know why you struggled to sleep before?" Yin Enyu, "Why? Could he really diagnose her sleep issues?" He Yuzhou, "Perhaps it is because you are unaccustomed to my absence." Yin Enyu's long eyelashes fluttered. He understood her well. While his words held some truth, she countered, "You are the one who is unaccustomed." He Yuzhou smirked, candidly admitting, "I indeed am not used to it." Having been apart for quite some time, he had not enjoyed a single good night's sleep. He had immersed himself in work, attempting to numb his feelings. Yet, he realized it was futile. She had filled every corner of his life, and every task reminded him of her. Yin Enyu lowered her gaze, contemplating how to respond. She decided to change the subject. "I need to get up." He Yuzhou anticipated this. "Make sure to eat a good breakfast." Yin Enyu, "Okay. JPG." He Yuzhou replied with a head-patting emoji. All the emojis on his phone had been saved by Yin Enyu, and he had only ever shared them with her. Downstairs, Yin Yu and Yin Huaizhong had yet to leave for work. Upon seeing Yin Enyu descend the stairs, Yin Yu waved at her, greeting her cheerfully. "Good morning, Mom and Dad." Yin Enyu walked gracefully over to them. "Good morning," Yin Huaizhong said, putting down the newspaper and smiling warmly at his daughter. Recently, due to the demands of the company, they had not had the chance to sit down and converse properly. Yin Huaizhong, with his amiable demeanor, inquired if she needed any assistance for the charity gala at the end of the month. The management of the charity foundation had been carefully selected from within the company under his guidance. He occasionally inquires about the operational status. After all, it is a charity established by his daughter. "No need," I have everything arranged, Yin Enyu replied, accepting the health tea that Aunt Yu had brought her and taking a delicate sip. Yin Enyu gently caressed her hair, saying, "We must carve out some time that day to show our support for our daughter." Yin Enyu smiled softly, all right. After a brief period of casual conversation in the living room, Yin Enyu casually asked, "I heard from Aunt Yu that we had guests last night?" Yin Enyu nodded. There was nothing to conceal. "Yes, He Yuzhou came. Did you meet him?" Yin Enyu observed her expression, aware that the breakup was initiated by their daughter. They refrained from probing further into the reasons. Having experienced youth themselves, they understood that matters of the heart are often not shared with outsiders, even parents. When she is ready to speak, she will do so. Excessive questioning might only burden her further or even resurface her pain. As long as she is not mistreated, the ebb and flow of relationships is a common occurrence. Yin Enyu cradled her cup, recalling that she had already seen him during the solo concert. "He attended your performance?" Yin Huizhang interjected. Yin Enyu reflected on their conversation in the hallway. He had claimed he was not there to see her performance, merely a chance encounter. She could discern the truth in that statement. Upon hearing this, Yin Huizhang chuckled. What a coincidence that seems. They are all men. How could he not understand his intentions? He must still hold feelings for your daughter. So what is your current situation? Yin Enyu asked. They held a favorable view of He Yuzhou, a figure in this extravagant circle who had managed to stay clear of scandalous rumors. His esteemed family background was beyond reproach, and most importantly, he harbored genuine affection for their daughter. Yin Enyu pondered with downcast eyes before shaking her head. I do not know. If I cannot comprehend it, I choose not to dwell on it. Yin Huizhang affectionately patted her head. Whatever decision you make, your father will support you. Yin Enyu smiled brightly. All right. Lumen. He Yuzhou finished reviewing the documents and leaned back lazily in his chair, wearing the suit he had draped over Yin Enyu the last time they met. He slightly turned his chair, his gaze landing on the framed photo beside his computer. This was the item Yin Enyu had inadvertently left behind, tucked away in the drawer during her last visit. Within the frame was a photograph of the two of them, taken at the observation deck of the Empire State Building when he confessed his feelings to her. It was their first picture together. The night was rich and deep, with surrounding skyscrapers illuminated like a spilled galaxy, the neon lights dancing and refracting into mesmerizing hues. The Art Deco spire atop the building radiated a fierce crimson light, offering a panoramic view of Manhattan's vibrant nightlife from over 300 meters above. The girl, adorned in a French embroidered gown, wore his suit jacket draped over her shoulders, her arms gently resting on his, her toes slightly elevated. He leaned in, encircling her waist with his arms, and pressed his lips softly against hers in a kiss atop the skyscraper. The evening breeze stirred her flowing skirt, creating a graceful sway in the air. He Yuzhou held the picture frame in his hands, his fingers gently tracing the silhouette of the girl behind the glass, lost in contemplation. After a while, he returned the frame to its place and casually opened a nearby drawer. Inside lay a meticulously crafted white handbag. As he lifted it, the office door was suddenly thrust open with a bang. Two individuals strode in with confidence. He Yuzhou placed the handbag on the desk, his disdain evident. What brings you here? He inquired. You seem rather unwelcoming, Chang Ziyin remarked, plopping down onto the sofa. Lu Jun called for the secretary outside to bring them both a cup of coffee. Am I not being overt enough? He Yuzhou leaned casually against the desk, hands braced on either side. Do I need to summon security to escort you out? You truly lack a sense of hospitality, Chang Ziyin retorted. We came with good intentions. His words trailed off abruptly as he suddenly stood and exclaimed, Whose bag is this? Why is it in your office? He Yuzhou picked up a nearby folder and unceremoniously swatted away the hand that reached for the bag. Are you my girlfriend? Do I owe you an explanation? King Ziyan scoffed. Hardly. Have you found someone else? He scrutinized He Yuzhou from head to toe. He Yuzhou chose to ignore him, turning to Lu Jun instead. What brings you here? Nothing of great importance, Lu Jun replied, taking a sip of the coffee brought in by the secretary. I just happened to have a lighter workload today, and thought I'd come by for a visit. It's been a while. Recalling the scene upon entering, he asked, Are you heading out? He Yuzhou grunted in response and pulled out a chair to sit. Heading out for what? Chang Ziyin asked, his curiosity piqued. He Yuzhou lifted his gaze. Are you here to be my assistant or my driver? Cheng Ziyin chuckled dismissively. Sorry, but you can't afford me. Lu Jun, perceiving the situation clearly, recognized the handbag on the desk, knowing instantly to whom it belonged. His office was not so easily accessible, let alone leaving personal belongings behind. Hasn't you visited your company? Lu Jun inquired. And you came? Cheng Ziyin exclaimed, scanning the room with surprise. When did this happen? When are we treating her to that meal we owe her? He Yuzhou replied, right now. Chapter 32. I wish we hadn't divided. A shipment of fresh flowers arrived at home. Yin Enyu stood before the island counter. Her dark brown hair elegantly swept to one side, a silk scarf entwined within her tresses, creating an aura of softness and languor. She selected a delicate pink spider lily, grasping a pair of golden scissors nearby to neatly trim the stem. She relished these moments, immersing herself fully and concentrating on a single task. Just then, her phone on the counter chimed. Turning her head, she glanced at the screen and, upon recognizing the caller, removed her gloves and answered the call. Hello, are you free to join me for dinner? Came the low, magnetic voice of He Yuzhou from the other end. Yin Enyu paused momentarily. Now, He Yuzhou's tone rose slightly. I'm at your doorstep. I honked twice. Yin Enyu, holding the phone, dashed to the living room. Through the clear glass window, she spotted the familiar Pagani parked outside. Please wait a moment. Let me change my clothes. He Yuzhou had always been patient with her. No rush. Take your time. All right. Not wishing to redo her hairstyle, she chose an outfit that complemented her braided hair, a sheer pinkish-purple sweater paired with a champagne-colored mermaid skirt. After applying a touch of peach lipstick, she stepped outside. Upon seeing her emerge, He Yuzhou promptly exited his vehicle to open the door for her, his hand instinctively reaching to ruffle her hair twice. What are you doing? Yin Enyu questioned, observing him. He had always enjoyed playing with her hair, a habit that remained unchanged. Just a little something, he said, gently ushering her into the car. As the vehicle started and departed from the villa, Yin Enyu turned her head, curious what prompted this sudden dinner invitation. If his call had come any later, she would have missed the opportunity. Cheng Ziyin and Lu Jun are treating, He Yuzhou replied nonchalantly, but I chose the restaurant. Yin Enyu narrowed her eyes slightly, regarding him with suspicion. Are you certain they're the ones treating this time? She wondered if he was using the same excuse to lure her out again. He Yuzhou chuckled softly. Am I really that untrustworthy? You've done it before, she muttered under her breath. He Yuzhou would never openly admit it in her presence. Yet he recalled the last occasion they had canceled. All right, I believe you, Yin Enyu conceded playfully. Honestly, I'm not deceiving you, he insisted, still feigning stubbornness. Whether you believe it or not, it's the truth. Yin Enyu fell silent. His childishness in certain matters was oddly endearing. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the center console, and she suddenly exclaimed, my bag? Oh, I brought it for you, He Yuzhou said, deliberately slowing his speech for emphasis. Had Cheng Ziyin and Lu Jun not appeared in his office, he had planned to deliver her bag under the pretext of a visit. She picked it up and placed it on her lap, realizing she had forgotten it in her haste to leave. Thank you, Mr. He. Her glass-like eyes gazed at the profile of the man beside her, radiating charm. No longer merely polite, her gratitude was genuine, and He Yuzhou found it delightful. You're welcome, my grand pianist. He Yuzhou had chosen a molecular gastronomy restaurant, a venue imbued with futuristic and artistic ambience. The ceiling is adorned with translucent clouds that seem to float in midair, while the walls are elegantly sculpted from ice, exuding an aura of chilly sophistication. This restaurant was discovered by him only after returning to his homeland. He had never brought Yin Enyu here before, yet it undoubtedly aligns with her palate. Cheng Ziyin and Lu Jun had been waiting for them for quite some time. After departing from He Yuzhou's office, they made their way here. Initially, they assumed He Yuzhou was accompanying them, but unbeknownst to them, he had altered his route, personally driving to pick someone up without a word of notice. It was only upon reaching the restaurant that they realized his vehicle had not followed, and after making a phone call, they learned the truth, leaving them to wait idly for over half an hour. A matter that could have been resolved with a mere phone call was instead turned into a personal endeavor by him. As He Yuzhou entered, they bypassed him and focused on Yin Enyu beside him, rising enthusiastically to greet her. Enyu, long time no see. Indeed, long time no see, Yin Enyu replied. her red lips curving into a smile as she teasingly called out, "Mr. Chung, Mr. Liu." Chung Zian quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no. We cannot possibly bear such a title coming from you, the illustrious pianist Yin," demonstrating a commendable self-awareness. He Yuzhou pulled out a chair, naturally taking Yin Enyu's hand to guide her into it. He leaned in closer to her ear and whispered, "No need to show them too much courtesy." His voice, moderate in volume, was nonetheless audible to Chung Zian and Lu Jun nearby. "Don't teach Enyu bad habits here," Chung Zian retorted. "Do you think she's like you, lacking in manners?" If not for the fact that he could not match him in strength, he would have relished the opportunity to teach him a lesson and temper that arrogance of his. "Enyu, pay no mind to them," Lu Jun interjected, opting not to involve himself, as he slid the menu over to her to peruse. "All right," Yin Enyu said, flipping through it casually and selecting a few dishes. Chung Zian, with a mischievous glint in his eye, directly accused her. "Enyu, we had long wished to treat you to this meal, but He Yuzhou has been stalling, preventing us from doing so." Upon finishing, he cast a challenging glare at He Yuzhou, eager to see how he would justify his actions. Unaware of the underlying machinations, Yin Enyu tilted her head in inquiry. "Why did you stop them from treating me to dinner?" He Yuzhou replied with conviction. "Wasn't it you who said you were busy?" Yin Enyu responded. "When did I ever say that I was busy?" Without her needing to ask further, He Yuzhou clarified. "I asked you to bring me a jacket and pick up your bag from the office, and you said you had something to do. How busy could one be?" He elongated the last word. The corners of Yin Enyu's mouth twitched slightly. He truly had an impeccable memory. Yet, she found herself unable to refute his claims. Chung Zian observed their every exchange, noting that He Yuzhou genuinely did not seem to be acting with malice, his demeanor having undergone a complete transformation. "Enyu, if you are indeed busy, that matters not. We can wait," he continued. "We attended your solo concert upon your return. We were present at the venue." After a brief pause, the only thought that sprang to mind was a singular compliment. "You were absolutely incredible." It was beyond comprehension how He Yuzhou had managed to date such an exceptional woman as Yin Enyu. To refer to him as her ex-boyfriend was merely an embellishment. Lu Jun nodded in agreement, indeed. "Thank you," Yin Enyu replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. She recalls that they had appeared together with He Yuzhou, yet at that moment, her mind was entirely consumed by the shock and flutter of their long-awaited reunion, leaving little room for any other thoughts. He Yuzhou, standing beside her, surveyed the dishes that Yin Enyu had just ordered and added a few more to her selection. "Enyu, if you have the time, do come and play with us often," Lu Jun suggested. Chung Zian chimed in, "If you wish to avoid a certain person." He cast a sidelong glance at He Yuzhou. "We can ensure he doesn't show up." He Yuzhou, unfazed by the comment seemingly directed at him, retorted coolly, "Are you speaking of yourself?" Chung Zian fell silent, stating emphatically, "I am indeed referring to you." He Yuzhou dismissed it with confidence, asserting, "If I'm not around, she might not even choose to meet you." With that, he turned slightly towards Yin Enyu. "Am I right?" Yin Enyu felt trapped, realizing he had set a snare for her response, knowing that either way she would offend someone. She nudged him lightly on the knee, muttering just loud enough for the two of them to hear, "Don't put me in this position." If she were to deny his words openly, he would undoubtedly sulk. He Yuzhou pressed on, "I'm merely speaking the truth." Unable to contain herself, Yin Enyu shot him an exasperated glare and interjected, "Don't mind him. They were not only He Yuzhou's brothers, but also her friends." Lu Jun waved dismissively. "We usually regard his words as mere air, unworthy of our attention." Even though Yin Enyu and He Yuzhou had parted ways, and despite the 2 years that had passed since she last saw Chung Zian and Lu Jun, the meal was remarkably harmonious and pleasant, devoid of any awkwardness. After dining, as the hour grew late, Yin Enyu, concerned about disrupting He Yuzhou's work schedule, sent a message to summon her driver. By the time they exited the restaurant, the car was already waiting at the entrance. She waved goodbye to them, saying, "I'll head home first." "Let us go," He Yuzhou said, gently pressing her cheek with his fingers to help her press the door button. As the vehicle pulled away, Chung Zian and Lu Jun, arms crossed, exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring curiosity as they observed He Yuzhou. "Are you truly broken up?" Lu Jun asked uncertainly. It appeared to be no different from a typical couple. There was still physical contact and the occasional whisper of intimacy. They even wore matching couples watches, nothing like the battleground they had envisioned. He Yuzhou withdrew his gaze, expressing a desire that they hadn't separated. Cheng Zian leaned closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. Have you thought about winning Enyu back? Before their meeting, he had presumed that He Yuzhou was the only one still harboring feelings, but after witnessing their interaction during the meal, it became evident that both still held affection for one another. The rekindling of old flames was not out of the question. A flicker of pain crossed He Yuzhou's eyes as he replied, "It's not as simple as wanting it to happen." He Yuzhou, who has always been aloof from a mundane world, found himself devoid of confidence when confronted with the question of whether Yin Enyu would be willing to return to his side. Indeed, Cheng Zian nodded, emphasizing that it ultimately depended on Enyu's willingness, for love is a matter that involves two hearts. Chapter 33. Good night, my darling. The car glided smoothly along the street, and Yin Enyu reclined comfortably in the back seat. She opened the bag, resting on her lap, intending to take a piece of preserved plum to savor. Suddenly, her gaze froze as an unfamiliar object caught her eye, conspicuously out of place within her bag. She picked it up, a small, white rectangular device, no larger than her palm. Elegantly simplistic. Driven by curiosity, she turned it over in her hands and gently pressed the round button atop it. In an instant, a familiar, rich baritone voice cascaded through the car, enveloping her in warmth. The very song that lulled her to sleep the previous night echoed anew, for the very first time with you. My heart melts into the ground, found something true. As the song concluded, he lowered his voice and whispered, "Good night," though there seemed to be more muffled words trailing behind, deliberately softened, just faint enough to be consumed by the ambient sounds of air and electricity, rendering them nearly inaudible. Yin Enyu pressed the recording device to her ear, replaying the message twice before she discerned the final words. "My darling." He said, "Good night, my darling." The floodgates of memory swung wide open, transporting Yin Enyu back in time. That long-lost endearment felt as if it had lingered in the tender phase of their romance. When he would embrace her each night, kissing every inch of her skin. Just before she drifted into slumber, he would gently murmur, "Good night, my darling." Her heart constricted suddenly, a surge of emotion overwhelming her. The song continued its loop, echoing until they reached her doorstep, where she finally pressed pause. Clutching the recording device, she hesitated to exit the vehicle. Instead, she snapped a photo with her phone and sent it to him. "Did you put this in my bag?" In truth, she already knew the answer and understood his intention behind gifting her the recorder. As was his custom, He Yuzhou responded almost instantly. "Who else could it be but me? When you can't sleep at night, place it beside your pillow and play it." He hoped it would help her rest a little better. He had noticed the melatonin box on her nightstand when he entered her bedroom yesterday, realizing that her sleep troubles were more severe than she had let on. Yin Enyu's heart fluttered as she lowered her eyelids, typing a single word. "Okay, He Yuzhou. If it doesn't help, I can always call to soothe you." No matter what he was engaged in at the time, he would carve out moments for her. "Yin Enyu, it helps." How could listening to his voice not be beneficial? "He Yuzhou, as long as it helps." "He Yuzhou, have you arrived home?" "Yin Enyu, just arrived." The last two words from the recording went unmentioned, a silent understanding lingering between them. Once home, Yin Enyu ascended the stairs, moving the aromatherapy diffuser aside and placing the recording device atop her nightstand. Having completed her tasks, she took a cup of hot water, retrieved her laptop from the study, and settled into the armchair to peruse the list of invitees for the charity gala sent by the chairman. Her snow-white fingers glided gently over the touchpad, and halfway through the list, a familiar name caught her eye, causing her finger to momentarily halt. Lumen's president, He Yuzhou. While slightly taken aback, she felt that his invitation was indeed a certainty. Previously, he had accompanied her to 2 charity events, providing her with unwavering support. His personal contributions ranked first among her foundation's donors. In truth, given his character, he had always held disdain for social engagements and was not easily persuaded to attend. He abhorred anything that was bothersome and time-consuming. Even in necessary situations, he would typically delegate the responsibility to his assistant, merely to make an appearance without personally attending. Yet, in her presence, he had never missed any of her significant occasions, either standing by her side in protection or quietly watching her from the audience. The mere sight of him brought her immense comfort. Yin Enyu placed a laptop on the circular table before her and texted the chairman, requesting that he refrain from sending an invitation to He Yuzhou. She intended to extend the invitation personally, though she was uncertain of his availability. Chapter 34. Taking the initiative to seek him a few days later, Yin Enyu visited He Yuzhou's company. Before leaving home, she intentionally brought along a freshly baked low-sugar pastry, hoping to make up for not having delivered lunch to him personally the last time. Upon arriving at Lumen, Yin Enyu ascended to the top floor without any hindrance. The moment she appeared, the staff in the secretary's office stood to greet her. "Miss Yin, are you here to see President He? He's in his office." Yin Enyu smiled and nodded. "Yes, thank you." At the office door, she gently knocked with her fingers. Soon, a voice from inside called out, "Come in." It bore no emotion. Yin Enyu pushed the door open, her high heels making no sound as they pressed against the soft carpet. She raised her gaze to find the man seated in the president's chair, engrossed in reviewing documents, his long fingers gripping a pen as it glided over the paper. The cuffs of his shirt were rolled up halfway, revealing his well-defined forearms, the veins prominent, exuding a taut strength. Yin Enyu had previously confirmed that his arms were indeed robust. He could easily lift her with one hand. In the office, there was another person present, an assistant standing at the desk, presumably reporting on work matters. Yin Enyu parted her lips slightly and spoke softly. "Am I interrupting you?" The familiar tone of her voice reached He Yuzhou's ears, and he quickly looked up from his work, a graceful figure entering his line of sight. After a moment of surprise, he stood and approached her. "When did you arrive?" "Just now," Yin Enyu replied, lifting the exquisite bag in her hand, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters. "I brought you something to eat." He Yuzhou raised an eyebrow. "So thoughtful of you." At that moment, he felt a mix of astonishment and delight. She had taken the initiative to visit him and brought food. "Indeed," Yin Enyu said, "I had the chef prepared according to your taste." As He Yuzhou absorbed her soothing words, a sense of surrealism enveloped him, as if he were in a dream. "Yin Enyu, have you done something to offend me?" he inquired, sensing that her unusual behavior must harbor some hidden motive. Yin Enyu shot him an exasperated glance. "Then don't eat it." With that, she handed the bag containing the pastries to the assistant, "So, you can take it." Zhou Jun had not yet reached for it when He Yuzhou swiftly intercepted, "Don't even think about it. You said it was for me. Do you intend to give it to someone else?" His long fingers gently pinched her chin. Yin Enyu retreated slightly. "You are truly. Your thoughts are as deep as an abyss," He Yuzhou retorted without answering. Turning to the assistant, "Put down the documents and leave for now." "Understood." Zhou Jun quickly exited, eager to escape the unintentionally awkward situation. Once the office door closed, He Yuzhou first handed Yin Enyu a bottle of soda water, just like last time, and when he placed it in her hands, the cap was already unscrewed. Yin Enyu took a sip and sat down in the chair before his desk, her gaze falling upon the white water cup and the photo frame that adorned the tabletop. However, from her current perspective, she could not see the photograph within the frame. She pointed at the water cup and asked, "Did you bring this to the office?" It appeared as though it was used daily. He Yuzhou, following her gaze, responded with unwavering confidence. "Wasn't it you who gave it to me?" Yin Enyu's crimson lips lightly pursed. If he chose to interpret it that way, it wasn't entirely incorrect. She casually picked up the folder that Zhou Jun had placed on the table and flipped through a few pages. Suddenly, she halted upon seeing the itinerary. Her eyes moved downward. Executive meeting, final review of acquisition agreement. U.S. stock market opening. The schedule was remarkably detailed, accurate to the date and time. Upon reaching the end, May 28th to June 1st, business trip to New York. He Yuzhou smirked, teasingly inquiring, "Are you curious about my work?" "No, I was just glancing," Yin Enyu replied, setting the folder down. He Yuzhou leaned forward, propping himself on the desk, and asked, "You came over to find me. Surely there is nothing else?" "Nothing at all," Yin Enyu vaguely replied. "I was on my way to Tang SCAF and happened to pass by." She had no intention of revealing the invitation in her bagdam. If she mentioned it, he would undoubtedly rearrange his schedule to attend the charity gala on the 31st. She didn't want him to be overly fatigued. as it was not a particularly significant event. He Yuzhou, familiar with the location of Wan Tang CF, believed her without suspicion. It was indeed on his route. His dark eyes fixed upon her face, questioning, "When did you come here merely for me? It's no longer just a matter of passing by." Yin Enyu grasped the water bottle before her, her fingers grazing its surface. "You might consider this trip as one solely for you." Prior to seeking him out, she had not contemplated visiting Wan Tang CAF. He Yuzhou reclined lazily, chuckling. "Are you trying to make me delude myself?" His tone was resolute. He could not bring himself to do so, having already engaged in self-deception numerous times. Yin Enyu did not linger in He Yuzhou's office for long. She had noticed that he had a meeting at 10:45. Just before departing, she caught sight of a floor-standing coat rack in the corner. Draped with a familiar coat, the one he had placed over her shoulders the night they first met upon returning to the country. She turned back and asked, "He Yuzhou, do you have a particular fondness for this coat?" In the brief span of a few days, she had seen him wear this suit twice. She recalled his meticulousness in both lifestyle and attire. His clothing, much like hers, was regularly delivered, and it was no exaggeration to say he could change 10 times a day without repeating an outfit. There is no need for a single coat to be worn repeatedly. "Ordinary," He Yuzhou replied, casting a meaningful glance at her, "mainly because no one is coordinating my outfits for me now." Yin Enyu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, in the past, while selecting her own clothes in the morning, she would also coordinate his attire for the day. Without answering, she picked up her bag and said, "I'll take my leave now." He Yuzhou stood up, "And I offer to have a driver take you." Yin Enyu replied, "No need. My driver is downstairs." At the Nyoma supplement station, Yin Enyu entered, and the scene inside was bustling as before, with customers coming and going. She proceeded directly to the second floor, where, indeed, she spotted Wan Tang at the sunken bar. Wan Tang was wearing headphones, fully engrossed in her iPad, seemingly watching a drama. Even as Yin Enyu approached her, she remained oblivious. "You, as the boss, seem quite leisurely," Yin Enyu remarked, moving behind her and gently patting her shoulder. Wan Tang jolted in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh my, you nearly gave me a heart attack." She patted her chest, still shaken. "How could you be so stealthy? You were wearing headphones. How could you hear anything?" Yin Enyu replied, removing the headphones from her head. "Here," she said, pulling out an exquisite invitation from her bag. "I personally came to deliver this to you." Wan Tang's face lit up with a radiant smile. "I must say, this treatment is quite splendid." She accepted the invitation, adding, "When I return home in a couple of days, I'll borrow a few antiques to contribute to your charity gala." Yin Enyu chuckled. "Please don't do anything reckless. I fear that Uncle Wan might retaliate." "Rest assured," Wan Tang said dismissively, "if I borrow a couple of items from his collection room, he wouldn't even notice. What would you like to drink? I'll prepare a cup for you." She gestured toward the coffee machine beside her. Yin Enyu gracefully settled into a high stool, her posture upright and elegant. "A short espresso, please." "Certainly, one moment," Wan Tang said as she casually reached for a coffee cup. Chapter 35. The Charity Gala. As the month draws to a close, at 6 o'clock in the evening, the Charity Gala unfolds amidst the vibrant, shimmering night. Guests arrive one after another at the art venue, signing in as they enter. Among them are the influential figures of high society, prominent capitalists, aristocratic heirs, and celebrated artists, all gathered in this splendid setting. This gathering attests to the remarkable status and prestige of those behind the foundation. Yin Enyu, adorned in a radiant haute couture gown that accentuates her slender waist, moves gracefully, creating ripples of light and color. An air of nobility envelopes her. The dazzling diamond earrings sway gently from her earlobes, a testament to luxurious craftsmanship. On the second floor, Wan Tang gazes at her friend in awe, exclaiming how breathtaking she looks. The beauty of both the woman and her dress is undeniable. When He Yuzhou sees you, he might just be left speechless, she muses, for in that moment, her attention is solely on her dear friend. Yin Enyu approaches a full-length mirror to check her makeup, her luscious lips moving as she sighs. "P.S. not coming." "What?" Wan Tang gasps, her mouth agape. "Did you two have a quarrel? I thought your relationship had improved." Yin Enyu softly clarifies, "No. P.S. on a business trip." Hearing this, Wan Tang exhales a sigh of relief. "That's good. The rift between them has not yet fully dissipated. Should another misunderstanding arise, her dear friend would surely be left in quiet sorrow. Wantang knows her too well. Then tonight, no one will compete with me, she declares with determination. The person who donates the most will undoubtedly be me. Yin Enyu lifts her curled lashes and beams. Thank you, Boss Wan, for your support and encouragement. You're welcome, Wantang replies, playfully adopting a flirtatious demeanor. Who could resist such beauty? I simply love to spend on stunning women. After a brief exchange in the lounge, Wantang glances at the time and, adjusting her hair, stands up. I'll head downstairs first. All right, Enyu responds, picking up her phone to check the screen. Although she had seen He Yuzhou's itinerary in his office that day, he had informed her of his trip beforehand, as if to keep her in the loop. Even across the vast Pacific Ocean, he still messages her daily, carefully timing his correspondence to align with her schedule. Just 20 minutes prior, he sent her a message. He Yuzhou, have you eaten dinner? During this period, with his guidance and reminders, Yin Enyu's eating habits have become more regular. However, tonight, she has no intention of dining. The form-fitting gown demands a strict adherence to her figure. With deliberate fingers, she types on the keyboard. Yes, I have. It's not entirely a lie. She plans to eat something after the gala concludes. He Yuzhou, are you deceiving me? Yin Enyu's lashes flutter. Why would he suddenly ask that? A wave of guilt washes over her for the white lie. Yet she finds solace in the fact that He Yuzhou cannot see her now. She counters playfully. Do you not trust me at all? He Yuzhou, not at all. Yin Enyu. This conversation is pointless. Downstairs, amidst the fragrant garments and graceful figures, guests engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere brimming with conviviality. Yin Enyu and Yin Huizhong had both opted to forego work this evening, making their entrance into the banquet hall. Their presence captivated the attention of all. Many guests approached to exchange pleasantries. Mrs. Yun, Mr. Yin, it has been quite some time. Your daughter is truly remarkable and compassionate. This charity gala is splendidly organized. In response to the praise for his daughter, Yin Huizhong offered no feigned modesty, for indeed, his daughter was exceptional. She had devoted considerable time and effort to this charitable event. I truly envy you, remarked a man before him, shaking his head with a sigh. Unlike my own troublesome son. Yin Huizhong chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond. His son's reputation within their circles was far from commendable, as he indulged in a life of excess, frequently changing girlfriends. Rumor had it that not long ago, a woman had approached him, visibly pregnant, demanding child support. Yin Huizhong and Yin Enyu exchanged glances with the attending guests before ascending the stairs in search of Yin Enyu. The gala was on the verge of commencing, with all guests having taken their seats. Suddenly, someone curiously inquired about the absence of He Yuzhou, the only individual in the entirety of Huqing who warranted such an esteemed title was He Yuzhou. Following this inquiry, those around began to sense something amiss, echoing the sentiment. Indeed, none from He family had made an appearance. I recall that during the auction 2 years ago, He Yuzhou never missed a single event, each time contributing astonishing sums. It was evident to all present that his absence was a gesture of support for the founder of the Yvonne Art Foundation. Do you not know the reason? A young woman interjected. They've broken up. He Yuzhou certainly would not show up now. What? Those nearby were bewildered. Who broke up with whom? He Yuzhou and Yin Enyu, the girl replied, sipping her champagne. You may not be aware, but they dated for 2 years while studying in the United States. I was also there. A friend of mine attended the same university as Yin Enyu, and I heard it from her. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Such a connection existed. The younger generations of the Yin and He families had spent several years abroad, seldom appearing at social gatherings, leaving little known about their affairs. They had assumed that the two families attended the donation event due to their amicable relations. How could they have parted ways? Interest peaked among the onlookers, as the two families were indeed of comparable stature and age. For others, it was often a case of aspiring to their level. The girl shrugged. I can't say. I don't know that part. I know them, but they do not know me. If these two families were to truly unite in marriage, it would be quite formidable. Huqing would surely experience a significant upheaval. The total market value of both family stocks would soar beyond measure. This much is true. One individual continued to gossip. inquiring whether the two families were no longer in contact. Given the circumstances of the evening, it was undoubtedly the case. Just as the words left his lips, a man dressed in a bespoke suit strode into the banquet hall, silhouetted against the light. With a robust physique and a casual hand tucked into his pocket, he exuded an air of confidence and pride. The spotlight fell upon him, instantly captivating the attention of everyone present and igniting a wave of excitement. Whispers began to circulate in the crowd. Didn't He Yuzhou say they had already parted ways? How is it that He Yuzhou has now arrived? The girl who had previously asserted with unwavering certainty about He Yuzhou's romantic involvement was now rendered speechless in shock. Could it be that they had rekindled their relationship? Surely, He Yuzhou could not have come to lend support to his former girlfriend. Chapter 36. On top of him, at exactly 6:30, the banquet commenced. The host took to the stage, expressing gratitude and welcoming the esteemed guests in attendance. Following this, the chairperson delivered a speech elucidating the foundation's mission and achievements. Our foundation has been established for 5 years, during which time we have set up music classrooms in numerous cities nationwide, providing free music courses to the public and establishing scholarships. After a succinct introduction, she gracefully stepped aside and raised her hand with fervor, announcing the next act, a piano duet featuring Ms. Yin Enyu, the founder of the Yvonne Arts Foundation, alongside the foundation's youth representatives. The audience erupted in synchronized applause. The banquet hall dimmed, leaving only the spotlight illuminating the stage. Ms. Yin Enyu strode onto the stage from the right, her movements calm and elegant, offering a slight bow to the guests. When she straightened and lifted her gaze, her eyes inadvertently fell upon a figure to her right, and she was struck with disbelief. How could he be here? Wasn't he in New York? Just moments ago, they had been chatting on their phones. The man in the audience met her gaze, his deep eyes fixed on her unblinkingly. He Yuzhou's lips curled into a subtle smile as he lounged casually in his seat, raising an eyebrow in her direction. A ripple of emotion coursed through Yin Enyu. This scene of him watching her from the audience felt all too familiar. He continued to attend every event related to her, even when she did not utter a word. However, at this moment, Yin Enyu had to divert her attention. As the youth had begun to take their places at the piano, she stepped gracefully in her high heels to the white piano behind her. As the music flowed melodiously, the performers on stage displayed a harmonious synergy. Though the youth's execution revealed a hint of naivety, under Yin Enyu's adept guidance, their performance remained radiant and captivating, stunning the audience. After leading them in a bow, they exited the stage. The chairperson once again took the microphone, beaming as she approached. She commended the splendid performance, and before the auction commenced, she expressed gratitude on behalf of the Yvonne Arts Foundation to Mr. He Yuzhou for his generous donation of 100 million yuan. The audience was taken aback by this revelation. He Yuzhou remained as extravagant as ever. While they could acquire precious collectibles through bidding, he opted for a more direct approach, donating money, without the need for any material possessions. This was undoubtedly the most straightforward and impactful form of support. Are you certain they've broken up? Someone inquired. Which good-hearted person would attend an ex's event just to support their cause with a direct donation of 100 million? With wealth like that, one would not squander it so recklessly. The girl hesitated to speak further. Don't ask me. I have no idea. She now questioned whether her friend had misled her. The chairperson's words reached Yin Enyu's ears as she exited the stage, causing her to momentarily pause, though imperceptibly. This amount had indeed remained unchanged. He Yuzhou expressed no interest in the upcoming auction items and rose to depart from the side. As Yin Enyu entrusted the group of children to the staff and returned upstairs to rest, she found a man seated comfortably on the sofa. His presence in the room did not surprise her. Rather, what astonished her was his return. How come you're back? She inquired. He waved her over. I must ask you, as the largest donor in your foundation, why have I not received a single invitation? That's not the case. Yin Enyu replied as she took a seat beside him. I didn't send you an invitation because I saw that you were going on a business trip. He turned slightly, leaning closer to her. Is there a conflict between the two? Yin Enyu pressed her lips together. I simply didn't want you to rush back. With a playful smirk, He Yuzhou teased. Are you so certain that if I received an invitation, I would attend? Meeting his gaze, She tilted her head slightly. I haven't even told you. Yet here you are. Her confidence stemmed entirely from him. He Yuzhou chuckled softly, poking her head lightly. I suppose I should disappoint you just this once. Yin Enyu stared intently at him, her thick eyelashes fluttering. You wouldn't tea. Was your sudden visit to the office last time merely to deliver the invitation? He asked. At that moment, he believed her words, thinking she had just stopped by to deliver some snacks. Yin Enyu, recognizing his deduction, nodded in acknowledgement. How did you know I was hosting a charity gala tonight? He glanced downwards, noting that the one-way glass in the lounge allowed him a clear view of the entire banquet hall. With such a grand affair, would I remain oblivious? His assistant had informed him a week prior. Observing that she hadn't mentioned it, he had refrained from questioning her. Yin Enyu realized she had underestimated his connections. Have you finished your work? She asked, recalling that his schedule indicated he wouldn't be free until tomorrow. He Yuzhou responded. Do you truly believe I would appear here without completing my tasks? Yin Enyu replied. It was meant to be a pleasant surprise. It feels as if work holds precedence over me when you express it. Fortunately, she was accustomed to his demeanor. He often spoke in contradictions. Are you deceiving me? He Yuzhou suddenly asked. Yin Enyu looked puzzled. What have I deceived you about? He glanced at her phone resting on the table, confirming she had already dined. His penetrating gaze left no room for evasion. Noticing her hesitation, he understood the situation. Your skills in deception have reached an impressive level. Yin Enyu averted her eyes. Defending herself, it's not deception. I plan to return home for dinner after the gala. He Yuzhou was not swayed by her reasoning. Don't play word games with me. He pulled out his phone and succinctly ordered, send 2 dinners to the lounge on the 2nd floor. After ending the call, Yin Enyu asked, haven't you eaten either? Upon my arrival, I hastened to your side, Boss Yin. He Yuzhou, appearing somewhat fatigued, reclined languidly on the sofa, unhurriedly loosening the buttons of his suit with one hand. With 2 fingers, he tugged at the collar of his shirt, revealing the subtle contours of his collarbone, exuding an inexplicable allure. Yin Enyu regarded him, noting his travel-worn demeanor. Would you like to rest for a moment? Her concern elicited an immediate response from He Yuzhou, who feigned a headache. He leaned against her, unsure whether his discomfort was genuine or feigned. A sudden weight on his shoulder prompted Yin Enyu to glance over. The man had closed his eyes lazily, strands of hair falling over his brow, casting shadows with his raven-like lashes. He appeared utterly unguarded, revealing his most authentic and relaxed self. A warmth enveloped Yin Enyu's heart. Shall I give you a massage? He Yuzhou, reluctant to let her exert herself, subtly brushed his cheek against her smooth skin. No need. Just let me lean for a while. Disregarding his words, she adjusted his head to rest on the sofa. Her delicate fingers gently kneaded his temples, and seeing him so weary, stirred her empathy. He Yuzhou's brow relaxed, the tension dissipating almost instantaneously. He had sacrificed his sleep to return in time for this banquet, scarcely pausing for rest. Yet, in witnessing her tender concern, he felt every bit of it worthwhile. As He Yuzhou slowly opened his eyes, the sweet fragrance of the girl enveloped him. She sat closely beside him, with no discernible distance between them, her upper body nearly draped over him, their warmth mingling through the thin fabric. The soft curve of her form grazed his arm, oblivious to the effect it had on him. His relaxed demeanor sharpened, a rush of heat coursing through him. He extended his arm, resting it on her lower back. Yin Enyu glanced down, noticing that the man had once again closed his eyes. A hint of exasperation crossed her features. Whether he was truly asleep or merely pretending, she could discern. Yet, she chose not to expose him, knowing he would conjure countless excuses. In that moment, an abrupt ringing of the doorbell shattered the intimate atmosphere. Yin Enyu paused and shifted aside, her delicate form retreating, which caused the Yuzhou to furrow his brow in annoyance. It must be the dinner delivery. I'll answer the door, she declared, attempting to rise, but he suddenly raised a hand to press gently on her shoulder. I'll go. He Yuzhou stood slowly. The dinner was delivered by his assistant. He Yuzhou placed the tray before Yin Enyu, handing her the cutlery. Will you be going downstairs later? He inquired. Yin Enyu, grasping the fork, leisurely stirred the meat sauce over her pasta. As the banquet neared its conclusion, she would need to make a brief speech. If you're tired, you can head home to rest, she suggested. He Yuzhou lifted his eyelids, casting her a languid glance. Yin Enyu, you truly do discard me once you've finished. Am I pushing you away? She retorted, pouting slightly as she softly murmured her grievance. Why do you always misunderstand my intentions? He Yan's dark eyes bore into her. What do you mean by that? I'm merely showing concern for you. Yin Enyu blurted out. A playful smile crept across He Yan's face as he nodded, concern. He enunciated each word deliberately, drawing out the last syllable. After returning from a business trip, he couldn't shake the feeling that his treatment had significantly improved. Or perhaps it was simply a result of the money he had spent, earning him this special treatment. Regardless of the reason, he was more than willing to accept it. Chapter 37. A glance of affection as the evening deepened and the charity gala drew to a close. The clock struck 9. He Yuzhou remained in the upstairs lounge, not making his exit, standing gracefully by the window. His gaze traversed the crowd below, landing with precision on Yin Enyu, who was adorned in an elegant gown. His attention unwavering. She exuded an ethereal charm, standing out radiantly amidst the gathering. As guests began to depart, Wan Tang swiftly approached Yin Enyu, expressing her discontent. Why did young master he suddenly show up and steal my thunder? He just threw down $1 billion. Who can compete with that? You said he wouldn't come. She feigned annoyance, poking Enyu's cheek. Did you deceive me? Yin Enyu shrugged innocently. I truly had no idea he would be here. The shock of seeing him in the audience was no less than that of anyone else present. I should have anticipated his appearance, she added. Wan Tang glanced around. Where is he now? Has he left? No, he is waiting for me upstairs, Yin Enyu replied, tilting her head towards the second-floor lounge, though separated by glass. She sensed that his gaze was firmly fixed upon her. Their eyes met across the distance, and Yin Enyu's lips curled into a radiant smile, captivating in its allure. Observing this interaction, Wan Tang shook her head with a teasing smirk. You two are quite the pair. Save the flirtation for behind closed doors. When the time comes, you may indulge in whatever affection you wish. She leaned closer to Yin Enyu, whispering, at that point, you can kiss or embrace at your leisure. What nonsense are you spouting? Yin Enyu playfully swatted her. Wan Tang remained unfazed. Did I say anything incorrect? Indeed, you did not, Yin Enyu replied dismissively, just as her parents approached. Mom, Dad, she greeted them with warmth. Wan Tang composed herself, offering polite salutations. With a gentle smile, Yin Yu inquired, shall we leave together? I'll head home shortly, Yin Enyu responded. Yin Yu surmised the situation. Has Yuzhou not left yet? I didn't expect him to come and support our daughter's charitable endeavors. Yin Enyu nodded. Yin Huaizhong interjected. Why not let him come over for a brief greeting? Why act so aloof? Yin Yu pinched him playfully. It's not as if we've never met before. Just then a voice chimed in, Uncle, and greetings. He Yuzhou, who had been upstairs moments earlier, now approached them with an amicable demeanor. Yuzhou, it's been a while, Yin Yu replied warmly, her tone unaffected by the fact that he had parted ways with their daughter. At this moment, He Yuzhou's attitude was humble. I should have come to visit you sooner. It's no trouble. You've been quite busy, Yin Yu smiled. We must also thank you for supporting Enyu's foundation. Yin Enyu seized the opportunity to speak, turning towards the man beside her, and with a playful blink, said, thank you. He Yuzhou silently smiled, his right hand brushing lightly against her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. Did you come specifically for Enyu? Yin Huaizhong forewent pleasantries and directly inquired. He Yuzhou candidly acknowledged, yes, uncle. Yin Huaizhong nodded, appreciative. Whenever you have time, come to my house for dinner. He raised his hand and patted He Yuzhou's shoulder twice. All right, He Yuzhou replied without hesitation. Then we shall take our leave. You young ones continue your conversation. Yin Huaizhong chose not to intrude further, offering a reminder to ensure his daughter returned home safely. Absolutely, He Yuzhou solemnly promised. As Yin Yu and Yin Huaizhong departed, Wan Tang promptly followed suit. In the lavish and spacious banquet hall, aside from the staff, only the two remained. He Yuzhou, hands in pockets, wore a carefree smile. Uncle and aunt seem quite at ease with me. Their attitude towards me has not changed. This slight surprise lingered in his mind. He had expected that after his breakup with Yin Enyu, her parents would harbor discontent towards him, their daughter's former boyfriend. Yin Enyu remarked, what is there to be concerned about? The reason her parents' stance remained unchanged was their understanding that he had neither abandoned her nor mistreated her. Indeed, He Yuzhou leaned forward, a knowing smile gracing his lips, enveloped by an overwhelming aura of youthful exuberance. His tone carried a hint of intrigue, as if all that should and should not have been done had already transpired. Yin Enyu cast a playful glance at him, feigning departure. My parents haven't gone far. I'll return home with them. He Yuzhou quickly intercepted her. I'm not teasing you anymore. Where do you wish to go now? I don't want to go anywhere. Let the driver take you home first. Yin Enyu instinctively reached for her phone, only to realize she had left it in the lounge. Her gown bore no pockets. Could you send a message to my assistant? She requested, looking up at him, asking her assistant to retrieve her bag and phone. She was disinclined to ascend again. She had invested considerable time and energy to ensure the charity gala was flawless. Now that it had concluded perfectly, fatigue began to wash over her. He Yuzhou extracted his phone from his suit pocket and offered it to her. Use mine. Oh, Yin Enyu responded, accepting it. At that moment, did he not fear she might suddenly flip the phone and glimpse the photograph on his case? Sliding the screen upward, Yin Enyu, without a second thought, skillfully entered the password. It unlocked seamlessly. In that instant, she suddenly realized the sequence of numbers she had just input was the date they officially became a couple. He had never changed the password. Yin Enyu's fingers instinctively curled, rendering the device in her hand unusually heavy. He Yuzhou crossed his arms, his expression a blend of curiosity and amusement. Using my phone seems quite effortless for you. Do you still remember the password? Undeniably, giving her his phone was a means to test whether she retained the memory of it. Yin Enyu looked down, swiping left on the screen. It's the one you gave me. How could she ever forget the day he confessed his feelings? Every detail associated with him, every fleeting moment they shared, remained etched in her memory. He Yuzhou chuckled briefly, urging her to hurry. Acknowledging his prompt, Yin Enyu opened WeChat, her gaze immediately drawn to the pinned contact in the chat at her face. Scammer. Had the avatar not been her own, she would have never associated that label with herself. Is this really me? She shifted aside, presenting her phone to the man. He Yuzhou glanced down, nonchalantly assessing the situation. Isn't it rather obvious? Why did you change my contact name to this? Yin Enyu inquired, her voice laced with dissatisfaction. Following their breakup, it was understandable for him to revert their once intimate nickname. Yet labeling her as a scammer felt excessive. What have I ever deceived you about? He Yuzhou met her gaze, speaking with conviction. You deceived me in matters of the heart. Yin Enyu felt a lump form in her throat. He continued. This label isn't unjust, is it? I dislike it, she retorted. Her feelings for him were genuine, devoid of any ulterior motives. He Yuzhou relinquished the decision to her. Then choose one you prefer and change it. Without a moment's hesitation, she declined. I want he change it. The label he had assigned was his to amend. If it were to be altered, he must do so himself. Finding you use WeChat. She sent a message before returning her phone to He Yuzhou, never once glancing at his phone case. Let us go. The driver is waiting outside, she stated. He Yuzhou walked alongside her. Are you sending me home first? Yes. Yin Enyu preemptively cut off whatever he was about to say. It's pointless to refuse. My family's driver listens only to me. I never said it was impossible. He Yuzhou's eyes sparkled with a fond smile as he ruffled her hair. By sending me home first, you might discover where your ex-boyfriend currently resides. The term ex-boyfriend rolled off his tongue with increasing ease. Yin Enyu questioned, isn't he living in the same place? She had once resided in his domestic property, which still held the trinkets she had purchased. She just wasn't sure if they remained there. As the elevator doors opened, He Yuzhou casually obstructed the entrance with his left hand, saying, he has moved. Chapter 38. A soothing bath and video call after a journey of over 40 minutes. The business vehicle came to a halt at the West Lwin No. 1 mansion. Yin Enyu cast a glance outside, recognizing that he had indeed changed locations. She casually inquired, when did you move here? He Yuzhou slightly parted his lips, replying, a year ago. Upon hearing this, Yin Enyu understood. It meant he had settled here shortly after returning to the country. Would you like to come in for a moment? He Yuzhou pressed the button to unlock the door. Yin Enyu shook her head. No, it's getting late. He did not press her further. He had ample opportunities to invite her back, so there was no rush. Message me when you get home. Yin Enyu nodded in agreement, reminding him, you should rest early. Got it. He Yuzhou leaned forward, resting his hands on the window ledge, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Ex-girlfriend. Yin Enyu shot him a quick glance, urging, let us go. She gently pressed the button for the window, which ascended silently. The driver started the vehicle and gently pressed the accelerator. Yin Enyu's gaze inadvertently drifted outside, as the villa on the right slowly receded from view. Suddenly, she straightened up and called out, Uncle Wong, wait a moment. The driver, who had been moving forward, abruptly hit the brakes and turned to ask, what is it, miss? Yin Enyu tugged at the blanket on her lap. Could you reverse the car a bit? Though the driver was puzzled, he complied with her request. The vehicle returned to its previous position. Yin Enyu shifted to the far right, lowering the window completely, allowing the view of the villa's exterior to unfold before her. Even in the darkness, the courtyard was illuminated by the silvery, clear moonlight along with the glow of wall-mounted and tree lights, revealing its splendor. Unlike other courtyards filled with diverse flowers and plants, the one before his villa was adorned solely with white magnolias. Each tree stood tall and neatly arranged, deeply rooted in the earth. The magnolia blossoms, which should have been in full bloom, had withered and drooped, their petals curled and yellowed at the edges, as if they, too, were reminiscent of their love that had come to an end, forever frozen in the past, never to witness another season of bloom. The ground was blanketed with fallen white magnolia petals, creating a sea of white flowers, their fragrance subtly enchanting. Yin Enyu remained in the car, gazing outside for a long time. It seemed she understood why he had relocated. The courtyard of his previous villa was not as expansive. Her thoughts drifted back to the past, their earlier promises vividly etched in her heart. In their apartment in America, they had embraced on the sofa, declaring that upon returning home, they would personally plant her beloved white magnolias in the yard. She had failed to fulfill that promise. Yet, he had completed it in her stead. A hint of bitterness welled in Yin Enyu's eyes as she raised the window. Uncle Wong, let us go. She withdrew her gaze, fearing that if she lingered any longer, she would be unable to resist the urge to alight and seek him out. She knew she no longer merited such concern from him. Inside, as she paused at the doorway, He Yuzhou had been watching her intently, aware that she had instructed the driver to turn back, knowing she had seen the white magnolias in the courtyard. He consented to take her home first, harboring his own ulterior motives. During the brief moments of her stay, he discerned that she had not forgotten their past agreement. Upon returning home, Yin Enyu submerged herself in a bathtub, surrounded by a rich, frothy embrace adorned with vibrant rose petals. With her long hair elegantly pinned up, she reclined backward, emptying her mind. The myriad of moments following her reunion with He Yuzhou flickered before her like a slideshow. It was only when her phone rang on the nearby counter that her thoughts were drawn back to reality. It was a video call from He Yuzhou. Yin Enyu had not responded in time, her finger inadvertently pressing the answer button. On the other end, He Yuzhou gazed at the enchanting scene displayed on the screen, his throat tightening, and a wave of emotion surged in his eyes. The bubbles floated gently at her chest, revealing her porcelain shoulders, with crystalline droplets cascading down, utterly enticing. A soft heat enveloped her, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, and her eyes shimmered with allure. It was only upon seeing the image on her phone that Yin Enyu suddenly realized she was still in the bath. Thankfully, she had not exposed anything inappropriate. She tilted the camera upward, questioning him. Why are you calling me on video? The man on the screen, clad in casual sleepwear, appeared relaxed, as if he had just emerged from the bathroom himself. He Yuzhou genuinely felt wronged, unaware of her bathing. Yet, even had he known, he would still have initiated the video call. He gazed at her unadorned yet captivating face and reminded her, "Did you forget to message me once you got home?" His inquiry triggered Yin Enyu's recollection that she had indeed neglected to send him a message. His reaction was anticipated by He Yuzhou, who advised, "Don't soak for too long." She had previously dozed off mid-bath, a situation that had occurred before when he was there to lift her from the tub and place her on the bed. All right, Yin Enyu noted the time, realizing she had already been in for over 20 minutes. "I will be out shortly." He Yuzhou, still unconvinced, urged her come out now. Fine, she replied, twirling a stray lock of hair around her finger. I'll hang up now. He Yuzhou scoffed in dissatisfaction. You're eager to end the call after less than half a minute? Yin Enyu, you truly have no conscience. Yin Enyu remained silent, contemplating his words. Holding her phone, she gazed at him thoughtfully, understanding his underlying feelings. Since you have labeled me as heartless, should I not embrace this accusation fully? She teased softly, waving her hand in front of the screen. Goodbye now, you should get some sleep. Chapter 39. Trending topics. After concluding her video call with He Yuzhou, Yin Enyu gradually rose from the bathtub and moved to the adjacent shower area to rinse off. The entire bathroom was suffused with a subtly sweet fragrance. By the time she completed her skincare routine and emerged from the bathroom, half an hour had already elapsed. Adorned in a cool nightgown, she nestled into the soft, comfortable embrace of her blankets. As had become her ritual over the past few nights, she reached for the tape recorder on her bedside table, pressed the play button, and placed it beside her pillow. The soothing, familiar sound waves gently enveloped her ears. Ever since receiving this tape recorder, the box of melatonin on her nightstand had remained untouched. It seemed he truly had the ability to cure her insomnia. As He Yuzhou's mellifluous voice serenaded her, Yin Enyu's eyelids grew heavy, and sleepiness began to envelop her. The following day, gentle sunlight cascaded into the room, the warmth of the light caressing her skin. Yin Enyu, lost in slumber, was startled awake by the urgent ringing of her mobile phone. She furrowed her delicate brows and extended her slender, smooth arm from beneath the covers to grope for her phone beneath the pillow. Hello, she murmured, her eyes still closed, her voice languid and drowsy. Boss, it's you, came the hurried voice on the line. Last night's charity gala is trending. For a fleeting moment, Yin Enyu's mind stalled. She blinked awake, her expression dazed. Huh, you. Perceiving that her call had disturbed her boss's rest, quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I had no idea. Yin Enyu had fully regained her senses by now. Sitting up in bed, lazily leaning against the headboard, the thin straps of her nightgown resting on her fair shoulders. What is trending? She interjected. A typical charity gala couldn't possibly trend. I'm sending it to you, Yi replied, exiting the call interface and swiftly gliding her fingers across the screen. She struggled to articulate the details in just a few sentences. After a brief pause, she exclaimed, It's you and President He who are trending. The moment those words escaped her lips, Yin Enyu was left with a multitude of questions swirling in her mind. Soon, a message from Yi popped up. A bold headline pierced her vision. President He Yuzhou generously donates $100 million to support pianist Yin Enyu's foundation, sparking speculation about their relationship. Accompanying the article were photographs of her and He Yuzhou departing the charity gala together, as well as images of them sharing a vehicle. Yin Enyu clicked on the pictures. Soft, tranquil moonlight bathed them in a gentle glow. She wore a high-fashion gown that shimmered magnificently in the night, perfectly accentuating her graceful figure. Beside her, He Yuzhou stood shoulder to shoulder, his tailored suit impeccably showcasing his golden ratio physique, exuding a palpable tension of charisma. His gaze was fixed upon her, filled with tender affection. When they entered the car, he bent down to lift the train of her gown for her. The article further revealed that they had both studied in the United States during the same period, and that He Yuzhou had consistently donated 9-figure sums to her foundation for 2 consecutive years. Yin Enyu's fingertips glided slowly across the screen as she perused the comment section. Ah, their figures and heights are so compatible, so cute. Though the photograph is somewhat blurred, it in no way obscures the palpable tension of the intimate atmosphere shared between them. Regardless of its authenticity, I shall indulge in this sentiment, cherishing the romance of these 2 illustrious figures, leaving behind tears of envy. I wager a packet of spicy snacks that these 2 are undoubtedly in a romantic relationship. If it were merely a platonic association, would He Yuzhou personally attend? I concur with the previous comment. They are certainly a couple who is unaware that He Yuzhou is typically aloof, rarely gracing events outside of his own company. My goodness, the exalted son of heaven bending down to assist his girlfriend with her dress is simply too sweet. I recall attending a solo piano concert by Yin Enyu in Berlin 2 years ago, at which He Yuzhou was also present in the audience. Am I the only one concerned about that million? As a member of the impoverished populace, could I perhaps receive some assistance? Begging with both hands. Boss. The voice of you resonates from the phone. The internet is abuzz with discussions about you and Mr. He. To be fair, she too finds it intriguing. Unlike those netizens, she has the fortune of experiencing the sweetness in person. Yin Enyu exits the screen, murmuring a soft acknowledgement. They are indeed a couple, albeit one from the past. Boss, should we issue a retraction? Yu inquires earnestly. The media truly cannot keep pace. They did not capture the couple's romance when it was flourishing. Now, 2 years post-breakup, they suddenly reveal the unusual nature of their relationship. Yin Enyu ponders for a moment. No need. This so-called revelation seems to bear no adverse effects on her, and the online commentary remains relatively amiable. The media's reporting is fairly objective, devoid of embellishments. Good. Having addressed the pressing matters, Yu refrains from further delaying Yin Enyu's time. Boss, I shall not disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Goodbye. Once the call ends and the screen has yet to dim, He Yuzhou's contact pops up. Hello. He Yuzhou inquires leisurely. Why was the line occupied for so long? My assistant was calling me. Yin Enyu replies, clutching a pillow to her chest. Have you seen the trending topic online? He Yuzhou's tone is gentle. Yes. Yin Enyu responds softly, I just saw it. In the president's office, He Yuzhou discards the pen in his hand and swivels his chair to face the floor-to-ceiling window, contemplating how to address the situation. Although he has never intended to conceal their relationship, whether past or present, it was always under the condition that both were informed and prepared. An unsolicited revelation, such as this, encroaches upon their privacy. He is indifferent to the speculation. His primary concern lies with her, Yin Enyu. He had seen the trending topic online early that morning, but refrained from calling her immediately, fearing it might disturb her slumber. The online discourse has not attacked her, which is why he has delayed taking action, awaiting her opinion. Should even a single derogatory remark arise, he would promptly inform his team to take it down, ensuring that by the time she awakens, all is restored to tranquility. Yin Enyu counters his inquiry. Do you wish to retract it? He Yuzhou smiled, his thoughts inscrutable. I am inquiring about your opinion, he stated. Her perspective should take precedence. Then it's best not to worry, Yin Enyu remarked. He was taken aback. During their last outing at the mall, had she not expressed concern about being photographed together? Yin Enyu pouted, exhaling a soft sigh. He Yuzhou, you're bringing up old matters again. I already clarified that. Her concern was not about being seen with him, but rather the potential for negative online commentary, which could lead to unnecessary complications. However, given the recent so-called revelations, her apprehensions had proven unfounded. Is it now unacceptable for me to say anything? He Yuzhou teased lightly. No, Yin Enyu replied with a dismissive huff. He chuckled softly. All right, you're my boss. What you say goes. She tossed aside the covers and rose from bed, slipping on her slippers as she made her way to the balcony. Stop making fun of me. She shifted the topic. Have you gone to work yet? Are you coming over? He Yuzhou lounged his office, legs crossed. I have no intention of coming. Yin Enyu firmly declined. I'm done chatting with you. I'm heading downstairs for breakfast. As she lifted her phone, her fingertip hovering over the red hang-up button, his calm voice interrupted her. Don't eat anything cold for the next few days. Yin Enyu paused, perplexed. Why? Isn't your period about to arrive? He Yuzhou reached for a photo frame on the table, gazing at the figures within. His words caused a shiver to run through her, enveloped by a wave of warmth. After 2 years apart, he still remembered, even when she sometimes forgot. Yin Enyu's voice emerged from the depths of her throat, trembling slightly. All right, I will be cautious. He Yuzhou continued. Will your stomach still hurt? In the past, the first day of her period had always left her feeling unwell. Yin Enyu vaguely replied. It's better now. In truth, it remained the same. While it wasn't painful enough to leave her writhing in bed, a persistent feeling of bloating and heaviness lingered, draining her energy for the day. He Yuzhou could discern the truth behind her words. Are you deceiving me again? She was not particularly skilled at lying. Her tone would unconsciously weaken, and her pace would quicken. Yet, when she had told him she wanted to break up, he had seen no cracks in her facade. Caught in her silence, he pressed on. Do you still have painkillers? Yin Enyu left the balcony and approached the bedside table. Opening the drawer, half a box containing 10 packets of painkillers remained. Yes, she replied. That's good. He instructed, pay extra attention to your diet in the coming days. All right, she murmured softly, seating herself at the edge of the bed. Chapter 40. The charming beauty. After concluding the phone call, He Yuzhou pressed the intercom on his desk. Within a minute, Zhou knocked and entered. President He, you summoned me? Please investigate the online rumors and identify which media outlet published them, He Yuzhou instructed, drumming his fingers on the table. Alert their supervisor that we do not wish to see a repeat of such reporting. While the online discourse has remained relatively harmonious this time and has not adversely affected Yin Enyu, we cannot guarantee the same outcome in the future. Online commentary can often be extreme and vicious. I must ensure this does not recur. He continued, additionally, inform the media that Yin Enyu is not a subject they can photograph at will. She should not be reduced to a mere tool for their sensationalism. As an internationally acclaimed pianist, her renown sometimes makes it difficult to evade the spotlight. But she is a private individual who prefers to keep her personal life out of the public eye. Zhou took note. Understood, President He. Before departing, he inquired, should I include your name in the communication? No one relishes being surreptitiously photographed. That media outlet possesses quite the audacity to capture these two and publish it online unilaterally. Not necessary, He Yuzhou scoffed disdainfully. As long as they dare to take the photos, it is of no consequence to me. I can hardly be bothered by the remarks of insignificant individuals. They do not affect my reputation in the slightest. At Ishan Mansion, Yin Enyu sat gracefully in a chair, while her stylist worked on her hair. "In, are we ready to depart?" Wan Tang's exuberant voice chimed from the doorway. Her steps light and lively. "Almost," Yin Enyu replied. She had received an invitation to an art exhibition a few days prior, but had yet to decide whether to attend. However, fortune favored her today, and with Wan Tang also inviting her along, she agreed to go. "Charming beauty," Wan Tang said, pulling a chair beside Yin Enyu and leaning her head on her shoulder affectionately. Yin Enyu gently pushed her away, smiling. "Why do you?" Her words trailed off abruptly. "Who are you going to compare me to?" "Wan Tang, that's..." Yin Enyu remained vague. "No one. I already know without you saying," Wan Tang replied, propping her chin on her hand, her gaze teasing. "Are you implying that I resemble He Yuzhou?" She had witnessed their affectionate moments during their courtship, and one word encapsulated it: nauseating. Yin Enyu chose not to respond. The business vehicle arrived at the entrance of the art gallery, where the curator personally greeted them. Miss Wan," she beamed, warmly welcoming them. "We are delighted by your presence." Yin Enyu smiled and shook her hand, following her into the gallery. The exhibition hall was bright and spacious, with a high-vaulted ceiling adorned with transparent skylights, allowing sunlight to cascade over the various paintings and sculptures. The vibrant and profound Venetian red walls exuded warmth and vitality. "Miss Yin, if there are areas needing improvement, please feel free to advise us." In terms of taste and artistic cultivation, no one could rival this woman who had been immersed in an artistic family since childhood. The artworks in her gallery may not necessarily captivate her. Why in New York grasped her exquisite handbag, her 6-centimeter heels clicking against the polished wooden floor, the hem of her skirt gracefully swaying in elegant arcs as she slowed her pace. The curator accompanied them through the first-floor exhibition hall, providing explanations until an urgent matter called them away, leaving with an apologetic demeanor. "Let us ascend to the second floor," W.N. Tiang suggested, linking her arm with Y.N. New York's. The two elegantly traversed the spiral staircase. Just as they were engrossed in their exploration, an unfamiliar girl approached them suddenly. "Y.N. New York?" Upon hearing her name, Y.N. New York turned with a puzzled expression. "And you are?" The girl appeared to be of similar age, yet Y.N. New York could perceive an inexplicable hostility in her gaze. However, she did not recall having met her before. The girl did not respond to Y.N. New York's inquiry, but rather posed a question of her own. "Are you back together with YZHU?" Y.N. New York furrowed her brows. "Ifitachu? Are you referring to HYZHU?" The girl continued her tirade. "I know you two were previously involved, but you have broken up. You're not rekindling your relationship, are you?" "I am under no obligation to explain myself to you," Y.N. New York replied, her soft voice tinged with a hint of pride and aloofness. "YZHU no longer has feelings for you," the girl insisted, her tone aggressive. "Why don't you clarify the rumors trending online?" "That is not the case," WNT Ing interjected, her temper flaring. Excuse me, do we even know you? The girl, somewhat exasperated, raised her voice. I have liked YZHU for many years. Chapter 41. Do you like him? Upon hearing her words, Yin Enyu's gaze momentarily faltered, and so, her expression remained indifferent. What is your intention in telling me this? The girl across from her genuinely believed that Yin Enyu was seeking her opinion and spoke with an authoritative tone. I hope you keep your distance from Yuzhou. You two are no longer in a relationship. Yin Enyu was at a loss for words, unable to comprehend how someone could so brazenly utter such statements. After dismissing one Ji Ling, another had appeared. This is a matter between He Yuzhou and me, Yin Enyu replied in a calm tone, devoid of any emotion. Whether I am close to him or distant, it seems irrelevant to you. How is it irrelevant? The girl defiantly raised her chin. I like him. She had harbored feelings for him for many years, but had never found the opportunity to approach him. Now that they had finally broken up, she would not allow any chance of reconciliation. Her words stirred no ripples within Yin Enyu. Instead, she countered, Does He Yuzhou know you like him? Of course. The girl suddenly halted, her tone shifting. He knows. It was as if she were trying to bolster her own confidence. Her eyes widening as she shot a glare at Yin Enyu. All right then, go tell him, Yin Enyu replied, unwilling to waste further words on her. She opened her bag, retrieved her phone, and dialed the first contact in her list. After 2 rings, the call was swiftly answered. How rare of you to call me today. He Yuzhou's teasing voice resonated from the speaker. This is quite unexpected. Yin Enyu was not in the mood for banter. She gently inquired, Do you have time now? He Yuzhou glanced at the stack of documents on his desk. If you're looking for me, then I do. Yin Enyu lifted her gaze to the girl across from her, who was glaring at her with resentment, and said to the man on the phone, Then come over here. I'll send you the location. What is the matter? He Yuzhou asked as he already reached for his suit jacket, rising from his seat. Yin Enyu replied leisurely, There's a girl who likes you, and she came to me, demanding that I keep my distance from you. He Yuzhou's brows furrowed. What nonsense is this? Without waiting for Yin Enyu to speak further, he said, I'll be there immediately. Having just begun to lower his guard around her, he would not allow anyone to interfere. After hanging up, Yin Enyu cast a casual glance at the girl across from her. He Yuzhou is on his way. If you have anything to say, feel free to say it in front of him. A crack of panic briefly crossed the girl's previously domineering demeanor. You called Yuzhou here? She had gone to his company and couldn't even access the elevator without an appointment. Yet, now, with a single phone call, Yin Enyu could easily summon him? Indeed. Yin Enyu turned her attention to the sculpture on the opposite platform, studying it intently, no longer paying heed to the girl beside her. The girl scoffed, I'll wait here. She did not believe that He Yuzhou would truly abandon his work to come here. In less than 15 minutes, the impeccably dressed He Yuzhou appeared on the second floor of the art gallery. He strode directly toward Yin Enyu, his pace brisk. Are you all right? He placed his hands on her shoulders, scanning her with genuine concern. Yin Enyu couldn't help but chuckle at his anxious demeanor, replying, What could possibly be wrong with me? His chest rose and fell slightly, his breath somewhat hurried, likely from dashing up the stairs. Why the rush? Yin Enyu raised her hand, instinctively smoothing the stray hair from his forehead. He retorted, You called me. How could I not be anxious? He feared she might be mistreated, for she was the type utterly unskilled in confrontations, or rather, she simply deemed them beneath her. As he surveyed the surroundings, he inquired, Where is everyone? Who allowed you to stray from me? Did someone dare to speak on his behalf? Yuzhou, it's me. A girl stepped forward, shedding her previous haughty demeanor before Yin Enyu. Now, she feigned an innocent charm, gazing at He Yuzhou. Do you remember me? Wang Tang scoffed quietly, leaning toward Yin Enyu to whisper. Her acting skills leave me in awe. The air is thick with the scent of green tea. I don't remember. No impression, He Yuzhou replied, his eyes cold and unyielding, lacking the warmth he had shown to Yin Enyu moments before. The girl appeared incredulous, her expression marred by hurt. We were classmates in high school. Have you forgotten? I'm Yao Qianqian. During their school years, she had harbored affections for him, intending to confess after graduation, only for him to unexpectedly study abroad. She had sought connections to learn of his university, hoping to attend the same institution, yet the entrance requirements were too stringent, and she was unable to gain admission. A year ago, upon hearing he had returned to the country, she had been searching for opportunities to approach him. For a time, she even applied for a position in his presidential office, only to be rejected. "I don't know," He Yuzhou replied, his gaze icy, showing no sign of recollection. "I don't care who you are. Mind your own affairs, and keep your hands to yourself." The oppressive aura of authority radiated from him, his demeanor sharp and intimidating. "What gives you the right to meddle in my matters? You should be the one to distance yourself from me." He Yuzhou coldly dismissed her aspirations. With that, he reached out and embraced Yin Enyu's shoulders, his tone unconsciously softening. "Shall we go?" Yin Enyu glanced at the warm hand resting on her shoulder and nodded. "Let's go." Her interest had waned, and she had no desire to linger any longer. Wang Tang followed closely behind them as they departed. Yao Qianqian stood frozen, shaken by He Yuzhou's words, her teeth clenched in frustration. At the entrance of the art gallery, He Yuzhou turned. "I will go fetch the car. Please wait here." Before removing his hand from her shoulder, he gently caressed it for a moment. Today, Yin Enyu donned an off-shoulder dress, the fabric offering no barrier, allowing the scorching warmth of his palm to imprint directly upon her skin. It felt as though she had been entirely enveloped in his embrace. Once He Yuzhou departed, Wang Tang immediately drew closer, exhaling deeply, exclaiming, "My goodness, the aura of young master, he was quite overwhelming just now." She dared not even breathe too loudly beside him. Yin Enyu smiled, playfully commenting, "So, you must never provoke him." "No, no, no." Wang Tang shook her finger. "You must never provoke you." The consequences of angering her were far more terrifying than those of inciting He Yuzhou himself. This much she understood clearly. Wang Tang continued, "But to be fair, young master, he was indeed handsome just now." Yin Enyu blinked lightly, jesting, "Isn't he usually handsome? What good is it to say he is handsome? Wan Tang Su, the only one he cares about is you. If you find him handsome, that is all that matters." After teasing her a bit, Wang Tang prepared to leave, stating, "I must go. Young master, his supercar cannot accommodate me." Yin Enyu suggested, "Should I inform He Yuzhou that I will leave with you?" She recalled how Wang Tang had recently complained about He Yuzhou stealing her away. "Please don't." Wang Tang quickly waved her hands. "You should stick with your ex-boyfriend." She hoped that the two of them could reconcile and find their way back to one another. Chapter 42, Are We Staying Here Tonight? Sitting in the passenger seat beside He Yuzhou, Yin Enyu cast a wistful glance at the man behind the wheel and remarked lightly, "Mister. He seems to be quite fortunate in matters of the heart." She was well aware that he was not lacking in admirers. Yet she had not anticipated someone would so boldly approach her. During their time together, such occurrences had never arisen, now that they were apart. It seemed fate had decided to present her with this scenario. He Yuzhou chuckled brightly, his tone teasing, yet paled in comparison to Yin Enyu's. Who would have thought that their first encounter after reuniting would involve her admirer, presenting her with flowers? Yin Enyu averted her gaze, letting out a soft huff. "We are discussing your situation. Do not shift the focus onto me. Let's not digress." He Yuzhou looked at her helplessly. "Do I even need to divert the topic? I am all ears, Mazine. Pray tell, what is my issue?" "Manage your admirers." Yin Enyu jabbed his arm playfully. "Do not let them disturb me again." He Yuzhou replied, "I fear that is beyond my control." He could not dictate the actions of others, and moreover, he was oblivious to whom she referred as them. While he could not govern those who admired him, he could certainly govern his own heart, devoted solely to her. Should anyone seek you out, simply disregard them. Just as you did today, call me instead. Her candidness and trust in reaching out to him were profoundly appreciated. Yin Enyu nodded earnestly, teasing him, "It appears that Mr. He indeed has quite a number of suitors." "Yin Enyu, what is going on with you today?" He Yuzhou turned his head slightly, raising an eyebrow. "Are you intentionally opposing me?" "I'm not." Yin Enyu vehemently denied. "I am merely echoing your sentiments." He Yuzhou described her in one word, inversion of truth. In certain aspects, he truly found it challenging to counter her. Pretending not to hear, Yin Enyu shifted her gaze to the window. "Where are you taking me now?" "This route does not seem to lead to my home." He Yuzhou replied, "I'm taking you out for some fun." "Huh?" Yin Enyu momentarily struggled to follow his train of thought. He Yuzhou continued to explain, "Since I disrupted your plans today, I ought to make amends." At a traffic light, he gently applied the brakes and turned his head to the right, observing the girl in the seat beside him, adorned in a black velvet dress, her makeup exquisite, her lips a soft pink. It was evident she had meticulously prepared herself before stepping out. I cannot allow your efforts to go to waste, can I? However, Yin Enyu's response was cut off by He Yuzhou. There are no buts here. What she wished to express was merely concern for his workload, fearing it might encroach upon his time. A single day of rest would not cause the company to collapse. Any documents requiring his attention could certainly wait until the evening. Since her return, their encounters had been frequent, yet it appeared they had not spent an entire day together. With her words stifled, Yin Enyu could only inquire, "So where are we headed now?" He Yuzhou seemed to have made prior arrangements. "I intend for you to relax thoroughly." "All right then." Yin Enyu decided not to probe further. In the realm of enjoyment, none surpasses his prowess. In the past, the destinations for their outings were invariably chosen by him, and he never failed to meet her expectations. "It's a bit far. If you feel tired, you may take a brief nap," he suggested. Scanning the interior of the car, He Yuzhou realized there were no blankets prepared. Just before the traffic light ahead turned green, he swiftly removed his jacket and draped it over her legs, shielding her bare skin. "It's fine. I can keep you company," Yin Enyu replied, placing her hands on the suit, gently smoothing the creases. "What's the matter?" He Yuzhou's slightly raised eyebrows conveyed a playful demeanor. "Are you afraid I might sell you while you sleep?" "Only if you're brave enough," Yin Enyu murmured. He Yuzhou smirked knowingly. "That depends on who I would sell you to." Feigning ignorance, Yin Enyu responded, "Who else could it be but you?" After approximately 2 hours of driving, He Yuzhou brought Yin Enyu to a secluded mountain lodge deep within the valley. The view was breathtaking, showcasing a panorama of towering mountains that eclipsed any priceless landscape, painting in vibrancy and realism. The ambience was tranquil and elegant, surrounded by lush trees, with a gentle mountain breeze wafting through, rendering the air refreshingly pleasant. "Do you like it here?" He Yuzhou inquired. Without hesitation, Yin Enyu affirmed, "I do." She cherished this secluded retreat, far removed from the clamor of the world, as it was the perfect sanctuary for her to unwind. Observing the delight on her face, He Yuzhou felt reassured that he had chosen wisely and encouraged her to select a room she fancied. He took her bag and jacket from her hands. With a puzzled expression, Yin Enyu looked up. "Are we staying here tonight? Don't you want to?" He Yuzhou replied. "I do," she admitted, "but I didn't bring any clothes." He Yuzhou alleviated her concerns. "I've already arranged for your assistant to collect your belongings from home. Zhou will fetch them and bring them here." He had meticulously organized everything during the drive. Yin Enyu regarded him with a mixture of surprise and realization. "You had already made arrangements without consulting me. If you prefer not to stay, we can return home tonight," He Yuzhou stated with calm assurance. "Perhaps that's best," she conceded, recognizing he was quite fatigued from driving. Although he suggested they relax, she felt he was the one who truly needed a respite. He appeared wearier than she. Having previously visited the lodge with Cheng Zian and Lu Jun, He Yuzhou was familiar with its layout. He guided Yin Enyu toward the villa area, selecting a residence with the finest view, one he had occupied during his prior visits. "Do you live here as well?" Yin Enyu asked, turning to him. She had noticed several bedrooms upon ascending the stairs. Misinterpreting her inquiry, He Yuzhou waved the car keys before her. "Should I return home? Then? You know what I mean?" She retorted, lightly kicking him with the toe of her shoe. "I would like to stay. I'm just concerned that the esteemed pianist might not permit me," he quipped, weaving playful banter into their exchange. Chapter 43. Embrace or choose wherever you wish to reside. Yin Enyu stepped onto the outdoor terrace, gazing into the distant undulating mountains. "May I select this room of yours?" He Yuzhou strolled leisurely behind her, speaking in a carefree manner. "Of course." Yin Enyu readily agreed. "Then I shall retire to the adjacent room." He Yuzhou chuckled softly, finding her playful defiance charming. "I won't compete with you. I'll sleep next door." Leaning languidly against the railing, he raised an eyebrow playfully. "Shall we take a stroll?" "Certainly." The two meandered aimlessly along the smooth bluestone path, the cool mountain breeze tousling their hair as the ancient trees rustled softly, shedding a few leaves. Amidst the dappled sunlight filtering through the branches, their shadows elongated and intertwined, creating a tapestry of intimacy. This serene moment felt like a long-lost treasure for both of them. At this instant, it seemed as if nothing had transpired. They momentarily set aside the past, resembling an ordinary couple on holiday. As they passed by a petting zoo, Yin Enyu halted. "Shall we take a look?" He Yuzhou inquired, attentively observing her every detail. Yes. Between the verdant lawns on either side lay a pebble-strewn path. The delicate stiletto heels of Yin Enyu struggled against the uneven stones, occasionally getting caught in the crevices, causing discomfort beneath her feet. Just as she prepared to reach out for support from the man beside her, she suddenly found herself lifted into the air by warm, strong hands that encircled her knees and effortlessly cradled her waist. "Don't strain yourself if it's difficult," He Yuzhou said, striding forward with ease, his breathing steady, despite the presence of onlookers. "I intended to ask for your assistance," Yin Enyu replied, shifting slightly in his secure embrace. "Allow me to carry you. Wouldn't that be swifter and more convenient?" He Yuzhou remarked, his concern evident as he watched her struggle. Yin Enyu had grown accustomed to his domineering ways over the past 2 years. She did not detest it. Rather, she found it quite endearing. In certain instances, she indeed required his assertiveness, especially when she was engulfed in hesitation and doubt. He could see through her uncertainties and help her make decisions. Upon reaching the enclosure surrounding the animals, He Yuzhou gently set her down. Yin Enyu glanced down to adjust her dress. Within the confines of the white fence, a vibrant scene unfolded, with various animals frolicking across the lawn. Among them, the adorable corgi captured her attention first. She crouched down, her eyes sparkling with warmth and joy as the yellow and white corgi approached, wagging its tail and playfully sticking out its tongue. Yin Enyu reached out, caressing its soft fur. The sunlight bathed her in a radiant glow, casting shimmering spots upon her hair, illuminating her beauty. He Yuzhou stood languidly to one side, his gaze deeply entwined as he looked down at her. "Do you like corgis?" he suddenly inquired. "Ido," Yin Enyu replied, her delicate fingers playfully scratching beneath the corgi's chin. After observing her for a few moments, He Yuzhou abruptly remarked, "You are not suited to keep a pet." Yin Enyu turned her head slightly, gazing up at him. "Why? You would be abandoned by me." Upon hearing his words, Yin Enyu froze in place, a dull ache blossoming in her heart. She understood precisely what he meant. The previously harmonious atmosphere suddenly felt heavy, enveloped in silence for an extended moment. "Yin Enyu ve'aklu utreed. I am sorry. I don't require your apology." He desired something, and she ought to have known. Not allowing her to speak again, He Yuzhou sighed and extended his right hand. "Get up." He did not wish to dampen her spirits. He had brought her here to see her happy. He could only hope to wait for the day she would take the initiative to seek an explanation from him. And you looked at him. The man before her pressed his lips tightly together, his expression inscrutable. "Are you angry with me?" And you tentatively asked. A glimmer of mischief flickered in He Yuzhou's eyes as he replied softly, "If I were to be angry with you, I would have long since driven myself to my grave." His hand, suspended in the air, moved slightly, urging her, "Hurry up, or my legs will cramp, and I will have to attend to you." "Oh," Enyu placed her hand in his palm, and He Yuzhou exerted a slight force, pulling her up. The previously tense atmosphere was gently dissolved by a soft breeze. As twilight descended upon the horizon, by the time they returned to the villa, Zhouzhan had already delivered the items they needed. Enyu opened the bag on the table to inspect its contents. Her assistant was as meticulous as ever, even bringing her melatonin. She was unaware that she no longer required it. He Yuzhou approached with a bottle of water from the fridge, casting a glance at the bag on the table, his expression shifting as he questioned, "Are we still eating this at night?" He picked up the box of melatonin. "Did you not tell me your sleep had improved? Were you deceiving me?" He Yuzhou's deep-set eyes bore into her, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping the air. "No," Enyu softly explained, "my assistant does not know that I no longer need this." He Yuzhou regarded her words with a hint of skepticism. "You had better not be lying to me. Tonight will serve as a test." Yin Enyu? How could he possibly verify that? He was not going to sleep beside her. He Yuzhou continued to question her. "If I were to order food now, what would you like?" "Anything is fine," Enyu replied, lifting the bag. "I will go wash up first." "All right." He Yuzhou retracted his hand, intending to place the order in 15 minutes. Her bathing would take a considerable amount of time, and by the time dinner arrived, it might already be cold. Upon returning to her room, Yin Enyu laid out the items from the bag across her bed, the various garments layered upon one another. As she prepared to hang them up, the topmost nightgown caught her eye. Yin Enyu reached out to pick up the delicate pale pink halter-neck nightgown, which featured an almost entirely hollowed-out back and translucent lace cascading down to her waist. Her assistant indeed possessed an exquisite taste in clothing. Among her wardrobe, filled with various styles of nightwear, she had chosen the most alluring piece. This particular design of nightgown was favored by He Yuzhou, and she had donned it in his presence before. The outcome had been rather unfortunate. However, at this moment, with no alternative nightwear available, Yin Enyu could only grasp the garment in her hand and step into the bathroom. Chapter 44. Nightgown. Half an hour later, Yin Enyu leisurely emerged from the bathroom. She had wrapped herself in a bathrobe provided by the room over her cool nightgown before stepping out in her slippers. Unbeknownst to her, dinner had been arranged on the overhanging terrace, an exquisite and bountiful spread that emanated a delightful aroma. Sitting down, she savored the culinary delights while admiring the mountains shrouded in the night's embrace. Looking up, she beheld a tapestry of stars scattered across the sky. Yin Enyu glanced around, but saw no sign of He Yuzhou. She retraced her steps back indoors, heading towards his room. The door stood ajar, and she called out softly, but received no reply. Just as she was about to turn away, she noticed the frosted glass door of the bathroom swing open from within. He Yuzhou, with a casually tied towel around his lean waist, had damp hair falling over his forehead, his muscular torso exposed to the cool air. Water droplets cascaded down his defined muscles, tracing a path over his taut abdomen before vanishing at the edge of the towel. He Yuzhou lazily lifted his eyelids and, upon spotting Yin Enyu at the doorway, raised an eyebrow, inviting her in. The heat radiating from his body and the potent aura of masculinity drew closer to her. "I came to call you downstairs for dinner," she stammered, unable to meet his intense gaze. "Hurry up, I'll wait for you downstairs." With that, she turned to leave. But just as she took a step, someone suddenly yanked at her bathrobe. The loosely tied belt slipped away, and the robe fell open, revealing the nightgown beneath. The unexpected visual impact caused He Yuzhou to momentarily catch his breath. The low neckline revealed a tantalizing curve of smooth skin, as white as snow. The hem of her gown barely reached her thighs, showcasing her long, shapely legs, illuminated by the soft light, a sight utterly captivating. He Yuzhou's gaze burned with intensity, a rush of blood flooding his brain. He had not anticipated such alluring allure beneath her robe. Yin Enyu, taken aback by the suddenness of the action, quickly fastened her belt once more. "What are you doing?" She chided him with a playful glint in her eye that was rather rude. At that moment, she felt fortunate that she had at least donned a nightgown underneath. He Yuzhou, his throat dry and voice hoarse, replied, "It wasn't intentional. I merely wanted to catch you." Pausing, a teasing gleam in his eyes, he asked knowingly, "If you were dressed, why then wrap yourself in a bathrobe?" Yin Enyu shot him a defiant glance, asserting, "I can wear whatever I choose." He Yuzhou smirked, crossing his arms against the wall, and unabashedly stated, "Is it not to prevent me from seeing?" Yin Enyu fell silent, realizing he was quite self-aware. His teasing voice lingered in her ears, laced with a playful tone. "Rest assured, I'm not the type to force myself upon an ex-girlfriend." Yin Enyu raised her gaze, her lips parting slightly. Her words were abruptly halted as her eyes were drawn to his chest. "A tattoo?" she inquired, astonished. "When did you get that?" Before she could discern the details, he swiftly turned, slipping on a t-shirt from the bed. "It's been a while," He Yuzhou replied nonchalantly. Yin Enyu entered his room. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired about the tattoo. "Just a random one," he replied, denying her another chance to ask further questions. With a playful smile, He Yuzhou placed his hands on the towel at his waist, teasingly asking if she wished to continue watching. "I would rather not," she retorted, promptly turning away. Outside, the night was gentle, the moonlight flowing like water. Yin Enyu settled into a chair on the terrace, gazing into the distance. He Yuzhou, now dressed, descended the stairs and noticed her seated by the round table, the untouched dinner before her. "Why aren't you eating?" he inquired. Is it not to your taste? Yin Enyu fluttered her eyelashes and replied, I'm waiting for you. Please eat. He Yuzhou poured her a glass of orange juice from the pitcher on the table. You need not adhere to formalities in my presence. He sat across from her, leisurely dining with knife and fork. The atmosphere was serene and romantic. I don't want this, Yin Enyu said, frowning as she swallowed her food and gently pushed the plate away. He Yuzhou looked up, asking which one. This one, she replied, indicating the dumpling on her plate, expressing her distaste in a tone that betrayed a hint of childishness. He Yuzhou, with a fork, speared the dumpling from her plate and consumed it in one bite. You haven't changed, have you? He chuckled. Whenever she encountered unpalatable food, she would pass it to him. Yin Enyu found herself at a loss for words. Some habits, once formed, are difficult to alter. They would naturally surface when she was with him. Please eat, he urged, offering her a piece of the beef from his plate. This habit of yours is quite endearing. Do continue. After dinner, the evening breeze was gentle, and with the significant temperature difference between day and night, the two returned indoors. He Yuzhou glanced at his watch. I need to attend to some work. Call me if you need anything. All right, Yin Enyu responded. She noted that his assistant had brought him clothes along with his computer and documents. Today, he had set aside work to accompany her on an outing. Once he departed, Yin Enyu lingered on the first floor for a while before retreating to her own room to call Wan Tang. What places did you visit? Wan Tang's high-pitched voice erupted from the phone. After leaving the art gallery, He Yuzhou drove for over 2 hours to take you to a villa for a vacation. Had I known, I would have left first, she lamented, filled with envy. She longed to join them, desperate for a respite. Why don't you come over tomorrow? Yin Enyu, now out of her robe and leaning against her headboard, suggested, I'll keep you company for a few days. Another time, I can't get away tomorrow. Wan Tang replied, her tone saturated with regret. Are you living with He Yuzhou? She suddenly leaned closer to the screen, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Yin Enyu clarified, not in the same room. Wan Tang nodded, advising her to be cautious. The girl on the screen, dressed seductively with alluring curves, was captivating enough to make any girl want to fixate her gaze upon her, let alone a spirited man like He Yuzhou. Wan Tang jestingly reminded, dressed as you are, I hope you two won't rekindle old flames and end up together tonight. Yin Enyu glanced down at her attire, pulling the blanket up. That won't happen. We aren't even staying in the same room. It makes little difference, Wan Tang replied. If He Yuzhou wishes to enter your room, he could do so at any moment. You'll certainly find yourself powerless against him. Such a scenario will not occur, Yin Enyu asserted, lifting a strand of hair to rest against her chest, her fingers toying with the ends. He Yuzhou has stated he would not force his ex-girlfriend. Wan Tang remained unconvinced, fearing it might indeed be a mutual desire. Can you truly withstand He Yuzhou's charms? Chapter 45. Watching her fall asleep, Yin Enyu's eyes were slightly upturned, her voice laced with playful reproach. I call you, and you just tease me? Yet, her words held a kernel of truth. He Yuzhou possessed an unparalleled knack for provocation, one she had previously found irresistible, and undoubtedly, she remained vulnerable to it now. Wan Tang lay on her bed, turning over leisurely, and remarked, I'm merely reminding you to be cautious of your ex-boyfriend's intentions. Yin Enyu smiled helplessly, assuring her once more, rest assured, it won't happen. The two engaged in a meandering conversation for a while, until Wan Tang, feeling drowsy, finally ended the call. Yin Enyu reclined on her bed, yet sleep eluded her despite the late hour. Typically, during this time at home, she would be preparing to drift into slumber. She turned over, gazing at the vacant bedside table, letting out a soft sigh. She had forgotten to ask you to bring her recorder along. Outside the window, a profound stillness enveloped the night. After switching off the light and donning her sleep mask, Yin Enyu tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. During the day, she reveled in immersing herself in a singular task, savoring the utmost tranquility. Yet at night, the silence would stir her restlessness the moment she closed her eyes. Rising from her bed, she uncovered the blanket and retrieved the box of melatonin from her table, heading downstairs to brew it. As she opened the door, the adjacent door swung open simultaneously. Upon seeing her, He Yuzhou momentarily froze, surprised that she was still awake. Clad in a bathrobe over her nightgown, She was now completely exposed to his gaze. Her slender back was nearly bare, smooth and accentuated by the elegant curve of her shoulder blades. Two delicate silk ribbons tied in a neat bow at her lower back. The form-fitting silk nightgown outlined her shapely silhouette, igniting the imagination. Having been inadvertently teased by her twice that evening, a smoldering fire blazed in He Yuzhou's dark eyes. However, as his gaze fell to her hands, the surging desire within him dissipated by half. "You claim you Haven tea deceived me?" He Yuzhou strode over and took the box from her grasp. What a coincidence! He had just finished his work and was heading downstairs for water when he encountered her. Yin Enyu blurted out, "That's my recorder that I forgot to bring you." The moment the words left her lips, both paused in stunned silence. A moment later, He Yuzhou's laughter erupted from his chest, shattering the corridor's quietude. "Can't sleep without hearing my voice." His lips curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "I'm right next door. Do you really need a recorder? Lie down, I'll sing you to sleep." With that, he gently ushered Yin Enyu into his room, casually nudging the door closed with his foot. He pressed her down onto the bed, helping her with her slippers and tucking her in. "What song do you wish to hear?" He settled on the edge of the bed, leaning back against the headboard with a relaxed demeanor. Yin Enyu nestled her cheek into the plush pillow, her glistening eyes fixed on him. "Are you a jukebox? Do you know every song?" He Yuzhou crossed his arms confidently. "As long as you can name the song. Even if he doesn't know how, after listening twice, he will surely grasp it." Yin Enyu smiled gently, speaking softly, "You needn't sing." His presence beside her surpassed all else. He lowered his gaze, fixating on her. "Then you should sleep." "What about you?" Yin Enyu inquired. He teased, "Are you afraid I might stay over in your room tonight?" Yin Enyu pressed her lips together, having not considered that possibility. "Once you fall asleep, I shall depart." He languidly drawled, reaching to extinguish the lights, leaving only a warm-hued pendant lamp aglow. Yin Enyu responded with a barely audible picking up a sleep mastodon. However, before she could, He Yuzhou took the initiative, his warm palm gently covering her eyes, shielding her from all distractions, instantly transporting her into a tranquil realm. "Sleep now." His deep voice resonated slowly. Beneath his hand, Yin Enyu's long eyelashes fluttered momentarily before she acclimated, her body relaxing, inhaling the soothing scent that enveloped him. Once she had succumbed to slumber, He Yuzhou lifted his right hand, seated at the head of the bed, taking no haste to leave. He leaned closer, tenderly brushing aside her hair, quietly observing her with an utterly soft gaze. Whispering in her ear, "Why must you heartlessly speak of parting when there remains a place for me in your heart?" What went awry? Previously, he might have believed her declaration of breakup stemmed from a lack of love, but during their time together since her return, he sensed her lingering affection. It could very well be that her feelings had never truly dissipated. Just as now, she required the sound of his voice or his presence to drift into sleep, a clear testament of her reliance on him. Upon learning of her insomnia and considering her behavior, he had taken it upon himself to understand, recognizing it as a manifestation of anxiety and insecurity. What was the cause? Had he failed to provide her with a sense of safety? Sitting beside her, time slipped away as he pondered deeply. The following day, Yin Enyu awoke feeling refreshed. Slipping into her slippers, she sauntered to the outdoor terrace, where the cool mountain breeze greeted her. Taking a deep breath, she relished the crisp air. Lifting her gaze, she beheld a verdant expanse, akin to a vast emerald. After appreciating the breathtaking scenery, she returned to her room to freshen up. She shed her nightgown, donning a mint green asymmetrical, waist-cinching long dress that harmonized beautifully with the vacation ambience, gentle and pristine. Grabbing her phone, she descended the stairs and spotted He Yuzhou in the living room. He had awakened at some point, now clad in languid sleepwear, seated at the table with his eyes fixed on a laptop before him. His long fingers occasionally glided over the touchpad while one hand cradled a coffee cup, steam rising gently as he sipped intermittently. This scene transported Yin Enyu back to their time in America. Whenever there is a holiday, He Yuzhou would come to her apartment to keep her company. In the mornings, she would sometimes awaken to find him seated in the living room, handling his affairs while waiting for her to rise. Yin Enyu would tread softly as she approached him. Before she could utter a word, the man, engrossed in his work, spoke without warning. Awake? He Yuzhou set down his cup and lifted his gaze toward her. Startled, Yin Enyu trembled slightly. How did you know I was here? She had made not a single sound. He Yuzhou uncrossed his legs, pushed back his chair, and caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. In truth, he often glanced toward the stairs, anticipating her descent. Oh, Yin Enyu approached, her eyes landing on the cup of aromatic coffee on the table. She murmured, I would like some coffee too. His coffee-making skills were unparalleled, and coupled with his discerning taste for coffee beans, the brew he made far surpassed that of any CAF. Wantang had even chattered in her ear about wanting to procure his expertise. It had been ages since she had savored such a delight. Go ahead and drink, He Yuzhou said, raising his left hand to slide his cup toward her. Yin Enyu was taken aback by his gesture. He was indeed generous. After a moment of silence, she politely declined, I prefer a latte. His cup contained an espresso. He Yuzhou saw through her intentions and chuckled lightly. If you dislike what I have, feel free to say so. Adopting a tone of indifference, he added, just call the housekeeper and have him bring you a cup. His sudden suggestion caught Yin Enyu off guard. She pursed her lips and took a seat in the chair before him. Then I shall not drink. It was not the coffee she craved, but rather the one he made. He Yuzhou gazed at her intently and, after a pause, spoke with a hint of exasperation. Yin Enyu, you truly are. He rose reluctantly and ambled toward the coffee machine. Wait, ancestor. Yin Enyu turned her head, following his tall silhouette with her gaze, and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. To avoid letting him toil in vain, she left her seat and followed him, suggesting, you haven't had breakfast yet. Should I prepare some pasta for you? The open kitchen island was stocked with ample ingredients, though her culinary skills were limited to the simplest of tomato pasta. He Yuzhou activated the coffee machine, releasing a small amount of hot water, and casually instructed, you sit over there, don't make a mess. He could never bear to let her hands toil in the kitchen for him. During their time together, he had never allowed her to labor, and post-breakup, that sentiment remained unchanged. Very well. Seeing this, Yin Enyu abandoned the idea of making breakfast and settled onto a bar stool at the island, awaiting him to prepare her coffee. When shall we return? Is it possible to leave after breakfast? As he answered her, his hands continued their work, pouring freshly ground coffee into the filter. Of course, we can. Before long, a steaming cup of latte was presented before her, with frothy milk resting atop the rich, golden brew. Yin Enyu eagerly lifted her cup to her lips, gently blowing away the steam, and savored a sip with grace. The texture was soft and smooth, unchanged from its original flavor. Delicious, she exclaimed sincerely. As long as you, Boss Yin, are satisfied, He Yuzhou replied in a drawn-out tone, cautioning her to drink sparingly. For times have changed, and it is no longer as easy to indulge at will. Yin Enyu raised her gaze, sensing the underlying meaning in his words. The man before her continued his task, retrieving 2 tomatoes from the countertop and rinsing them under the faucet. What are you doing? She inquired. Aren't you craving pasta? He responded. She need not cook for him, yet he was willing to cook for her. Chapter 46. Insecurity departing from the villa. He Yuzhou first escorted Yin Enyu back to her residence. Before exiting the vehicle, Yin Enyu turned slightly and said, Thank you, He Yuzhou. The man beside her was momentarily taken aback, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. What do you thank me for? Thank you for taking me out to clear my mind. Although it was merely a fleeting day, it was sufficient for her. He Yuzhou, resting one hand on the steering wheel, allowed a faint smile to cross his face. You should head inside now. All right. Upon entering her home, Yin Enyu was pleasantly surprised to find her assistant had arrived. Yi, what brings you here? She inquired, puzzled. Hearing her voice, Yi turned around, boss, you're back. I called the piano technician for regular maintenance. Upon hearing this, Yin Enyu nodded slightly and glanced at her phone, realizing that today was indeed the scheduled day for the piano's upkeep. Thank you for your efforts. Not at all. Yi replied cheerfully, this is part of my job. Once Yin Enyu had washed her hands and settled onto the sofa, her curiosity piqued as she leaned in. Did you have a good time with Mr. He? Mentioning this prompted Yin Enyu to ask her a pressing question. Did He Yuzhou do anything for you? Huh? Yi looked bewildered, stammering, no, not at all. I'm not his assistant. So what could he possibly offer me? Then why did you choose this particular nightgown for me? Yin Enyu pointed towards the bag on the sofa. You suddenly understood? Oh, that, because I thought it was beautiful. She gazed at her boss. With your figure, it would certainly be alluring, though it's a pity you can't see it. Why do you sound like? Yin Enyu paused, contemplating for a moment. A lovesick person? Yu unabashedly admitted, that's exactly what I am. She leaned in inquisitively. Boss, if you're asking me this. It can't be that. Yin Enyu swiftly interrupted. I will not answer any questions. She could easily anticipate the inquiry that lingered in Yu's mind. All right then. Yu swallowed the words that were about to escape her lips. After leaving the Yin residence, He Yuzhou did not return to the office. Instead, he drove to the cattle and horse supplement station. Upon seeing him, Wan Tang's eyes widened in astonishment. Young master, what brings you here unexpectedly? In is not with me. I have come specifically to see you. He Yuzhou surveyed her CAF before asking, may I inquire about something? Is this a good time? Absolutely. Wan Tang replied without hesitation, sensing that his query pertained to Yin Enyu. Wan Tang led He Yuzhou to the second floor, which was devoid of customers, offering a serene and private atmosphere. Would you like something to drink? She asked. No need. He Yuzhou casually placed his car keys on the table. All right then. Wan Tang, not one for pleasantries, pulled out a chair and sat across from him. What would you like to ask me? He Yuzhou got straight to the point. Is it true that Enyu had trouble sleeping last night? Do you know anything about it? Wan Tang nodded. I am aware. She went to see a doctor, and I accompanied her. He Yuzhou, why could this be? Wan Tang, I'm uncertain as well. He Yuzhou rephrased his inquiry, sensing her evident lack of security. Previously, he perceived her as highly perceptive, with a delicate and sensitive inner world. However, he now realizes that the essence of it all lies in her insecurity. Logically, she should not feel this way. Her parents are affectionate, her family life is harmonious, and her material needs are met. She herself is remarkable, endowed with talent, and has achieved great success. Wan Tang has known Yin Enyu longer than He Yuzhou and possesses more information about her. There is indeed a portion of knowledge Wan Tang selectively shares with him, possibly linked to her childhood experiences. He Yuzhou furrowed his brow, pondering what transpired in her early years. She seldom speaks of her childhood in his presence. Chapter 47. The feelings remain. Wan Tang poured herself a glass of water and continued speaking. Yin was raised by a nanny during her childhood. At that time, Uncle Yin and Aunt Yun were exceedingly busy, often traveling for work, leaving her with little companionship and care. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Wan Tang inhaled deeply, for the most significant issue was that the nanny was a duplicitous individual. Initially, she treated Yin well, feigning kindness and professionalism. Yet, as time wore on, any disobedience from Yin would provoke threats and intimidation from her. For the young Yin Enyu, this undoubtedly instilled a profound sense of fear. When Yin Huizhong and Yunyu eventually discovered the truth, they were infuriated, dismissing the entire household staff and filing a lawsuit against the offending nanny. Nevertheless, the scars left on Yin Enyu's heart remained indelible. This led to a lingering sense of guilt that still burdens Yin Huizhong and Yunyu. They had missed the most crucial stages of their daughter's development, allowing her once beautiful childhood to be marred by fear and insecurity. Although they later endeavored to make amends, the optimal time for healing had already passed. The psychological wounds of childhood are notoriously difficult to mend, and they do not simply fade with the passage of time. While it may seem a light matter to discuss, the damage inflicted upon Yin was undeniably real. For an extended period, she would awaken in terror from nightmares. Wan Tang gazed at the man across from her. His expression was inscrutable. His hands resting on the table were clenched, the fingertips turning white. Thus, there were times when Yin felt a profound lack of security. Establishing an intimate relationship was, in truth, a formidable challenge for her. When she first learned of her boyfriend, she was genuinely taken aback. He Yuzhou's voice was hoarse and dry. She had never brought it up, and Yin would not speak of it, considering it trivial, fearing that mentioning it might only deepen her parents' guilt and self-reproach. Moreover, she was not one to burden those around her with negative emotions. She wished for no one to be affected by her troubles. Wan Tang sipped her water to soothe her throat, adding, I learned of this matter through Aunt Yun. and In was easily content and had never reproached her parents. On the contrary, she understood them well. She felt fortunate and blessed, for her parents loved her and provided her with a comfortable life, allowing her to pursue her passions without concern. She remarked that if something had to be sacrificed, it would likely be the time her parents could spend with her. She believed she could not have it all. Why not? He Yuzhou mused, his gaze lowered as if speaking to himself. With him, she could indeed have it all. Did her decision to break up mean that he had failed to provide her with sufficient security? He Yuzhou pondered. Last night, sitting beside her, he had been lost in thought for a long while. During the period when she proposed their separation, he had been engrossed in the establishment of his company, leaving little time for meetings and conversations with her. At times, the messages she sent during the day would only reach him at night, just before he went to bed, leaving him no time to respond. Yet, she never voiced any complaints about him. Instead, she would express concern for his well-being, asking if he was tired and whether he had eaten or slept on time. However, he seemed to overlook one crucial aspect. While she understood him, she too yearned for his companionship and love. These were her most profound needs. Wan Tang shook her head, stating, "I am not privy to this. In has never disclosed it to me. I feared she might be reluctant to broach the subject, so I refrained from inquiring. I am unaware of the reasons behind your breakup, but I can discern that In's feelings for you still linger." As Wan Tang departed from the CAF, He Yuzhou pressed the accelerator, the engine of the Pagani roaring to life as the sports car sped down the road. The trees and buildings on either side blurred into a haze. 15 minutes later, the vehicle halted once more before the Yin residence. He Yuzhou turned off the engine, stepped out, and strode purposefully inside. Young Master He Enyu, who was about to take out the trash, encountered him and halted in surprise. He Yuzhou inquired directly, "Where's your young lady?" "She is upstairs," Enyu replied. "Would you like me to call her down?" "No need," he replied, ascending the staircase. In the living room, Yu stood up from the sofa, but before she could greet him, his figure had already vanished up the stairs. Bewildered, Yu remained rooted in place, pondering how He Yuzhou had just escorted her boss home, yet had returned in apparent haste. On the second floor, in the master bedroom, Yin Enyu emerged from the cloakroom. As she lifted her gaze, she unexpectedly collided with the tall figure in the room. Stunned, she blinked in disbelief. "What brings you here? Did you not return to the company?" He Yuzhou beckoned her with a hoarse voice. "Come here." "What's wrong?" Yin Enyu questioned, stepping forward in confusion. As she approached, he enveloped her in a solid and fervent embrace, his arms encircling her tightly, leaving her somewhat breathless as if he wished to meld her into his being. His scorching body heat seeped through her thin shirt, igniting a blush across her cheeks. "What troubles you?" Yin Enyu gently inquired, sensing something was amiss. "Nothing." He Yuzhou managed to rasp from his throat. He only felt a deep concern for her. Overwhelmed with guilt, he recognized his inadequacies as an ex-boyfriend. He was unwilling to voice his feelings, and Yin Enyu chose not to press further. She pondered, "Shall I play the piano for you? Would you like to listen?" In days gone by, whenever he felt weary or irritable, she would play the piano for him, using music to soothe his emotions. He rested his chin atop her head. Nuzzling her gently, Yin Enyu approached the window, seating herself before the crystal piano he had gifted her. Her fingers danced upon the keys, and a healing, tender melody filled the room. Evening Star, a piece familiar to He Yuzhou. Each note seemed imbued with a restorative power, washing away his agitation and enveloping him in a profound sense of tranquility and relaxation. Leaning against the piano, He Yuzhou gazed down at the girl, who was engrossed in playing. Golden sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow over her, her skin luminescent as snow, with long lashes gently lowered. Her cascading curls tumbled over her shoulders, illuminated by a soft halo of light. The scene was both beautiful and romantic. As the music gradually faded, Yin Enyu lifted her gaze, discovering that the man beside her still watched her intently. "Would you like to hear more?" she inquired softly. He Yuzhou, now at ease, had returned to his usual carefree demeanor. To lighten the atmosphere, he quipped that one cannot simply decide to stop listening to the great pianist. Yin, extending her right hand towards him, her eyes twinkling, she said, "Then you should pay for the performance." He Yuzhou replied, "How much would be appropriate?" Yin Enyu teased. What do you think, Mr. He Yuzhou flicked her smooth forehead with 2 fingers, asking, can this be measured in money? No matter the amount, he felt it would be insufficient. After speaking, he turned and strode toward the center of the bedroom, pausing at the nightstand to pick up the tape recorder. Should I record a few more songs? He wondered, concerned she might tire of just one. No need. Yin Enyu stood and walked toward him. I only enjoy this one. Very well. He Yuzhou set it down. Let me know when the batteries run out. All right. Yin Enyu glanced at the clock. Are you staying for lunch? He Yuzhou did not answer, but posed a question in return. Is there anyone to join you? Yin Enyu replied. Yes, Yu's coming over. Then let her keep you company. On his way to find her, he had received 3 calls from his assistant, with a multitude of matters awaiting his attention at the company. Understood. Yin Enyu grasped his unspoken implication. Had she said she was alone for lunch, he would have surely stayed. After He Yuzhou departed, Yu approached in the living room and inquired, Boss, why did Mr. He leave so suddenly? He came in a rush and left just as quickly. She had intended to greet her boss before returning for lunch. After all, if Mr. He had stayed, it would have been inappropriate for her to linger, as it would intrude upon their intimate world. I don't know, Yin Enyu replied, her fingers idly arranging the fresh flowers in the vase. However, he seemed in a better mood when he left than when he arrived. Chapter 48. A gentle tap the sky was shrouded in darkness, as the sleek black Maybach glided through the night. Inside the car, He Yuzhou languidly reclined in the plush leather seat. Having returned to the office at noon, he had been consumed by work until the clock struck midnight, neglecting even the simplest of meals. Now, on his way home, he finally had a moment to rest. Suddenly, his phone, nestled in his pocket, vibrated. It was Mrs. N. His voice was weary as he answered. On the other end, and Manling's tone was vibrant and full of energy. Young Master He, where are you? On my way home. Do you have any instructions? He Yuzhou glanced out the car window. Home. And Manling's voice rose sharply. You just finished work? She was currently on vacation in Canada, with a clock lag behind that of their homeland by several hours. He Yuzhou lazily responded with a murmur. Take care of yourself, and Manling sighed, her tone earnest and caring. Don't take your youth for granted and neglect your health. She was unaware of the specifics of his work, only knowing that at times he was engulfed in chaos, while other times he enjoyed a more leisurely pace. Not wishing to prolong his respite, she directly inquired, I'll be returning home in 2 days. What gift should I bring for NN? I plan to invite her over for dinner once I return. She had lost track of their relationship after some time apart, but to avoid any awkwardness, she decided not to summon her son back home for this meal, as he rarely spent time there anyway. He Yuzhou chuckled softly, his fatigue momentarily dissipating. He seized the opportunity to tease. Shouldn't you first ask what gift I would prefer? What you like you can simply buy for yourself, and Manling retorted, unperturbed. Do you expect me, as your mother, to carry gifts all the way back for you? He Yuzhou scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. You can so easily bring gifts for your NN? You might as well not acknowledge her as your daughter. That could work. And Manling quickly replied, If NN can't be my daughter-in-law, she could be my goddaughter. She praised, That's the most sensible suggestion you've made yet. He Yuzhou felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. Had she actually taken his words to heart? Don't go around claiming daughters indiscriminately. Becoming her daughter-in-law is a possibility, but being her goddaughter is utterly implausible. He would certainly intervene. NN lacked for nothing. He Yuzhou answered her initial inquiry. Just choose a few items for her. Anything she needs, I will provide. Receiving no useful information, and Manling grumbled, What good are you then? You are just wasting my time. Goodbye, rest early. She added before hanging up. Just before concluding the call, she inquired, Do you need me to call the chef to prepare a late-night snack for you? No need, he replied, as he arrived at his doorstep. Enjoy your vacation. In the dead of night, a gentle drizzle began to fall outside, unbeknownst to the slumbering Yin Enyu. Suddenly, she was jolted awake by a sharp cramp in her lower abdomen. The damp sensation beneath her stirred her from her drowsiness, bringing her fully awake. She comprehended the situation. Reaching out, she switched on the light, swiftly tossed aside the covers, and rose from her bed. From the wardrobe, she retrieved a clean pair of underwear and made her way to the bathroom. Emerging from the bathroom, she appeared utterly exhausted. Dragging her feet to the bedside, she was relieved to find the bedding unsoiled. A heavy ache settled in her lower abdomen, making each breath feel burdensome. Yin Enyu was compelled to open the drawer and retrieve a packet of painkillers, then ascended to the second-floor water bar to fill a cup with warm water for dissolution. Once again, she reclined onto the bed, her drowsiness having vanished entirely. Typically, waking in the middle of the night made it challenging for her to fall back asleep. Now, with her physical discomfort, she found herself tossing and turning restlessly. Yin Enyu curled her legs beneath her on the bed and glanced at her charging phone to check the time. It was 2 in the morning. She had barely slept for 3 hours. Aimlessly scrolling through her phone, she sought distraction from the abdominal pain. Her finger inadvertently tapped on the chat window with He Yuzhou, perusing their past conversations. This was an action she had repeated many times before. Since they added each other on WeChat, she had preserved their chat history. Even after their breakup and a change of phone, she had transferred the records. After a prolonged gaze, just as she was preparing to exit, her finger slipped and inadvertently tapped on his profile picture. Suddenly, at the center of the screen appeared, "I tapped He Yuzhou?" Yin Enyu felt a jolt in her heart and frantically clicked to withdraw the message. Fortunately, he was already asleep and oblivious to it. Before her emotions could settle, an incoming call abruptly interrupted her thoughts. It was He Yuzhou. "Are you still awake?" Their voices echoed simultaneously, followed by a mutual silence. He Yuzhou inquired again. "It's past 2. Why aren't you asleep?" After returning home and taking a shower, he had spent some time in his study dealing with emails. Now, having just lain down, he noticed that she had tapped him. Chapter 49. Sleeping together, Yin Enyu nestled her hand beneath the covers, gently pressing against her abdomen, striving to muster her spirits. "I am awake," she declared. He Yuzhou, without a hint of subtlety, exposed her facade. "Yin Enyu, do you believe you are still on American time? Then you have not really slept." She retorted, "Otherwise, how could I have seen your message?" "I was just about to sleep when that notification popped up," He Yuzhou remarked, his tone laced with concern. "Is there something you need from me?" Yin Enyu brushed it off, replying, "It's nothing. You should get some rest." He Yuzhou suddenly became serious, enunciating her name deliberately. "You can tell me anything. There is no need to hold back." Yin Enyu pressed her lips together in silence for a few moments before slowly responding, "I truly have no issues. It's just that my period started unexpectedly, and I find it difficult to sleep." Upon hearing this, He Yuzhou inquired urgently, "Is your stomach hurting?" "I took some painkillers. It's better now," she replied, shifting slightly in her position. Though she did not address it directly, He Yuzhou understood that she was indeed uncomfortable. His voice softened. "Before me, there's no need to put on a brave face. You can, as before, be vulnerable and tell me you are in pain and wish for my company." Yin Enyu bit her lip. In the solitude of the night, his words enveloped her in warmth, tender enough to make her heart flutter. "All right," she whispered in response. Then, she added, "You should rest. I've taken my medication and am feeling a bit drowsy." Unlike her, who could catch up on sleep during the day, he still had to go to work. Her voice, weak and feeble, prompted He Yuzhou to refrain from further conversation, allowing the topic to fade. She likely did not wish to speak much. "If you need anything, just call me." Although he knew that, even if there were genuine concerns, she might not reach out, he still felt compelled to remind her habitually. "Okay," Yin Enyu acknowledged. After the call ended, she set her phone down and picked up the remote control beside her, activating the projector. In truth, she was not sleepy. Her previous statement was merely an attempt to encourage him to retire early. At this moment, she had no desire to watch a film. She merely sought to fill the room with some sound, alleviating the silence that enveloped her. The effects of the medication had yet to take hold, and her abdomen continued to ache intermittently. The sound of the film resonated in the room when suddenly, the sound of a door opening interrupted her thoughts. Startled from her drowsiness, Yin Enyu opened her eyes wide. Who could be at this hour? Her parents and the household staff had long retired for the night. "Who is it?" She sat up, straining her neck to glimpse toward the door. Footsteps approached, and a familiar, deep voice floated into her ears. "I knew you were deceiving me. Did you not say you were tired on the phone?" Upon hearing that voice, Yin Enyu's heart, which had been racing, finally settled. With no obstructions in her view, aided by the dim lights of the room, she recognized the man who was now walking towards her. He Yuzhou, who had been on the phone with her just 20 minutes prior, now suddenly appeared before her. Dressed in a loose black nightgown with the neckline slightly ajar and home slippers adorning her feet, she exuded an air of languid nonchalance, as if she had just risen from slumber in haste. Yin Enyu straightened her posture, her pupils widening in astonishment as she gazed at the man beside her bed. "How did you get here?" she inquired. He Yuzhou, with an air of indifference, replied, "You seemed unable to sleep, so I came to keep you company." It felt too solitary to let her endure the night alone. He settled onto her bed, raising a bag in his right hand and shaking it slightly before her. "Drink this." "What is it?" Yin Enyu asked, bemused. He Yuzhou opened the bag, revealing a canister of glutinous rice balls in ginger syrup. As he unscrewed the lid, a warm, fragrant steam wafted forth. He had purchased it for her on his way over. He then retrieved a spoon from the bag, scooped a portion, and after gently blowing on it to cool, offered it to her lips. Yin Enyu lowered her gaze, momentarily taken aback, before reaching for the spoon in his hand. "I can manage myself." Her stomach merely ached, and her hands were still capable of movement. "Open your mouth." He Yuzhou evaded her grasp, firmly insisting, "If you're in discomfort, just lie still." He freed one hand to lift a pillow and placed it behind her back for added comfort. "All right." Yin Enyu ceased her attempts to snatch the spoon, obediently parting her lips to accept the food he offered. A wave of warmth surged from her stomach, enveloping her entire being. "How did you get in?" she queried, her curiosity piqued. She had not heard the doorbell ring. He Yuzhou replied, "I called Aunt Yu, and she let me in. I didn't want to disturb you from your rest." Yin Enyu pressed further. "How did you obtain Aunt Yu's number?" "That is not your concern," he responded, feeding her another spoonful. "Do you feel any better now?" "Much improved," she admitted. Prior to his arrival, the cramps persisted, but now, the discomfort had significantly subsided. It was uncertain whether it was the effect of the medicine or his presence that diverted her attention from the pain. Outside, what had begun as a gentle drizzle had intensified into a fierce downpour, raindrops pelting against the window with a cacophony of sound. In the warmth of the room, He Yuzhou persistently fed her, and she consumed 2/3 of the canister of glutinous rice balls in ginger syrup. Only when she could eat no more did he finally set down the spoon, retrieving a tissue to delicately wipe the corners of her mouth. Yin Enyu gazed at him intently, her eyes betraying a sense of concern. "He Yuzhou, you must be so exhausted." For her physiological discomfort, he had risen from his bed and rushed over in the dead of night. It was hardly a significant issue. She would be fine after a few hours. He Yuzhou dismissed her concern. "I never claimed to be tired. You are the one who seems to be weary on my behalf." "Lie down," he instructed, his right hand slipping beneath the covers to rest gently on her abdomen. He was well aware of precisely where her pain resided. Yin Enyu's back tensed at his natural gesture, feeling the familiarity wash over her. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, it seems he has no intention of departing anytime soon. "You might as well stay here," she suggested proactively. It would be a waste of time to have him drive home, especially considering her greatest concern was his potential fatigue while driving in the rain, which could lead to accidents. "Sleep here?" He lowered his gaze, lazily glancing at her bed. After a moment's contemplation, Yin Enyu slowly parted her lips, conceding, "I could share my bed with you." After all, he had slept there before. Now, it was He Yuzhou's turn to be astonished. She had acquiesced so readily. His brows arched in realization. Whenever he appeared weary, she seemed particularly susceptible to compassion. The last time at the charity gala in the art venue had been similar. With the opportunity knocking at his doorstep, He Yuzhou would naturally not decline. "All right, just shift over a bit." Yin Enyu turned to her side, occupying the far right of the bed, leaving 3/4 of the space for him. Observing this, He Yuzhou's lips curled into a playful smile. "Am I a plague that you need to distance yourself so much? Aren't you worried about rolling off the bed?" She was already pressed against the edge of the mattress. "I won't," she reassured him. "I sleep very peacefully and won't move around." He Yuzhou disregarded her response, tossing aside the covers and lying down in the spot she had just vacated. The bedding still retained her warmth and the alluring scent of irises that lingered about her. With a swift motion, He Yuzhou's long arm encircled her slender waist, irresistibly pulling her from the edge of the bed towards the center, enveloping her in his embrace. "You dare let me lie on your bed, yet shy away from my proximity?" He teased, noting the stark change. He had previously been the one to attract her into his arms. The man's presence enveloped Yin Enyu, providing warmth while simultaneously inducing a flutter of her heart. She regretted her earlier softness that allowed him to share her bed, realizing he would not simply lie still. The bed was spacious enough for two adults, allowing for ample distance, even without brushing against each other's clothing. But now, their bodies were in close contact, sharing a pillow. Perhaps you should sleep in the guest room, she suggested tentatively. He Yuzhou firmly rejected the idea. Not a chance. Fearing she might change her mind, he preemptively silenced her unspoken words. Hurry and sleep. I have to go to the office tomorrow. Then let me go. Yin Enyu poked his arm, feeling overheated. He felt like a furnace, warming her to the core. Find more excuses, he remarked, squeezing her waist lightly. If you're not asleep in 10 minutes, I'll pull you into my arms again. He released her. Yin Enyu voiced her discontent. You can't threaten me like this. His response was a blatant threat. I'm timing it. With a pout, she turned her head to the other pillow, creating distance to avoid interference. Just before closing her eyes, her foot, hidden beneath the covers, couldn't resist giving the man beside her a light kick. In silent protest against his threats, He Yuzhou turned towards her and teasingly remarked, Are you certain you wish to stoke the flames at this late hour? Yin Enyu was taken aback, as she was merely kicking him. How had his words twisted her actions into an insinuation of flirtation? Chapter 50. Awakening from his embrace, the rain from the previous night had ceased at an indeterminate hour. And now, outside, the sky was a clear azure. Yin Enyu awoke naturally, her consciousness still in a state of gentle fog, yet her body sensed an unfamiliar weight. A heavy arm lay across her waist, its presence a stark reminder of their proximity. Unbeknownst to her, they had drifted closer together during the night, and she found herself nestled against his chest. With bleary eyes, Yin Enyu gazed at the man before her, who appeared to be in a deep slumber, his sturdy chest rising and falling rhythmically. His lips were gently pressed together, his nose elegantly defined, and his features were strikingly three-dimensional. It had been quite some time since she had scrutinized him with such earnest attention. After a prolonged moment of observation, Yin Enyu felt compelled to rise from the bed. However, she wished to avoid disturbing his slumber, so she moved delicately to extricate his arm from her waist. As she began to shift, the man beside her furrowed his brow slightly, tightening his embrace around her. What are you doing? He asked, his voice husky with sleep. Still half dreaming, he instinctively buried his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling her scent with a sense of longing. Startled by his sudden display of affection, Yin Enyu froze, her hands awkwardly suspended at her sides. I need to get up, she murmured, casting her gaze down upon him. Hearing her voice, He Yuzhou became fully alert, his eyes fluttering open as he registered the intimate position they occupied. Under normal circumstances, he would undoubtedly seize this rare opportunity with delight. However, today was different. She was experiencing discomfort. He Yuzhou released her, ruffling her hair affectionately. Go ahead. Is your stomach still hurting? It doesn't hurt anymore. Yin Enyu rose from the bed and ventured into the bathroom. By the time she finished her morning routine, He Yuzhou had yet to stir. His long legs stretched comfortably against the headboard, as if he were lounging in his own home. Upon hearing her movements, he turned his head, his eyes alight with interest. Good morning, ex-girlfriend. Yin Enyu retorted. What are you doing still lying in your ex-girlfriend's bed? Did you forget who invited you to sleep here last night? He Yuzhou replied playfully, raising an eyebrow. You were the one who snuggled closer to me while asleep. Impossible, Yin Enyu quickly denied. You must have made the first move. She was well aware of his character. He Yuzhou rose leisurely from the bed. Do you have any toiletries? I'll have breakfast at your place before I leave. He was quite unabashed. There are some in the guest room. I'll fetch them for you, Yin Enyu said as she exited. Before she reached the guest room, the voice of Yin Enyu calling for her echoed from behind. Mom, Yin Enyu turned around. He Yuzhou is here? Yin Enyu inquired, dressed and smiling. I noticed his car parked outside. Yes, Yin Enyu replied, her words evasive. He came to bring me something. Yin Enyu pressed on. So early in the morning, what could be so important? It's nothing significant, Yin Enyu replied vaguely. Yin Enyu narrowed her eyes, sensing that there was more to the story than met the eye. Nevertheless, she was not one to pry excessively, allowing Yin Enyu the freedom to navigate her own affairs. Then you should let He Yuzhou stay for breakfast, Yin Enyu remarked. I will head to work with your father now. All right, Yin Enyu gently reminded. Mom, please take care of yourself and don't overexert. Yin Enyu assured her, rest easy. I want tea, let my daughter worry. After seeing her parents off to work, Yin Enyu returned to her bedroom. Has it been so long? He Yuzhou stepped forward and took the items from her hands. Yin Enyu replied, I just chatted with my parents. Are uncle and aunt still home? He Yuzhou inquired, preparing to open the door. I'll go downstairs to greet them. They have already left. Yin Enyu stopped him. In your current state, what greeting can you offer? Dressed in pajamas, he appeared as though he had spent the night there. What is wrong with that? He Yuzhou saw nothing inappropriate, stating, It's not like I haven't stayed at your house before. Yin Enyu countered, What identity do you intend to assume while residing here? Boyfriend, He Yuzhou replied, deliberately gasping for air and adding a languid prefix, previous. Yin Enyu had no retort. All right, you can tell my parents that when the time comes. She turned, saying, I'll wait for you downstairs. Please ask the chef to prepare a few dishes he enjoys. Chapter 51. His clothes at home in a fleeting moment. He Yuzhou descended leisurely from the upper floor, resting his elbows on the dining chair as he posed a question to the individual across from him. Would you like some coffee? Yin Enyu looked up at him, her gaze imbued with innocence. Did you not say that it's not up to me whether I want to drink it? Bringing up old grievances? He Yuzhou chuckled softly, playfully tapping her head. What a peculiar habit. Learned it from you. Yin Enyu replied with a gentle voice, yet her words were resolute. He Yuzhou found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Learn something worthwhile, he said, striding toward the coffee machine, disregarding her preference, and brewed 2 cups. He placed a low-fat hot latte beside Yin Enyu's left hand, cautioning, You may only drink a third of it. I understand, she replied. Being mindful of her health, she was cautious. After all, she feared that overindulgence would lead to discomfort. He Yuzhou leisurely savored his breakfast, casually commenting, The breakfast prepared by your chef is quite delightful. With her slender fingers delicately grasping the pearlescent-handled knife and fork, Yin Enyu elegantly sliced through the cheese omelet on her plate. You've eaten it before. It has been quite a while, He Yuzhou replied candidly. Have the chef prepare an extra portion in the future. Yin Enyu paused momentarily. Is that what I think it means? I can come over for breakfast before work. He Yuzhou suggested, It's conveniently along the way. Yin Enyu was taken aback. Are you certain it's on the way? She leaned forward, intrigued. What can I do if it's not? He Yuzhou enticed her. Could you deliver it to me? Yin Enyu shook her head, her expression earnest. I cannot. This response did not surprise He Yuzhou in the least. He sighed, feigning vulnerability, Then I will just have to leave half an hour earlier. It's merely sacrificing some sleep. At this point, Yin Enyu understood that his earlier insinuations were merely a ploy to have her deliver breakfast to him. I can have the driver bring it to your office, she proposed. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhou smirked. Do you truly think I am in need of this breakfast? It's merely an excuse to see you daily. I will come to your house for breakfast. You needn't trouble the driver, he decisively stated. Do you not find it troublesome? Yin Enyu inquired, taking a sip of her coffee. He Yuzhou's gaze took on a deeper resonance. It depends on the matter at hand. After finishing their breakfast, He Yuzhou stood up, preparing to leave. Yin Enyu regarded his loungewear. Are you really going to the office dressed like that? He Yuzhou glanced down, seeing nothing amiss. Is there a problem? There are clothes in my office lounge. I can change upon arrival. Returning home now would be a waste of time, he reasoned. Yin Enyu fell silent, noting his carefree nature. Her rosy lips parted, and a statement unexpectedly escaped. I have your clothes here. Perhaps you should change before you leave? The man across from her froze momentarily. I have clothes here? His tone betrayed a hint of astonishment. What did you prepare this? Yin Enyu replied, It's from before. After their separation, she had meticulously preserved all of his belongings in her apartment. Later, when she traveled to the UK for her master's degree, she continued to keep his things close until her return last month. His clothes were neatly hung in her wardrobe. At this moment, He Yuzhou wore a broad smile, his spirits evidently lifted. Still holding on to them for me, he navigated around the dining table and approached Yin Enyu, extending his right hand to rest on the back of her chair. Since she had chosen to speak up, there was no fear of him discovering the truth. She maintained her composure, saying, I was afraid you might ask me for them. He Yuzhou was momentarily taken aback by her bluntness. unable to resist giving her a playful tap on the head. "Can't you say something nice?" The notion that she might fear him asking for his clothes was quite amusing. The only thing he truly desired from her was her presence. "Come on, take me to get the clothes." He Yuzhou pulled her up from her seat. This late-night visit was indeed worthwhile. He would be sleeping with her, and he had learned about something he had never noticed before. It turned out that she had kept everything he had given her and all that was associated with him. Grasping her slender wrist, He Yuzhou strode out of the dining room. His long strides made it difficult for Yin Enyu to keep pace, prompting her to complain. "Could you slow down a bit?" His urgency made it seem as if the clothes might sprout wings and fly away. "I can't slow down." He Yuzhou casually fabricated an excuse. "I'm in a hurry for work." Nevertheless, he complied with her request, slowing his pace to match hers. Yin Enyu was not convinced by his words. If he were truly in a rush for work, he wouldn't have taken his time in the dining room earlier, waiting for her to finish her meal before getting up. Upon entering the bedroom, He Yuzhou made a beeline for the wardrobe. As expected, through the glass doors of the closet, he saw a row of neatly arranged men's clothing interspersed among her exquisite dresses. The scene appeared quite intimate, as if he had always been a part of her life. To be honest, He Yuzhou had little recollection of these clothes, yet they were impeccably maintained, showing no signs of fading. He opened the wardrobe door and casually picked out a suit, perfectly pressed with not a wrinkle in sight. It was a brand he recognized well, and it was indeed his size. He raised his gaze, his narrow eyes narrowing slightly, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Are you afraid I might ask for it back, or are you simply reluctant to part with it?" Under his penetrating gaze, Yin Enyu discreetly took a step back, maintaining her composure. "The clothes are quite expensive. It's hard to let them go." He Yuzhou, feeling slightly exasperated, sensed her intent to provoke him. Not wishing to let him pursue the topic further, Yin Enyu redirected the conversation, urging him, "Hurry up and change." Although he claimed to be in a hurry for work, he was still slow to act. "Right here," she said. As she spoke, He Yuzhou's right hand had already moved to the buttons of her pajamas, slowly unfastening them. Before Yin Enyu, he showed no signs of restraint. However, this time, the response from the other party was beyond his expectations. Yin Enyu stood her ground, not moving an inch, her gaze fixated directly on his chest. He paused in the act of fastening his buttons, intrigued, and inquired, "Not leaving?" Yin Enyu replied, "I want to see your tattoo." The last time at the villa, she had not had a clear view. Moreover, she sensed he was deliberately avoiding her gaze. As soon as her words fell, He Yuzhou quickly rebuttoned his shirt, decisively refusing to show her, and hurried to exit. "I just want to take a look," Yin Enyu pleaded with her glistening eyes, negotiating, "or perhaps you could tell me what you have inked." Not even a glimpse. He Yuzhou maintained his uncompromising tone. Seeing that she refused to leave, he donned his suit, retreated to the bathroom, and prudently closed the door behind him. Yin Enyu had never witnessed him exhibit such decorum. "What a miser," she muttered under her breath. The bathroom door swung open, revealing He Yuzhou clad in a light gray suit. Regardless of the color he wore, he never appeared rigid or staid. The suit was unfastened, and without a tie, his alluring Adam's apple subtly moved beneath the thin fabric of his shirt, the outline of his chest faintly discernible, emanating an effortless charm. "Do you need a tie?" Yin Enyu suggested, pulling open a drawer. He Yuzhou did not even glance in her direction, dismissively stating, "No tie, too troublesome. I'm leaving." As he walked past her, his long fingers brushed against the side of her face, lingering on her earlobe, gently tracing circles with his fingertip, causing her to shiver. "You should leave quickly," Yin Enyu urged, swatting his hand away. She cast a glance at his unfastened collar, noting his lack of a typical CEO's demeanor. He Yuzhou's lips curled into an amused arc. What does a CEO look like? This was not the first time he had encountered such a question. Even Ms. and at home had once made a similar remark. "Certainly not like you." Yin Enyu hesitated, struggling to find a fitting description for him. He Yuzhou chuckled lightly, offering no response, and departed. Chapter 52. She was unwell after sending He Yuzhou away. Yu soon arrived. Having rested for nearly a month, there were still some matters that Yin Enyu needed to address. "Yu, please make the necessary arrangements. On the 20th of next month, we shall travel to Los Angeles." Yu inquired, "Boss, is there something significant happening?" They had just returned not long ago, and now they were to embark on another overseas journey. We have a collaboration with the symphony orchestra there. Yin Enyu poured 2 cups of rose tea, handing one to her. Yu began to piece together the situation. Is it the orchestra that Clara is part of? Yin Enyu nodded slightly, indeed. Clara was her university classmate and a friend. After graduating, she joined one of the world's top symphony orchestras and now served as the principal violinist. I knew only Clara could entice you, Yu remarked. Her boss was exceptionally generous towards her friends. Many orchestras had expressed a desire to collaborate with her, but she had only agreed to work with Clara's ensemble. Yin Enyu smiled teasingly. I happen to be almost fully rested, so I'll go over my salary for you. Otherwise, I want to be able to cover your wages next month. You scratch your head? Boss, please don't make fun of me. Although my salary is already among the highest in the industry, it pales in comparison to your performance fees. The remuneration for a single performance by her boss would suffice for a lifetime of comfort for Yu, with plenty left over. How long shall we stay this time? Yu asked. Yin Enyu was uncertain. I don't know. We'll see when we get there. She needed to arrive early to acclimate with the orchestra. Suddenly, Yu recalled something. Boss, several universities have extended invitations for you to conduct master classes, including your alma mater, the Juilliard School, and the Royal College of Music. Yin Enyu set down her water cup. I am aware. The president emailed me. In fact, before her return to the country, they had already reached out with an olive branch. However, at that time, her schedule was consumed by tours, leaving her no time to respond. Yu asked, what have you decided? Yin Enyu replied, I am still contemplating. This year, her performance schedule had lightened, and the master classes would not consume too much of her time, perhaps 3 to 5 classes a year, each lasting 2 to 3 days. As night descended, He Yuzhou had just finished work when he received a call from Cheng Zian. Let's go out for drinks. It's on me. Cheng Zian's eager voice came through the phone. He was in good spirits today, having secured a significant contract, allowing him to be generous and treat them to a meal and drinks. He Yuzhou casually picked up his suit from the office chair, responding lazily, You're treating? I fear the drinks might be poisoned. They had known each other long enough that he had never once suggested treating them before. Cheng Zian, upon hearing this, erupted. Any poison pales in comparison to the toxicity of your words. Please refrain from licking your lips. I fear you may poison yourself, He Yuzhou retorted calmly. Thank you for your concern. I am immune to all toxins. He pressed the elevator button and stepped inside. Where's the address? Are you not afraid of poison? Better not to come. Cheng Zian seized upon his vulnerability. I will call Enyu out to play. Indeed, upon hearing the latter half of his statement, He Yuzhou's previously unperturbed demeanor suddenly grew colder. Go ahead and try calling. What's the matter? Cheng Zian remained undaunted. Does your ex-girlfriend reside by the seaside? Must you meddle in her social life? He Yuzhou responded, She cannot drink. I wouldn't force Enyu to drink, Cheng Zian declared resolutely, determined to invite Yin Enyu out. She can have soft drink. I told you not to call. She is unwell today. He understood her well. She would absolutely not wish to go out today. A couple of days prior, she had experienced fatigue. Unwell. Cheng Zian became serious. What is wrong with Enyu? Should I go with Lu Jun to visit her? No need. He Yuzhou scoffed lightly. Your presence would only aggravate her. Cheng Zian chuckled coldly. Do you think I'm as bothersome as you? Not wishing to engage in further fruitless banter, Cheng Zian coldly stated, I will send you the address. If you do not come, I shall charge the bill to you. Upon receiving the address from Cheng Zian, He Yuzhou entered the vehicle parked in the garage. Platinum Club. He Yuzhou glanced at the box number provided by Cheng Zian and ascended to the 3rd floor. As he walked down the corridor, he heard the voices of men from a slightly ajar room. Weren't you saying you wanted to pursue your college classmate? How's that going? That aside, you have a good eye. That Yin Enyu is truly beautiful. As soon as the words left his mouth, another man scoffed coldly. She is entangled with her ex-boyfriend. Not worth my continued pursuit. The man beside him concurred. Didn't he realize she was such a fickle woman? I believe I saw them trending not long ago. I was blind before. She is far from the noble and pure image she projects. The men maliciously defamed her, speculating on her private affairs with multiple men. Filthy. Bang! Their conversation was abruptly interrupted as the door to the room was kicked open. He Yuzhou's countenance darkened ominously, exuding an unsettling aura. The men on the sofa trembled at the sudden commotion. Upon seeing He Yuzhou at the doorway, terror washed over their faces, leaving them frozen on the sofa. Chapter 53. Confrontation. He Yuzhou's gaze, penetrating and frigid, advanced slowly towards them, each step imbued with an oppressive aura that rendered the air nearly suffocating. His piercing eyes swept over the individuals lounging on the sofa, ultimately resting on the man at the center, Lu Jing, who had recently boisterously proclaimed his intentions to pursue Yin Enyu. Is it not the mark of a coward to defame what one cannot possess? He Yuzhou's voice dripped with icy disdain as he loomed over Lu Jing, once merely regarded as hypocritical, now revealing a character devoid of humanity. Before his friends, Lu Jing felt the sting of humiliation surging within him, prompting him to spring to his feet. He Yuzhou, do not provoke trouble. Did not mention you. But you brought up Yin Enyu, and that is unacceptable. He Yuzhou's chest swelled with fury. Such derogatory words, aimed at the girl he cherished above all, ignited a dark resolve within his eyes. Seizing a wine bottle from the table, he hurled it with precision at Lu Jing's head. A sharp crack reverberated through the air as the bottle shattered, sending shards of glass flying and crimson liquid cascading down Lu Jing's forehead. The men on the sofa stood frozen, terror gripping them at the unexpected brutality of He Yuzhou, unable to retaliate against their tormentor. They recognized his towering stature and formidable physique as insurmountable obstacles. More daunting than his physical prowess was the understanding that crossing He Yuzhou could invite severe retribution. They could only silently hope to remain unharmed. Should you fail to respect women, allow me to enlighten you, He Yuzhou proclaimed calmly, exuding an air of superiority. To have been favored by someone as despicable as you is the greatest misfortune of Yin Enyu's life. Yet still unsatisfied, He Yuzhou delivered a swift kick to Lu Jing's abdomen. Taken unawares, Lu Jing slumped back onto the sofa, instinctively clutching his midsection in pain. He Yuzhou. Lu Jing's eyes blazed with rage as he gritted his teeth. I merely spoke a few words. Must you escalate it to this extent? He Yuzhou, uninterested in his protests, planted his foot upon the table, leaning forward with an intimidating presence. It is not that she is unworthy of your pursuit. Rather, you are too base to deserve her affection. Should I hear another disparaging remark about Yin Enyu from your lips, the consequences will be far graver than mere bloodshed. Before departing, He Yuzhou turned his gaze upon the man who had echoed Lu Jing's sentiments. His words bore no greater merit than Lu Jing's. Under He Yuzhou's penetrating stare, the man felt an icy chill run down his spine, dread coursing through him. He attempted to defend himself. Mr. He, I had no knowledge. He Yuzhou cut him off. A good brother, then? Let us include you as well. He glanced at the multitude of wine bottles strewn across the table. Shall I strike you, or will you strike yourself? The man faltered, unable to inflict pain upon himself. Too humiliating a prospect. He Yuzhou was never one to linger indecisively, and having offered a choice, he resolved to make the decision for him. He Yuzhou dragged a chair over and sat down, his long legs crossed in a relaxed manner. Grasping an unopened bottle of wine from the table, he mercilessly brought it down upon the man before him. The sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the private room, accompanied by a few cries of anguish. With every strike, He Yuzhou shifted his position, wielding just the right amount of force, enough to inflict pain without causing fatal harm. Mister, he please. The man pleaded repeatedly. Don't hit me again. I'll slap myself. It appeared that He Yuzhou would not cease until every bottle on the table lay in ruins. The man struck himself hard across the face, promising, I will keep my mouth shut about missing from now on. He had not anticipated that a casually spoken remark would reach He Yuzhou's ears. This man was a living embodiment of retribution. Fearing that He Yuzhou remained unsatisfied, the man dared not stop and continued to strike himself several more times. He Yuzhou regarded the unfolding scene with keen interest, his tone laced with a warning. You are not worthy to utter Yin Enyu's name. Yes, yes, the man nodded fervently. He Yuzhou then entered the adjacent private room, where Cheng Zian and Lu Jun had already begun to enjoy their drinks. Didn't we say we'd head downstairs? Cheng Zian remarked, pinching a cigarette between his fingers. Why did it take so long to come upstairs? He Yuzhou removed his suit jacket and casually draped it over the sofa, remarking, "I dealt with a couple of dogs." Upon hearing this, the two men exchanged knowing glances, realizing that this was no ordinary matter. "Who dared to provoke you?" Lu Jun inquired with curiosity, sensing the lingering intensity of He Yuzhou's presence, indicative of his anger. Rarely did anyone impact his emotions, and their interest in the dogs he mentioned grew. "Not worth mentioning," He Yuzhou replied, bending to pour a glass of red wine from the decanter before downing it in one gulp. "Why are you drinking so heavily as soon as you walk in?" Cheng Zian observed, nodding seriously. "It seems those two dogs really got under your skin." He reached out, placing a hand on He Yuzhou's shoulder, and said loyally, "Tell me their names. I'll help you get your revenge." "Does he even need our help for that?" Lu Jun interjected, taking a sip of wine with a relaxed demeanor. "When have you ever seen him suffer?" He Yuzhou paid no heed to their conversation, sprawling languidly on the sofa. "Order me some dinner." "Does he really think he is the master here?" Cheng Zian grumbled. Yet he still pulled out his phone to call the club manager. "You defer to Enyu but act rebellious in front of us. Does she know you're such a two-faced person?" Cheng Zian mused aloud. "Oh well. It seems that knowing now is of little consequence." At this point, Lu Jun had a question of his own. "You guys even trended recently. What happened?" They had asked about it in their group chat, but the esteemed young master he had been too proud to respond. Had they not both been occupied, they would have certainly gone to confront him. "Yes, I want to know too." Cheng Zian's spirits instantly lifted, and she momentarily forgot about the cigarette in her hand. "Why haven't you withdrawn from the trending topic? Aren't you concerned it might trouble Enyu?" Yet, on the other hand, the two photographs taken by the paparazzi exuded a certain ambience. Were it not for their understanding of the situation, one might genuinely believe the online comments, suggesting a romantic involvement between the two. After all, the netizens' analyses were quite astute. Cheng Zian's inquiry struck a chord with He Yuzhou, eliciting a confident smile from him. Since she had broached the topic, there was no retreat. Cheng Zian and Lu Jun. Unintentionally, she had fallen into his trap. Cheng Zian retorted, "Isn't it true that they haven't reconciled yet? If they were back together, he would be flaunting it, just as he did when he first established his relationship with Yin Enyu." He Yuzhou cast a frosty glance in her direction, advising her to refrain from exacerbating his wounds. Lu Jun appeared more composed, cautioning Cheng Zian to be wary of riling the lion's mane. Both were comrades, and he would find himself at a loss as to whom to assist should tensions rise. At that moment, the manager entered, delivering dinner to He Yuzhou. Before dining, he snapped a photo to send to Yin Enyu. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Cheng Zian could hardly bear to look, remarking on his pitiful display, "One might think you're sending this to your girlfriend." What would act as he did? He Yuzhou picked up his chopsticks, leisurely enjoying his meal, seemingly unfazed by her. He let Cheng Zian perform her solitary act. At Ishan Mansion, Yin Enyu had spent the day indoors, practicing calligraphy and reading. Now, having finished her shower, she lay on her bed, watching a film she had struggled to engage with the previous night. Her phone vibrated beside her. It was a photo from He Yuzhou. Noticing the dim lighting in the image, she immediately surmised he was not at home. Moreover, she spotted a bottle of alcohol in the corner of the picture. "Yin Enyu, you're out drinking again?" "He Yuzhou, Cheng Zian forced me to come." Yin Enyu chuckled, shaking her head in disbelief. Who could truly compel him? Yet, she refrained from exposing his excuse and merely advised, "Drink less, don't repeat last time." While she was unfamiliar with the aftermath of a hangover, she could imagine it was far from pleasant. "He Yuzhou, are you actually concerned about me?" "Yin Enyu, mm." On the other end, He Yuzhou's smile returned. She promptly followed up with another message. "Aunt Yu is off work. No one will make you hangover soup." He Yuzhou's expression shifted dramatically, the smile vanishing without a trace. "Retract that last statement." Yin Enyu smirked, intentionally waiting 2 minutes to respond. Too late to retract. "Innocent. JPG." He Yuzhou chuckled, sending her a sarcastic thumbs-up emoji. He knew she was being deliberate. Unwilling to play along, He Yuzhou resorted to his own method, pressing and holding the message. "Aunt Yu is off work. No one will make you hangover soup," and click delete. The chat records on the screen transformed into what he desired to see. Just as he was about to set his phone down, his left hand suddenly paused, and he sent her a message. "Delete all contact information related to Lu Jing." And you replied? Why was he suddenly mentioning him? Those vulgarities, He Yuzhou would certainly not allow them to reach Yin Enyu's ears. He Yuzhou stated, "That person has an unhealthy mentality. Trust me, delete it. Someone who can so recklessly vent their frustrations by slandering women must have an unstable mind. Obsessed with maintaining a facade, their self-esteem is excessively fragile, yet their abilities cannot support such vanity." Although Yin Enyu did not understand why He Yuzhou would draw such a conclusion, she trusted him, believing there must be a reason behind his words. All right. After replying to his message, Yin Enyu promptly deleted all contact information related to Lu Jing. Chapter 54. A gentle nudge a few days later, and Manling returned to her homeland, neglecting even to inform her own son. Her first act was to send a message to Yin Enyu. "Inen, do you have time this evening? Come over for dinner at Annie S. house. It has been far too long since we last met. As luck would have it, I just returned from Canada and brought you a gift. Perhaps you might find it to your liking." At that moment, Yin Enyu was on her way home when she received a message from Anin. Without hesitation, she agreed. "All right, Annie, I will come over shortly." Coincidentally, she had been meaning to invite her and Uncle He out for a meal as well. It had been long overdue. She had even mentioned it to He Yuzhou, inquiring about when his parents might be available. However, it seemed he had not taken it seriously, for she still awaited a definitive response. "Uncle Wang to the mall," she instructed the driver ahead. Although this was not their first meeting, as a younger guest, she must observe the appropriate courtesies. "Understood," Uncle Wang responded, seeking a suitable intersection to change routes. As night fell, Yin Enyu arrived at the He family's old residence, carrying gifts. Inen and Manling dashed out from within, warmly embracing Yin Enyu. "I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." It was no wonder her son remained so fond of her. She held a deep affection for him as well. "Auntie, uncle, it has been a while," Yin Enyu greeted with a polite smile, presenting her gifts. "Why are you still being so courteous?" He Rongjing accepted the gifts with both hands. "Come inside. And in, let us go." And Manling took Yin Enyu's hand, thoughtfully providing her with a brand new pair of slippers. To alleviate any feelings of awkwardness, and Manling gently reassured her, and feel at home. Our relationship remains unchanged." Yin Enyu felt surprisingly at ease in their presence. The three settled in the living room, reminiscing about the past, primarily focusing on Manling and He Rongjing's inquiries regarding her 2 years studying in England. It was not until a servant announced that dinner was ready that Yin Enyu realized He Yuzhou had yet to return. "Auntie, is He Yuzhou not joining us for dinner?" "Ah." And Manling replied casually, "I didn't call him." Yin Enyu was taken aback. And Manling continued, "I feared you might not wish to see him." Upon hearing this, Yin Enyu couldn't help but smile wryly. "That's not the case. I see Yuzhou quite often." And Manling's expression shifted to one of surprise. It seemed she perceived a spark of reconciliation between them. "Then I shall call him now and urge him to come home." She dialed his number, but it went unanswered. Frustrated, and Manling tossed her phone to He Rongjing. "This rascal, why isn't he answering my call?" He Rongjing understood well that sometimes calls go unanswered due to busyness. "Let us not concern ourselves with him." And Manling said, leading Yin Enyu to the dining room. "Very well." At the dining table, an array of delectable dishes awaited, each more enticing than the last. Every dish was tailored to Yin Enyu's preferences, prepared with a light touch to suit her taste. On the occasion of He Yuzhou's first dinner at home with Yin Enyu, he meticulously prepared a menu for the household chef, detailing Yin Enyu's culinary preferences and restrictions. To this day, that menu remains preserved in the He household. Within 5 minutes of the dinner commencing, a man clad in a suit entered from the outer room. A sharp remark floated into the dining area. "Are you all dining together without inviting me?" He Yuzhou leaned forward, casually resting one hand on the dining table, partially enclosing Yin Enyu. "If they choose not to invite me, at least you could have informed me. Why are you blaming Enyu?" And Manling swiftly intervened to alleviate the tension, stating, "I called you, but you did not answer." He Yuzhou let out a light scoff. "Only now do you think to call me? Such lack of sincerity." And Manling seized upon the essence of the matter. "So, you deliberately ignored my call?" He Yuzhou candidly admitted, "Am I not allowed to express a bit of annoyance?" He pulled out the chair beside Yin Enyu and sat down. His left hand fell upon her thigh beneath the table, giving it a gentle squeeze. "This is a punishment," He Yuzhou murmured, leaning closer, his warm breath cascading over Yin Enyu's skin for concealing things from me. Chapter 55, feeding her grapes. The sensation emanating from his thigh startled Yin Enyu, causing her delicate skin to recoil. The elders were seated nearby, yet he displayed no regard for their presence. Yin Enyu shifted her legs to the left, quietly rationalizing to herself that she assumed Annie would inform him. After all, since they were dining at his home, he must have known beforehand. Just her? He Yuzhou chuckled mockingly. In your heart, you are far more significant than I. How did you know I will be coming tonight? Yin Enyu whispered. Just a guess. He Yuzhou replied. A few days prior, when Mizzen had called him, she mentioned her return date, leading him to deduce that her first order of business upon returning would be to arrange this dinner. Oh, Yin Enyu casually remarked while consuming her rice. But Annie said you rarely come back here. It's too far from the company. I don't want the hassle, He Yuzhou replied languidly. Their hushed conversation was entirely observed by An Manling across the table. She lightly nudged He Yuzhou beside her, lowering her voice intentionally. Do you think there is still hope for them? Whether there is hope or not, it's not for me to decide, He Yuzhou replied rationally. It ultimately depends on the two of them. And Manling nodded in agreement, choosing to no longer concern herself with the matter. He Yuzhou, serve Enyu some dishes, she instructed. Enyu lifted her gaze, her voice soft. Auntie, I can serve myself. And Manling replied, it's fine, just let him serve you. You're right, He Yuzhou concurred. A rare moment of harmony, as he picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork with his chopsticks and placed it in Yin Enyu's bowl. Eat more meat. Don't just stick to vegetables. You're already so slender, I could lift you with one hand. Yin Enyu obediently acknowledged, got it. After finishing the meal and sitting in the living room to drink tea, He Yuzhou noticed the gift boxes on the coffee table and turned to her. Everyone received gifts. I was left out? Yin Enyu's eyes widened in bewilderment. Was he not also her elder? Nevertheless, she was willing to indulge his small wish. What would you like? I can buy it for you. He Yuzhou feigned superiority. What significance does a gift have if I simply state what I want? Yin Enyu replied. He was indeed rather difficult to please. Then may I select something for you another day? He Yuzhou raised an eyebrow, realizing he was intentionally provoking her. Yet he did not expect her to be so agreeable. All right, he readily accepted. It had been quite some time since he had received a gift from her. In the past, during special occasions, she would thoughtfully prepare gifts for him, insisting that he should not only give but also receive. Recalling this, He Yuzhou suddenly inquired, Madam, what about the gift you prepared? At his prompting, and Manling abruptly remembered that she had yet to retrieve the gift she had prepared, which was still upstairs. Enyu, please wait a moment. I'll fetch it for you. Enyu turned in confusion. How did you know Annie had prepared a gift for me? She called to inquire about my preferences. He Yuzhou, with lowered eyes, leisurely peeled the grapes in his hand. Enyu asked, so how did you respond? I replied, you lack for nothing. He Yuzhou extended his hand, offering her the peeled grape at her lips, urging her to open her mouth. Enyu tilted her head slightly back, saying, you can eat it yourself. I don't want it. He Yuzhou countered, aren't you fond of grapes? However, she found the peeling tedious and feared getting her hands dirty. Enyu cast a sideways glance and whispered into his ear, your uncle is still here. In the presence of elders, she could not maintain the same calm demeanor while accepting food from him. He Yuzhou dismissed her concern, noting that the elder was engrossed in his phone and oblivious to our interaction. I'm merely feeding you, not kissing you. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden warmth enveloped his fingertip. The grape was bitten by Yin Enyu, and her lips inadvertently brushed against his finger, gently enveloping it. Regrettably, the contact lasted but a fleeting moment before parting. After swallowing the grape, Yin Enyu admonished, you should speak less. Had she not interrupted, she was unsure of the audacious remarks that might escape his lips. He Yuzhou's playful gaze lingered on her for 2 seconds before he retrieved a tissue, slowly wiping away the residual juice on his fingers. Would you like more? I can continue peeling for you. Yin Enyu firmly declined. No more for me. Just then, An Manling descended the stairs, holding a gift box. And then, come see if you like it. Yin Enyu rose to receive it, certain that her aunt's impeccable taste would ensure it was something she adored. These words made An Manling beam with delight. It was clear that En knew how to speak. Afterward, She cast a pointed glance at the other figure on the sofa. You should learn from her. He Yuzhou retorted. You didn't bring me a gift. Who am I supposed to impress with what I've learned? You could at least say a few kind words for me to hear. And Man Ling teased, if you make me happy, perhaps I will help you with a gift in the future. He Yuzhou saw through her ploy, a smirk playing on his lips. Madam, are you employing childlike tactics on me? Not falling for her trap. And Man Ling expressed her boredom with a scoff, redirecting her attention to Yin Enyu. When the box was opened, it revealed a rare, natural seawater pearl necklace. The milky pearls were perfectly round, exquisite and flawless, resembling congealed fat. They emitted a soft, luminous sheen, both beautiful and luxurious. Upon seeing the necklace inside the box, Yin Enyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you, Aunt. I truly love it. A Man Ling smiled warmly. No need for thanks. Meanwhile, He Yuzhou, unnoticed by the two, took the necklace in hand for appraisal, commenting leisurely. You certainly know how to gift. Pearls, he believed, perfectly suited her elegant demeanor. Moreover, from his observations, her jewelry collection prominently featured pearl adornments. And Man Ling haughtily huffed. Did you really need to say that? You adorn an inn, as it complements her dress quite splendidly. He Yuzhou was more than willing to assist. With one hand, he gathered Yin Enyu's long, cascading hair to one side, his fingers intentionally brushing against her delicate neck. As he unfastened the necklace clasp, his hands circled to her front, delicately placing it around her slender, fair neck. He Yuzhou, with a hint of mischief, leaned in closer, his warm breath lingering near Yin Enyu's sensitive ear, teasing her senses. A slight shiver ran through her body, prompting her to impatiently inquire if he was finished. The act of putting on a necklace was not unfamiliar to He Yuzhou. He had done it numerous times before. Yet, at this moment, he deliberately slowed his movements, feigning clumsiness as he remarked that it had been too long since he had last assisted her. Yin Enyu thought to herself, who would believe that? And Man Ling, being rather impatient, noticed his struggle to fasten the necklace and suggested she might as well do it herself, asking if he was capable. All done. He Yuzhou quickly secured the clasp, turning Yin Enyu around and nodding in admiration. Truly beautiful. Yin Enyu lowered her gaze, admiring the necklace around her neck, which indeed was exquisite. I was speaking of you. He Yuzhou replied with a charming smirk. Yin Enyu was momentarily speechless. What was going on with him tonight? Constantly provoking her? Chapter 56. Longing to kiss her at 8 in the evening, Yin Enyu rose to bid farewell, preparing to depart. Allow me to escort you, He Yuzhou said, taking the car keys and standing up alongside her. Sure, you can send Yin back, and Man Ling remarked with satisfaction at a gesture. Drive slowly on the way. He Rongjing chimed in. Enyu, do visit us often. All right, Yin Enyu replied with a gentle smile. Let us go, He Yuzhou called out, picking up Yin Enyu's bag as they exited. The night was tender, adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, as the sleek Pagani glided away from the He family estate. Inside the car, He Yuzhou suddenly inquired, Do you have any performances coming up? None, Yin Enyu replied, her gaze drifting through the window, lost in the profound night ahead. He Yuzhou pressed on, What about next month? Still none. After a brief pause, Yin Enyu shared her schedule with him. However, I'll be going to Los Angeles next month for a collaboration with a local symphony orchestra. Unbeknownst to her, as she finished her sentence, He Yuzhou's expression subtly tightened. For how long? He asked. I'm not sure. Yin Enyu turned to him. It could be half a month or even a month. With that, silence enveloped the car. The one who had broached the topic, He Yuzhou, fell silent, his eyes darkening and his lips pressed tightly together. After a few moments, Yin Enyu broke the stillness. Is something wrong? Nothing. He Yuzhou's voice lacked any discernible emotion, yet it was evident that his mood was less than favorable. Yin Enyu was puzzled. Had she said something amiss? Why had his demeanor shifted so abruptly? After pondering for a while, she reassured him. I will return once the performance is over. If you have time, I can give you a ticket. I have no time, He Yuzhou replied curtly. I can't make it. Noticing his indifferent attitude, which seemed to suggest he was reluctant to converse with her, Yin Enyu fell silent, choosing not to press the matter further. He Yuzhou, focused on driving, stole a glance at her, only able to see the back of her head. In his presence, she found it difficult to disguise her emotions. Whenever she was displeased or engaged in a quarrel with him, she would turn to gaze out the window, leaning away to express her discontent through body language. Seeing this, He Yuzhou sighed helplessly, attempting to temper his cold demeanor and the irritation brewing within him. He gently remarked, "It's dark outside. What is there to see?" "Much better than gazing at your indifferent face," Yin Enyu retorted, mimicking his earlier tone, though her voice naturally carried a softness that lacked any intimidation. "I apologize." He Yuzhou quickly responded, "I shouldn't have shown you my displeasure. What was really bothering you just now?" Yin Enyu could not help but turn to him, her attitude shifting once more. "One might think it was his time of the month," she remarked. "It's nothing." He Yuzhou was reluctant to elaborate. Yin Enyu scrutinized him closely, contemplating for a moment. "If you don't wish to share, that's fine." She disliked pressuring others. She would wait until he was ready to confide in her. With one hand on the steering wheel, He Yuzhou reached out with his right hand, gently stroking the back of her hand. "You are not allowed to be angry with me." "I am not angry," Yin Enyu asserted, playfully swatting his hand to signal him to concentrate on driving. "Do you think I am like you?" He Yuzhou found himself at a loss for words, unable to retort. "Ensure you safely deliver me home," He Yuzhou remarked, lowering the car window with a teasing air. "What if I just spend the night at your place?" Yin Enyu halted beside the vehicle, neither accepting nor rejecting his suggestion. "You may stay in the guest room," she replied, yet felt it necessary to remind him, "My parents are home." He would need to concoct a plausible excuse to remain. Immediately, He Yuzhou dismissed the thought he had entertained moments earlier. "Forget it. We are hardly in a committed relationship." "Hurry inside," he urged, concerned for his well-being. Yin Enyu suggested, "If you wish, you can stay. I will inform my parents." "I would rather return home than share a bed with you," He Yuzhou declared. And with that, he started the car. The following morning, Yin Enyu awoke unusually early. After returning home and taking a shower the previous night, she had gone to bed. "Aunt Yu, is breakfast ready?" she called out, donning her bathrobe and approaching the water bar to sip a glass of warm water. "Yes," Aunt Yu replied, emerging from the kitchen with breakfast. "Is Master he coming over this morning?" Yin Enyu glanced at her watch, realizing she still had time. "Please pack it up for me. I will take it to him." Initially, she thought He Yuzhou was merely joking, yet he had indeed followed through, visiting her for breakfast 2 consecutive days. "All right," Aunt Yu acquiesced. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Enyu ascended the stairs to change her attire, mindful of potential traffic delays. Skipping breakfast herself, she grabbed the packed meal and departed. At the Shilo No. 1 mansion, she rang the doorbell at the villa's entrance. Half a minute passed, yet no one emerged. Yin Enyu instinctively reached for her pocket to call him, only to realize, in her haste to leave, she had forgotten her phone at home. Patiently, she pressed the doorbell several more times. Just as she pondered whether he had left for work, the door slowly opened, revealing a casually disheveled figure. His damp, short hair and bathrobe indicated he had just emerged from a swim, a habit of his. He had barely entered the pool for 5 minutes before the doorbell interrupted him. And now He Yuzhou frowned, visibly displeased. However, that mood dissipated the moment he lifted his gaze to see Yin Enyu standing outside, replaced instantly by delight. "What brings you here?" he inquired, striding over to open the door with enthusiasm. Yin Enyu clasped her hands behind her back, her tone teasingly somber. "You seem less than thrilled to see me." She had not missed his earlier expression. "That is hardly possible," He Yuzhou quickly defended himself. "I did not realize it was you. Why are you here so early? Am I not supposed to visit your home later?" "I brought you breakfast," Yin Enyu revealed, presenting the bag she had hidden behind her. He Yuzhou gazed into her eyes, tenderness flooding his heart, feeling as if something soft had brushed against his chest. "Is it really just for this?" Yin Enyu nodded softly, affirming, "Yes, just for this." He Yuzhou's Adam's apple bobbed as he hoarsely called out, "Yin Enyu," yearning to embrace her. Chapter 57. Choosing clothes for him, what's the matter? Yin Enyu gazed at him with sparkling eyes. "Aren't you going to invite me in for a moment?" He Yuzhou promptly stepped aside. "You are welcome to enter at any time." He accepted the bag from her hands, noting that the passcode was the same as that of the previous house. "Next time you come, there's no need to ring the doorbell." Yin Enyu followed closely beside him, her steps light, teasing, Aren't you afraid that I might take away your valuables while you're not home? He Yuzhou chuckled softly. There is nothing in my home that would catch your eye. He paused, casting a glance across the courtyard. Perhaps only these few magnolia trees. Yin Enyu followed his gaze, this time seeing more clearly than during her previous evening visit. Although the petals had long since fallen, the magnolia trees still stood tall and graceful, bearing the marks of careful nurturing. He Yuzhou's gentle voice continued to resonate in her ears. Do you remember our promise? Yin Enyu pressed her lips together, her throat tightening slightly as she trembled. I remember. He Yuzhou withdrew his gaze, studying her with a knowing look. As long as our great pianist doesn't forget as easily as the wealthy. He wished to convey that his sentiments were not mere folly. He had filled his courtyard with her favorite magnolia trees, while she had kept his old clothes in her wardrobe at home. Upon entering the house, Yin Enyu surveyed her surroundings, recognizing the familiar decor style. The Black Mamba aesthetic was deep and austere, devoid of excessive embellishments. However, one item stood out starkly against this overall theme. On the living room coffee table rested a pink crystal vase, shimmering and translucent, radiating colors in the light. Yet, despite its beauty, the vase stood empty, lacking the vibrant flowers that would have adorned it. Yin Enyu approached, recalling the vase vividly. It was her purchase, originally intended for his other house. She had a habit of ensuring her home was filled with fresh flowers as they brought joy and vitality. Thus, his home was not exempt from her floral touch. Yin Enyu tilted her head and inquired, why isn't there any flower arrangement inside? Who would I display flowers for? Now that you've left? He Yuzhou knelt before her, unwrapping the bag in his hands. Yin Enyu lowered her gaze, her fingers caressing the smooth surface of the vase. Her lips moved, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Have you had breakfast? He Yuzhou interrupted her thoughts. Yin Enyu raised her head. No. Then let us eat together. He Yuzhou stood and retrieved 2 sets of cutlery from the kitchen. What made you think of bringing me breakfast this morning? On the day he had suggested it, she had declined without a moment's hesitation. I woke up early, so I came over. Yin Enyu picked up a piece of vegetable roll from the thermal container, taking a small bite. What time do you usually go to work? Why? He Yuzhou's eyebrows lifted slightly, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Are you planning to bring me breakfast every day from now on? Yin Enyu. You think I didn't ask? He Yuzhou disregarded her words, continuing to speak to himself. You need not bring me breakfast anymore. It is quite exhausting. An occasional delivery is acceptable, but coming every day is a hassle. At this hour, it will be better for you to rest a little longer. His previous request for her to bring him breakfast had merely been a jest, meant to tease her into eating more. He pushed the box containing the pumpkin towards Yin Enyu, offering it entirely to her. Yin Enyu gazed at him contemplatively. He Yuzhou, you are quite picky. Pumpkin was a food he would never even consider tasting. She had mentioned this to Aunt Yu. This pumpkin was likely packed by Aunt Yu, who might have anticipated that she would stay to dine with him. The breakfast laid out on the table was meant for 2. It is still better than what you typically consume, He Yuzhou countered confidently. Yin Enyu merely pouted, choosing to ignore him. After having eaten to her fill, Yin Enyu reached out to tidy up the thermal containers on the coffee table, contemplating taking them home later. Do not touch that. He Yuzhou swiftly swatted her hand away. An aunt will come to clean up shortly. Very well. Yin Enyu retracted her hand, propping herself on either side of the sofa. Are you about to leave for work? Not so fast. He Yuzhou bent down, pulling her up from the sofa. Come upstairs and help me choose an outfit for today. Yin Enyu replied. Isn't a suit typically a complete set? In the past, she had assisted him in selecting outfits because he rarely donned a suit. It was only after the establishment of his company that he began to wear them. However, she had accompanied him in choosing the colors and styles. One need not wear a complete set, He Yuzhou remarked nonchalantly, or perhaps not wear a suit at all. Jin and Yufei silent. The latter was indeed acceptable, but the former. She could hardly imagine what mismatched suits would look like. Upon entering He Yuzhou's wardrobe, Yin Enyu leisurely surveyed the space. She opened the cabinet door and casually selected a gray and white British-style suit for him. Go change, she insisted, placing the garment into his arms. She preferred seeing him in lighter colors. As He Yuzhou left to change, Yin Enyu turned and approached the central storage cabinet, peering through the clear glass above, revealing a neatly arranged collection of items within. Limited edition watches. A variety of ties, expensive cufflinks, and brooches. He Yuzhou changed swiftly, and upon hearing footsteps, Yin Enyu turned to see him. The sharply tailored gray and white suit adorned his frame, accentuating his robust and elongated physique, casting aside the casual nonchalance he often exhibited. It exuded understated luxury, showcasing an air of refinement, resembling that of a gentleman. Yet, as soon as he spoke, he shattered her illusion. "Are you unable to take your eyes off me?" He Yuzhou teased. Yin Enyu chose to ignore his words, step a little closer. "For what purpose?" He Yuzhou complied, positioning himself before her. Yin Enyu retrieved a silver, single-headed Albert watch chain from the adjacent storage cabinet, placing the watch in the left pocket of his waistcoat. The T-shaped chain clasped vertically to secure it in place. The silver chain gracefully cascades in a gentle curve, becoming the pièce d'argistance of the suit. Yin Enyu took a few steps back, surveying the man's attire with a satisfied nod. She preferred to accessorize with small items to add depth and avoid monotony. Memories of the past resurfaced as she stood before him, coordinating his outfit. He Yuzhou's smile broadened. "Yin, the great pianist, are you satisfied?" Yin Enyu averted her gaze, calmly assessing, "Not bad." Upon hearing this, He Yuzhou's brows furrowed slightly. "Not bad? Your standards are remarkably high," he remarked in a teasing tone. Ignoring his comment, Yin Enyu turned to leave. "You should hurry to work. I need to head home too. Why not join me at the company?" He Yuzhou suggested impulsively. Yin Enyu narrowed her beautiful eyes. "You wish for me to become your employee? I could never afford you." He Yuzhou replied lazily, elongating his words. "I merely wanted to invite you to come and sit for a while." "Not going," Yin Enyu stated firmly. He was far too busy. Her presence would only serve as a distraction. Chapter 58. Will it be exhausting to be with me? Upon departing from the Shilo No. 1 mansion, Yin Enyu intended to return home, yet she unexpectedly received a call from Tang midway, expressing her longing to meet. The phone had been brought to her by the driver. In less than 10 minutes, Yin Enyu arrived at the CF, leaving Tang astonished at her swiftness. "How'd you get here so quickly?" "I happened to be on the road," Yin Enyu replied as she approached the counter to order a cup of coffee. "Out so early?" Tang inquired, pulling her upstairs. "Where have you been?" Yin Enyu winked playfully, feigning mystery, guess. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang blurted out, "He Yuzhou? Indeed, it is him. I knew it." Tang led her into her office, hesitating for a moment before confessing. "And He Yuzhou came to see me not long ago." Yin Enyu's eyes widened in confusion. "What did he want?" Tang revealed. "He asked me why you lack a sense of security." Yin Enyu's expression suddenly froze. "He noticed?" Tang continued. "I shared some of your childhood experiences with him." Yin Enyu's demeanor shifted as she murmured, "When?" Upon hearing the time frame from Tang, she suddenly understood. No wonder he returned to her home that day to embrace her. His melancholy stemmed from her past. Tang enveloped her in a comforting embrace. "I know that if I hadn't said anything, you would never reveal this vulnerable side of yourself to He Yuzhou." She believed it was essential for He Yuzhou to be aware of this matter. He was someone worthy of trust for NN. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been inclined to share it so easily. Yin Enyu's gaze dimmed, her slender fingers curling. Her lips slightly parted as she spoke with a voice as gentle as a feather. "Tang Tang, will it be exhausting to be with me?" Her self-protective instincts were excessively strong. She hesitated to expose her vulnerabilities and disliked discussing sorrowful matters, failing to achieve complete honesty. "Not at all. Tang plomtili. Being with you is particularly effortless and enjoyable." Tang turned her body to face her, gazing intently, her tone serious. "You must not overthink this." To her, Yin Enyu was the best of friends. Yin Enyu managed a faint smile. "All right." Tang, understanding their unspoken agreement, shifted the topic. "Remember to save me a ticket for your performance next month. If I'm free, I shall certainly attend." "Okay." Yin Enyu leaned forward, taking a piece of candy from the fruit platter, unwrapping it, and placing it in her mouth. "I would reserve one for you even without your request." Tang reached to touch her delicate face. "Why don't you take a longer break?" She was somewhat of a slacker, lacking significant ambition. She leisurely managed the CAF and planned to return to her family business if it ever faltered, casually seeking a position to occupy. After all, the term living off one's parents carries an unflattering connotation. Yin Enyu replied, I've had enough rest. This period marked the longest she had taken a break. Very well. Wan Tang reflected on how similar you are to He Yuzhou in certain aspects, particularly in your clear and distinct career planning. Yin Enyu left the CAF after having lunch. But she did not rush home. Instead, she headed to a shopping mall owned by He Yuzhou. Whenever she ventured out for shopping, it was always this place. Having promised He Yuzhou the night before to present him with a gift, she decided to fulfill that promise today, as she had some free time. She would not go back on her word. After a prolonged period of not selecting a gift for him, she found herself momentarily at a loss upon entering the mall. The gift she chose for him could not be haphazardly selected, especially considering the recipient was He Yuzhou. After wandering through the mall for an hour and a half, Yin Enyu finally settled on a gift. She took a taxi to Lumen. Upon entering the lobby, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. She paused briefly, but allowed her gaze to linger only for 2 seconds before redirecting her attention and gracefully proceeding toward the elevator. She had no desire to engage with the person, yet the individual approached her uninvited. Yin Enyu, what are you doing here? Yao Qianqian noted her presence, striding over with an air of arrogance. In response to her insolence, Yin Enyu merely cast a fleeting glance her way, maintaining her composure as she replied, I came to visit He Yuzhou's company. Is it necessary for me to inform you? She was curious as to why Yao Qianqian was present. Had He Yuzhou's previous remarks not been sufficiently clear? Yao Qianqian scoffed. You, his ex-girlfriend, think you could just waltz in? After leaving the art gallery last time, she had inquired discreetly and learned that they had not reconciled. The absence of reconciliation indicated that He Yuzhou no longer harbored feelings for her. Yin Enyu dismissed her words, straightening her slender back and elegantly advancing in her high heels toward the president's exclusive elevator. She swiftly entered the access code, and the elevator doors opened smoothly, allowing her entry. Do you need me to convey a message to He Yuzhou? Yin Enyu's tone held a subtle edge. Yao Qianqian glared at her, her expression darkening. Why are you? But the elevator doors closed, cutting off her words, leaving her seething in place. On the top floor, as Yin Enyu made her way to the office, she collided directly with He Yuzhou, who had just exited a meeting room. He raised an eyebrow, surprise flashing across his face. What brings you here? I thought you weren't coming. He handed the documents he was holding to an assistant nearby. I promised you a gift, Yin Enyu replied, presenting the gift bag to him. He Yuzhou, taken aback, asked, Really? This is so thoughtful. He opened the door to his office, taking her inside. Observers outside were astonished, exchanging bewildered glances. What kind of gift could elicit such joy from their esteemed president? Moreover, if they were not mistaken, the girl from earlier was the rumored romantic interest, Yin Enyu. Yet, judging by the natural hand-holding gesture they had just witnessed, it seemed less like a mere flirtation and more akin to a relationship. Zhou, has the president started dating? Someone inquired curiously. Zhou replied, I'm not sure. Recently, every time the president meets with Miss Yin, he has tea brought me along. In the office, Yin Enyu shrugged off He Yuzhou's hand and casually mentioned that someone was looking for him downstairs. Who? He Yuzhou inquired. Yao Qianqian. To ensure he remembered, Yin Enyu thoughtfully added, the one from the art gallery. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhou swiftly dialed the security department, instructing them to expel her and forbidding her from setting foot in the company again. Once he resolved this trivial matter, his attention shifted to the bag on the desk. Is this the perfume you bought for me? The brand's logo was familiar to him. Yin Enyu responded with a soft Although he was still using the original scent he favored, he had undoubtedly finished the one she gifted him. Chapter 59. Afternoon Nap. Wearing his shirt, He Yuzhou swiftly unwrapped the packaging, revealing a bottle of perfume with a sturdy and translucent design. Do you remember this fragrance? His deep laughter resonated from his throat as he uncapped the bottle and spritzed a couple of sprays towards himself. I remember, he mused, just as he recalled every detail about her, and she too was well versed in his every nuance. I believe there are several newly launched perfumes that would suit you quite well, Yin Enyu remarked, recalling the various scents she had sampled while selecting a gift for him. You might want to try them. Regrettably, they were out of stock. Otherwise, she would have purchased them all to present to him. No need, He Yuzhou firmly declined, raising his gaze to meet hers. I tend to be quite loyal. Yin Enyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he subtly hinting at her? Her emotions were plainly visible on her face, and He Yuzhou, with a mere glance, discerned her unspoken thoughts. I am indeed referring to you, he stated boldly. Yin Enyu stared at him incredulously. He was truly audacious. You can say that to yourself. I have no desire to listen, she retorted, suddenly rising from her seat. Before she could take a step, He Yuzhou swiftly pressed her back onto the couch. I was just teasing you. How could I dare to speak of you? In the words of Cheng Zian and the others, he simply had a penchant for banter, enjoying the playful act of teasing her before soothing her back into comfort. Yin Enyu crossed her arms, casting him a reproachful glance. You're truly insufferable, He Yuzhou. I should never have gifted you anything. You easily take advantage of kindness. Is that so? He Yuzhou settled beside her, his arm brushing against her skirt as he leaned in closer. Pray tell, in what way am I bothersome? I wish to amend my behavior. Yin Enyu leaned back, her palm pressing against his well-defined chest as she forcefully pushed him away. You ought to reflect on it yourself. Anyone can change, except for you. He Yuzhou's enigmatic gaze lingered on her, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he shifted the topic. Would you care for a nap here? What? Yin Enyu struggled to follow his train of thought. Do we not rise early? Do we not require rest at noon? He Yuzhou unscrewed a bottle of mineral water for her. I can go back. She began, but He Yuzhou interjected, having anticipated her words. There is no room for such considerations. With a firm grip, He Yuzhou seized her wrist, leading her towards his lounge. Lie down on my bed for a while. He pulled back a corner of the duvet. Wherever you sleep is where you sleep. The lounge's dimensions mirrored those of his bedroom, featuring a stunning curved floor-to-ceiling window, exuding brightness and elegance. No way. Yin Enyu stood by the bed, reluctant to move. You have none of my belongings here. It was always the same. Once she arrived at his place, she found it difficult to leave. What do you desire? He Yuzhou inquired. Yin Enyu casually mentioned something she was certain he lacked, a nightgown. Wait here, He Yuzhou replied, turning to enter his walk-in closet. Yin Enyu was taken aback. Did he actually have a nightgown prepared for her? Moments latte. He Yuzhou emerged with a white shirt in hand, placing it into her grasp. Wear this. Do not claim it's a matter of discomfort. He Yuzhou silenced her. You have often appropriated my clothing as sleepwear. Yin Enyu found herself at a loss for words, as he had already spoken her thoughts. Observing her lingering hesitation, He Yuzhou teased, Shall I assist you in changing? No need. Yin Enyu curtly declined, urging him to leave. You may go now. He Yuzhou leisurely leaned against the wall. Don't you want me to lull you to sleep? Yin Enyu replied emphatically, No, I do not. Very well. He Yuzhou straightened his posture. If you find yourself unable to sleep, just call for me, and I shall come to comfort you. Of course, if it pleases you. I could also hold you as you drift off. Yin Enyu regarded him, feeling a headache coming on. Are you still allowing me to sleep? Sleep, sleep, sleep. He Yuzhou gestured for her to proceed, then departed from a lounge. Once the door closed, the spacious room echoed with silence, leaving Yin Enyu alone. Finally, sensing the air circulate around her, his presence had been overwhelmingly strong. Clutching the white shirt in her hands, she ultimately changed into it. She simply could not overcome the mental barrier of lying in bed dressed in outdoor attire. The man's shirt enveloped her, loose and casual, several buttons undone, revealing her delicate collarbone, subtly concealing yet accentuating her alluring curves. With her slender waist and long, fair thighs exposed, she appeared languidly enticing. Lying on his bed in clothing imbued with his scent, she inhaled deeply, enveloped in his essence. Although He Yuzhou was not physically present, his presence felt all-encompassing, surrounding her. Yin Enyu wrapped herself in the soft blanket, and a wave of drowsiness washed over her, arriving more swiftly than she had anticipated. Outside, He Yuzhou returned to his desk, attending to his work as usual. The office's soundproofing was impeccable. Even knowing she could not hear him, he consciously softened his movements. This scene had played out countless times in his imagination, him working in the office while she kept him company or rested nearby. He had once thought such moments would never come to fruition, yet here they were. Outside, the heat radiated, and the sky was a brilliant blue. Meanwhile, indoors, The temperature was cool and comfortable, shielding them from the sweltering heat. Yin Enyu had barely rested for 2 hours when she stirred awake, feeling disoriented in the unfamiliar surroundings before realizing where she was. Having neglected to turn on the humidifier before sleeping, her throat now felt parched. Sitting up from the bed, she glanced at the table ahead, finding no water. Slipping into He Yuzhou's slippers, she opened the door and stepped outside. The man, engrossed in his work, heard the commotion and instinctively looked up. Upon seeing the shirt she wore, his eyes darkened, and a surge of restlessness coursed through him. The way his shirt draped on her was more enticing than any provocative attire, exuding a myriad of charms. As she moved, she embodied a seductive grace that was both alluring and tantalizing. His scorching gaze fixated on Yin Enyu, causing her to instinctively retreat. "Come here," He Yuzhou called out to her. "Am I some terrifying beast that you feel the need to flee at the sight of me? What are you doing?" Yin Enyu shuffled forward, dragging one of her slippers, moving at a leisurely pace. "You came out and then went back in. Are you trying to avoid me?" He Yuzhou cleared the documents before him, his right arm encircling her delicate thigh, gently placing it upon the desk. "Am I going to devour you?" Yin Enyu supported herself with both hands on either side, her lips parting slightly as she whispered, "It's not like I haven't been consumed before." He Yuzhou chuckled. "What?" "Nothing," she replied, sweeping past him, her feet lightly kicking him in the air. "I want some water." He Yuzhou reached for the white cup on the desk and handed it to her. Yin Enyu sighed. He truly was quite handy. "Are you going to drink it?" He Yuzhou reclined in his chair, spreading his legs. "This is the only cup of water in my office. The company is experiencing a drought today." Yin Enyu. "What nonsense is he spouting? Just drink it. It's not poisoned." He Yuzhou removed the cup lid, bringing it close to her lips. "It's your cup. Are you already complaining?" "Not at all." Yin Enyu grasped the cup and took a couple of sips of lukewarm water to soothe her throat. "You could just be thirsty today." She clutched the cup in her hands, refusing to return it. He Yuzhou laughed at her, his large hand casually resting on her thigh. "Yin Enyu, are you not a bit childish?" "A little better than you." She wrinkled her nose slightly, swatting away his hand and stepping down from the desk. "Where are you off to now?" He Yuzhou's gaze followed her graceful figure as he lazily inquired. "To change clothes." Yin Enyu's voice naturally exuded a soft delicacy. He Yuzhou felt a shiver run through him, his voice hoarse. "That outfit looks quite nice. There's no need to change." "Your opinion doesn't count," she retorted, closing the door behind her. Entering the lounge, she picked up the dress on the sofa and changed into it, noticing the disheveled blanket. She approached to straighten it, smoothing it out, and neatly folded He Yuzhou's shirt, placing it on the sofa. She was in no rush to leave, taking her time to wash her face in the restroom and simply braid her hair. When she picked up her phone and stepped outside, she immediately heard He Yuzhou's stern reprimand. She hesitated, halting in her tracks. He Yuzhou was angry. Though his voice was not loud, it carried a chilling weight, a palpable authority that instilled fear. After eavesdropping for a while, Yin Enyu gathered that there had been a mistake made by a subordinate while handling a contract. Such a foolish error was utterly intolerable to him. Once the office staff departed, Yin Enyu gently pushed the door open, tiptoeing to stand behind He Yuzhou. "Are you angry?" Her voice was gentle, soft as cotton. He Yuzhou slumped in his office chair, turning to face her. "No." "Still denying it?" "I heard you reprimanding your subordinate just now." Yin Enyu's delicate fingertip brushed over his brow. "Calm down. Don't let your anger harm your health." "Yin Enyu," He Yuzhou suddenly said, "you are too gentle." Upon hearing her voice, any remnants of his anger dissipated. Yin Enyu's exquisitely delicate eyes lifted in confusion. Had she not always been this way? "Have I frightened you?" He Yuzhou continued to inquire. Yin Enyu responded without hesitation, "No." His anger was justified. Had she been in his position, she would undoubtedly have felt the same ire. It was rather considerate of him. He Yuzhou gestured towards the lounge area. "I ordered some afternoon tea for you." "Doing douji." Yin Enyu replied, "Let us enjoy it together." As night fell, Yin Enyu remained until the end of the workday and left the office alongside He Yuzhou. Along the way, she had mentioned her intention to leave. Yet He Yuzhou persistently concocted various reasons to keep her from departing. He Yuzhou started the engine. "Where to?" "Huh?" Yin Enyu struggled to comprehend his words. "Where else could I possibly go?" He Yuzhou replied, "You could come to my home." Yin Enyu promptly declined. "No, thank you." It was not that she wished to stay at her own place. Rather, he was suggesting she reside at his. Chapter 60. Enyu is here. Are you afraid to drink? In July, the sun blazed fiercely, casting a shimmering sheen on the dark green araucaria trees outside. "Boss, have you packed your luggage?" Yu rushed in from outside, feeling the refreshing air and letting out a contented sigh. Yin Enyu retrieved a chilled bottle of juice from the refrigerator for her, affirming that she was all set. "How could you steal my job?" Yu casually twisted off the bottle cap and took a sip. "Save some for me." They were scheduled to depart for Los Angeles in 2 days, and she had come over today specifically to assist her boss with the packing. Yin Enyu replied, "It's fine. I don't have much." Yu, ever diligent, said, "I'll go upstairs later to help you check everything." Her boss had a tendency to be a bit forgetful at times. In the evening, Yin Enyu changed into a different outfit, enhancing her appearance before stepping outside. Cheng Zian and the others had arranged to meet with her a few days prior, planning a gathering for tonight. He Yuzhou's car had already arrived to pick her up. Leaning casually against the car door with one hand in his pocket, he stood in the thickening night, the faint moonlight casting a silvery glow upon him, accentuating his sharp features. He Yuzhou slowly opened the car door for her. "You readily agreed to go out with them, yet you suggest not going?" Yin Enyu pretended to turn back towards home. He Yuzhou lazily supported himself against the car door. "Are you really capable of backing out at the last moment?" "Not really," Yin Enyu replied, bending to enter the vehicle. Once he got in, she inquired, "Where have they decided to hold the gathering?" He Yuzhou expertly maneuvered the steering wheel. "Those two drunks, where else could they choose?" Yin Enyu nodded in agreement. A bar would suffice. They could drink while she would stick to beverages. Since parting ways with him, she had not returned to a bar. Without him by her side, she feared for her safety. At the MJ bar, they entered a private room where Cheng Zian and Lu Jun had already ordered various drinks and a fruit platter, filling the table. "Enyu, come sit over here." Cheng Zian warmly beckoned, introducing, "All the drinks on this table are for you, alcohol-free." He then glanced at the man beside him. "What are you doing here? I thought I hadn't notified you." Previously, when he had asked He Yuzhou to invite Enyu out, it had been like pulling teeth. He had vehemently refused. If he wouldn't agree, then he could just arrange it himself. He certainly had the means to contact her. He Yuzhou didn't even glance in his direction. If you don't speak, naturally someone else will. Cheng Zian chuckled lightly, casting a glance of disdain at him. "Care for a drink?" Lu Jun offered a bottle of alcohol to He Yuzhou. In an unusual manner, He Yuzhou declined, "I won't drink." "Why not?" Cheng Zian puzzled as he stepped closer. "Are you allergic to alcohol? Or is it because Enyu is here that you dare not drink?" Upon hearing this, Yin Enyu paused for a moment. She lightly nudged her knee against him. "If you want to drink, go ahead, just don't overdo it." A 1-tea drink. He Yuzhou's stance remained unchanged. "I'll accompany you with a drink." He leaned forward, holding up 2 cups of beverages, placing one in Yin Enyu's hand. Cheng Zian and Lu Jun exchanged glances, their expressions laced with mockery. Yin Enyu delicately grasped the cup's handle, her wrist resting on her thigh. "Do you truly not drink?" she inquired. He Yuzhou took a sip of his beverage, its taste agreeable, undoubtedly to her liking. He replied leisurely, "I fear that if you see me drinking, it might whet your appetite." "That would not be the case," she retorted. However, his abstinence from alcohol was indeed preferable, sparing him from another headache. "Enyu, when do you depart?" Cheng Zian approached with his glass in hand, interrupting their conversation. "The day after tomorrow," Yin Enyu responded. Before her words fully settled, He Yuzhou abruptly set down his cup and stated in a flat tone, "I need to step outside." The remaining 3 exchanged puzzled glances. Lu Jun inquired, "What is wrong with him?" Yin Enyu shook her head, sensing his sensitivity towards the topic. She was uncertain of the underlying reason, but it certainly was not due to her impending overseas work. After all, it was merely a temporary departure, and she would return once her performance concluded. Chapter 61. Have you had a quarrel? He Yuzhou departed, leaving Yin Enyu with little inclination to remain seated. She set down her drink, exchanged a few words with Cheng Zian and Lu Jun, and decided to seek him out. "Go ahead," Cheng Zian said nonchalantly, reclining on the sofa with a casual wave of his hand, seemingly oblivious to his sudden shift in demeanor. Yin Enyu stepped out of the private room, glancing around until she finally spotted He Yuzhou at the end of the corridor. He leaned against the railing, shoulders slumped, his silhouette appearing profoundly solitary under the dim corridor lighting. A pang of concern gripped her heart upon witnessing this. He should not be encumbered by such emotions. He ought to radiate confidence and exuberance forever. She approached him and stood by his side. "What troubles you?" "Nothing," came He Yuzhou's response, as indifferent as before. "It's impossible for it to be nothing." This time, Yin Enyu was determined to understand. "Please share it with me." She reached out, gently tugging at his sleeve. "There's nothing to discuss." He Yuzhou's gaze drifted downwards, his expression frosty. "If you merely ponder for a moment, you would comprehend." "I have pondered," Yin Enyu replied. "Yet you remain oblivious?" His words struck He Yuzhou like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within him and leaving only an abyss of disappointment. He scoffed. "That merely indicates I have overestimated my significance in your heart. I am nothing more than an ex-boyfriend." "No, you mustn't think that way," Yin Enyu said gently. "You could tell me the reason. If it's my fault, I can change." After a moment of silence, He Yuzhou turned his head, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Tell you? And will you divulge everything to me in return? What was the true reason for our breakup all those years ago?" His expression grew dark and inscrutable. "Yin Enyu, some things lose their meaning once spoken." Finally, with an indifferent tone, he said, "I wish you a successful performance." He Yuzhou's gaze lingered on her for a brief moment before he withdrew it. "You should return to the room. I wish to be alone." Yin Enyu stood frozen, a heaviness settling in her chest. Her intention to comfort him had instead resulted in a reprimand. This version of him felt foreign to her. After 2 years apart, she felt as though she could no longer fathom his thoughts. At times, she believed nothing had changed, yet at others, she sensed a complete transformation. As she glanced at him, she perceived the distance and rejection in his demeanor. Perhaps she should not have sought him out at all. Without uttering another word, Yin Enyu turned and departed. He Yuzhou returned to the private room a good 10 minutes later, finding only Qing Zian and Lu Jun lounging on the sofa. "Why are you back again? Where's she?" they both inquired simultaneously. "Where is Yin Enyu?" He Yuzhou asked again. "Didn't she leave with you?" Qing Zian switched off the music. "Enyu went out to look for you. Didn't you see her?" He Yuzhou furrowed his brows and then did not enter again. His gaze swept across the table, where the bag that had been placed earlier was now absent. She had come in, taken the bag, and mentioned that she was heading home first. Lu Jun, perplexed, questioned, "Didn't you leave together?" He initially suspected that it was another one of He Yuzhou's ill-conceived ideas, whisking her away for a romantic escapade. Before he could finish his thought, He Yuzhou had hastily exited the private room, vanishing from sight, leaving the two of them in a state of confusion. What was happening? At that moment, Qing Zian no longer cared about drinking. "I don't know," he replied, his expression darkening. "Did they have a quarrel?" He quickly dismissed the idea. That's unlikely. Lu Jun glanced towards the door, considering the possibility that it might not be so far-fetched. He Yuzhou arrived downstairs, surveying the surroundings. But there was no sign of Yin Enyu. He hurried towards his car, retrieving his phone to dial her number. Whether she was intentionally ignoring the call or simply didn't hear it, the call eventually ended automatically. The roar of the engine echoed through the still night, the tires screeching against the pavement. He Yuzhou pressed the accelerator, racing down the familiar route, his eyes scanning the sides of the road. After overtaking several vehicles and running 2 red lights, he finally spotted a familiar license plate. Only then did his anxious heart begin to settle as he reduced his speed, closely following the car ahead. It was good that someone had come to pick her up. Above all, her safety was paramount. He was tailing too closely, making it hard for the driver of the vehicle in front not to notice. Uncle Wang glanced in the rearview mirror and remarked, Mister. His car is behind us." In the back seat, a composed Yin Enyu turned to glance back before returning to her seat. "Ignore it, continue driving," she instructed, her own emotions simmering. Uncle Wang complied. Suddenly summoned by a call from the young lady, he was unaware of the circumstances and dared not pry further. At Ishan Mansion, the 2 cars came to a halt, one behind the other. Yin Enyu picked up her bag, opened the car door, and stepped out, treating the vehicle behind her as if it were non-existent. He Yuzhou remained in his car, watching her silhouette with a somber gaze. Neither spoke as the gates closed completely, One stayed in the car, the other did not look back. Inside, Yin Enyu returned to her bedroom, casually placing her bag on the cabinet. She couldn't resist approaching the window, parting the drawn curtains slightly to see his car still parked outside. In truth, during the brief walk home, she had deliberately slowed her pace, yet she did not hear him call out to her. Fearful of being rebuffed, she refrained from taking the initiative, wary of his indifferent demeanor. The car lingered for a few minutes before turning away. Yin Enyu's fingers, resting on the curtain's edge, fell away. She retrieved her phone from her bag, only to discover a multitude of messages and a missed call from He Yuzhou. However, she hadn't heard it ring at the time, as her phone had been on silent. She opened WeChat, where Chengxian and Lu Jun had mentioned her in the group chat. The four of them had a group, but ever since her separation from He Yuzhou, conversations had dwindled. Tonight, however, it had come alive again. Chengxian: Enyu, did you have a quarrel with He Yuzhou? Lu Jun: have you arrived home? Chengxian: had I known you left early because of him, I would have arranged for a driver to escort you and given him a good scolding. Lu Jun: one they spoke freely, unconcerned about He Yuzhou's presence in the group. Yin Enyu settled into a single sofa and typed a reply. I'm home. I apologize for leaving early tonight. Once my performance concludes, I will treat everyone to dinner. She chose to disregard the question about her possible argument with He Yuzhou. Chengxian: no need to be so polite. We are all old friends. Chengxian: just let him treat us He Yuzhou? Lu Jun: exactly. And you even covered the bill for us when you left. He was momentarily taken aback by this revelation while settling the bill. Chengxian: indeed, it was agreed that we would host. It would be too awkward for you to pay. Yin Enyu: it's nothing. The group exchanged a few simple messages, but throughout, He Yuzhou remained absent. Chapter 62. Did you not want to see me? The following day, on the eve of Yin Enyu's departure abroad, Wantang relinquished her duties at the CAF and ventured to her home. And in, look what delightful treats I have brought you. Wantang knocked on the study door and entered. Seated gracefully at the desk was Yin Enyu, adorned in a delicate cherry blossom pink ensemble. Her dark tea-colored curls were partially gathered, exuding an air of tranquility. With a brush held gently in her right hand, the tip delicately caressed the rice paper, flowing with ease and precision, imbued with a poetic elegance amidst the fragrant ink. Upon hearing the noise, Yin Enyu paused her calligraphy and looked up, inquiring, "What is it?" She placed her brush on the stand. "Lemon Aiyu, your favorite," Wantang exclaimed, bouncing forward. "With the warm weather, it's the perfect treat." She opened the bag, uncertain if it would meet her discerning palate. "Compared to the place you adore, this might fall short." "Not at all," Yin Enyu replied with a gentle smile. "As long as it's from you, I will savor every bite." "Such a compliment," Wantang said as she pulled out the chair at the desk and took a seat, scanning the surface. "Practicing your calligraphy? Are you troubled by something?" "What troubles?" Yin Enyu retrieved a bottle of water from the corner fridge and offered it to her. "I simply haven't practiced in a while, and I fear my skills may have dulled," Wantang remarked. "I suppose I was overthinking it. I thought you found solace in your writing." After all, that was her nature. When beset by turmoil, she sought solace in penmanship. "And then, you truly are a gifted artist," Wantang said, lifting the paper before her. The strokes were fluid and soft, the structure tight and orderly, indicative of a solid foundation in the craft. "You excel in all the arts: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Do you not also possess some skill?" Yin Enyu stirred the dessert before her with a spoon. "I only skim the surface. I am far from proficient," Wantang admitted. After exchanging light banter in the study, Wantang suddenly asked, "Do you need me to drive you to the airport tomorrow?" "No need," Yin Enyu responded, setting down her spoon and raising her gaze. "I have a morning flight. You should rest at home." "Very well. I suppose I need not accompany you," Wantang teased, leaning closer. "He Yuzhou will surely take you." At her words, a shadow of gloom crossed Yin Enyu's eyes, her lips pressing tightly together. Since last night, he had not reached out to her, not even to inquire about the time of her flight. Noticing her despondence, Wantang waved her hand in front of her. "What's wrong?" Yin Enyu snapped back to reality, shaking her head. "It's nothing." On the day of her departure to Los Angeles, the sky was shrouded in a dull gray, oppressive and heavy, as if a torrential downpour could strike at any moment. As Yin Enyu stepped outside, she halted abruptly at the sight ahead. A familiar figure stood there, What is he doing here? When did he arrive? Yu pushed a suitcase and quickly moved away. Boss, I'll just load the luggage into the car. In her daze, He Yuzhou had already approached her. Get in. I'll give you a ride. Yin Enyu looked up, momentarily stunned, and hesitantly asked, Did you not want to see me? How could he possibly be here to send her off? He Yuzhou was momentarily taken aback by her absurd remark. When did I ever say I didn't want to see you? The previous night, Yin Enyu felt aggrieved. You sent me away. He Yuzhou gently clarified. I merely asked you to return to the private room. I didn't send you away. Yet, you left without a word. Yin Enyu pouted, her tone laced with emotion. Who told you to say such hurtful things? He Yuzhou pushed her into the passenger seat, feeling vexed. This time, he was at a loss as to why she was upset with him. However, she had no intention of inquiring further. She had already asked twice, and he remained silent. Are you no longer angry? He Yuzhou fastened his seatbelt with one hand, acknowledging that while he was indeed upset, he still had to drop her off. It will be at least half a month before we meet again. He gazed at her. If I don't reach out to you, will you ever contact me? That night, he had seen her car, but had not bothered to glance at it. What if you send me away again? Yin Enyu candidly replied. I don't want to be left in the lurch. I did not send you away. He Yuzhou softly reassured her. If I truly didn't want to see you, I wouldn't have come here. Yin Enyu adjusted her watch and murmured, But you haven't texted me in 2 days. I wanted to see if you would reach out to me, He Yuzhou replied. Nevertheless, upon hearing her concerns, he became indifferent. If she didn't seek him out, he would take the initiative. Yin Enyu changed the subject. How did you know what time my flight is? I asked your assistant, He Yuzhou responded. She hadn't anticipated that the traitor was right beside her. Her assistant was tight-lipped and had revealed nothing to her. Upon arriving at the airport, He Yuzhou escorted Yin Enyu to the security checkpoint. Message me when you arrive, he instructed. All right. Just before she entered security, Yin Enyu inquired, Will you come to the performance? He Yuzhou did not answer, but countered, Do you want me to? After a moment's contemplation, Yin Enyu expressed her thoughts. If you have time. It seemed he had yet to witness her performance with the symphony orchestra. Upon hearing her response, He Yuzhou smiled. All right. I'll let you know when I come. Save me a ticket. Yin Enyu nodded in agreement. Okay. After more than 10 hours of flight, the airplane landed at Los Angeles Airport. Yvonne, over here. Outside, a blonde girl enthusiastically waved at Yin Enyu, rushing forward to embrace her while speaking in broken Chinese. Thank you for accepting my invitation. Clara cozied up to Yin Enyu. No need to be so polite, Yin Enyu replied, returning the hug. After all, you're my good friend. As they left the airport, Clara asked, Yvonne, do you want to stay at a hotel or at my place? Yin Enyu tilted her head. Where do you want me to stay? Then let's stay at my house. Clara had already made up her mind. We can spend the whole day together. Yin Enyu had no objections. All right. When do we start rehearsals? Clara, on the 24th. Take some time to adjust to the time difference and rest well. All right. Yin Enyu unlocked her phone and opened the calendar to take a glance. Upon seeing the date displayed on the screen, her gaze suddenly sharpened, and she abruptly realized something. It seemed she had uncovered the reason behind He Yuzhou's fluctuating emotions. Chapter 63. A trip back home, Yin Enyu turned to Clara and said, I must return home. Now. Clara exclaimed in astonishment. Is there an urgent matter? It is indeed something of great importance, Yin Enyu assured her. Rest assured, I will return before the rehearsal for the performance. I will not delay anyone's time. Yvonne, are you serious? Clara asked, still incredulous. You plan to go home now and rush back before the 24th? That means you want to even stay a night and will have to come right back. You'll be exhausted with such a tight schedule. Yes, Fishu, sitting in the back row, leaned forward to chime in, Boss, if you go home, you can only stay for a few hours. What is it that needs to be done? I can help you with it, if that is all right. Yin Enyu shook her head, her resolve firm. It must be me who goes back personally. Do not worry, it won't be too tiring. She had long since grown accustomed to frequent flying, just as during her tours. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Clara could only instruct the driver to turn back to the airport. There's no rush. I can inform the director that you will arrive a few days late for rehearsals. With your talent and skill, even if you miss some practice, it won't be a problem. She had complete confidence in her abilities. Yin Enyu linked her arm with Clara's. No need to ask for my leave. I will attend on time. She disliked breaking promises and could not comfortably allow the entire orchestra to wait for her alone. since it was a performance. She would give her all and strive for excellence. This was both a respect for herself and for the audience. It was also her fault for not considering this sooner. Had she merely glanced at the calendar, she would have realized the predicament. Upon landing at the airport, Yin Enyu boarded another flight. Shanghai City. He Yuzhou left the airport and headed to the office, instructing his assistant, "Please organize the recent project files for me." "Understood," Zhao Jin replied. In such circumstances, it seemed that He would be away from the company for a while. However, he did not see any business trip scheduled in the itinerary. "He, are we still going on a business trip?" "You do not need to go," He Yuzhou replied, removing his suit and sitting down in his office chair. Zhou Zhan was taken aback. "Is he really that dispensable now?" "Actually, I could accompany you." Zhou Zhan attempted to express his desire to join the business trip, but was cut off by He Yuzhou. "You may leave for your work now." "All right." Zhou Zhan fell silent and exited. The boss's thoughts were becoming increasingly inscrutable to him. He Yuzhou opened the documents before him, immersing himself in work. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening disturbed him. Pausing with a black pen held between his fingers, he looked up. Upon seeing the person entering, his eyebrows arched. "Mom, what brings you here?" He Yuzhou immediately stood and approached her, playfully teasing. "What wind blew you over today?" His company had relocated back to the country nearly a year and a half ago, yet the woman before him, his mother, had visited his office fewer than 3 times. "I had a matter to attend at your father's company and happened to pass by, so I thought I would drop in," she remarked, and Manling glanced around his office. "It seems rather empty here. Do you not require some decorative items to liven it up?" "No need, I prefer this style," He Yuzhou replied with unwavering firmness. "You may purchase them for Chairman He instead." He pressed the intercom on his desk, requesting the secretary to bring in a cup of tea. "I was merely making a suggestion," and Manling said as she settled onto the couch, crossing her legs. "Are you busy?" "Not particularly. I can spare a moment to chat with you." He Yuzhou discerned her intentions. Her visit was likely not just a casual drop-in. She frequently passed by his company, but had never entered before. "It's not anything urgent. I simply wanted to ask how you plan to celebrate your birthday tomorrow." Upon hearing this, He Yuzhou's expression remained unchanged, his indifference palpable. "I'll celebrate it casually. Birthdays occur but once a year. How can you treat it so lightly?" And Manling immediately disagreed. "It was excusable when you were abroad in previous years, but this year you must make an effort." He returned to the country last year, but had not given much thought to that birthday. Moreover, Inen was returning this year, and Manling pointed out the crux of the matter. "You could invite her to celebrate with you. If you are sincere, she should not refuse." Her words struck a chord with He Yuzhou's heartache. He scoffed. "She has a job and has gone abroad." He had just sent her to the airport that morning. Taken aback, and Manling understood why he seemed disinterested when she mentioned his birthday. "Well, that cannot be helped. The timing is unfortunate," she said with a tone of regret. "However, you must still celebrate properly. Call Xian and Lu Jun." He Yuzhou responded nonchalantly with a simple After parting ways with Yin Enyu, he had ceased to anticipate his birthdays. Without her presence, there would be no surprises prepared by her. This year, he had hoped she would be there to celebrate with him, but perhaps the duration of their separation had caused her to forget. Now for him, whether he celebrated his birthday or not was of little consequence. "Do you need my assistance in planning?" And Manling was quite keen on organizing such matters. He Yuzhou firmly declined. "No need." "Very well," and Manling acquiesced. "Then I shall wish you a happy birthday in advance." On his birthday, it remained uncertain whether he would see anyone. "Thank you, Mrs. N," He Yuzhou replied politely. "Too formal, Mr. He," and Manling remarked. She did not linger in his office for long, having a cup of tea before taking her leave. On the day of He Yuzhou's birthday, he made no arrangements for a celebration. As usual, he went to work. Instead, Cheng Xian and Lu Jun organized a party at his home, inviting a few close friends to celebrate with him. In the evening, He Yuzhou returned from the office. The villa was ablaze with light, and amidst the clinking of glasses, the soothing strains of jazz intertwined with the evening breeze, ascending into the nocturnal sky. The warm glow of crystal chandeliers cascaded upon the champagne tower, reflecting an alluring sheen. Upon sighting He Yuzhou's vehicle, Cheng Xian hastened forward with a wine glass in hand, inquiring, "So, brother, do you feel the camaraderie? Are you surprised?" He Yuzhou, unusually unperturbed, gave his shoulder a couple of pats, acknowledging the effort made. Indeed, considerable thought had gone into it. Cheng Zian, eschewing modesty, asserted, for your 25th birthday, it must be celebrated splendidly. Tell me, since Enyu has been absent from your side, have you ever truly celebrated your birthday? Luyun ipotite somi point, remarking. Though it may not rival the surprise Enyu prepared for you, you have no grounds for complaint. Dare he complain? Cheng Zian retorted, his tone rising. That would indeed be rather ungrateful. The trio proceeded towards the heart of the festivity, where many friends, upon seeing He Yuzhou, greeted him with warm wishes. Happy birthday. Young Master He, Cheng Zian chimed in, draping his right arm over He Yuzhou's shoulder. I have graciously accepted all the gifts intended for you on your behalf. Pausing, he lowered his voice. If there is anything you dislike, feel free to pass it on to me. He Yuzhou shot him a glance and stepped inside. You've taken them all. How magnanimous. Cheng Zian exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. He Yuzhou ascended the staircase to change into another outfit, then returned to the table to pour himself a glass of red wine. He languidly reclined on the sofa, extracting his phone for a glance. There were no new messages. The text he had sent earlier in the morning had gone unanswered. Chapter 64. The fulfillment of wishes. As the night deepened and the clock struck 11:30. The cake was gently wheeled in, and the jazz music that had once filled the air was replaced by the familiar melody of the birthday song. Hurry, make a wish and blow out the candles, urged Cheng Zian as he lit the candles and prompted the proceedings. However, He Yuzhou was a man who never adhered to the expected protocol. He rose to his feet, approached the cake, and seized a knife nearby, ready to slice into the confection. Cheng Zian, quick on his feet, snatched the knife from He Yuzhou's grasp. You haven't made a wish yet, and the candles remain unextinguished. What are you planning to cut? Thankfully, he had anticipated this moment and signaled to the butler beside him. Instantly, the lights dimmed, enveloping the atmosphere in a rich ambience. You must make a wish, and we shall wait for the lights to illuminate before cutting the cake, Cheng Zian insisted, meticulously adhering to the established order, determined not to let He Yuzhou disrupt the flow. To Cheng Zian's surprise, He Yuzhou was in an unusually agreeable mood this evening. Just as he was lost in thought, a young woman entered from outside and began to walk towards him. By the flickering candlelight, both Cheng Zian and Lu Jun sensed someone approaching and turned to look. Their eyes widened, and time seemed to freeze. Cheng Zian's lips parted. But before he could utter a sound, Yin Enyu placed her index finger to her lips in a gesture for silence. He quickly stifled his voice, envy surging within him. What luck did He Yuzhou possess? With a snap of his fingers, the lights suddenly blazed back to life, illuminating the room in a dazzling glow. He Yuzhou adjusted to the sudden brightness and slowly raised his gaze. Upon noticing the unexpected presence before him, he was momentarily taken aback, his expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. He stared intently at Yin Enyu, still grappling with the surreal nature of the moment. Though he had not made a wish, it appeared that his heart's desire had been granted. Before he knew it, He Yuzhou found himself standing right in front of her, questioning, didn't you already leave? He had personally seen her off at the airport. Yin Enyu tilted her head, a gentle smile blossoming on her lips, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Happy birthday, Mr. He. She had returned just in time to celebrate his special day, much like he had rushed back to attend her charity gala not long ago to support her endeavors. A wave of emotion surged through He Yuzhou, softening his heart. He stepped forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace. You came back from Los Angeles? The tangible sensation reassured him that this moment was indeed real. His feelings soared like a roller coaster, transitioning from despair to an exhilarating joy that swept over him. Enyu softly replied, I was in a rush and didn't have time to prepare a gift for you. She had come straight here upon landing. You've already received the best gift. He Yuzhou's voice trembled with emotion. Forgetting about the cake entirely, he took Yin Enyu's hand and led her upstairs, eager to ask her countless questions. Are you not going to eat the cake? Cheng Zian called after their retreating figures. He Yuzhou did not look back as he replied, Save a piece, the rest is for you. On the second floor, He Yuzhou ushered Yin Enyu into his bedroom, casually shutting the door behind them. He calculated the timing. You just got off the plane and returned immediately? Yin Enyu nodded, feeling a touch of fatigue as she settled onto the soft sofa. It had been quite an arduous experience. He Yuzhou gazed at her with eyes filled with concern, saying, "You need not have hurried back for my sake." Yin Enyu met his gaze and inquired, "Were you feeling down recently because I had forgotten your birthday?" Thus, he uttered the words, "If you merely pondered for a moment, you would understand." Her candid expression made He Yuzhou feel slightly uncomfortable, prompting a soft acknowledgement from him. "However, I did not wish for you to abandon your work for my birthday." A simple happy birthday from her sufficed, enough to remind him that she still remembered. "I remember your birthday," Yin Enyu explained gently. "I simply momentarily forgot that you celebrate according to the lunar calendar, which alters the date each year and requires a glance at the calendar to align." As He Yuzhou's fingers delicately brushed through her hair, her actions conveyed to him that she indeed remembered. "Have you not rested well?" He Yuzhou crouched down, his fingertip caressing the skin beneath her eyelids, where faint dark circles betrayed her fatigue, something he had never observed before. He understood her. She seldom rested well during flights. In the past, with him by her side during their travels, she could only manage a brief nap of an hour or two on the plane. Nevertheless, she cheerfully replied, "I managed to doze off for a bit on the flight." "Do not attempt to deceive me," He Yuzhou replied, grasping both of her hands. "Had I informed you earlier, you would not have had to endure such discomfort." Regret washed over him for not stating his feelings outright. He despised witnessing her struggle. She hadn't merely taken a 1-hour flight to reach him, but had endured over 10 hours of travel. "I'm fine, truly. I'm not tired," she insisted. Having returned to celebrate his birthday with the intention of bringing him joy, rather than inciting feelings of guilt. Moreover, he was indeed correct. One must proactively voice their birthday for the other to remember. Realizing the incongruity of their conversation, Yin Enyu shifted the topic. "I am quite hungry. Is there anything to eat?" On both flights, she abstained from food. He Yuzhou swiftly rose, proclaiming, "I will go downstairs to fetch something for you. You should rest here." Moreover, she not only struggled with sleep, but also with her appetite. Airplane meals had never suited her palate, and she would prefer to forego them whenever possible. Soon, He Yuzhou returned upstairs with a tray, bearing not only her dinner, but also a slice of cake and a glass of milk. "First, sip some milk to warm your stomach," he suggested. "All right." Yin Enyu accepted the cup from his hands, taking a few sips of the warm milk. "Your birthday gift will be given to you when I return to my country. No need to prepare anything. The finest birthday gift is right before his eyes. After you've eaten your fill, you can take a shower here and rest well," He Yuzhou said. "I can't sleep," Yin Enyu replied, glancing at her watch. "In 2 hours, I must leave." With no midnight flight available, she had to take her family's private jet to make it on time. He Yuzhou's throat tightened. On this birthday, she had sacrificed more than anyone else. "Have you not yet tasted the cake?" Yin Enyu scooped a spoonful of cake and brought it to He Yuzhou's lips, saying, "Come, the first bite must be taken by the birthday star." Chapter 65. Come back and wish him a happy birthday. He Yuzhou sat beside her, opening his mouth to savor the cake she fed him. Could he not take a nap and then leave? He had never experienced such frequent flights before. "No, I cannot." Yin Enyu lowered her head, leisurely enjoying the beef tenderloin pasta on her plate. "I made a promise regarding matters over there. I cannot suddenly change my mind." He Yuzhou gazed at her, his deep black eyes filled with concern. Countless thoughts surged within him, words bubbling in his heart. Finally, his lips parted slightly, his voice hoarse as he uttered a simple, "Thank you." This was more grand than the birthday surprise she had prepared for him when they were still together, leaving an indelible mark on his memory. He Yuzhou reached out, pushing her long hair to one side, using his fingers as a makeshift hair tie to gather her hair, making it easier for her to eat. "Why say thank you?" Yin Enyu lifted her head slightly, her smile radiant. "Aren't you the one who dislikes me saying that we're the most? Now you're saying it yourself. You need not worry. I'm not as burdened as you imagine." He Yuzhou replied, "Even if you were tired, you wouldn't voice it." She never complained or cried out in exhaustion, seeing the furrow in his brow. Yin Enyu set down her utensils and turned toward him. With 2 fingers, she gently lifted the corners of his lips, urging him, "It's your birthday today. Cheer up a bit. No fronin. All right." He Yuzhou curved his lips into a smile, a graceful arc forming. "Now let us eat." Enyu took a bite of his birthday cake, the sweetness perfectly balanced, not cloying at all. Although she hadn't eaten in a long time, she found that when it came to eating, she actually couldn't consume much. Her appetite was modest. He Yuzhou had brought her dinner, and after consuming 1/3 of it, she felt full. Noticing he remained by her side, Yin Enyu asked, "Aren't you going to check on your friends?" "No need." He Yuzhou released her hair, letting it cascade neatly over her shoulders. With Cheng Ziyin and Lu Jun downstairs, it's efficient. He had something far more significant to attend to now, being with her. He Yuzhou glanced at his watch. There was still over an hour left. "Do you want to take a short nap?" "No." She feared she might sleep too soundly and not awaken in an hour. Yin Enyu stood up, stretching slightly, and walked slowly towards the balcony of his bedroom. The meticulously arranged party venue outside was quite apparent. Did Cheng Ziyin and the others prepare this for you? Given his usual style, he certainly wouldn't have arranged such a grand setup. This decoration was more lavish than some engagement scenes. He Yuzhou replied with a low hum. "It cannot compare to what you prepared for me." Yin Enyu couldn't help but chuckle. "You mustn't let them hear you say that. Be careful they don't scold you." "Let them scold," He Yuzhou said nonchalantly. The few lines they exchanged in their banter had grown tiresome to him. Yin Enyu smiled softly. He had indeed grown accustomed to it. The three of them had forged a stronger bond amidst their playful insults. They spoke their minds openly, never hiding their feelings. "Go on down. I'll greet them." He Yuzhou's footsteps followed her. It was inconsequential whether he went or not, for no one dared to challenge his intentions. That would not do. Upon seeing the two descend from the upper floor, the previously lively atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. Every gaze turned in unison toward them, the air thick with curiosity and gossip. The guests attending the birthday celebration were all acquaintances of He Yuzhou and were well aware of his cherished muse, a romantic entanglement from his university days. Although some had never laid eyes on Yin Enyu, they were already familiar with her name. As they reached a few steps from the bottom, He Yuzhou paused, directing his attention toward the crowd, and formally announced, "Allow me to introduce Yin Enyu, an internationally renowned pianist." "I've heard of her," one guest chimed in. "I attended her concert before. It was nothing short of an auditory feast, truly breathtaking." "Indeed, she is remarkable," another added. "Had I not been on a business trip during her concert back home, I would have certainly been there to experience it live." The compliments flowed seamlessly, devoid of flattery, grounded in truth, as Yin Enyu's accomplishments shone resplendently. "Thank you," she replied, her smile radiating warmth. "Let us find a place to sit for a while," He Yuzhou suggested, guiding her to an available seat. "Please share your airport location with me. I'd like to check how long it would take to get there." "Are you going to drive me?" she inquired. "Of course," He Yuzhou replied with unwavering certainty, retrieving his phone to open the navigation app. "Quickly, tell me." "All right," Yin Enyu said, providing him with the address. He inputted it into his device, glancing at the route, noting that it was not far from his residence, just a 20-minute drive. "Enyu, what brings you back?" Cheng Ziyin, ever the social butterfly, interjected. "Didn't you have work abroad?" Yin Enyu chuckled softly, casting a sidelong glance at him. "I returned to wish him a happy birthday." Cheng Ziyin was momentarily taken aback. "Is that something you cannot say over the phone? Or perhaps he simply lacked the understanding of the intricacies of relationships." "That lad is quite fortunate," Cheng Ziyin remarked, playfully punching He Yuzhou's shoulder. "Even a girlfriend might not go to such lengths, returning from distant North America just to celebrate his birthday, let alone a prior partner." Cheng Ziyin crossed his legs, a sudden thought striking him. "By the way, at the bar last time, when you seemed to lose your mind, was it because you felt Enyu wouldn't celebrate your birthday and were disheartened?" He Yuzhou shot him a sideways glance, maintaining his composure. Not receiving a response, Cheng Ziyin turned to inquire of Yin Enyu. "Is my assumption correct?" Yin Enyu replied. "He thought I had forgotten his birthday." Her sense of time was often nebulous. She sometimes lost track of dates and days, especially during her vacations. There were occasions when she had forgotten her own birthday, only recalling it when friends and family mentioned it in passing, reminding her that it was approaching. Cheng Ziyin nodded in understanding, acknowledging that forgetting was entirely reasonable. He remarked, "Every year, the date of one's birthday varies, and few remember the exact date according to the lunar calendar. Only those who truly hold you dear can recall your birthday." Cheng Ziyin glanced at He Yuzhou, taking a moment to praise himself, just like me. He Yuzhou, busy arranging some fruit on a plate for Yin Enyu, finally had the leisure to address him, his tone ambiguous. Then I thank you. At last, he uttered a remark of substance. Cheng Xin nodded repeatedly, feigning sophistication, my brother. I'm greatly gratified. Having exhausted his inquiries, Cheng Xin tactfully rose to pour himself a drink, opting not to intrude further. Would you like some grapes? I can peel them for you. He Yuzhou surveyed the fruit platter on the coffee table before him. No, I can't eat anymore. Yin Enyu passed the plate beside her to him. You have some. He Yuzhou accepted it, casually tossing a blueberry into his mouth. Yin Enyu's gaze wandered around the room, landing on a table against the wall, where gift boxes were piled high. Without needing to unwrap them, she could tell that each item was of considerable value. Are those gifts from everyone for you? He Yuzhou followed her gaze. Do you want to open them? I certainly want tea. Suddenly, Yin Enyu reached for a tote bag beside her, bending down to rummage through it. I have something for you too. He Yuzhou raised an eyebrow in surprise. Didn't you say you weren't prepared with a birthday gift? I wasn't, but I found something I think suits you. Yin Enyu pulled out a dark green square box and presented it to him. Here, what is it? He Yuzhou inquired. It's one of my belongings. Yin Enyu held the box firmly, preventing him from opening it just yet. You can't be picky. She would still provide him with a proper birthday gift later. He Yuzhou chuckled lightly. When have you ever seen me be picky with you? Can I open it now? Yin Enyu nodded in affirmation. Yes. The box slowly opened to reveal a meticulously crafted golden brooch. A blend of modern and classical styles, it resembled an oval-shaped hollow badge, adorned with intricate patterns and encircled by a ring of South Sea pearls, radiating brilliance. Isn't this your brooch? He recalled having seen her wear it before. It is mine, but this brooch is suitable for both men and women. Yin Enyu's tone was cheerful. It's a gift for you. You wish to give me something you cherish? He Yuzhou closed the box and picked up her bag, preparing to place it inside. I cannot take what you adore. Her constant carrying of the brooch spoke volumes about her affection for it. Just accept it. Yin Enyu tightened her grip on her bag, refusing to let him touch it, employing her trump card. Otherwise, you'll be implying you disdain the gift I offered. He Yuzhou chuckled, the sound resonating from his chest. How unreasonable. I learned it from you. Yin Enyu mimicked his earlier words, asserting that gifts once given should not be retracted. With the conversation having reached this point, He Yuzhou had no choice but to accept it. Now help me put on. I can't. Yin Enyu's gaze rested on him. It doesn't match your current attire. The attendees at the event were all dressed in formal attire, yet the protagonist stood out, clad in a leisurely and loose-fitting loungewear, exuding an air of unrestrained ease and casual charm. You can wear it when you're in a suit, he remarked. He then folded it away and tucked it into his pocket. Chapter 66. Will you stay with me? After less than 2.5 hours together, He Yuzhou timely escorted her to the airport, where a luxurious private jet awaited on the tarmac. Let's go, Yin Enyu said as she took her bag from his hands. Make sure to rest early when you return. I will come to see you in a few days. He Yuzhou lowered his head, his fingers gliding over the screen. I have sent you my location. It's my house over there, and you are welcome to stay. The password remains the same. I'll be staying at a friend's house. Yin Enyu replied. When you come over, you can stay there. He Yuzhou's lips curled into a playful smile as he leaned in to meet her gaze. Will you live with me? Yin Enyu playfully scolded him, choosing to ignore his words. I'm leaving now. He Yuzhou escorted her onto the plane. Worry etched on his face as he cautioned her. Be safe over there. All right. The plane landed in Los Angeles just past midnight, and Yin Enyu, weary, took a car to her friend's house. She entered the code and stepped inside. The living room was brightly lit, and someone sat on the sofa. Clara, are you still awake? Yin Enyu asked as she changed her shoes, walking softly toward her friend. Clara rose quickly, exclaiming, I've been waiting for you. You must be exhausted. She pulled Yin Enyu onto the sofa, studying her closely and noting the undeniable fatigue on her face. You really made it here, Clara said, already prepared with plans for the morning, ensuring she could take a day off work. Yes, I had to come back, Yin Enyu replied, reclining wearily. Which room can I sleep in? Choose any room. I had the maid tidy them up. Clara poured her a glass of warm water. You can sleep with me if you'd like. I still need to shower and take care of my skin. I wouldn't want to disturb your rest. Yin Enyu gently massaged her aching head. Let us wait until tomorrow night to chat and sleep together. All right, I'll help you choose a room. After finishing her evening routine, Yin Enyu lay in bed, the clock striking 2:30 in the morning. She sent a message to He Yuzhou. I have arrived at my friend's house, in whose city the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and red. In his bright office, He Yuzhou heard the notification sound of his phone. He set down his pen and picked it up to check, already guessing who had sent the message. To compliment the brooch Yin Enyu had given him, he had chosen a white suit today, exuding an air of nobility. He Yuzhou replied, "Put down your phone and go to sleep." Yin Enyu responded, "Okay." She lacked the energy to look at her phone any longer, a dull ache pulsing in her head. This sensation was one she had not experienced in a long time, a symptom of inadequate rest. He Yuzhou stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, capturing the golden hues of the sunset outside and sending the image to her. Having slept for less than 7 hours, Yin Enyu awoke. Clara, busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast, paused when she saw her. "Yvonne, why aren't you sleeping a little longer? There is still over an hour left." "I've had enough rest." Yin Enyu approached, clad in her slippers, curious about the activities at hand. Her friend, not only an accomplished violinist but also a culinary virtuoso, had even taken classes in traditional Chinese cooking. She had prepared a delightful pumpkin and milk porridge. Clara, wielding a spoon, gently stirred the mixture in the pot. As the rich aroma of milk wafted through the air, "I will make a couple of eggs Benedict," she announced. "It's been ages since I've savored your breakfast." Meanwhile, Yin Enyu busied herself at the coffee machine, crafting a cup of espresso for Clara. After their breakfast, the two made their way to the orchestra. At the entrance stood an elegant middle-aged woman, the director of the symphony orchestra. She approached with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Yvonne, welcome." Yin Enyu embraced her warmly. "Jean, it's been too long." During her previous tour in this city, Jean had attended her solo concert and treated her to a meal afterward. "Indeed, you look more radiant than ever," Jean complimented. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jean offered, "Allow me to show you around." "Certainly," Yin Enyu replied. Chapter 67. Finishing early to seek you out after taking a leisurely stroll around the orchestra headquarters, Jean guided Yin Enyu to the rehearsal room, where all the members were already assembled, engaged in light-hearted conversation. "Everyone, if I could have your attention," Jean clapped his hands. "This is Yin Enyu, and I believe she requires no introduction." "No, no," came the chorus from those seated. "Who among us does not recognize her?" At long last, we have awaited Yvonne's arrival. It has been nearly 2 years since we last performed together. The group rose in unison, expressing their excitement. Yin Enyu smiled softly, her lips curving gently. "I hope we shall enjoy our collaboration." "That is a certainty," Clara chimed as she bounded forward, linking her arm with Yin Enyu's. "If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to confide in me." "Understood," Yin Enyu replied. "I shall not intrude upon your rehearsal any longer." Pausing for a moment, Jean turned to her. "Shall we dine together this evening? Are you available?" "Indeed, this time I will treat you," Yin Enyu offered. Jean chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "That will not do. Since you are on my turf, it is my responsibility to host." Prior to the formal practice, Yin Enyu reviewed the sheet music Clara had prepared for her. Although she had already memorized it upon accepting the position, she felt it prudent to refresh her memory. The morning rehearsal was brief, lasting just over 2 hours. Every member of this orchestra possessed extraordinary talent and dedication, resulting in a remarkably smooth rehearsal process. Relaxed in her seat at the piano, Yin Enyu extended her right hand behind her, gently massaging her slightly sore neck. Clara was quick to approach her, her tone cheerful, with your piano accompaniment. "Our orchestra's performance has been elevated to new heights, becoming richer and more nuanced." Turning to face Clara, Yin Enyu sincerely praised her. "It has been a while, and your violin skills have ascended to a new level." "Indeed," Clara replied confidently, standing tall, "I am quite exceptional." In the midst of their conversation, a man approached, excitement palpable in his demeanor. "Yvonne, I'm a great admirer of yours. Could you please sign this for me?" Fearing his words might be misconstrued, he quickly added, I admire you as an idol." He had only joined the orchestra last year and had never had the opportunity to meet her before. He had always wanted to attend her concerts, but either the timing was unfortunate or he was unable to secure tickets. resulting in missed opportunities. Of course, Yin Enyu replied, accepting the pen and notebook he offered, swiftly inscribing her name. Thank you, the man said, taking the notebook and pen with both hands before discreetly departing, leaving them undisturbed. Your fame is astounding, Clara remarked, playfully resting an arm on Yin Enyu's shoulder. I wonder why no one seeks my autograph. Yin Enyu smiled lightly. Perhaps this is what they refer to as beauty born of distance. If I were to work here long-term and see everyone daily, the sense of surprise would surely diminish. Come now, Yin Enyu said, taking her hand. Let us go for lunch. As the topic of dining arose, Clara quickened her pace, exclaiming, Come, let me take you to my favorite restaurant. Within the Michelin-starred establishment, an exquisite aroma permeated the air, and the ambience was both elegant and tranquil. The two of them settled into plush seats, leisurely savoring the visually appealing and flavorful dishes before them, interspersed with occasional conversation. Suddenly, a phone nestled in Yin Enyu's bag rang. Gently placing her cutlery aside, she retrieved the phone, her expression shifting to surprise upon seeing the flashing contact name. Hello, she began, not waiting for the man on the other end to speak. Aren't you asleep? It must have been 2 or 3 in the morning on his side. In the Shilin Yihao mansion, He Yuzhou had just concluded his work, taken a shower, and lay on the bed, his well-defined chest exposed to the cool air. I was about to sleep, he replied lazily, his voice drifting through the phone. Where are you now? I'm having lunch, Yin Enyu answered. Did you call for something? Nothing in particular, He Yuzhou replied. I just wanted to hear your voice after a long day of work. Have you settled into your new place? How was last night? Quite well. Concerned about disturbing the diners nearby, Yin Enyu gestured to Clara and stepped outside with her phone. You seem busy, she noted. After her departure, it appeared that He Yuzhou's schedule had become even more packed than usual. A playful smile graced his face as he quipped, Isn't it to finish up early, so I can come find you? Yin Enyu's gaze flickered, the wind brushing against her, causing her hair to dance lightly. She pressed her fingers together, responding, But I'm very busy. If you come over, I might not have time to accompany you. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhou let out an ambiguous chuckle, emphasizing, accompany you? But I never said I wanted you to accompany me. He teased her intentionally. Yin Enyu retorted, Fine, just remember what you said. She regretted indulging his playful banter. He Yuzhou, sensing her reluctance, quickly added, You may not have time for me, but I can still accompany you. Why do you only listen to half of what I say? Yin Enyu replied, exasperated. You're doing this on purpose. Nothing urgent. So I want to keep you, she concluded. My friend is still waiting for me. All right, eat well, He Yuzhou said with concern. Do you need me to arrange a chef to come over? Not necessary, Yin Enyu replied, returning to the restaurant. I'm used to eating on my own. After hanging up, she resumed her seat. Clara, seemingly oblivious, inquired, Who was that? You were on the phone for quite a while. He Yuzhou, Yin Enyu replied calmly. He Yuzhou? Clara exclaimed, but quickly realized her error, noticing the presence of others. She hastily covered her mouth, lowering her voice. Are you two still in touch? Where is he now? Is he still in America? After their breakup, one remained in America, transforming his company into an industry leader, while the other pursued a master's degree in the UK. Clara had assumed the two had parted ways for good. No, he returned to the country a year ago. Yin Enyu delicately grasped the spoon with her slender fingers, savoring the borscht before her. However, it was only upon returning to the country that I had the opportunity to meet him. Clara nodded in understanding, inquiring if they had rekindled their old romance. Recalling how she had just shown concern for him. Despite her simplicity in Chinese, she still managed to comprehend. Clara mimicked Yin Enyu's tone from earlier when she answered the phone, teasingly altering her voice. Are you still awake? Yin Enyu chuckled, remarking that Clara was being overly dramatic. She had merely inquired in a straightforward manner. If you say there's nothing, then there's nothing, Clara retorted, choosing not to argue further. She added with a hint of melancholy. Next time He Yuzhou calls you, I shall record it, so you can see for yourself. Is he coming to find you? Clara took a sip of the fruit tea beside her and asked if she could still live with her. Yin Enyu, puzzled, shook her head, questioning why that would be impossible. Clara leaned forward with a teasing smile, suggesting that He Yuzhou might whisk her away to his place. Having gone out with their group, she had never managed to win him over. Yin Enyu replied, "Not at present." Clara, somewhat skeptical, responded, "Well then, we shall see when the time comes." Chapter 68. When did you arrive? In the depths of the night, the city of Shanghai was adorned with twinkling stars. He Yuzhou departed from the company, summoned by Cheng Zian's call to the club. The crystal chandelier radiated a dazzling brilliance, while the air was infused with the rich aroma of cigars intertwined with the heady scent of fine spirits. The walls were adorned with priceless masterpieces, and the cabinets displayed ancient antiques. Everything before him exuded opulence. This club was one of their joint ventures. He Yuzhou seldom visited this place, as it was too far from his office. The inception of his club had been proposed by Cheng Zian and Lu Jun. At that time, he was still in the United States and casually invested some money without involving himself in subsequent affairs. "What are you doing? Don't you know I'm quite busy?" He Yuzhou entered, casually unbuttoning his suit jacket. "This is also your venture. Should you come to inspect it?" Cheng Zian retrieved a cigar box from his pocket and extracted a smooth cigar. He then pushed the box towards He Yuzhou, asking, "Care for one? I had a friend bring them back from Cuba recently, and they cost a pretty penny." Lu Jun chimed in, "Indeed, they are quite good." He Yuzhou did not even glance at them, showing no interest. Cheng Zian anticipated this response, igniting his cigar and taking a deep puff, exclaiming, "You've been well trained by Enyu." He did not smoke, and this had nothing to do with Enyu. Lu Jun stretched his legs, resting them on the edge of the table. "Before knowing Enyu, I didn't tea smoke either." Suddenly, his gaze caught the lapel of He Yuzhou's suit, and his tone shifted to one of surprise. "When did you start wearing a brooch? When did you become so tasteful?" Leaning forward, Lu Jun examined the brooch, noting its fine appearance. "Where did you buy it? A brooch elevates your style significantly. I should get one too, though not on my clothes." He Yuzhou lowered his head, his slender fingers twirling the brooch, speaking with a hint of pride. "It was a birthday gift from my ex-girlfriend." The two beside him fell silent. Cheng Zian's mind raced, and he taunted, "I knew your taste couldn't possibly be this refined. And you has always had a good eye." Cheng Zian intentionally provoked him. "When she returns, I'll have her help me choose." Before he could finish, He Yuzhou interrupted without mercy, "Are you dreaming? How dare you ask her for help? Look at this possessiveness." Cheng Zian clicked his tongue. "Enyu is yours?" He Yuzhou shot him a glance, calmly asserting, "She is mine." "How shameless," Cheng Zian blurted out. "You've known him long enough," Lu Jun interjected, joining in the banter. "In terms of audacity, no one can rival him." He then inquired, "This Saturday, there's a golf match at the club. Are you playing?" "I'm not available," He Yuzhou decisively declined. "What will you be doing this weekend?" Cheng Zian asked. "Are you addicted to work? Allow me to offer you some friendly advice. You should take appropriate breaks to avoid the risk of overexertion leading to sudden demise." He Yuzhou's indifferent gaze met hers, and without uttering a word, he chose silence. As the day of the performance drew nearer, the entire symphony orchestra was engulfed in intense rehearsals. On this particular day, practice extended until 6 in the evening, and twilight had already descended outside, casting a dreamy glow from the flickering neon lights. Yin Enyu gathered her belongings and approached Clara. "Let's go." "Right away," Clara replied, dashing to the nearby table to grab her bag. "It's wonderful to commute with you each day." She wrapped her arm around Yin Enyu's and half-jokingly suggested, "Why don't you join my orchestra?" While others had to endure rigorous selection processes to gain entry, she could join with just a nod. Yin Enyu smiled gently. "You know, my focus has shifted back to my home country." Alas, Clara sighed heavily. As they conversed, they had unknowingly stepped outside. Clara glanced around, puzzled. "Where's the driver? He's usually punctual at this hour." Before Yin Enyu could respond, her lips parted slightly, but just then, a sleek black Bentley sped towards them and came to a smooth stop. The window descended, revealing a familiar, handsome face. The interplay of light and shadow accentuated his chiseled profile, deep-set eyes, and defined jawline. His dark gaze settled upon her. Yin Enyu stood frozen for a moment, then, in disbelief, approached him. "When did you arrive?" "I just got here this afternoon," He Yuzhou replied with a hint of amusement. "Are you really that surprised?" "Didn't I tell you I would come?" "But you never specified which day," she countered. "Well, now you know," he quipped, turning slightly. his long fingers deftly opening the passenger door for her. "Get in. I'll take you out for dinner." Having not seen each other for nearly a week, she noticed he seemed to have lost a bit of weight, whether from exhaustion or hunger, she could not tell. "And my friend," she added, pulling Clara closer. "Did Mr. he not see me standing here?" Clara teased. He Yuzhou did not respond directly. His attention had indeed been captured by Yin Enyu at first. "Let us all go together. I'll treat," he offered. "Will my presence be a nuisance?" Clara questioned playfully. "Of course not," Yin Enyu replied promptly. Having experienced love herself, Clara understood the dynamics of the moment and gracefully declined. "I think I'll pass. Mr. He, you can just take me home." "Very well," He Yuzhou replied, pleased with her decision. The car halted at her doorstep, and Clara quickly exited. He Yuzhou did not immediately start the engine, but turned to gaze out at the villa. "Have you always lived here?" Yin Enyu replied with a soft affirmation. "Yes, why?" "Nothing," he said, still looking outside. He Yuzhou's gaze was intently fixed upon her as he remarked with profound significance, "I merely believe it is time for you to consider relocating."